Chapter 1 Divorce 100 Million. Su Hao, who had just returned from the flower shop, suffered a painful betrayal when his celebrity wife, after 5 years of marriage, filed for divorce. Su Hao, 100 million. Sign this document and we're done. Along for Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, to cry in $1 million car, to live in a penthouse apartment, to travel the world. Can you give me that? I want a rich life and a backer in the entertainment industry. You can't do that. So why don't you let me go, Su Hao, wake up. Besides this handsome face, what else do you have? Pack your bags. I don't need a male nanny who cooks for me. We are destined to be strangers. Her name is Ren Chi-Chi, my wife, the brightest star in the entertainment industry. In her eyes, I'm just a husband who can cook. She pursed her lips and said, if you're not satisfied, we can still negotiate the number. After years of relationships, it had come to such an end. Yet, Su Hao felt no sadness at all. It wasn't that he hadn't put in effort, nor that he lacked passion and love. It was simply that facing a woman who ultimately didn't love him and instead verbally humiliated him wasn't worth grieving. Su Hao finally smiled, his smile showing fatigue and helplessness. He looked at her and said calmly, Chi-Chi, look up. This is our home. Ren Chi-Chi was stunned. She looked around. The familiar living room was spacious and tidy, filled with small ornaments they had picked together. The doll they used to hold was still on the sofa. The memories that had been covered up by the years pierced her disguise one by one. Su Hao sighed and said in a low voice, how long has it been since you came back? Ren Chi-Chi's fingertips trembled slightly, and guilt flashed in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she suppressed her emotions. Su Hao, I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. As long as you promise, no matter what you want, I will satisfy you. Before she could finish her words, Su Hao sneered. As long as I don't tell anyone about our marriage, it won't affect your image as a beautiful woman in the entertainment industry, and it won't ruin your image as a single person, right? As soon as the words fell, Ren Chi-Chi's face turned pale. Su Hao looked at her with unfamiliar eyes. The woman before him was a national goddess, adorned by her fans. For 5 years, she had stood in the spotlight with impeccable grace, untouched by scandal. The outside world considered her noble, independent, and spotless. But no one knew that there was a man named Su Hao behind her. They met in college and fell in love with each other passionately. After graduating from their senior year, they got married. Su Hao was born into an ordinary family, without a father or a mother, and Ren Chi-Chi's parents were dissatisfied with the marriage. She made her debut in secret, only telling her agent, Sister Hong. At that time, Su Hao only had eyes for her. While she was working hard on her career, he retreated behind the scenes and gave up his dream of becoming an actor. In order to help her fly higher, he worked as a screenwriter, wrote songs, helped her change her lines, and took care of the family. But later, she flew farther and farther away. Announcements, red carpets, variety shows, commercials, they are rarely together and only see each other a few times a year. Su Hao once waited for her to have a meal together until late at night. He also called her countless times, but in the end, all he got was an assistant saying, she is filming. It wasn't until today that he finally realized that this marriage had come to an end. He picked up the pen on the table and said calmly, Chi-Chi, if you want to fly, I won't stop you. I'll sign the agreement, but I don't want the money. Ren Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment. She had expected Su Hao to try to stop her, to question her, to scold her, but he said nothing. His composure made her feel strangely uneasy. He had already seen through the ending. She looked at Su Hao, her heart tightening and her fingers unconsciously clenching. She wanted to find any emotion on his face, even a hint of pain, but he remained as calm as ever. At that moment, she felt abandoned. She lowered her head, pulled out the documents she had prepared long ago from her bag, and handed them over. The paper lightly slid through the air, like a knife slicing through the past. Su Hao took it and signed his name. The moment the pen touched the paper, their 5-year marriage came to an end. Ren Chi-Chi's eyes were slightly red. She looked at the familiar handwriting, and a pang of sadness welled up in her heart. Su Hao put down his pen and said calmly, do you really want to be famous that much? The room fell into a dead silence. She didn't answer. Only the clock on the wall ticked, reminding her that the love they once had was now a thing of the past. Su Hao stood up, his eyes fixed on her. She was wearing delicate makeup, and her expression was cold. That wasn't the woman he remembered. He suddenly remembered her saying to him in her wedding dress 5 years ago, Su Hao, I will work hard and not let you down. Today, this sentence has become a joke. Ren Chi-Chi avoided his gaze, afraid of seeing the emotions she didn't want to face. She picked up the documents and prepared to leave. Suha did not try to persuade him to stay. The moment the door closed, the wind blew in through the window, blowing up the divorce agreement on the table. The white paper spun in the air and fell to the ground. The vows made in the past were completely crushed. He sat on the sofa, his fingertips sliding over the old photo on the coffee table, which was taken when they were just married. She leaned in his arms, smiling like a child. Hidden under the photo is a rusty ring. He smiled bitterly and held the ring in his palm. The coolness of the metal was colder than his heart. The rain started to fall outside like someone crying. Suhao raised his head and looked out the window at the city lights. That was the place they had once dreamed of. Now it belonged to her, and all that was left of him were empty houses and echoes. At that moment, his expression was calmer than ever before, because he understands that some love does not need to be saved. What she wants is the starry sky. What he wants is her. There's a world between the two. The corners of Suhao's lips rose slightly, and that smile seemed like a farewell. Do you really want to be famous that much? Chapter 2. Deskmate and Old Dreams. The sunlight outside the window slanted into the living room and fell on the dusty guitar. Rin Chi sat on the sofa, wearing a soft white shirt, her eyes slightly shining. She talked about her favorite things in a gentle tone, as if she had returned to her idealistic teenage years. Suhao looked at her calmly. He smiled softly and asked in a low voice, "What if I also entered the entertainment industry?" As soon as the words fell, the air suddenly turned cold. Rin Chi raised her eyes, a complex expression on her face. She looked at the man before her, handsome, calm, yet no longer young. A hint of a helpless smile played at the corner of her mouth. Suhao, the entertainment industry isn't what you imagine. Her voice was gentle, yet distant. So many newcomers come in every year, and they start training from the very beginning. You have good looks, but compared to them, you don't have much of an advantage. She spoke gently, but every word was like a needle. Suhao just smiled faintly. Really? I don't think so. Rin Chi was startled, thinking he was sulking. She sighed. If I had money and connections and was a few years younger, maybe I'd still have a chance. But now, she didn't finish her words, but the meaning was piercingly clear. Suhao didn't refute, but just said softly, "The next time we meet, it will probably be at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I'll give you a song as a farewell." Rin Chi stood there in a daze, watching him turn around and walk into the bedroom. The door slowly closed with a slight thud. The air felt like an end. A moment later, Suhao came out, holding the guitar he hadn't touched in years. The sunlight reflected on the piano, casting a dim light. He sat before her, his head bowed as he tuned his instrument. The sound was a little rough, but steady. Chi, Suhao whispered. Although there have been regrets over the years, at least I was happy. Today is a special day for me. His fingertips gently plucked the strings. Rin Chi-Chi's breathing suddenly became disordered. She watched the familiar movements, and countless images flashed through her mind. The bench downstairs of the dormitory, the playground on a summer night, and the lyrics he wrote on the desk. At that time, his smile was as pure as sunshine. Suhao whispered, "The song's title is My Deskmate." The sound of the piano flows slowly, with a hint of immaturity and sadness. Will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday tomorrow? Will you still miss me tomorrow, the you who used to cry the most? Whoever married you, a sentimental person, whoever read your diary. The voice is magnetic and deep, revealing the traces of time. Rin Chi stared at him blankly, her fingertips trembling slightly. The melody shattered the calmness she had pretended for so long. She seemed to be back on campus again. That summer, they sat in the back of the classroom. He leaned over the table and wrote a love song for her. She blushed and stole a glance at him, drawing a smiley face on a small slip of paper. The two of them once ate ice cream at the school gate and hid on the rooftop of the teaching building to watch the lights on rainy nights. At that time, they were sincere and clumsy, thinking that love could overcome everything. But now, she has become a goddess admired by everyone, and he has become a forgotten name. Rin Chi-Chi's eyes began to moisten. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound, tears streaming down her fingers, but she couldn't stop them. Suhao didn't look up. He continued to sing, his voice as gentle as ever. "I will have my own wife, and I will show her pictures and tell her about you, my deskmate, who marries you who are sentimental, who comforts you who are prone to crying." Every note seems to be peeling back old wounds. Rin Chi finally broke down, lowered her head, and burst into tears. At that moment, she understood that the real farewell was not the signature, but this song. The song ends. The lingering sound of the guitar trembled in the air for a long time. Suhao put down his guitar and looked up at her. She had wiped away her tears, and her expression was calm, but it concealed an unspeakable complexity. She suddenly realized that she had neglected too much. During these years of marriage, she thought Suhao only knew how to cook, clean, and accompany her, but she forgot that he was also a man with dreams. He has talent and passion, but he has never lived for himself. The door outside was pushed open with a bang. The sound of high heels hitting the floor was crisp and cold. Standing at the door was a smart and capable woman, Sister Hong. Her gaze passed from Chi-Chi and fell on the guitar in Suhao's hand. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She smiled slightly, her voice sharp and professional. Suhao, this song, is it for sale? Chapter 3, A Phone Call, shocked the entertainment industry. Suhao's eyes lightly swept over the lyrics on the table. It was a very infectious work. Every word was like a knife, hiding his long-suppressed emotions. Hong Jie is a renowned talent agent in the entertainment industry, and she understands the value of this song better than anyone. The pure melody and clean lyrics are like a long-lost breath of fresh air, perfectly fitting Rin Chi-Chi's campus innocent persona. But this woman is no longer pure. She once rose to fame with a single song, but lost herself in the world of fame and fortune. Now, all that remains of her is her delicate exterior and the veiled innocence she projected. Suhao looked at her with a calm expression. That calmness was like the deep sea, hiding suppressed anger and disappointment. He shook his head, his tone as calm as the wind. Not for sale. Rin Chi-Chi was stunned, a hint of hesitation and guilt flashing in her eyes. Suhao raised his head again and whispered, I'll take you there. Sister Hong's face darkened, her tone as cold as a knife. Since we're divorced, let's not get involved anymore. If you don't want to sell, then we'll go with the industry price. 1 million, the copyright will be in your name, and the money will be in my account tomorrow. From now on, we're even. She spoke bluntly, as if tearing off the last layer of decency. Rin Chi-Chi said nothing, only lowering her head. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, making her look innocent and touching. At that moment, Sister Hong became even more angry. She hated this look, weak, silent, yet able to easily make others feel distressed. Suhao just smiled a cold smile. He didn't argue, nor did he get angry. He understood that this farce had been unfair from the beginning. In their world, some people reach the top by relying on their personality, while others are trampled into the mud by reality. He had been a latter. Sister Hong had already concluded. This man had nothing. No resources, no conexões, no capital. Even if he was given authorship, he wouldn't be able to make waves. She thought that today's incident was the last bit of dignity left for him. But Suhao's silence hides a sharpness that others cannot understand. He slowly stood up and said in a low voice, Chi-Chi, this is the last time I'll call you this. This song is my last gift before our divorce. It started as a desk mate and will end as a desk mate. At that moment, Rin Chi-Chi looked up, tears streaking across her makeup. He didn't look at her again. That gentle name, along with their 5-year marriage, was buried in the dust. Suhao turned and left, his steps steady and calm. Each step seemed to be a farewell to the past. Sister Hong shouted angrily, Stop! She couldn't stand this man's attitude. How could someone who had been abandoned remain so calm? Don't think you can win sympathy by pretending to be noble. Sister Hong stared at him coldly. We don't owe you a penny for that song. Suhao didn't respond, but turned around and glanced at her indifferently. That glance was like a mirror, revealing one's own shallowness. He laughed, a laugh that was both ironic and thorough. That 1 million? Not even worth one of his inspirations. But they don't know that Suhao doesn't belong to this world. He was from Earth. In his previous life, he had worked his way up the entertainment industry, written countless hits, and stood on stages cheered by thousands. Back then, he was a name others looked up to. Later, he was too tired and wanted to find a peaceful life, so he chose to start over. But fate told him in the cruelest way that kindness cannot bring happiness. He once thought that love could wash away the dust of fame and fortune. But now he realized that fame and fortune were her only beliefs. He was no longer angry, only calmness remained. The moment he walked out of the cafe, the wind blew the corners of his clothes. He looked up at the neon-lit night sky, his lips curled up slightly. In this life, he will no longer give in. He picked up his phone. The light from the screen reflected on his stern face. His fingertip paused on the contact for a few seconds, then he pressed the dial button. Mr. Su. His voice was calm, yet sharp. I want to release a song. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, an explosive sound was heard. What? The exclamation nearly broke my eardrums, and the office was in chaos. Some people slammed their desks, and some jumped up in shock. Mr. Su, who did you just say was going to release a song? Suao. As soon as the name came out, everyone on the other end of the phone was stunned. Some people gasped, and some stood up in disbelief. The air seemed to freeze, and time seemed to stand still. After a moment, Mr. Su's suppressed excitement came. Are you sure? Are you really coming back? Su Hao smiled slightly, that smile revealing a long-lost confidence and coldness. Yes, just two simple words, but they hit like a heavy hammer. There was another uproar on the other end of the line. Some people cheered, some covered their faces, and some choked with sobs. It was a familiar fear and awe. That genius songwriter, that name buried in legend, was back. Chapter 4, Yun Yi's Savior. Uni, the nation's top music production company, once dominated the entertainment industry's trends. But now, this once powerful company has faded into obscurity. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Executives and producers sat in a row, and the air was filled with anxiety. Just then, Su Xiao's phone suddenly rang. He was the helmsman of Uni, always calm and steady, and would never be interrupted in any meeting. But this time, he answered the phone without hesitation. The assistant stood there stunned, having never seen him look like this before. Su Xiao's face flushed crimson, his hands shaking with excitement. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered as to who could have caused him to break his long-standing rules. The meeting was supposed to be a life-or-death battle for the company. In recent years, Uni's releases had received mediocre reviews, earning them derision as a loss of talent. If this new project failed again, Uni would completely fall from the top tier. But just when everyone was tense, Su Xiao's voice trembled. Mr. Bai Qi, you want to release a song? Did I hear it right? These words almost froze the air in the conference room. The two words Bai Qi struck everyone's heart like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, silence fell like death. Some people gasped, while others subconsciously straightened their backs. Bai Qi, this name, is like a legend in the world of songwriting in the entertainment industry. He never showed his face, yet he single-handedly made countless singers famous. Those household hits, almost all of them were signed with two characters, Bai Qi. He is a legend in the hearts of countless musicians. Every song he writes is a hit. And it was because of him that Uni achieved its former glory. But 3 years ago, he suddenly disappeared. No news, no works, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Now he is back. Everyone in the conference room held their breath, even breathing carefully. They heard a deep and calm male voice on the other end of the phone. I'll go there tomorrow. Just 4 short words, but they caused a stir like a bomb. The voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly compelling. Short, crisp, and without any unnecessary nonsense. It was exactly Bai Qi's style. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his face showing an uncontrollable ecstasy. Okay, he responded repeatedly. The moment the call was disconnected, he remained standing there, his chest heaving. He held the phone like a lifeline. Bai Qi is going to release a song. That means Yun Yi is going to rise again. That's great. He murmured, his eyes warm. That's great. He suddenly looked up at the group of employees who were still stunned. A long-lost light rekindled in his eyes. The meeting is adjourned. Su Xiao slammed the table in a loud voice. Pass my order. The entire company is on alert. We will welcome Bai Qi tomorrow. At that moment, the entire audience erupted in excitement. Everyone looked at each other with eyes filled with surprise and shock. They knew Yun Yi was about to be reborn. On the other side, Su Hao hung up the phone and sat quietly in the corner of the coffee shop. The 2 cups of coffee on the table had long since cooled, the steam no longer rising. He looked down at them, his expression calm. At that moment, the turmoil in his heart was beyond comprehension. Ren Qiqi's image still flashed through his mind. They had gone from desk mates to husband and wife, and now strangers. 5 years of love and dedication had turned into cold coffee. No warmth left. He didn't regret having loved her, nor did he regret leaving her. However, when he thought of Sister Hong's contemptuous look, a feeling of unwillingness still welled up in his chest. He wasn't incompetent, he was just too lazy to fight. But now, he wanted to let everyone know that the man they despised could still make the entire entertainment industry tremble with him. Su Hao leaned back in his chair, his lips curled up slightly. The smile wasn't cold, but it was sharp. He got up, paid the bill, and returned home. Night fell, and the city lights danced outside the window. He took off his coat and walked into the bathroom. The warm water enveloped his body, and bubbles rose up as if washing away years of depression. He closed his eyes, his thoughts swirling. This world was called China, but it was different from the China of his previous life. The cultural gap here had been too long. The music was thin, and the entertainment was empty. People are obsessed with foreign melodies and forget their own soul songs. He clenched his fists, and drops of water slid down his fingers. He came from Earth, carrying memories and thousands of soul-stirring melodies. Those classics that were sung by countless people in previous lives are still unknown today. He wants to make them resound throughout the world. It is not an imitation, nor an obsession with rebirth, but an awakening. The mist in the bathroom reflected his stern silhouette. Su Hao opened his eyes, and at that moment, the confusion in his eyes completely dissipated. Instead, there was a firm light. He whispered, "System, check the properties." Chapter 5. He is the most distinguished guest. The air vibrated slightly, and a transparent light curtain slowly unfolded before Su Hao's eyes. It was a familiar interface, with long-lost names flashing in lines. Host, Su Hao. Abilities, advanced singing, advanced composition, advanced music appreciation, advanced guitar playing, advanced editing, advanced acting. Reputation value, 30098. He quietly stared at the familiar data, a slight smile on his lips. That smile held both nostalgia and a newly awakened edge. "Long time no see, old friend," he whispered. The god-level entertainment system that he was bound to when he traveled to this world. As long as the work is liked, sung, and recognized, it can accumulate reputation. Reputation is the key to unlocking new abilities. 10,000 points for a single draw. 100,000 points for advanced skills. 1,000,000 points for god-level abilities. Over the years, he quietly wrote songs and created works behind the scenes, accumulating tens of thousands of reputation points through his works. However, he invested almost all of that wealth in the lottery. He is no longer the amateur he once was. Composing, singing, acting, arranging. Each of these skills is enough to surpass even the most popular artists. But at that time, he put all his attention on Rin Chi and never thought about going on stage again. Things are different now. Love is dead, but the dream still burns. Su Hao's eyes were determined, and a long-lost passion surged in his heart. Although this world is similar to the China of his previous life, it lacks soul. The broken history has made the culture barren, originality has been despised, and Western melodies have become the mainstream. And he returned with memories of another world. Those classic melodies and heart-stirring lyrics were as clear in his mind as yesterday. What he has to do is bring these dormant treasures back to this world. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a knife. System restart. The light screen flickered, data flowed, and his fate was illuminated again. The next morning, Uni Music Production Company. The sunlight shines through the glass curtain wall onto the marble floor, creating a dazzling light. The company entrance was already full of people. Su Hao personally stood guard at the door with his assistant. This usually arrogant CEO actually greeted the guests in person, his expression solemn. All employees understood that Uni was going to welcome a special guest today. This person can bring their company back to the top. Senior executives in neat suits and holding documents lined up nervously. As each car passed by, they all craned their necks unconsciously. At this moment, a beautiful figure attracted everyone's attention. Rin Chi, today's Fan Rojin. She was wearing an exquisite suit. Her figure was well-proportioned, and she was sweating slightly under the scorching sun, but she still maintained a decent smile. This popular actress has always been the face of Yin Yi. When she heard that Bai Qi was coming, she put down her work and waited at the door in person, because that is the legend in her heart. Almost every song he wrote became a classic. Countless singers became popular again thanks to his works, and she also became an overnight star with the song Galaxy. Today, she finally got to see him in person. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and the atmosphere was tense. 10 minutes later, the security guard outside the door suddenly raised his head. An ordinary taxi slowly stopped in front of the company door. The car door opened, and a man got out. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and well-worn jeans, and he looked clean and calm. At that moment, everyone's expression froze slightly. No bodyguards, no luxury cars, no grand ceremony. Su Hao frowned, His eyes stayed on him for a moment, and then quickly looked away. He thought to himself, this person was probably just passing by. But the young man walked over, his steps calm and his tone calm. Hello, I'm Bai Chi. Su Xiao was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Are you Bai Chi? Su Hao smiled lightly and reported the exclusive number in a calm tone. In an instant, Su Xiao's expression changed. He was the only one in the company who knew that number. He reacted instantly and was so excited that he almost lost his voice. Mr. Bai, it's really you. He stretched out his hand and shook Su Hao's with trembling hands. That handshake seemed to hold the entire future of Uni. Hello, I'm Su Xiao, the general manager of Uni. Welcome back. Su Hao nodded, his expression as calm as water. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Hello, Teacher Bai Chi, I'm Fan Rojin. Su Hao turned around and looked at that familiar face. At that moment, the air seemed to be sucked out. Rin Chi Chi, or rather, Fan Rojin now, was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were gentle, a little nervous, and sparkling. It looked just like her when she first looked up in the classroom. Chapter 6's real name is Su Hao. Rin Chi Chi, standing before him, had a sizzling figure and was breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes, cold and captivating, made it hard to look away. A woman like her would rank among the top in the entertainment industry. But Su Hao only glanced at her lightly, said a simple hello, and then looked away. At that moment, the air seemed to be frozen. Fan Rojin was stunned for a moment. Then a wave of resentment welled up in her heart. She was a sexy goddess known throughout China and South Korea, with no shortage of admirers. Yet, the man before her didn't even look surprised. That kind of disregard was more embarrassing than rejection. Su Xiao, however, couldn't wait any longer, his face full of smiles. Mr. Bai Chi, please come in. Please come in. Su Hao looked calm as he followed him into the VIP reception room on the top floor. Soft light streamed down from the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the black sofa. The three of them sat down, while the other executives had already tactfully left. Su Xiao's face was full of smiles, which had not stopped since a while ago. The corners of his eyes were almost wrinkled. I never thought that, Mr. Bai Chi. You are so young and so talented. That smile was filled with genuine wonder. Almost every one of Su Hao's songs was a hit. Su Xiao had long considered him his lifeline. After a few pleasantries, he finally couldn't help but said anxiously, Mr. Bai Chi, this time you are here, too. Su Hao had mentioned on the phone that he was going to release a song, but Su Xiao still couldn't believe it. He'd be so happy to wake up laughing in his dreams if such a talented composer was willing to come to his house in person. Su Hao nodded gently, his voice calm. Yes, I am planning to release a new song. Just a few words like dropping a bomb. Su Xiao slapped his thighs suddenly, his whole body excited. Great! His eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Then, still follow the old process? The usual cooperation, signing contracts, negotiating prices, everything is the same as before. The copyright belongs to Uni Company, and the signature is by Chi. However, Su Hao leaned back on the sofa and shook his head slightly. No. The sound of no made the air freeze instantly. Su Xiao's smile froze, thinking he thought the price was too low. So he quickly said, if the price isn't right, we can talk about it. Just name a number or make a request, and we can meet it. Fan Rojin was shocked. It was the first time she saw her usually stingy boss like this, almost crushing his attitude into the dust. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Su Hao, muttering to herself, how valuable must a person be to make Su Xiao act like this? But Su Hao still looked calm, with a faint smile on his face. He looked at them, his tone calm but with an irresistible power. Mr. Su, you're worrying too much. This time, I'll use my own name. Bai Chi, not my real name. My name is Su Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao was stunned. The next second, ecstasy spread across his face like exploding sparks. Mr. Su Hao, are you making your debut? He practically jumped up from the sofa, his tone full of excitement. Su Hao nodded slightly, his expression calm. You can say that. Su Xiao's eyes gleamed, their enthusiasm nearly overflowing. As long as Su Hao debuted, it would mean he would become a legend in the entertainment industry, and it would also mean Uni Company would reach a new peak. He couldn't help but ask then, Mr. Su Hao, what song are you planning to release? Su Hao didn't answer immediately. He turned his gaze to Fan Rojin, who was standing beside him. The look was neither hurried nor slow, but it carried a kind of silent oppression. Fan Rojin's heart trembled, and she felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Suhao smiled slightly, his voice low and clear. This is your company's newcomer, right? Ask her to sing a few lines for me. Just a few words, but it was like a sharp blade cutting through the calm surface of a lake. Su Xiao was stunned at first, then quickly signaled Fan Rojin to get ready. Fan Rojin's heart was in turmoil. She hadn't expected that this legendary composer would directly ask her to speak. The air became tense, and she could hear her own heartbeat. The glaring sunlight from the window fell on Su Hao's face, outlining his stern features. His expression was both calm and dangerous, as if he had everything under control. And at this moment, Fan Rojin suddenly realized that the man in front of her was not just a composer. He was like a sleeping giant beast, slowly opening his eyes. She took a deep breath and suppressed her panic. Su Hao leaned on the sofa. His eyes were indifferent, but enough to make people feel uneasy. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. His words were calm, but they sounded like commands. Every word carried undeniable power. Let her sing a few lines for me. Chapter 7. Her voice, soulless. Newcomer? Come on. She's the rising goddess Fan Rojin. Just 3 years after her debut, she swept the internet with the song Asking About Love, becoming a sought-after A-lister. With her stunning looks and recognizable voice, she's the dream of countless fans. That year, Asking About Love amassed over 10 million streams and topped the charts for months, catapulting her to fame overnight. Every song she released since then has been a hit, and awards and endorsements have followed. Today, her status is on par with Rinchichi. However, at this moment, facing Su Hao, she felt her heart burn at the word newcomer. Fan Rojin's lips curled up, and although she felt unwilling, she couldn't hide her excitement. It was admiration. She had admired Su Hao for a long time. It would be a lifetime honor to sing a song for him in person. Moreover, this might be her only chance to be recognized by him. Su Hao said nothing, only staring at her quietly, his expression indifferent. But that one glance made Fan Rojin's heart beat irregularly. In that case, I will show my ugliness. She cleared her throat gently and closed her eyes. Before the melody began, her breath was already steady. Her voice was deep and sensual, with a touch of coolness and aloofness, like a night breeze blowing through a deep alley. It wasn't a popular sweet note, but it was enough to be intoxicating. Su Xiao leaned on the sofa, his eyes gradually softened, and he was immersed in the singing. Su Hao lowered his eyes and tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, the singing stopped. Fan Rojin slowly opened her eyes, her expression showing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Mr. Su Hao, what do you think of my singing? Her tone was gentle, but it concealed an uncontrollable desire. Su Hao raised his head, glanced at her, and said calmly, "Your voice is good, but it's too weak to be recognized. This song doesn't suit you." That short sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured down on me. Su Xiao was stunned and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Too weak to identify? Fan Rojin shot to fame with the song Asking About Love, precisely because of her unique voice and outstanding operatic intonation. Throughout the entertainment industry, there are many who can imitate her, but no one can surpass her. Su Xiao was dissatisfied and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Su may not understand yet. Her voice is actually—" Before he could finish his words, Su Hao raised his hand to interrupt him. "I know." His expression was calm, yet sharp. "I'm talking about recognizability, not voice." He paused slightly and turned his gaze to Fan Rojin, cold as a knife. "Your operatic voice, high notes, and technique are all impeccable. But these are not you. You sing so perfectly that you can't even hear yourself." The air suddenly became quiet. Fan Rojin stood there in a daze, as if someone had stripped off her disguise. Su Hao leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm, but every word pierced his heart. "Every word you sing seems to be meant to please others." Su Xiao's smile froze. Fan Rojin's breathing became rapid, and his mind went blank. "Then, what should I do?" she asked in a low voice, almost inaudible. Su Hao closed his eyes and tapped the armrest with his fingertips, but did not respond immediately. The silence spread, and even the sound of the wind outside the window could be heard clearly. Suddenly, he spoke. The voice was low and hoarse, but it plucked at the heartstrings like a string. "I wish I could go crazy, and I also wish I wouldn't live alone. You think I'm cold, but you also think I'm frivolous and pretentious. You want me to be brilliant, but also to be amorous. Give me dreams, and grant me quick awakening. Each word struck the air with tearing force. Su Xiao was stunned, and then his eyes lit up surprisingly. Fan Rojin's breathing quickened, her entire body frozen in place. The lyrics seemed to be singing about her life. The expectations of the outside world, the labels of her fans, the perfect goddess set by the company, all weighed on her. She dared not make mistakes, dared not deviate, dared not be authentic. Every syllable Su Hao sang seemed to be exposing her scars. The next second, he suddenly changed the tune. The voice suddenly rose, low and hoarse with madness. You are intoxicated with me, and you waste your time with me without mercy. Love me for my purity, and also love me for my enchantment without being decadent. At that moment, the air exploded. Fan Rojin looked up suddenly, her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. Su Xiao couldn't help but stand up, staring intently at Su Hao. The song was like a storm, sweeping people into the abyss and then pushing them back up to the clouds. But as they listened with bated breath, the sound suddenly stopped. Silence returned to the meeting room. Su Hao slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He looked at the two of them with a calm expression, but there was an invisible pressure. What do you two think, he said calmly, of my song? Chapter 8, 3 songs, 10 million. The singing stopped abruptly, and the air was still trembling. Fan Rojin slowly opened her eyes, her fingertips trembling slightly. She wiped away the tears that had slipped down her cheeks and nodded with a sob. This song is perfect, both the lyrics and the melody. This is the most mature and soulful work I've ever heard since her debut, and the depth of emotion is something she has never reached before. Su Xiao's blood was boiling, his eyes practically blazing with passion. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice trembling. Great, great. This song will take the entire entertainment industry by storm. He was so excited that his words stuttered, but a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. This song seemed more suited to a female perspective. Su Hao sang perfectly, but there was always a sense of dissonance. But he didn't say it out loud. He believed in Su Hao and didn't dare to question him. Mr. Su Hao, what is the name of this song? He couldn't help but ask. Su Hao smiled and said calmly, Don't call me Mister, just call me Su Hao. This song is called Flammable and Explosive. Flammable and explosive. Su Xiao repeated these words, as if savoring some kind of gunpowder that could ignite the market. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The song lives up to its name. It's bound to be a hit. Are you planning on using this as your debut song? Su Hao shook his head, smiled faintly, and turned his gaze to Fan Rojin. Sing this song to her. At that moment, Fan Rojin was stunned. Her heart was beating like a drum. She never thought that she would receive such a gift. Really, give it to me? Her voice trembled slightly. Su Hao nodded, his tone calm but firm. Your voice is cool and powerful. This song belongs to you. Fan Rojin stood there in a daze, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. At that moment, she almost forgot to breathe. Su Xiao also suddenly realized what Su Hao was trying to achieve. No wonder he had felt a little awkward listening to it just now. It turned out this song was meant for her. Huh, that's great. Su Xiao clapped his thigh, grinning from ear to ear. With this song, Ruru will definitely reach new heights. He extended his hand, smiling broadly. Then the price remains the same as before, 3 million for copyright, plus a 40% per 60% commission. How's that? This price is generous enough. Even top-tier singers might not even get 3 million, not to mention the 46% profit split, which is considered the top salary in the industry. But for Su Xiao, the money was worth it. Every song he bought from Su Hao in the past was a hit, and every collaboration made Uni Company lucrative. Suao nodded slightly. Okay, just 2 simple words, but it seemed as if they had sealed the collaboration of the century. Su Xiao's eyes flickered, as if he had suddenly thought of something. He slapped his thigh fiercely. That's right. We can put this song on next month's I Am the King of Singers show and directly compete. Su Hao looked up, his brows raised slightly. What show is that? He really wasn't familiar with it. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and explained, It's the most popular music competition variety show in China. Millions of people watch every season. Singers compete in one-on-one battles, and winning 3 rounds gets them the title. The program team will also build a Hope Primary School in the mountain village in the name of the champion. The rules are simple, but the impact is huge. For years on, the popularity remains high. Many people have become famous overnight because of it. Su Hao listened, nodded slightly, and a deep meaning flashed in his eyes. After a moment, he said calmly, "Since you want to be on this show, I will give you 2 more songs." Su Xiao was stunned, too. Su Hao's voice was as steady as iron. "If we're going to win, we're going to win beautifully. 3 songs, and we'll make an album." The air suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then, there was an outburst of surprise that was hard to suppress. Su Xiao stood up excitedly, his voice trembling. "Su Hao, you are helping me restart the company. Then let's sign the contract now." He quickly made a phone call and asked his assistant to bring the contract that had been prepared long ago. The pen touched the paper, and Su Hao signed his name neatly. Su Xiao looked at the line of words with a gleam in his eyes. "Happy cooperation." Su Hao smiled faintly and extended his hand. "It's a pleasure working with you." Su Xiao shook his hand tightly, almost speechless with excitement. But then he remembered the pressure of reality. The show starts in a month. Time is too tight. There are only 2 songs left. It will take at least 3 weeks to write them, and another week for Ruru to rehearse. Su Hao said calmly, "No need. 2 days is enough." Su Xiao and Fan Rojin looked up almost at the same time. 2 days? They looked at each other in bewilderment, but when they thought of Su Hao's past miracles, they no longer doubted him. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. "Okay, then I'll wait for your miracle." Su Hao smiled slightly and turned to leave. The night was shrouded in darkness, and his figure was stretched out by the light. Back home, he sat down in front of his computer. His fingertips tapped, and the melody danced across the keyboard. Every note and every lyric was as clear as a picture in his mind. This battle has just begun. However, the news spread faster than expected. The news that Su Xiaohua spent 10 million to buy 3 songs quickly spread throughout Uni Company. Some people were amazed, while others were disdainful. "Did you hear that? 3 songs, 10 million. Are you crazy? Is it worth it for a nobody? Isn't it possible that Mr. Su was fooled? That little bit of money is enough to sign 3 top stars." Doubt spread throughout the company. Chapter 9, Enemy. The news spread quickly throughout the entire Uni Company like the wind. Everyone was shocked. The composer who was originally rumored to be Mr. Bai Chi was changed to a new person, Su Hao. For a time, questioning, ridicule, and confusion continued. "Newcomer? Are you kidding me? Where's that genius composer you were talking about? How come he suddenly turned into some kid no one has ever heard of?" When Su Xiao heard these rumors, he just smiled faintly and did not explain. He knew that Su Hao didn't want to reveal his identity. The deeper reason was that once the rival company knew that Bai Chi was Su Hao, they would definitely spend a fortune to poach him. In this circle, the value of genius is often equal to a capital hunt. Su Xiao chose to remain silent, not to argue or debate. He knew that one day, this group of people would be slapped in the face by reality. The rumor did not dissipate, but spread more and more widely. Soon, the news reached its competitor, Jinding Music Production Company. Jinding, a long-established giant in the entertainment industry, has nearly monopolized the entire music industry's upstream resources with over a decade of experience. They have countless artists under their wing and have produced countless singing kings and queens. There is a saying in the industry: once you enter Jinding, you will become the king of singing. Although exaggerated, it is enough to prove their status. At this moment, on the top floor of Jinding headquarters, the atmosphere was relaxed. Mr. Jean was sitting on a leather sofa, grinning from ear to ear, having just signed a contract with Sister Hong. "Sister Hong, it's been a pleasure working with you. I believe Chi-Chi will be able to make these songs a hit." Sister Hong opposite raised her red lips slightly, smiling confidently and calmly. Rin Chi-Chi was sitting next to her, with an elegant posture and radiant appearance. "Of course. Thank you, Mr. Jean, for your help. We will definitely not lose this show." They accepted the invitation of I Am the King of Singers to compete against Fan Rojin. This is a peak showdown about reputation and exposure. Rin Chi-Chi has solid singing skills and outstanding acting skills, but she is always lacking in original songs. In order to win, they once again approached Jean Ding and bought 3 songs for 9 million, with the lyrics and music still being credited to Rin Chi-Chi. Such things are no longer uncommon in the circle. With a smile of red lips and the signing of the contract, 9 million was deposited into the account. President Jean smiled so hard that his teeth showed. "Haha, Sister Hong. If you need this kind of cooperation in the future, just come to me." Sister Hong smiled charmingly. Of course, Mr. Jin's work is worth the price. The two exchanged a few polite words and turned to leave. The moment the door closed, Mr. Jean looked at the numbers in his bank account and laughed even louder. 9 million. 3 songs, easy money. He leaned back in his chair, lit a cigar, and exhaled a puff of smoke. It's much better than working hard to train an artist, he murmured. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Enter. The female assistant pushed the door open, handed over the documents, and lowered her voice to say, "By the way, President Jean, I heard that something strange happened at Uni Company recently." "Oh," Mr. Jin's eyes lit up, and he became interested. "I heard they spent 10 million to buy 3 songs from a newcomer named Su Hao." President Jean was stunned. Su Hao? Never heard of him. The assistant shook his head. "I checked. There's no information. It seems like he's a complete newcomer." Mr. Jean was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Su Xiao is really getting old and confused. How dare he hire a newcomer? Is he trying to ruin his own future?" Laughter echoed in the spacious office. The competition between Jinding and Uni has a long history. Over the years, Uni has grown from a small production studio into a competitor that can compete with Jinding by virtue of one-hit song after another. This made Mr. Jean feel very angry. A small company wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Jinding, he never gave in. Now when he heard that Su Xiao spent 10 million to buy a song from a newcomer, his smile was full of sarcasm. "Oh, that's great. This bad hand of cards might just send them straight to the grave." The assistant also laughed. "Then do we not have to worry about the show anymore?" President Jean waved his hand, his expression confident. "Don't worry. Wait for the broadcast of I Am the King of Singers next month. Fan Rojin will sing the newcomer song, and Chi-Chi will sing the Jinding song. You don't have to guess the result." He stubbed out his cigarette, a cold smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. This time, Yun Yi is completely finished. At the same time, Su Hao knew nothing about the outside world. He still stayed at home, creating quietly. In just 2 days, he completed 3 works, flammable and explosive, Little Companion, and Not That Simple. The melodies are beautiful and the lyrics are profound, and each song perfectly fits Fan Rojin's voice. When he came to Uni Company with the music score, Su Xiao and Fan Rojin could hardly believe it. 3 songs, all excellent. Su Xiao nodded repeatedly in surprise and immediately arranged the recording. "Ro, you must win the championship this time." The studio was locked down, and the whole company was running on this. Fan Rojin put on headphones, closed her eyes slightly, and sang along with the melody. "Love is not that easy. Everyone has his own temper." Her voice was cold yet powerful in emotion, making every word full of warmth. But when she sang the second half, she frowned. It seems like something is missing. She put down her headset, lost in thought. Su Xiao sighed and comforted him. "Don't worry, take a break. Inspiration sometimes takes time." Fan Roji nodded and got up to go to the bathroom. She lowered her head in thought, the melody echoing in her mind, but she still couldn't find that right feeling. When she reached the bathroom door and was about to push it open, she heard several contemptuous voices coming from inside. "Fan Rojin? Can she really do it?" Fan Rojin stood at the bathroom door in a daze, her steps stiff. The laughter inside became clearer and clearer. "Who says she isn't? She's occupying the company's best recording studio all by herself, and I heard she sings terribly. She intercepted my reservations made a month in advance, and ended up not being able to even maintain a steady breath after practicing. What a waste of resources." "Haha, this is the singing queen who was promoted? Mr. Su must be crazy. I heard that he spent 10 million to buy those 3 songs. Yeah, I bought this song from nobody, so I'm afraid I got ripped off." A burst of contemptuous laughter squeezed out from the crack in the door. Every word was like a nail driving in a Fan Rojin's heart. She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white, but she didn't go in to argue. She just turned and left. The wind blew from the end of the corridor. She pursed her lips and walked onto the rooftop. The sunlight was dazzling and the sky was vast. She looked at the blue, but her heart was in a mess. Obviously, everything went according to plan. Her pronunciation, breath, and rhythm were all fine, but her singing of Not That Simple always made people feel that it lacked a bit of soul. Even her performance of the other 2 songs was not satisfactory. What went wrong? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Finally, she took out her cell phone and looked up the name, Su Hao. That was the contact information she left on the day he came to the company. His finger paused for a moment, then pressed the dial button. Beep, beep. After a few rings, the call was connected. A deep male voice came from the other end, with a hint of noise. "Hello. Fan Rojin subconsciously straightened up, her tone a little nervous. Mr. Suhao, I have something I want to ask you. If it's not convenient, I can call you later. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then a voice came. Wait a moment. The background noise gradually faded away, leaving only his voice. It's okay now, what's the problem? When I sang those songs of yours, I always felt like something was missing. I couldn't quite grasp the emotions. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then a calm voice came, sing to me. She took a deep breath, made sure there was no one on the rooftop, and began to hum. The wind blew gently, and her singing drifted away with the wind. She sang song after song with passion and trepidation. Suha didn't interrupt, and just listened quietly. Finally, his voice came through. You're singing it wrong. For example, and it's not that simple, the first half should be soft, but not powerless. The chorus should be explosive, expressing the repression and struggle from the heart, not just a light sigh. His tone was steady, but every word he said hit the mark. Fan Rojin listened carefully and nodded continuously. Suhao then pointed out the problems with the other two songs one by one: unstable breathing, insufficient emotional accumulation, and two regular endings. He spoke calmly, but it frightened her. His understanding of music far exceeded her imagination. How about this? He paused, his tone light. I'll sing it again, and you listen carefully. A low melody sounded from the other end of the phone. There is no accompaniment, only vocals. But as soon as that voice spoke, Fan Rojin was stunned. Every note he sang carries a story. That is not a show of skill, but a penetration of emotion. Every word seems to be spoken from the heart. Love is not that easy. Everyone has his own temper. At that moment, she understood. It turns out that music is not conquered by skills, but expressed with the heart. After Suhao sang the last word, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. He whispered, Do you understand now? Fan Rojin's throat choked and tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. She wiped away her tears and said softly, I understand, Suhao. Thank you. Don't thank me. He smiled and said in a low voice, I also hope that you can sing out the soul of what I wrote. After a pause, he suddenly asked, But may I ask, have you ever been in love? Fan Rojin was stunned, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She nodded subconsciously, even though she knew he couldn't see her. Yes. No wonder. Suhao smiled faintly, his voice calm and sincere. Some songs are about experiences. Only when you have truly loved and suffered will you know how to sing out those emotions. He paused and said softly, If you have the chance, go and have a relationship. Love can make you a real singer. Before Fan Rojin could respond, a brief ending came from the other end. Okay, I have something else to do. You should go practice too. The phone was hung up, and the signal tone echoed in my ears. Fan Rojin stared at the screen blankly, her heart beating faster. Those few plain words of guidance made her world tremble slightly. She raised her head and looked at the sky. The sunlight shone on her face, and her eyes became firm again. The other side, Suhao walked out of the shady alley and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The midday sun made it almost impossible to breathe. Instead of going home, he walked straight to the busiest street in the distance. There's the most expensive bar street in Yunqing. Today, he is looking for a resident singing job. Since you have decided to enter the entertainment industry, you can't just be a shadow behind the scenes. He wants to step back into the spotlight. In the past, although he was in the industry, he always stayed behind the scenes. Now, he has to face the audience, hone his stage sense, and refine his stage presence. But the reality is not friendly. He went to 5 bars that morning, but didn't even get a chance to audition. Either they were rejected or they were given a perfunctory response. We already have a resident singer. Suhao was not discouraged. After lunch, he set off again. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was scorching and there were few people on the streets. It was the time when the bars were getting ready to open. He walked into the first store, and the other party saw that he was carrying a guitar and waved him away before even listening. The second, the third, the same result. He just smiled faintly and continued walking forward. It wasn't until we walked into the 6th store that the air was filled with the faint aroma of whiskey. Chapter 11, Twilight Singing, the Turning Point of Destiny. Suhao pushed open the glass door with Twilight Bar written on it. The wind chimes rang, as if announcing a new beginning for him. The woman behind the bar looked up. She was young, capable, with bright features, and the pink lip gloss on her lips shimmered faintly under the light. Her eyes fell on Suhao, a white short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and a guitar slung over his shoulder. He looked as clean as if he had just been bathed in sunlight. Sorry, we're not officially open yet. I know. Suhao smiled faintly, his voice calm. I want to ask, are you still short of resident singers here? The woman paused and looked at him with interest, a smile on her lips. Then sing a song for me. She didn't say yes or no, but just gave me a chance to audition. Suhao didn't ask any more questions. He sat down gently, opened a guitar, and started tuning it. The woman at the bar came out and called the bartender and a few waiters. The lights were soft and the air was quiet, with only the soft sound of guitar strings swaying. Suhao lowered his head and gently stroked the strings, and the melody slowly flowed out. He chose Crowd C. It wasn't a huge hit, but it was sincere and tender. The folk melody was like the wind, passing through wooden tables and glass, and crashing into everyone's heart. The voice fell, and the bar was silent. At that moment, no one applauded because no one wanted to interrupt this unexpected immersion. After a moment, the woman's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but laugh, revealing two shallow dimples. It's really beautiful. How come I haven't heard of it? What's the name of this song? Who sang it originally? Suhao put away his guitar and said calmly, I wrote it myself. It's called Crowd C. Boss lady, are you still looking for a resident singer? The woman's eyes flashed. This is not an ordinary person. My name is Yao Yu. She smiled confidently and cheerfully. We're definitely looking for a resident singer. 3 hours per night, 200 yuan an hour, payable on the same day, meals not included. Is that okay? Suao nodded. Okay. He doesn't care about money. At this moment, he wants to step back into the spotlight. The two chatted briefly again. Yao Yu was cheerful and capable, while Suhao was calm and composed. Finally, they agreed. He would officially start his new position tomorrow night. Time flies, and half a month passes in the blink of an eye. The night at the Twilight Bar is always accompanied by applause and laughter. Suhao stood under the light and sang the last song. The light shone on him, as if he was covered with a layer of gold. When he stepped down, Yao Yu was already waiting with a glass of lemonade. Thank you for your hard work. Moisten your throat. Suhao took it and smiled. The bar was doing great business today, with every seat packed. Yao Yu looked around, feeling incredibly proud. Since Suhao arrived, business has been booming. Some people fall in love with his songs the first time they hear them, and so bring their friends back the next day. His songs seem to calm people and resonate with them. The flowers piled on the bar were all given by guests. Yao Yu sighed. Suhao, your voice is a treasure. He chuckled. Thanks to you for giving me the opportunity. His voice was soft and his emotions were steady, but at that moment, his eyes were deeper than the wine. Late at night, Suhao returned home. He took a hot bath and was about to fall asleep when his cell phone suddenly lit up. It's Fan Rojin. He picked up the phone and said in a low voice, Hello. That voice, filled with sleepiness and magnetism, made Fan Rojin's heart beat a little irregularly on the other end. Suhao, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Tomorrow night, at 8 o'clock, the live broadcast of I Am the King of Singers will begin. Will you watch it? There was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation in her tone. She hoped he could see her, even through the screen. Suhao glanced at the calendar on his desk. Time had flown by so quickly. He had almost forgotten about the game. Don't worry, I'll take a look. He paused, then said firmly, Don't be nervous. After these few songs, you'll definitely be famous. At that moment, his voice was firm. Fan Rojin pursed her lips and smiled softly. Thank you. On the other end of the phone, her heart was ignited by a sentence. Her original uneasiness was replaced by trust, and her whole heart lit up. After hanging up the phone, Suhao put down his phone and fell asleep. The night outside the window is unusually quiet. Tomorrow will be a different day. The next day, Yunqing TV station. At 12 o'clock noon, studio number 3 had become a busy battlefield. This is Yunqing TV's flagship program, I'm the King of Singers. First time live streaming. No editing, no replays. Everything happens in real time in front of the camera. Any mistake could become a national laughingstock. The staff looked tense, including the director, cameraman, sound control, makeup artist, and stage designer. Everyone looked like they were going to the battlefield. The backstage lights were on, and the corridor was filled with the smell of nervous perfume. In the dressing room, Rin Chi-Chi was sitting in front of the mirror while Sister Hong was putting on her makeup. Don't be nervous, Chi-Chi. Sister Hong comforted. Even though your opponent is a singing queen, you have the ability. Relax. Rin Chi-Chi looked at herself in the mirror. The corners of her lips curled up, and her expression was firm. I will not lose. She has 3 songs written by Jean Ding. so she has the capital and confidence. Tonight, she was going to win. Chapter 12, the live broadcast opens, and the crazy song that shocked the audience. The studio's lights were dazzling and blazing. The director clutched the intercom, glued to the countdown on the giant screen. An oppressive tension hung heavy in the air, making even breathing seem unnecessary. Figures moved back and forth in front of and behind the stage. Cinematography, lighting, sound control, and choreography. Everyone was straining to achieve perfection. Only 3 minutes remained until the show began. Meanwhile, Suha was leaning back on the sofa, opening the official Yunqing livestream. The number of viewers on the screen had already surpassed 15 million, and the barrage of comments was overwhelming, almost blinding. He pursed his lips slightly, glanced at the countdown on the screen, and quietly waited for that moment to arrive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With the director's shout, the previously pitch-black live screen suddenly lit up. Stage lights flashed, and the heat wave nearly burst through the screen. The host, beaming, walked onto the stage, microphone raised, and introduced the show in his signature rapid-fire style. "Dear audience, welcome to I Am the King of Singers." His tone was humorous and outspoken, drawing laughter from the audience. After a few pleasantries, he changed the subject, and the laughter abruptly died down. "A round of applause. Please welcome our champion, the national goddess of innocence, Ren Chi-Chi." With that introduction, the screams and cheers nearly lifted the roof off the stage. The camera quickly switched, and the lights dimmed. A beam of white light slowly illuminated the center of the stage. As the platform ascended, Ren Chi-Chi, wearing a long white dress, closed her eyes, clutching a microphone, her entire body as white as snow. The music began, her voice soft and melancholic, caressing the audience's hearts like the wind. The lyrics expressed the regret and pain of a broken heart. Ren Chi-Chi sang with such poise and genuine emotion that some in the audience shed tears, and comments like "beautiful" and "so touching" instantly flooded the screen. Backstage, Sister Hong watched the stage, her smile growing wider as her assistant complimented her. "Sister Hong, this round is a sure win." Sister Hong raised her chin, her eyes filled with pride. Even if Fan Rojin is a singing queen, she can't beat Jean Ding's work. Her voice was low and cold, as if announcing victory in advance. After Ren Chi-Chi finished her last line, the stage slowly descended, and the audience erupted in applause and screams. Some cried, others shouted. Her name practically drowned out the entire studio. Off-screen, Suhao leaned back on the sofa, his expression calm. He murmured softly, "Not bad." But that "not bad" was distant and calm, as if he were evaluating a skillfully performed performance. At that moment, the lights switched again. The temperature in the room plummeted, and a beam of cold blue light descended. A woman slowly emerged from the center of the smoky stage. She wore a long black dress and a small hat, her face covered by a veil, revealing only a single bright red lip. Fan Rojin, tonight's challenger. The audience gasped at first, then fell silent. No laughter, no applause, only breathless anticipation. Fan Rojin raised her head, her eyes cold as a frost blade. The corners of her lips curled slightly, and she spoke. "I hope I go mad, and I hope I don't live alone." As soon as that voice rang out, the entire audience seemed to be held down by an invisible force. No one spoke, even their breathing was quiet. Her voice was like a raging flame, searing everyone's soul. Every word in the lyrics was like a knife. The emotions were maddening and tearing, making it difficult to look directly at it. "You want me to be cool and elegant, but also frivolous and mean." Her red lips moved slightly, her eyes cold and smiling, like a demon dancing in the abyss. The rhythm of the music suddenly broke out, and Fan Rojin's singing turned into a sharp wave, completely sweeping the entire audience. Suhao's eyes fixed on it. That was the song he had written. But now, singing it from her mouth, it was even more powerful than he had expected. She sang the repression, resistance, destruction, and rebirth with such intensity that it touched her heart. In that moment, she seemed to be burning and transforming. Time stand still. The entire audience held their breath, watching. The lights flickered on her face, and every turn, every bow, was a performance. When the final note fell, the entire studio was silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in applause and screams. The audience rose to their feet, their applause and screams deafening. Fan Rojin, Sing it again. This is crazy. This song is so explosive. The comment section of the live stream had completely spiraled out of control. Tens of millions of comments instantly flooded the screen, leaving no trace of the content, only the surging rhythm. Suhao stared at the screen, his lips curled slightly. This is a song. Backstage, Fan Rojin clutched the microphone with both hands, panting slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet she held a hint of pride. Her manager rushed over, eyes gleaming. Ro, you win. Fan Rojin simply smiled softly, her mind reminiscing about that phone call. As long as you sing with emotion, you'll be a hit. In the distance, Sister Hong's face turned pale, her lips trembling. Rin Chi-Chi's expression also turned pale. They didn't even need to look at the statistics to know that they had lost completely. Sister Hong gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Didn't she buy that song from a new artist?" Rin Chi-Chi pursed her lips and responded softly, "Sister Hong, there are still 2 games left. We will not lose." But her tone was no longer confident. The backstage lights shone on her face, and the aura of pure goddess was gradually dimming. At this moment, on the screens of audiences across the country, Fan Rojin's name is dominating the hot searches. Chapter 13. Her fall. His name became popular. After hearing this, Sister Hong's expression became better. She patted Rin Chi-Chi's hand and whispered to her to calm down. At that moment, the lights shone brightly and the audience held their breath. On the stage, song after song continued to compete. But backstage, the atmosphere was as tense as a string ready to snap. The camera panned across the screen, and the data flashed in real time, showing Iran's name firmly in first place. With a 100% approval rating, there was virtually no suspense. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, while Rin Chi-Chi's expression backstage grew increasingly grim. A second before going on stage, Sister Hong squeezed her hand tightly, and at that moment, her knuckles turned slightly white. "Chi-Chi, come on." Rin Chi-Chi nodded and took a deep breath. Her heartbeat almost drowned out the music on the stage. She had been preparing for this song for so long. She told herself that she couldn't lose again. The stage lights came on, and her figure was reflected on the LED screen. Wearing a pure white dress, she walked onto the stage, as if walking on the edge of fate. The music began, a love song with a gentle melody and romantic lyrics. Her voice was clear, as if she were describing the sweetness of love. The audience listened in silence, the lights shining on her face. In that moment, she almost believed she could win back. As the applause broke out, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She saw the audience's laughter and the praise in the comments. At that moment, she thought she had secured the stage. But fate often overturns her hopes when she is most relaxed. In the second round, Fan Rojin took the stage again. The lights dimmed and a spotlight shone on her. She grasped the microphone, and her first line of "It's not that simple" sent the audience into a frenzy. The voice was clean, steady, and had a stinging resonance. The audience erupted in applause, nearly overturning the stage. The data monitored backstage skyrocketed. At that moment, Rin Chi-Chi froze completely. Her expression went from confident to bewildered, and then to complete collapse. Failed twice in the competition, 100% support rate. A crushing victory with zero suspense. She wanted to fight back, but her voice was shaking. In the final round, she almost gritted her teeth as she entered the court. The light shone on her face, revealing her pale lips. Tension, anxiety, and fear mingled in her breathing. When the music started, her mind went blank. The lyrics stopped, and she froze in the middle of the stage. A few seconds of silence seemed like an eternity. It was a live broadcast. Her mistake was seen in real time by millions of viewers. At that moment, the barrage of comments on the screen exploded. She forgot the words? "It's over. There's no hope for this round." Rin Chi-Chi's body was stiff, her eyes hollow. As the lights dimmed, she walked off the stage almost mechanically. The sound of her high heels tapping on the floor felt like it was hitting her heart. Sister Hong in the backstage remained silent, her face gloomy. She knew it was over. When the host announced the results, the whole audience erupted in excitement. Fan Rojin walked up to the podium, a bright smile on her face, the trophy in her hand reflecting a dazzling light. The camera zoomed in. She held up the trophy and smiled like the sunshine. The host smiled and asked, "Ro, do you have anything to say to the audience?" Fan Rojin's eyes were soft and her voice was gentle, but every word she said pierced into Rin Chi-Chi's heart. Actually, I encountered a big problem when practicing this song, but luckily someone helped me overcome that hurdle. She paused and smiled shyly. He is very talented. I admire him very much. The audience was in an uproar. The host teased her about being shy, but she just smiled and lowered her head. That scene seemed frozen into a painting. But to Sister Hong and Rin Chi-Chi, that scene was like a heavy hammer. The show was still going on, and other contestants took turns to perform, but the audience's attention had already drifted away. Fan Rojine's name filled the comments. Some people played the song on repeat, while others left tearful comments, saying they were healed by the song Flammable. Overnight, the internet exploded. Flammable was edited into independent clips by netizens. In just 1 hour, it was played over 10 million times and became the #1 trending search. The comments section is packed with comments, with thousands of messages appearing almost every time you refresh the page. Oh my god, this song is so beautiful. Fan Rojin is so amazing. This is the real stage. God-level composition, God-level singing. I can play this song 100 times and never get tired of it. In just one night, her followers soared by 5 million. Her name was everywhere on Weibo, short video platforms, and music charts. And the signature behind the song, lyrics and music, Su Hao, became another shining light. At this moment, a name that had been silent for many years was lit up. Artist Lu Wu, a veteran known as the most picky in the industry, suddenly posted on Weibo. There are few works in recent years that have truly caught my eye. Both the lyrics and the music have soul. I'm very optimistic about you, Su Hao. One sentence ignited the entire entertainment industry. The comments exploded instantly. Su Hao? Who? I can't find any information. It seems he's a newcomer. Old Lu hasn't praised anyone in 3 years. The last person to be praised was Bai Qi. Can Su Hao's level be compared with Bai Qi's? Countless people began searching for this unfamiliar name, but there is no trace of him on the internet, as if he had never existed. Only people in the circle began to remember this name. Su Hao. That night, his era began quietly. Meanwhile, Sister Hong was about to explode with rage. She scrolled through her phone, which was filled with topics like Fan Rojin's sudden popularity. Rin Chi-Chi sat on the sofa, silent, her face pale. The money I spent and the songs I bought have all become a joke. Sister Hong gritted her teeth. Chi-Chi, tell me, could this Su Hao be? Rin Chi-Chi raised her head. Her eyes flickered, then lowered it again. No, she said softly. He wrote that song a long time ago. Even if it has the same name, it's just a coincidence. The corners of her mouth twitched, as if she was deceiving herself. After all, who would be willing to admit that the man they pushed away with their own hands has now become a popular name on the entire internet? Sister Hong sighed, leaned back on the sofa, and closed her eyes. All the efforts, all the investments were wasted. Fan Rojin's name is shining all over the internet, and they can only watch the light getting brighter and brighter in the darkness. At the same time, the director team of I Am the King of Singers was grinning from ear to ear. The show's ratings skyrocketed overnight, and advertisers came knocking on the door. They smiled and raised their glasses. We made a lot of money this time. The show's ratings had shown signs of declining before, so the broadcast format was changed to live broadcast. Originally, they just wanted to use Rin Chi-Chi's fame to boost popularity, but they didn't expect Fan Rojin to bring them such a big surprise. Looks like we need to hold a celebration party. Chapter 14, Reunion, Unexpected. Someone from the director team suddenly suggested. The director nodded without hesitation and had a celebration banquet arranged as soon as possible. The air was filled with the smell of victory. Everyone knew that this episode of the show had made a lot of money. Someone whispered, "Do you still want to invite Rin Chi-Chi?" As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room stagnated slightly. That name is embarrassing. She lost so badly that she even became a stepping stone for others to become famous. But if they didn't invite her, it would seem that the production team was narrow-minded. The director frowned, remained silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Invite them too. We can't let people say we're biased. So, the invitations were sent out at the same time. No one expected that Rin Chi-Chi actually agreed. On the other side, the company office was brightly lit. Fan Rojin sat side by side with Su Xiao, her phone practically blowing up with calls. Ever since her song, Easy to Burn, went viral, she'd become the center of all media attention. Phone calls, interviews, and magazine invitations came one after another. The agent came in high heels and reported the itinerary at a rapid pace. Roro, there are 3 magazine photo shoots tomorrow, as well as a celebration party for I Am the King of Singers. Before she could finish her words, another call came in and she had to rush out to answer it. The office suddenly became quiet. Su Xiao leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. Xiao Min is a person who can't sit still for a moment. I'll also go to the program team tomorrow. After a pause, he looked at Fan Rojin and said, I plan to invite Su Hao. At that moment, the air in the room was still for a moment. He knew that without Su Hao, there would be no miracle. After saying that, Su Xiao picked up the phone and dialed. After a while, the call was connected. Su Hao, thank you for selling us the song. It was a real success. The production team is holding a celebration party tomorrow. I hope you can come. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a low voice came. No, I don't like that kind of occasion. Su Xiao felt a little regretful, but did not force it. After hanging up the phone, Fan Rojin bit her lip and frowned slightly. Mr. Su, I think you should go. He deserves half of the honor, she said, grabbing her coat. I'll go and invite him myself. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, the door closed gently. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Su Hao put down his chopsticks and walked over. When the door opened, Fan Rojin was standing outside, wearing a light-colored windbreaker and with bright eyes. Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and turned sideways. Come in. The house was filled with the aroma of rice, and a table full of steaming dishes freshly cooked. He smiled and served her food, just in time. Fan Rojin felt a little embarrassed and said softly, I didn't say hello in advance. Su Hao waved his hand, put a shrimp in her bowl, and said gently, You came to see me. What's going on? She nodded. Regarding tomorrow's celebration party, I hope you can attend. Su Hao shook his head. I'm not used to that kind of occasion. Her eyes became more determined. Su Hao, you shouldn't hide behind the scenes your whole life. His chopsticks stopped in midair. She continued, You have talent and works, but to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, connections are equally important. The people on the show are not ordinary people. Going to meet them is an opportunity, not a waste. Her tone was sincere, even a little stubborn. I don't want to monopolize this honor. The air was filled with the aroma of food, mixed with some emotional tension. Su Hao looked at her, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Since you say so, I'll go. Fan Rojin breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow. No thanks. He refused with a smile. I'll be there when I'm done. At that moment, the atmosphere was quiet and subtle. The two of them didn't say anything more, but just finished their meal in silence. The next day at 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Hao left the bar early, changed into a simple shirt and jacket, and took a taxi to the celebration banquet. It was a hidden high-end Chinese restaurant with a secluded location and luxurious decoration. The red carpet, flashing lights, and laughter are intertwined, and the smell of fame and fortune permeates the air. Su Hao stood at the door, frowning slightly. He never liked occasions like this, but tonight was an exception. Just as he was about to step in, a familiar voice came from behind him. Su Hao. That voice made him pause for a moment. He turned around. Rin Chi stood behind him, wearing sunglasses and a mask, but that familiar outline couldn't be concealed. The two of them were a few steps apart, and the air was so quiet that you could almost hear your heartbeat. She looked a little flustered, as if she had not expected to meet him in such an occasion. Just then, another voice broke the silence. Oh, there's so many people today, it's hard to park the car. Sister Hong hurried over, collecting the keys while looking up. The next second, her steps froze in place. That familiar face, those calm eyes. Su Hao crossed his arms over his chest, his expression indifferent. The light reflected on his face, which was cold, distant, and had a hint of ironic calmness. Sister Hong's pupils shrank slightly, and her heart suddenly tightened. She knew too well what kind of storm this man in front of her could stir up. As long as he opens his mouth, all of Rin Chi-Chi's pure personality will collapse. In just a few seconds, countless images flashed through her mind. If this past were to be exposed, not only would Rin Chi-Chi's reputation be ruined, but her future would also be swallowed up. She suppressed her panic and spoke in a defensive tone. Su Hao, why are you here? Su Hao did not answer, but just watched them quietly. That look makes people shudder. Sister Hong gritted her teeth and said in a cold voice, I'm warning you. Don't do anything rash. Before you do anything, think about the consequences first. The air was filled with the smell of suppressed gunpowder. Rin Chi-Chi stood aside, saying nothing, just staring at Su Hao's face. Chapter 15, I Am by Chi. Looking at the nervous Sister Hong, Suhao yawned lazily and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not planning on doing anything." He had never expected to meet Rin Chi-Chi again in such an occasion. If he had known she would be there, he would never have come. It wasn't fear, but a reluctance to see him again. He had long since stopped talking about that marriage that had been relegated to the past. Sister Hong continued to stare at him warily, her eyes as if she were looking at a bomb that could explode at any moment. "Then what are you doing here?" There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. She had already begun to suspect in her heart that Suhao must have come here on purpose. Maybe he had already checked his itinerary and calculated the time just to appear here. Suhao looked at her nervous expression, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The smile was so faint, but it was like a silent knife. Sister Hong mistakenly thought he was going to take this opportunity to threaten her and sneered. "Why? You want Chi-Chi to set you up? You want to get into the circle?" Her tone was full of sarcasm, and her eyes were filled with naked contempt. "You, a person who makes a living by writing little songs, are you worthy of it?" Suhao did not respond, his expression as calm as a calm lake. Rin Chi-Chi pulled Sister Hong aside and frowned slightly. "Forget it, Sister Hong," she said softly. "We are husband and wife, so it won't hurt to help him once." At that moment, her tone was full of pity. She always felt that Suhao's life would be difficult after the divorce. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Sister Hong sneered, but said nothing. She was certain in her heart that Suhao came to ask them for help. Suhao smiled slightly and shook his head. "No need. I can go in by myself." Sister Hong snorted and laughed disdainfully. "Go in? Who is Su Xiao? Do you think you can get close to him?" Rin Chi-Chi couldn't help but sigh and softly advised, "Suhao, don't be stubborn. I'll take you in." Suhao simply glanced at her indifferently. That look was calm and distant, causing her heart to tighten inexplicably. "I said no need." His tone was light, but with unquestionable firmness. The air froze briefly, and the atmosphere became stiff and cold. Just then, two guests came forward. Rin Chi-Chi quickly turned sideways and pulled up her collar to cover her face, not wanting to be recognized. The two men chatted as they walked. "Have you heard? Bai Chi is coming tonight, too." The words drifted away, but like a gust of wind, they disturbed their thoughts. Sister Hong's eyes suddenly lit up, and surprise filled her face. "Bai Chi is coming too?" That name is well known. Rin Chi-Chi pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling. Bai Chi, the name that was almost deified. Every song he writes can sweep the entire entertainment industry. He never shows his face, but he is the partner that all singers dream of collaborating with. She is also his ardent fan. If we could really meet here, maybe I could regain my fame and reach the top again. The two were dreaming when suddenly a female voice came from the door. "Suhao, why don't you go in?" That was Fan Rojin's voice, bright and clear. She walked over in high heels, her figure elongated by the light. "Everyone is waiting for you and wants to meet the composer of this song." At that moment, the air was still. Rin Chi-Chi froze in place, her face turning pale. Suhao just nodded. "You go in first, I'll be right there." Fan Rojin responded with a smile, then turned and left. She didn't notice that the people standing in front of Suhao were Rin Chi-Chi and Sister Hong. Where her figure disappeared, the air around her completely froze. Sister Hong's smile froze at the corner of her mouth. The color on Rin Chi-Chi's face faded little by little, and her eyes were so complicated that she couldn't speak. "Those 3 songs? Were you really the one who wrote them?" Her voice trembled. Suhao raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Who else could it be? This simple sentence was like a bomb, shattering the balance in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she had never really understood this man. Back then, she laughed at his dreams and ridiculed his persistence. Now, the man she abandoned has become the one that everyone looks up to. Sister Hong's lips trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't accept it. The ordinary man whom she had despised turned out to be the genius who wrote Flammable and Not That Simple. The jealousy and anger in her heart quickly surged. So what if you're the composer? She gritted her teeth. If you let it slip and ruin Chi-Chi's image. Suhao smiled lightly, his tone calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. "I don't even know you." Just one sentence cuts off all the emotions. Rin Chi-Chi was stunned, and her heart suddenly ached. She understood that this was not perfunctory. This was a complete and decisive decision. The person she was once most familiar with is now as indifferent as a stranger. Sister Hong was completely enraged. She stared at Su Hao's smile, the anger in her chest almost overflowing. In her opinion, none of this is a coincidence. Su Hao refused to sell you, my desk mate, but instead wrote 3 hit songs for his opponent. If this isn't revenge, what is? She said coldly, don't think you're so great just because you won once. Bai Qi is here. Try to be arrogant again? If he knew your attitude, he would deal with you sooner or later. Rin Chi couldn't help but glance at Sister Hong. Bai Qi is a legend in this circle and never shows up. How did Sister Hong know him? Rin Chi's doubts were too obvious, so Sister Hong quickly gave her a look, signaling her not to speak. Bai Qi definitely doesn't know him. But Sister Hong just couldn't stand Su Hao's current smug look. Since Bai Qi is also at the banquet this time, I will take the opportunity to get to know him today. It won't be a problem to deal with Su Hao later. Su Hao suddenly left. I am Bai Qi. How come I don't know you? Chapter 16. Bai Qi? Bai Qi. Sister Hong covered her mouth and laughed out loud, her laughter full of sarcasm and disdain. You are Bai Qi? Then wouldn't I be Lu Wu? She obviously didn't believe it. If Su Hao really was Bai Qi, why would he hide his identity and write songs to sell for money? That was just a pretense and a way to get some lip service. Rin Chi also sighed softly and shook her head. There was no irony in her eyes, only helplessness. She felt that Su Hao was just being too concerned about his reputation. Just then, a staff member came over and broke the stiff atmosphere. Sister Chi, Sister Hong, why don't you go in? Everyone is waiting. Sister Hong glanced at Su Hao coldly, pulled Rin Chi, and turned to walk towards the restaurant. When she passed by Su Hao, she leaned close to his ear and lowered her voice very low. Remember, it's best to keep your mouth shut. If you dare to say a word, none of us will end up well. Su Hao smiled, his expression as calm as water. He didn't explain or defend himself, but just looked at their receding backs with a cold look on his face. Then he stepped into the brightly lit box. There was constant laughter in the box. Champagne and red wine were mixed together, and the air was filled with the smell of money and fame. When Fan Rojin saw him, she immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling with joy. Su Hao, you're finally here. Her tone was sincere, without any affectation. Su Hao smiled slightly and sat down beside her. Su Xiao also smiled and said, Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Su Hao, the composer of Easy to Burn. He wrote the 3 songs that Fan Rojin sang during the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room turned their attention to Su Hao. Some were surprised, some admired, and some looked at him secretly. Director Wang, the chief director of I Am the King of Singers, raised his glass and said with a smile, I didn't expect Mr. Su Hao to be not only talented, but also handsome. Su Hao smiled modestly. Director Wang, you're too kind. The atmosphere at the banquet was warm, and everyone was drinking and chatting. Fan Rojin looked slightly tipsy, smiling sweetly, and leaned on Su Hao's shoulder. That scene, in Rin Chi's eyes, felt like a needle prick. Her fingertips were tightly pinching the hem of her skirt, and her heart was tight. Throughout the entire dinner, she didn't even meet Su Hao's eyes once. His indifference towards her seemed to be announcing a fact. Their relationship had long been completely over. Sister Hong noticed her expression and quietly touched her with her arm. Don't overthink it, she whispered. Rin Chi forced a smile, took a deep breath, and suppressed all her emotions. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was toasting each other, and the atmosphere was completely relaxed. Fan Rojin leaned against Su Hao, her eyes gentle, her whole body seemed to be immersed in light. Su Hao, however, remained calm, neither showing off nor being complacent, and just quietly listened to others' gossip. He was used to the calm after the noise. The banquet ended, and everyone left one after another. The night wind blows, and the street lights sway. Su Xiao walked side by side with Su Hao. After sending Fan Rojin to the car, he suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Su Hao, I know you don't like this kind of situation, but if you really want to go further in the entertainment industry, you must learn to face it. Su Hao was silent for a moment, then nodded. He understood that this industry was not a place where one could survive solely on strength. Connections, relationships, and capital were all essential. Su Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally spoke his mind. I have an idea. How about you come to uni? Sign with our company, and I will do my best to help you with all the resources. Su Hao was slightly stunned. Uni is one of the top music companies in the country, and he felt Su Xiao's sincerity. But he quickly shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su, but I have no plans to sign with the company for the time being. Su Xiao was a little disappointed, but he didn't force it. He just smiled and said, "That's fine. When you change your mind, the door of uni will always be open for you." The two exchanged a few words and waved goodbye. Suhao walked into the night, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knows his way around. After returning home, Suhao threw off his coat, collapsed on the sofa, and rubbed his eyebrows with his hands. System, open the properties panel. A transparent light screen emerges. Host, Suhao. Abilities, advanced singing, advanced composition, advanced music appreciation, advanced guitar playing, advanced editing, advanced acting. Reputation, 858,620. Suhao stared at the string of numbers with a smile on his face. A bit more than he expected. He could draw a few more advanced rewards, but he didn't plan to use it, because he knew that once his reputation value exceeded 1 million, he would be able to participate in a god-level lottery. That is the door to the unknown, extremely tempting. The high-level prizes can make him change beyond all recognition, and the god-level lottery may allow him to completely reach the top. Thinking of this, he put away the panel, and his eyes became calm. He suddenly remembered what Su Xiao said before he left. Without a company, you will be restricted sooner or later. Really, now he is a songwriter behind the scenes and can still be independent. But once he really steps into the entertainment industry, without a backer, his path will become narrower and narrower. But signing with someone else's company and being controlled by others is not his style. Rather than being recruited by others, it is better to open your own business. Once this thought came to mind, it could no longer be suppressed. Suhao leaned back on the sofa, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Setting up a studio, that's probably the best place to start. He is not short of money, but of people. Funds, agents, team. He has none of them. However, he has talent, fame, and a system. As long as you take the first step, you will always find the direction on the road ahead. He smiled softly. The night was as deep as water, and the lights outside the window flickered in his eyes. A few days passed, and Suhao continued to live a peaceful life. I write music during the day, perform at night, and occasionally re-record the classic melodies in my memory. He liked this quietness, not like in the past when he tried so hard to please others and lived only for himself. Until one day, the phone suddenly rang. The person displayed on the screen is Director Wong, the director of I Am the King of Singers. Suao Fronitz Laitli. They had hardly been in touch since that banquet, so Director Wong's call at this time was definitely not just for casual chat. Director Wong? He picked up the phone. The voices over there were so enthusiastic that they almost broke my eardrums. Xiaohao, you finally answered the phone. I have something I want to ask you for help. Help? Yeah, I want you to write a song. Suhao didn't agree immediately, so Director Wong immediately added a sentence. Don't worry, Mr. Su has already told me your price, and our production team will definitely give you the highest price. We will definitely not treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Suhao smiled, his tone calm. Okay, no problem. That's great. How about we meet up and talk it over? Are you free now? Yes, send me the address. Okay, I'm. Chapter 17, going to the set. Suhao quickly tidied himself up and went out. He arrived at the agreed location, the edge of Cloud City. It wasn't a bustling place, but it had a quiet and peaceful environment, perfect for discussing matters. Suhao walked into a tea house. As soon as he pushed the door open, a waiter came to greet him. He gave the room number, and the waiter led him there. As soon as the door opened, Suhao saw Director Wong talking in low voices with a man. The man was in his 40s, with an ordinary face, mostly covered by a black hat. Seeing Suhao come in, he glanced over. Director Wong stood up, greeted with a smile, and then introduced, "This is Suhao. He's the author of Fan Rojine's Flammable and Explosive." He pointed at the man in the black hat and said, "This is Chung Yi, the assistant director of the crew of yesterday." Suhao and Chung Yi exchanged a few simple greetings, and both nodded in acknowledgement, thus becoming acquaintances. After he sat down, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, waiting for Director Wong to speak. Director Wong smiled first and said, "Chung Yi and his team are almost done filming their movie, and now is the time to select the music for the movie, but they have encountered some difficulties with the theme song." Director Wong continued, "Chung Yi is an old friend of mine. When I heard him mention this, I immediately thought of you. The choice of music for a film is not random. The tune and lyrics must fit in with the theme and emotion of the film." Chung Yi, as the assistant director, was troubled by this issue for a long time. Although there were many ready-made songs on the market, Chung Yi had tried many, but he still couldn't find the right one. Until one day, Chung-yi casually mentioned this matter to Director Wong, and Director Wong recommended Su Hao. Chung-yi didn't know who Su Hao was originally, but after listening to Flammable and Explosive, he decisively asked Director Wong to ask Su Hao out for a talk. What type of movie is this? Su Hao asked thoughtfully. It tells a story on campus. The hero and heroine had a relationship, but eventually missed each other. Chung-yi described it simply. There are already too many similar youth films, and there are almost no highlights. Su Hao pondered for a moment. Without a specific plot, it's hard for me to choose a song. How about this? Can you take me to the set? I can sign a confidentiality agreement. Chung-yi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, our crew is filming at Yinshui University, and the last scene will be in 2 days. You can come and see it. After the three of them reached an agreement, they each went about their own business and dispersed. When Su Hao returned home, he began to have some ideas about songs for the youth film. He wrote down the melodies in his mind one by one, about a dozen of them. He plans to go to the set and decide which song to choose. The days passed quickly, and the agreed day arrived in the blink of an eye. That day, Su Hao got up early, even earlier than usual, and left home at around 5 o'clock. Work on the set started very early, and Su Hao knew it would be better to arrive early. It was a little before 7 o'clock when he finally arrived at Yinshui University. This university is not well known in Yinxing, but it has a very good environment and a large space, which is especially suitable for filming. There were almost no people at Yinshui University in July. It was summer vacation, and only the crew members and a few teachers were on campus. Just as Su Hao was about to walk through the gate, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. The security guard looked him over and asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" "I'm from the crew and came to take a look today." Sual pointidin side. The security guard was a little skeptical. A few days ago, someone claimed to be from the crew, but after entering, he harassed the actress. "Where's your work ID?" Sual didn't have a work permit, but he understood the security guard's duties, so he took out his cell phone and called Chung-yi. 10 minutes later, Chung-yi arrived panting, with sweat on his forehead. Sorry, I was too busy and almost forgot." Chung-yi confirmed Su Hao's identity before letting the security guard pass. Chung-yi gave Su Hao a confidential document. Su Hao glanced at it and found that the document prohibited taking photos, recording videos, or leaking on-site information. Otherwise, legal responsibility would be pursued. No problem. Su Hao signed his name. Chung-yi took Su Hao through the crew and headed towards the filming site. It was just past 7 o'clock and the crew was already busy. The hero and heroine are filming a scene. The male protagonist rides a bicycle with the female protagonist. The scene is very youthful, and the fresh atmosphere is full of campus flavor. The male and female protagonists both have outstanding looks, which makes people happy to watch. The scene was silent, with almost no other sounds except the roar of the machines and the laughter of the male and female protagonists. After filming this scene, Chung-yi brought Su Hao to the chief director Liao. "Director Liao, this is Su Hao." Director Liao glanced at Su Hao and then said, "Hello, I've heard the songs you wrote. They're pretty good. I'm busy here, so I'll let Xiaoqing show you around." Although Liao Yongnian has not made any particularly popular movies, he does have some experience. Although his attitude was not enthusiastic, he was polite. Su Hao didn't care and followed Chung-yi around the crew. He has been to many film crews, but this is his first time to come into contact with a film crew in this world. However, it didn't take long for him to lose his novelty. Standing behind Chung-yi and watching the male and female protagonists filming, my heart began to calm down. Cut. Okay, this part is over. Girl number 3 is up. A sweet voice came from the side, and a girl ran out from the corner. She was wearing a student's short skirt and a ponytail. She had clear eyes and a round face. At first glance, she looked very pure. Su Hao couldn't help but turn his gaze towards her. Chapter 18. Pure Girl. The girl had straight legs, light makeup on her face, and fair skin. Just standing there, she was eye-catching. "Here I am." The girl smiled brightly, looking even more innocent, like a student who had just walked out of the campus. She walked to the other end of the road, ready to enter at any time. Action. Following Director Liao's command, the girl moved, slowly walked towards the male and female protagonists, and began her performance. However, she doesn't seem to have any talent in acting, and her expression is very stiff. Director Liao frowned when he saw this, but he didn't say anything and just let the scene go through in one take. Noticing that Su Hao's eyes were fixed on the girl, Chung-yi leaned over to him and said, "Her name is Ding Lu. She's pretty, isn't she? She's from the Orange Girls group. She was very popular a few years ago, but unfortunately, It's not that popular anymore. Her acting is not that good, so she's suitable to be a vase. This is also the reason why director Liao did not call cut, even though Ding Lu's acting skills were clearly not up to standard. It's just a vase, that's enough, it's not an important role anyway. However, Suhao was not attracted by Ding Lu's appearance. He and Ding Lu had met once before. At that time, Ding Lu was squatting on the side of the road, crying sadly, so he went up to her and comforted her. He had a bad cold at the time and was wearing a mask when he met her. The two had never exchanged contact information, and he didn't know whether the other party still remembered him. Suhao stared at Ding Lu for a while, then looked away. It was not until noon, the hottest time of the day, that the crew began to rest and eat. Director Liao finally had some free time at this time, and was talking to Suhao while holding a lunchbox. Sorry, that's just how it is on the set. When you're busy, you can't take care of anything. Suhao was also given a box lunch. The food was very simple, with 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, and the taste was very average. But he didn't care, he smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I understand. It's not easy for everyone. Director Liao nodded and said while eating his lunchbox, I've heard everything from Cheng-yi. You are indeed very capable, but before that, I still want to see it with my own eyes. You said you'd talk about it after you went to the set. It's already morning. Do you have any ideas for our movie's theme song? Although Suhao was introduced by director Wang, director Liao had never met him before. Even though Suhao had made several hit songs, director Liao was still unsure. Suhao pondered, frowned, and said nothing, looking embarrassed. Such as Suhao made Cheng-yi's heart beat fast. Could it be that he doesn't have any ideas? No, that's a mistake. He had to work very hard to get director Liao to agree to let a newcomer like Suhao compose music for the movie. He also made an exception and brought Suhao into the set. Director Liao also frowned, looking unhappy. He hates other people wasting their time the most. If it were an ordinary person, he would have kicked him out long ago. But Suhao was introduced by director Wang, so director Liao just endured it and said, if you really don't have any ideas, then forget it. Afterwards, director Liao withdrew his gaze and ate the lunchbox in his hand without looking at Suhao again. Cheng-yi became even more anxious and gently pushed Suhao. No matter whether it works or not, at least give me some advice. Suhao came back to his senses and smiled softly. Sorry, I was just wondering which song would be the most appropriate. What? The two were stunned. Suhao took out a notebook from his pocket. This notebook is the size of a palm and about 1 centimeter thick. It was not noticeable when I put it in my pocket before. Director Liao looked at Suhao in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. Suhao flipped the notebook to the back and handed it to director Liao. I wrote all of these. Pick the one you like. Director Liao took Suhao's notebook and was stunned by his words for a moment. He flipped through a few pages at random and saw lyrics densely written on them. Director Liao widened his eyes and looked at Suhao in disbelief. Did you write all this? Although there is no music, just looking at the lyrics, it is a masterpiece among masterpieces. The most important thing is there are at least a dozen songs about youth on here, right? There is a thick half book in the front. Although I haven't seen the content, director Liao guessed that it is probably some songs. Suhao nodded. I wrote all of this when I had free time these past few days. He is not afraid to let director Liao see his unpublished works. Anyway, the important melody hasn't been written yet, so even if it comes out, it won't be of any use. Director Liao was greatly shocked by what Suhao said. Some singers may not be able to write so many songs even after writing for several years. He quickly looked through the dozen or so songs carefully. Suddenly, his gaze paused and stopped on a song. Just a few verses of the lyrics deeply attracted him. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "What's the melody of this song like?" Suhao glanced at the lyrics he was pointing at and asked, "Is there a guitar?" This movie is a youth drama, so props like guitars are naturally indispensable. Director Liao quickly asked the staff to bring one over. Suhao tuned his guitar, and the tone was pretty good. He plucked the strings, and beautiful notes came out. At this time, everyone had just finished their meal and was enjoying a rare break. When they heard the noise coming from Suhao's side, they all came over. Back to the starting point, your youthful face in my memory. We have finally arrived at this day. The song had a melodious and youthful melody. Following Suhao's voice, everyone felt as if they were back in the summer when they were in school, riding a bicycle and laughing with the girl I like, being jealous of each other over a trivial matter, or maybe because the girl had a big fight with someone else. Memories emerged bit by bit. People always grow up, and young love is destined to have no results. but that sincere and pure love will always remain in their hearts. Suhao's magnetic voice sang softly in this small space, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some people had a look of reminiscence on their faces, and some even had tears in their eyes. But at this moment, no one spoke. Just listen to this moving melody silently. Ding Lu, who was standing behind the crowd, looked at Su Hao, who was singing, blinked, and a look of doubt appeared on her face. Has she seen this person somewhere before? It always feels so familiar. But just looking at the face, it seems like I have never seen him before. Ding Lu had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It seemed as if I had known him a long time ago. However, now is not the time to talk. Ding Lu could only look at him silently. Su Hao only played and sang for 1 minute and did not finish the song. Director Liao slapped his thigh excitedly. Okay, this is the one. Chapter 19, follow me. Director Liao's sudden loud shout scared everyone back to their senses. Director Liao stood up and looked at Su Hao excitedly. This song gives me exactly the feeling I want. Su Hao put away his notebook and smiled. Since Director Liao is satisfied, then that's great. Director Liao nodded and said, Okay, but I'm really busy here and can't spare the time. Let Chung-Yi discuss the details with you. After a brief discussion, Chung-Yi scheduled the contract signing date for 3 days later. The set was very busy, so Su Hao didn't stay long. After finishing his work, he prepared to leave. However, just after he walked out of the set and before he even walked out of the school gate, Su Hao saw a girl standing under a tree in the distance. The girl was still in her school uniform. When she saw Su Hao, a hint of hesitation flashed across her face, but after a moment, she quickly ran towards him. Obviously, the girl was waiting for him here. The girl ran over, with a thin layer of sweat on her fair and smooth forehead. After calming her disordered breathing, she stretched out her slender right hand. Hello, I'm Ding Elu. Su Hao raised his eyebrows, shook hands with her politely, and then quickly withdrew his hand. Hello, my name is Su Hao. Ding Lu lowered her long eyelashes and whispered Su Hao's name several times, with a look of even greater confusion on her face. Su Hao, a name I've never heard of, but why does it always give her an extremely familiar feeling? Ding Lu took a deep breath and simply asked her doubts directly. Su Hao, have we met somewhere before? I have a feeling you look familiar. Su Hao looked at her with a faint smile and did not speak immediately. His attitude made the pure and beautiful girl opposite blush, and she waved her hands somewhat embarrassedly. Sorry, I'm not here to chat you up. I really think you look familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before. Ding Lu touched her nose, her face a little unnatural. Maybe I recognized the wrong person. Sorry to bother you. Ding Lu was embarrassed and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly she heard a low laugh coming from Su Hao. Ding Lu thought Su Hao was laughing at her, and her eyes widened, her face reddening even more. What are you laughing at? Su Hao suppressed the smile in his heart and said, Nothing, I just think you are cute. Ding Lu's face instantly turned as pale as a cooked crab. She didn't know whether to walk or stand, so Su Hao spoke again. I just feel that the little girl who cried in the snow back then hasn't changed much after all these years. This is very rare, especially in the entertainment industry, which is a big melting pot. Ding Lu frowned. When had she ever cried in the snow? Wrong. Except for one time. Ding Lu suddenly looked up and stared at Su Hao's face, her thoughts drifting back to that winter a few years ago. At that time, they had just formed a group and had no fame yet, but the company naturally could not support 5 of them idle, so they arranged many commercial performances for them. Days passed, and there was endless work to do every day, but my fame did not increase. Later, the agent suggested that they go to accompany the guests for drinking. Of course, Ding Lu didn't want to. That day, Ding Lu had a big fight with her agent, then ran out of the company and went to an unknown place and burst into tears. People came and went on the street, but no one looked at her or comforted her. She squatted on the street and cried silently. But at this moment, Su Hao appeared. He was wearing a hat and a mask and sounded like he had a cold. He gently brushed away the snow on her head and asked her what happened. Ding Lu couldn't help but confide in the stranger. But in the end, Su Hao said nothing and just sang a melody to her. Thanks to this melody, she became completely famous and escaped the fate of being a hostess. Su Hao told her his name, Bai Qi. Later, this name became widely known in the music circle, but no one had ever seen him. Only then did she realize what an extraordinary person she had met at that time. She never told anyone about this incident, and no one knew about it. She just kept this memory in her heart. It became her precious memory. The figure of Bai Qi in his memory gradually overlapped with Su Hao in front of him. Ding Lu could hardly control her expression and voice, and she almost jumped up with excitement. Bai Qi. Ding Lu shouted out the name, almost losing her voice. Su Hao placed his finger on Ding Lu's lips. Sure, don't get excited. Just call me Su Hao. Ding Lu nodded vigorously. Tears couldn't help but flow from her eyes, and she cried with a choked voice. I thought I'd never see you again. For her, Su Hao is the benefactor of destiny. She originally thought that she would never see him again, but Su Hao suddenly appeared in front of her. This made her excited. Su Hao looked at her with a smile. Don't cry. If others see you, they will think I did something to you. Ding Lu then wiped the tears from her face and put a smile on her face again. Su Hao, I was there when you were singing just now. You really are a genius. Every song you sing is so beautiful. Ding Lu's praise was sincere, and her eyes were full of admiration. However, Ding Lu seemed to have thought of something. The smile only lasted for a few seconds before it slowly faded away, and her eyes became gloomy. I'm sorry, you gave me such a good melody, but now I'm in such a mess. He can't act well, and can't sing well either. Ding Lu began to doubt whether she could continue to survive in the entertainment industry. Su Hao touched Ding Lu's head and comforted her. This is not your fault. To be honest, Ding Lu looks really good. Unlike Fan Rojin's fiery and cold personality, she is more like a girl next door. She is lovable at first sight. It's not that you're not doing well, it's that you haven't found the right path. Just keep working hard and you'll definitely succeed. With Ding Lu's appearance, it would be easy for her to become popular if she was packaged well. Obviously, He became very popular at that time, so he should have struck while the iron was hot, seized the opportunity, and promoted him more. There would have been basically no problem. In Su Hao's opinion, this should be Ding Lu's company's problem. But Ding Lu didn't seem to be comforted by Su Hao's words, and the lonely look on her face still remained. But I'm already 22 years old, which is not considered young in the entertainment industry. There are too many newcomers who debuted in their teens now, and if you are not careful, you will be drowned in the wave. Ding Lu felt that she didn't seem to have any special advantages. Su Hao held his chin and pondered for a moment. Then an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He slowly laughed and said, How about you follow me from now on? Chapter 20 Girls. Ding Lu blinked, not understanding what Su Hao said. Follow you? Su Hao smiled and explained. It's like this. I'm planning to open an artist studio, and I'm short of people right now. If you want, you can come over. Su Hao has a large number of songs in his hands, so it would be easy for him to make Ding Lu famous. Of course, if your group wants to come over, they can come too, but before that, I have to see how strong they are. Although he was planning to open a studio, he wouldn't hire just anyone. A hint of surprise first flashed across Ding Lu's face, and she almost agreed to Su Hao on the spot. Su Hao is her benefactor. How could she refuse such an invitation? No matter what Su Hao's studio looks like or whether it can be successful, she is willing to follow Su Hao. But she soon calmed down. It's not easy to change jobs from an entertainment company. The termination fees alone would cost several million, not to mention whether her sisters are willing to come. Su Hao saw her hesitation and did not urge her, but left his phone number with her. It's okay. Take your time to think about it. There's no rush. If you've made up your mind, call me. Ding Lu saved Su Hao's phone number, nodded, and then smiled. Su Hao, thank you. Suddenly, her expression changed. Oh no, I have a scene this afternoon. They'll be mad if they can't find anyone. I won't tell you about it for now. After saying that, Ding Lu turned around and trotted away. Su Hao looked at Ding Lu's back and couldn't help laughing. This little girl is so reckless. Ding Lu returned to the set panting and met her agent with a very ugly face in the dressing room. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages, and you're not answering my calls. Ding Lu looked down and noticed that there were several missed calls on her phone. She swallowed and subconsciously concealed what had just happened. I just went to the bathroom and didn't pay much attention. The agent glared at her fiercely and said, If you have nothing to do, just stay still. After filming this scene, we have a commercial performance tonight. Get your spirits up. After saying that, the agent left without looking back. Ding Lu stood there with her head down, feeling unhappy. When she first became famous, her agent didn't treat her like this. Now that they are not as famous as before, the company is frantically squeezing out their remaining value. It was already afternoon after finishing a scene. Ding Lu hurriedly took a taxi to the place where she was going to perform commercially. She is no longer popular, and the company is unwilling to send a car to pick her up. It would be nice if I could get my travel expenses reimbursed. By the time she arrived, the other 4 girls in their group had also arrived. These 4 girls have their own unique looks and look very young, but their faces are filled with deep fatigue, which abruptly destroys their youthfulness. Like Ding Lu, they also have to rush to the set to film during the day and play vases in TV dramas or movies. Today's commercial performance is the opening ceremony of a large shopping mall, and the performance will last until the evening. When they came on stage, there were many audiences in the audience, but their performance received a lukewarm response. After getting off the stage, the 5 girls sat in the dressing room to remove their makeup, and no one spoke, because they were so tired that they no longer had the energy to speak. The makeup on her face was only half removed when the door of the dressing room was pushed open and her agent walked in wearing high heels and dragging a trolley case. Looking at them, a hint of disgust flashed across his face. "Look at you guys now. You have no energy or spirit at all. How can you attract fans?" The 5 girls didn't say anything, and they didn't know what to say. "Okay, I've discussed this with the company. Starting tomorrow, you'll have to change your approach. This innocent campus girl persona isn't popular anymore." The agent squatted down and opened the suitcase, which contained some skirts and clothes. "Starting tomorrow, you all have to change your clothing styles. This is the clothes the company has prepared for you. I must see your changes tomorrow." Ding Lu walked forward, picked one at random, and frowned. This is a red suspender dress with large pieces of sequins on it and a very low collar. If you wear it, it would be easy to expose yourself. "I won't wear it." Ding Lu was very resistant, and the other girls also frowned, looking reluctant. "Ha!" The agent sneered. "Do you think you still have any choice?" The agent looked at the 5 girls from beginning to end, covering his mouth and laughing. "Do you really think you are fresh out of college? Why are you pretending to be innocent? After all these years, how much benefit have you brought to the company? The company won't keep a bunch of idle people like you. You've been going for the pure route for so many years, it's time to switch to the sexy route." Ding Lu felt very humiliated. Her eyes were red, and she glared at her agent. "Oh, are you angry again? I won't say anything else. If you don't do as I tell you, you'll be banned by the company. Don't forget, your contract hasn't expired yet," the agent said with a smile. Ding Lu, together with 4 other girls, signed a 10-year contract with the company. Now 8 years have passed, and there are only 2 years left. Being blacklisted by the company would be a fatal blow to them. A few years is enough time for people to forget about a group that has become outdated. Ding Lu just felt exhausted all over, but didn't know what to say at this moment. She watched her agent walk away, tightly gripping the phone in her pocket, and made a decision in her heart. Suhao received a call from Ding Lu the next day. The other person's voice was a little muffled. Obviously, he had just cried. "Suhao, do you still mean what you said yesterday?" Suhao smiled and said, "Of course, you're always welcome." "Okay, I'll come to you now." Ding Lu hung up the phone, asked where Suhao lived, and came over not long after. When Suhao opened the door, he saw her dragging a large piece of luggage with red eyes. Besides her, there were 4 other girls, each beautiful in their own way, following behind her. 5 beautiful girls were standing at the door of his house, attracting many people to look over. Suhao quickly let them in. 5 girls sitting on the sofa made the entire living room seem a little crowded. Although 4 of the girls had not cried like Ding Lu, the expressions on their faces were very unhappy. Suhao poured a glass of water for each of them. Ding Lu held the warm cup of water, and her tense nerves finally relaxed. "When I relaxed, tears started to flow like pearls again." Suhao didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only wait for Ding Lu to finish crying. The girl next to her hugged her, patted her shoulders, and comforted her silently. Suhao didn't speak until Ding Lu's crying became quieter and her emotions calmed down. "Tell me, what happened?" Chapter 21. 5 girls. Ding Lu then told what happened this morning. After the agent said those words to them yesterday, the girls were of course unwilling and went to the company as usual, wearing their usual clothes. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among the agents and the company, who dragged them to the office and scolded them, saying all kinds of nasty things. The emotions that Ding Lu had been suppressing in the company for so many years suddenly exploded, and she immediately started arguing with her agent. Later, 4 girls joined the melee, and the scene became extremely chaotic. The 5 people's behavior this time completely angered the company. The agent stopped all their announcements and activities, kicked them out of the company dormitory, and told them to come back when they figured it out. Several girls came out to work on their own, and after being kicked out of the company, they had nowhere to go. Ding Lu then called Suhao and brought a few girls to his house. After hearing the whole story, Suhao smiled faintly. That's a good thing. There's really no need to stay in a company like yours. The girls remained silent. After being kicked out of the company, where else can they go? Of course, they still want to continue to shine in the entertainment industry. But now I'm afraid no company is willing to hire them anymore. Not to mention the considerable penalty for breach of contract. At their age and as an outdated group, they no longer have any advantage in the entertainment industry. Okay, I understand the details. Let's get started now. Suhao said calmly. Ding Lu blinked, not reacting. What? Suhao smiled and said, haven't you decided to join me? I have to see your strength first. Except for Ding Lu, a hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the four girls. No matter who they are with, now that someone is willing to give them a chance, it is naturally a good start. Several people first introduced themselves. The one sitting on the far left of the sofa was named Susie. She was not tall, just 21 years old, and had a quiet temperament. The girl next to her was called Sean Binjia. She was beautiful, but looked a little cold. Next is a girl who looks full of energy and has a sweet smile. Her name is Tao Lele. Next to her is Chi Yin, who has a pair of peach blossom eyes and looks very charming and attractive. Each of the five people has their own characteristics, and just standing there is enough to be pleasing to the eye. The first to start was Ding Lu, who sang a sweet song that the group had previously performed. Ding Lu has good singing skills, and she shows the girlish feelings in this song to the fullest. Suao Nadif. Ding Lu breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside to watch the other girls perform. The next one to come up was Susie. Her voice was relatively soft, but her singing had a lingering feeling. However, there were some minor flaws in her singing skills, but they were not a big problem. Suhao did not comment, but just asked the next person to continue singing. After Sean Binjia, Tao Lele, Chi Yin, and others finished singing, Suhao asked them to sing another song together, and then he pondered for a moment. This made Ding Lu feel nervous. In fact, she is not worried about anyone else. She is worried about Tao Lele. Although this group of people are nothing special in the entertainment industry, they are still very outstanding compared to ordinary people. Ding Lu's parents are music teachers. She was influenced by them since she was a child, which contributed to her good singing skills. As for Su Si, although her singing skills are not as good as hers, she has a good voice. With more practice, diligence can make up for lack of talent, so it is not a big problem. Sean Binjia has been interested in singing since she was a child, and her singing skills are also pretty good. She also had some popularity on the internet before signing with the company. Although Chi Yan's singing is average, she looks good and can dance. Among this group of people, the most ordinary one is Tao Lele. She comes from an ordinary family, did not study a related major in college, and when the group was first formed, she was just there to make up the numbers. Among this group of people, Tao Lele really has no advantage. Ding Lu still hopes that their group can continue to work together. If Tao Lele is not favored by Su Hao, she will feel very bad. Therefore, Ding Lu stared at Su Hao very nervously. After a while, Su Hao raised his head and looked at the girls in front of him. Everyone, I am very satisfied with your voices. Let me tell you about your next words. Happy cooperation. Everyone's hearts finally settled down and happy smiles appeared on their faces. Su Hao looked at the girls in front of him who were smiling brightly and nodded secretly. Although these girls still have some shortcomings, overall they are good seedlings. The chorus sound is also very suitable for forming a group. If a song is released, the response will definitely be good. All I can say is that the company they are currently working for is not functioning properly, and these girls' youth and time have been wasted in vain. However, with him around, I believe they will be able to turn around their current situation. Su Hao stood up and took the notebook from the room. He returned to the living room and said to the girls, "All right, stop wasting time and hurry up and practice. This song will be your hit song, so please don't leak it or spread it outside. If it gets out, it will be extremely detrimental to you. I'll personally guide you through the process of completing this song, so I won't say anything more. Just work hard." Several girls came over and looked at the lyrics book in Su Hao's hand. Su Hao simply tore off the paper with the song written on it and handed it to them. The girls looked at the lyrics in their hands, their eyes brighter and brighter. This song is melodious and cheerful, and most importantly, it is a style completely different from the current popular music. The production level of this song is much higher than that of their company. Su Hao's house still has 2 guest rooms, which can accommodate the girls if they squeeze in. They can move out after they find a suitable house. While several girls were packing their things, Ding Lu quietly walked over and found Su Hao. "Well, we're not going to sign a contract." Su Hao was stunned for a moment. "Contract? You shouldn't have terminated the contract with the company yet." Ding Lu bit her lip. her eyes complicated. Then why did you just give us the song so easily? Isn't he afraid that they will run away with the song? After all, that was the result of his hard work. Does he trust them so much? Su-hao smiled and said, "It doesn't matter." Ding Lu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a white light flashed in her mind, and she understood something. Su-hao was not worried at all that they would run away. This song is indeed a masterpiece among masterpieces, but for Su-hao, he has many more good songs in his hands. If they really ran away, all he would lose was a song. However, they lost Su-hao, the big tree, forever. Therefore, Su-hao was fearless. Ding Lu's heart was filled with turmoil. So this is Bai Qi. He has never appeared in the entertainment industry because he doesn't care about fame and fortune at all. At the same time, Ding Lu was also very fortunate. I'm glad that I met Su-hao at this time. She believed that as long as they followed Su-hao, their future lives would be brighter. By the way, what's the name of our song? Ding Lu suddenly asked. Jade produces smoke. Chapter 22 leaked. Early in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. The girls didn't stay in bed and even got up earlier than Su-hao. Ding Lu even prepared breakfast for everyone, a bowl of white porridge and 2 side dishes. Su-hao tasted it and found it tasted really good. While Ding Lu was washing dishes, she had already started humming the song she had picked up yesterday. The other girls heard it and started humming softly. Several young and beautiful girls brought a lot of vitality to the whole house while singing. It was very pleasing to the eyes just to watch. Su-hao listened carefully to the singing of several people and nodded secretly in his heart. Not bad. I can sing the song I was given yesterday today. Regardless of whether they sing well or not, at least they are trying their best. The next problem can be solved slowly. However, Su-hao was not in a hurry to teach them how to practice. Instead, he asked them to practice like this first and get familiar with the song. This went on for 2 days until Cheng-yi came to the door. The day to sign the contract has arrived. Su-hao arranged the meeting at his home. When Cheng-yi just walked in, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but say, "Su-hao, you're hiding a beautiful girl in a golden house." And there is more than one. However, this was Su-hao's personal matter, so Cheng-yi didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he jokingly said, "Not bad. You've only been to the set once, and you've already brought the entire group home." Su-hao also knew that Cheng-yi was joking, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Okay, stop teasing me. Let's get down to business." The two came to the living room. The girls knew that they had something important to discuss, so they did not disturb them and returned to their respective rooms. Cheng-yi took out the prepared contract. "This is the contract I asked my lawyer to draw up. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it." Su-hao took it and looked through it first. There was nothing wrong with the content of the agreement. The other party was willing to pay $3 million to buy out the copyright of his song for the movie. Since it's a movie-themed song, there's naturally no question of profit sharing. However, if Su-hao wants to, he can still sell this song to someone else to make an album. The price of $3 million is not bad. Su-hao pondered for a moment, then said, "I can accept this price, but I have to sing this song myself." It is impossible for him to remain active in the entertainment industry behind the scenes forever. The movie theme song can be considered as a springboard for him. The movie theme song does not have very high requirements for the singer. After thinking about it for a while, Cheng-yi agreed to Su-hao's request. The two signed the contract, and each kept a copy. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Su-hao smiled and shook hands with Cheng-yi. All in all, the whole process took less than 10 minutes, and the two people had already agreed on this cooperation. Cheng-yi also breathed a sigh of relief, as the issue of the movie theme song was finally resolved. But before he could be happy for long, a phone call came in. Cheng-yi took out his cell phone and looked at the note. It was Director Liao calling. He didn't avoid Su-hao and answered the call directly. A few seconds later, Cheng-yi's face changed because of what the other party said. "What? The theme song leaked." Su-hao's expression also changed, and he glanced at Cheng-yi. Cheng-yi hung up the phone in a hurry and packed up his briefcase. "Su-hao, come with me." Su-hao nodded seriously, said hello to the girls in the room, and hurried away with Cheng-yi. The vehicle drove along. Cheng-yi was driving with a very unhappy look on his face, and Su-hao did not ask what was going on. Soon, the two arrived at the set. The scenes for the male and female protagonists have basically been filmed, and Director Liao stayed here for the next few days to reshoot some scenes. We were about to wrap it up, but now this happened. When Su-hao and the others arrived, Director Liao was sitting in a chair, exuding a low aura. The crew members all stood opposite Director Liao, with their heads lowered, not daring to make sound. For a moment, the entire crew was silent and very dull. Seeing Su Hao and Chung Yi coming over, Director Liao raised his head and said, "You're here, take a seat." Su Hao and Chung Yi sat next to Director Liao. Director Liao turned his attention back to the staff, his eyes so sharp that they almost poked holes in them. "Now that everyone is here, whoever did it, please come forward and don't let me find out." The crowd moved and looked at each other, but no one stood up at this time. Director Liao sneered, trying hard to suppress his anger. "Don't make me repeat myself a second time. If I find out who did it, you all know what the consequences will be." Su Hao and Chung Yi didn't say anything, just watched quietly. The crowd surged, and after a moment, a short female staff member reluctantly stood up, with an expression on her face that looked like she was about to cry. "I'm sorry, Director. I was the one who posted it, and I didn't expect it to go viral so much." The female staff member explained the whole story, and Su Hao finally understood what had happened. When Su Hao came to the set that day and sang the song live, the female staff member was also there. She really liked this song, so when no one was paying attention, she secretly used her cell phone to record Su Hao singing. Then, she posted the video on her secondary Weibo account. She didn't have many fans on Weibo, and she thought no one would pay attention to her. However, she didn't expect that last night. Her video was forwarded by a marketing account with a lot of fans. At first, the female staff member was busy working on the set and did not notice the movement on Weibo. It was not until Director Liao found out about this matter that she realized that the matter seemed to have become a big deal. She quickly logged in to delete the video, but it was too late. The video had already been backed up, and she didn't know how many accounts had posted it. Su Hao opened his phone and took a look. At this time, this video has already rushed to the Weibo hot search list, and its ranking is still rising. Because it was secretly recorded, the picture was not very clear. Although Su Hao was recorded, his face could not be seen clearly. Only the outline of his face could be vaguely seen. He glanced at the comments below. "On loop, please give me the song name. It's so good. I've saved it, but the sound quality is too bad. Does anyone have a high-quality version? What a youthful song. It reminds me of my first love. What's going on in the music industry lately? There's so many good songs coming out, but I really like them. Please keep it up. It looks like they're on a film set. Whose crew are they? Is this a promotional event for the movie? Am I the only one who noticed that the singing boy looks very handsome?" Chapter 23 Solution. Not only on Weibo, but also on some other software, people began to discuss Su Hao's song. Although the spread of these software is not very wide yet, it is only a matter of time. At this point, even if you want to remove the hot search, it is too late. After hearing what the female staff member said, Director Liao sneered. "Before joining the crew, you all signed a confidentiality agreement. Now that things have gotten this far, you should be aware of the consequences, right?" The female staff member trembled all over and her face turned pale with fear. Now that the content related to the movie has been leaked, she will not only face a lawsuit, but also face huge compensation. "Director, I really didn't mean it. I just like that song so much," she explained hesitantly, her face pale. Director Liao said coldly, "Just because you like it, you can post these things online? Okay, I won't say anything else, just follow the process." The staff member opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally lowered his head. She knew that her life was over. "Okay, let's all get back to work." At Director Liao's command, everyone dispersed, fearing that they would be taken out on others. Director Liao turned his head and sighed. "Su Hao, I'm so sorry. Look at what this has caused." A song that has not yet been released was fully exposed, which naturally had a significant impact on Su Hao. What's more, when the employees were not released, they hadn't even signed a contract. If possible, Su Hao could definitely hold them accountable. Director Liao felt a little guilty. If Su Hao chose to hold them accountable, he would definitely not say a word. After understanding the whole process, Su Hao just smiled and didn't take it to heart at all. "It's okay, Director Liao. Since it has already happened, let's find a way to solve the problem first." When it comes to this, Chung Yi and Director Liao frowned. Things have already come to this. How else can we solve it? They haven't even come up with a response plan yet, and things have already become a big deal. Su Hao said, "Although this incident was completely unexpected, I think we can take this opportunity to promote the movie." Chung Yi and Director Liao's eyes lit up. That's indeed a good idea. Anyway, the theme song has been released and has gained so much popularity. Why not take advantage of it and use the opportunity to promote the movie? Moreover, it can save a lot of money on film publicity. "Su Hao, are you really willing to do this? Use your song to promote our movie." Director Liao couldn't help but ask. Su Hao nodded. "It's okay. Even if the song is exposed in advance, It won't have a big impact on me. Director Liao then looked at the young man in front of him again. After all, they were at fault in the first place, but they didn't expect Su Hao to let bygones be bygones and even help them with ideas and promote the movie. This kind of broad-mindedness is rare in the entertainment industry. Director Liao patted Su Hao's shoulder and said, "Okay, from now on, if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me, old Liao. If I can handle it, I will definitely help you." It was already very good that Director Liao could say such words. Su Hao agreed with a smile. Cheng Yi on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. This is the perfect solution to the problem. In that case, let's hurry up and take advantage of this popularity as soon as possible. Su Hao suggested. Director Liao nodded. Okay, let's record the song now. However, it is definitely too late to rush to the recording studio now. After all, they don't know how long the popularity will last. Of course, they have to catch up as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Fortunately, this is a film set and there are radio equipment. Su Hao took his guitar and went to a grassland in the school, where he sat on the ground with the camera pointed at his hands. Su Hao began to play and sing softly, while Director Liao and Cheng Yi watched the camera from the side. Su Hao didn't show his face. After all, this was a movie trailer. They would cut out close-ups of his hands and his voice, and then splice in part of the movie's content, and a simple trailer would be complete. Su Hao only played and sang the first half of the song. After all, as a movie promotional video, 1.5 minutes was enough. After Su Hao finished singing, the rest of the matter could be left to Director Liao and Cheng Yi, and he didn't need to worry about anything else. There are 5 girls waiting for Su Hao at home. After finishing his work here, Su Hao hurried home again. When Su Hao got home, Ding Lu had just finished cooking the last dish and had not yet taken off her apron. "You're back? How did you resolve the issue? Come and have dinner." Ding Lu then asked, placed a braised fish on the table, and poured a glass of water for Su Hao. Su Hao sat right in front of the dining table, looking at the young and beautiful girls in front of him, with a different feeling in his heart. In the past, although this house was big, he always felt a little cold living there alone. Now, a group of girls are waiting for Su Hao to eat at the dining table, giving people a homely feeling. Su Hao hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. Still, it's not bad. At the dinner table, Chi Yin and the others were still a little reserved and ate in silence. Ding Lu and Tao Lele were more lively, asking Su Hao some questions from time to time, so the atmosphere was not so awkward. Ding Lu swallowed the fish in her mouth in 2 mouthfuls and looked at Su Hao. "Su Hao, how long do we need to practice here? I mean, when will you come to teach us in person?" Ding Lu has always been looking forward to Su Hao's personal guidance. Although she had never witnessed Su Hao's strength with her own eyes, Ding Lu knew that Su Hao must be very powerful. If they could get some guidance from him, it would be a qualitative leap for them. Su Hao did not agree directly, but asked several people to sing a few sections first. After making sure that everyone had mastered the song, Su Hao pondered for a moment. Most of the things have been resolved, and apart from singing in the bar every day, it seems that I don't have anything else to do. Su Hao thought about it for a moment and nodded. "How about this? Starting from tomorrow, I will teach you to sing." The girls looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. They didn't know that Su Hao's real identity was by Qi, but Ding Lu kept promising him, which made them have a little more expectations for Su. It was afternoon, and it was time for Su Hao to go to the bar to perform. Today is not the weekend, so there are relatively fewer customers. There is no one on the stage at this time. Soothing music is playing in the bar. Customers are chatting idly, and some are playing with their mobile phones with their heads down. Xiaoli is one of the guests. He was browsing Weibo and looking at the trending searches. Suddenly, a title caught his attention. Chapter 24, God Level Lottery. The trailer for the movie yesterday has been released. Is this your youth? Xiaoli clicked on it. He opened it and took a look. It was a video released by the official crew of the movie yesterday. Xiaoli didn't think much about it and clicked on it. The scene flashed, and a man and a woman were riding bicycles on the campus path, and the sound of guitar playing was heard in the video. As the prelude sounded, a breath of youth came over. Back to the starting point, your youthful face in my memory. A melancholy tune sounded faintly, and Xiaoli gradually lost himself in thought, as if he had returned to the summer many years ago when he was with his first love. It wasn't until the 1.5-minute video ended and the phone screen went black that Xiaoli gradually came to his senses. He touched the corners of his eyes, which had become moist without him noticing, and his mind was filled with the melody he had just heard. He quickly opened the comments and typed the next two words on the screen. Good. However, as soon as his comment was posted, it was instantly overwhelmed by newer comments. Ah, isn't this the song that went viral this morning? Finally heard high-quality sound, looping again. So this is the theme song from the movie yesterday. I see. It fits the mood of the movie very well. When the movie comes out, I'll definitely go see it. Not only Weibo, but the entire internet has been in an uproar because of this promotional video released by the official crew of yesterday. However, the song that people discussed the most was Those Years. Because the song is only 1.5 minutes long, many people are begging for the full version. Xiaoli saved the video and planned to continue listening to it when he got home. He looked up and saw someone already standing on stage. It's Su Hao. He discovered this bar by chance. Although it is not a particularly high-end place, their resident singers are very good. From then on, he frequently visited the bar. At this moment, Su Hao had no idea what was happening on the internet. He adjusted the microphone and plucked the strings. The sweet singing voice poured out from the microphone. Xiaoli also gradually became addicted to Su Hao's singing. But gradually, for some reason, he always felt that Su Hao's voice was very familiar. Just like the singer of the song, Those Years, he just listened to. However, this thought flashed through Xiao Li's mind in an instant. After all, if Su Hao could really sing the theme song for a movie, there would be no need for him to be a resident singer in a small bar. Time passes quickly. Su Hao returned home and found several girls sitting in the living room, still practicing the song Jade Smoke. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Although these girls are still lacking in strength, at least they are willing to work hard. Seeing Su Hao coming back, several girls gathered around him. Ding Lu's face was filled with excitement and excitement. Su Hao, you're back. Have you checked Weibo? Su Hao shook his head. He hadn't checked his phone tonight. Ding Lu and a few girls surrounded him, chattering about what happened on Weibo. Su Hao didn't have any special reaction. After all, this was within his expectations. Su Hao had been busy all day and was very tired. Seeing his exhausted face, Ding Lu stopped talking and they all returned to practice. Tomorrow is the day Su Hao will formally teach them. Before that, they must become more proficient in this song. Su Hao took a shower and returned to the bedroom. When he picked up his phone, he saw a missed call. It's Director Liao calling. Su Hao called back. Almost the next second after the call was connected, the other party picked up the phone. Hey, Su Hao, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. I'm sure you saw the message on Weibo. Thank you so much. Director Liao said a lot in one breath. In fact, he didn't expect that an accidental leak could cause such a sensation. This wave of publicity has saved the crew at least tens of millions. Moreover, the response on the internet this time was even greater than he had imagined. He could almost foresee that when the movie was released, the theaters would be packed. Therefore, he called to thank Su Hao. Su Hao smiled and said, Director Liao, you're welcome. After all, I'm also the producer of the theme song. If anything happens to the crew, I'll definitely help. The theme song leak wasn't entirely a bad thing for him. At least this time, this action allowed him to increase his reputation by a large amount. However, Su Hao didn't have time to see the exact amount. Don't call me Director Liao anymore. It's too distant. Just call me Lao Liao from now on. I'm so grateful to you for this. When you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. After this incident, Lao Liao's attitude towards Su Hao changed 180 degrees. Although Su Hao is not famous now, Lao Liao knows that he is a rare talent, and he must build a good relationship with him now. Maybe in the future, I will have to rely on Su Hao. Since Lao Liao said so, Su Hao followed his words and said, Okay, Lao Liao, when we have time, let's have dinner together. Old Liao sighed happily twice, and said a few words casually and hung up the phone. Su Hao finally breathed a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the bed. So much happened today. After this day, even Su Hao couldn't help feeling tired. However, such days are very fulfilling. Su Hao was about to close his eyes when he suddenly seemed to think of something and sat up abruptly. System, check the properties. The familiar transparent panel popped up again. Host, Su Hao. Abilities, advanced singing, advanced composition, advanced music appreciation, advanced guitar playing, advanced editing, advanced acting. Reputation, 110-8671. Originally, there was a prompt sound when the system increased reputation value. Later, Su Hao turned it off because he found it too noisy. After this incident, his reputation value skyrocketed from over 800,000 to 1.1 million. Even Su Hao couldn't help but get excited. Finally reached 1 million reputation points. He finally carried out a god-level lottery. Thinking of this, Suhao's fatigue seemed to dissipate. Without even taking a break, he quickly summoned the lottery system. The next moment, a colorful turntable appeared in front of Suhao. The god-level lottery option and the advanced lottery option are qualitatively different in appearance alone. There are question marks all over the turntable and a pointer in the middle. Suhao originally wanted to preview the awards, but he couldn't see anything. But he always felt that there seemed to be some fatal attraction to him on this turntable. He took a deep breath and clicked on the lottery option. Do you want to spend 1 million reputation points to participate in a lottery? Yes. The turntable spun at a rapid speed, dazzling the onlookers. Soon, the turntable slowly stopped. Suhao only felt his heart beating wildly. The next moment, the system sound rang. Congratulations to the host for achieving God-level singing skills. Chapter 25 Phone. After seeing these words appear on the system, Suhao couldn't help but sit up straight. Originally, his singing skills were only at the advanced level. Now his singing skills have suddenly jumped to God level. I don't know what the difference is between the two. Suhao couldn't help but sing a few lines. As soon as he opened his mouth, even Suhao himself was surprised. Not only the singing style and breath, but even the emotions in the song seemed to be more in line with the song than before. When he sings now, it seems that there's not much difference from before, but if a professional were to listen to his singing, it seems that they would not be able to find any faults. Suhao's singing skills are now perfect. He even had a feeling. In the entertainment industry, even among national-level singers, it is probably difficult for anyone to reach the same level as him. A qualitative leap. Suhao couldn't help but get excited. Moreover, after acquiring the god-level singing skill, he seemed to have a deeper understanding of singing skills. Now, when he thinks back on his previous singing skills, it can be said that they are a bit unbearable for him now. In short, the emergence of his god-level singing skills will surely enable him to have a smooth singing career in the future. The 1 million reputation points were well spent. After a long time, Suhao calmed down his excitement and fell asleep. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Suhao's life has always been very regular, but he didn't expect that the 5 girls would get up earlier than him. When Suhao finished washing up and came to the living room, as usual, delicious food was already served in the dining room. Several girls were waiting for him as usual, but Suhao noticed that they all had dark circles under their eyes. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Suhao asked. Ding Lu touched her head, a little embarrassed, but her eyes were bright. Knowing that you were coming to teach us today, I was a little too excited last night and went to bed very late. Suhao was speechless and laughed. These girls really have a great love for singing. Okay, let's eat quickly, and then we'll start practicing. Several girls quickly picked up their chopsticks. While everything was harmonious here, a low pressure was spreading in another area. Wool Entertainment Company. This company is not very famous or powerful and has not produced any popular stars in recent years. Most of them are second-rate to third-rate. However, a few years ago, the company had a popular girl group, the Orange Girls. However, after a brief period of popularity, Orange Girls quickly declined, and now few people can remember the existence of this group. The dance and music company was also gradually going downhill. Inside an office, Suhao, a man in his 50s, and a woman in her 40s sat opposite each other. Suhao's name is Yu Xingchang, and he's the boss of this company. He picked up a cigarette and took a deep puff. Xiao man, when will Mr. Ma be willing to invest? Guman frowned and shook his head helplessly. Boss Ma is just dragging his feet. When I want to ask him, he always played Tai Chi. Guman, one of Yu Xingchang's right-hand men, is also the agent of Orange Girls. Mr. Ma was a little annoyed, but he could do nothing about it. Hurry up and find another opportunity to ask. The company can't wait. The dance and music company has recently had some problems with its capital chain, which has caused him a lot of trouble. Fortunately, however, he contacted Mr. Ma, but for some reason, Mr. Ma always drags it out and never gives an accurate reply. He had no choice. After all, only Mr. Ma had a chance. After listening to Yu Xingchang's words, Guman nodded. Yu Xingchang quickly finished the cigarette in his hand, and, as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, "How's the orange girl doing?" She's still refusing to give in. Speaking of this, Guman also frowned. I haven't been contacted yet. This is also something very strange about her. Several girls in the Orange Girls group are not locals, and before they left, the company froze part of their funds. They don't have much money now. After leaving the company, the Orange Girl couldn't move forward. She originally wanted to polish the personalities of these girls, but after a few days, the other party seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and didn't even send her a message. Yu Xingchong frowned, picked up another cigarette, and took a deep puff. Forget it, just call them all back. He smiled, a gleam in his eyes. Let them pack up and go meet Mr. Ma. This can be considered as realizing their value. Yu Man quickly understood what Yu Xingchong meant and laughed. No matter how outdated the orange girls are, they're still 5 beautiful girls. Believe in Mr. Ma. He will not refuse. Okay, Mr. Yu, I'll contact them right away. Yu Man walked out of the office and came to a quiet place. She took out her cell phone and made a call. On the other side, Ding Lu, who had just finished cleaning up the dishes, was humming a song and washing the dishes happily. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. She quickly wiped the foam off her hands, took out her cell phone, and her eyes paused when she saw the caller ID. Su Hao, who was standing by, noticed Ding Lu's reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" A group of girls also looked towards her. Ding Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, "It was my agent calling. Since being kicked out of the company, the agent has never sent them any messages. This is the first time I contact them." Ding Lu had a very bad premonition in her heart. The other 4 girls were also a little nervous. After all, no matter what, they have not terminated their contracts and are still employees of the company. Su Hao lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "Go ahead. This matter will have to be dealt with sooner or later. Let's hear what she has to say first." Ding Lu bit her lip, then clicked to answer the call and turned on the speaker so that everyone could hear their conversation. "Hello." Yu Man on the other side was still so arrogant, and her tone was very dissatisfied. "Where are you? What took you so long to answer the phone?" Ding Lu glanced at Su Hao and then replied, "At a friend's house." "Okay, I don't care about you anymore. Now you all go back to the company immediately." Ding Lu was silent for a while, looked at the frowning girls, and then shook her head. "We don't want to go back." "Don't want to come back?" The other party seemed to be very angry. "You have no right to speak now. All of you, change your clothes, put on makeup, and go back to the company immediately." Hearing this, Ding Lu became alert. "What are you going back for?" What else can I do?" "Of course I'll introduce you to some important people." Ding Lu has been in this company for so many years, and she immediately understood what Yu Man meant by this. The other girls' faces also turned ugly. Chapter 26, Termination of Contract. Ding Lu felt very humiliated. Her face flushed, and her lips were tightly pursed. After a long silence, Ding Lu said word by word, "I'm not going." After a pause, Ding Lu's eyes were firm. "None of us will go. You must meet it. Your contract is still in the company's hands. Do you think you still have the right to choose? With the contract in hand, they have to do whatever the company wants them to do." Ding Lu's voice turned cold. "We want to terminate the contract." Although this was something that had been decided long ago, Ding Lu never found the opportunity to say it out loud. Now that she had said this, Ding Lu felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and she felt much more comfortable. Yu Man was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Don't forget, if you terminate the contract, you have to pay a penalty. 3 million per person. Besides, even if you terminate the contract, what can you do? Which company would want you? Even if there is, they definitely won't be able to provide you with better resources." Sweet Orange Girl has been out of fashion for a long time and has not made any waves in all these years. No company would be willing to do business at a loss. Not to mention that the Orange Girl is not young anymore and has no advantage in the entertainment industry, where new talents emerge in large numbers. Yu Man felt that Ding Lu was just threatening the company. She didn't take it to heart at all. However, what she didn't expect was that Ding Lu's attitude this time was also very firm. "It's not your turn to worry about these things. Let's go to the company now to discuss the termination of the contract." Yu Man sneered, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the company." Beep. The call was hung up. How can this be? It's so infuriating. Tao Lele couldn't help but feel angry because of Yu Man's words. No matter what, they once created profits for the company. Now that they're no longer popular, the company is trying every means to squeeze out every last bit of value from them. They were even asked to accompany other bosses. It's not like that to cross a river and then destroy the bridge. Su Si and Shan Binjio were also silent, but the expressions on their faces clearly showed that they were angry. Chi Yin sighed and patted Tao Lele's shoulder gently. "Okay, don't be angry. Wait until we terminate the contract and everything will be over. It would be a good thing for them if they could leave that company." Tao Lele sighed deeply. Although there was still some indignation on her face, she didn't say anything in the end. Ding Lu raised her head and looked at Su Hao. Su Hao nodded at her and said with a smile, "Go ahead. When you finish this matter, come back and I'll teach you how to sing." Ding Lu nodded seriously. and the girls packed up and prepared to set off. After all, we are going there to terminate the contract, so we must show our best spirit. When they reached the door, Su Hao suddenly called them, etc. Several girls turned their heads to look at Su Hao. He stood up from the sofa and said, "I've thought about it. I'll go with you." Su Hao was a little worried about these girls. The entertainment industry is complicated. In his previous life, he had seen many dirty things in the circle. Some companies would do anything for profit. There were so many young girls involved. If anything happened to them, he would probably blame himself for the rest of his life. Ding Lu thought about it and didn't refuse. Su Hao especially wanted to take out the car parked in the garage. One car could not seat so many people, but fortunately, Su Hao had two cars. Chi Yin could drive, so the group split into two groups and drove towards the dance and music company. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, the group finally arrived at the dance and music company. The dance and music company is very small, and its appearance is not as grand as other companies. It looks like an old office building from a long time ago. Su Hao followed the girls into the company, and the security guard didn't stop him. Taking the elevator to the third floor, entering the office, and pushing open the door, Su Hao finally met the agent of this sweet orange girl. Yuman was sitting on the office chair with a document in her hand. When she saw Ding Lu and the others coming, she threw the document on the table and looked at them with her arms folded. "Are you here? I think you've really grown wings." Ding Lu didn't want to waste time talking to her anymore. She walked forward and stretched out her hand. "Here's the termination agreement. Bring it over and let's sign it." Yuman looked her up and down, clicked her tongue twice, and looked very disdainful. "Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be in a bad mood." Ding Lu said with a stern face, "Give it to me." Yuman was so angry that she laughed and took out 5 documents from the drawer. "Here are the documents. Please sign them. But I want to know, do you have the money to pay the penalty?" Tiancheng did give the company a lot of money at the beginning. However, the contract signed between Wu Lu and them was a 20 hours, 80-minute split. The company owns 80% and Sweet Orange owns 20%. This kind of exploitative contract is very common in the entertainment industry. Therefore, Sweet Oranges have not made much money in recent years. Ding Lu pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry about it. We will give it to the company later." "Haha, later? You must meet it." It was originally signed in the contract that the penalty must be paid immediately on the day of termination. Ding Lu was stunned for a moment. The other girls were also stunned. "Why, you don't believe it? You can go back and look at your contract. Is that what's written there?" Yuman looked at them with a smile, but there was some ill intention in her eyes. The innocent girls didn't seem to notice this hidden clause when they signed the contract. The girls' faces turned grim in an instant. It has come to this point, and there is no need for Yuman to lie to them. "I was so enthusiastic at the time that I didn't check the terms carefully when signing the contract. If you sign the contract, you must pay the liquidated damages immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the company today." Yuman threatened with confidence. It's not that easy to leave the company after joining it. Tao Leilei's face turned red with anger, and she almost went up to Yuman and started arguing with her on the spot, but was stopped by Chi Yin, who was standing beside her. Chi Yin was also very angry. She suppressed her emotions and tried to negotiate with Yuman. "Can we wait for 2 days? Let's think of a solution." Yuman snorted coldly. "This is written in black and white. Do you think this is a joke? This means there is no intention to continue negotiations." The girls stood there stupidly, suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Where can they find so much money? Yuman was sure that they couldn't come up with the money. Seeing that they were silent, Yuman smiled and softened her tone. "Well, after all, you've been working in the company for so many years, so I won't make things difficult for you. I'll just pretend that what happened before never happened. Listen to the company's arrangements from now on, and I guarantee you'll become famous." Chapter 27, 15 million. After Yuman finished speaking, she looked at them with a smile, waiting for their reply. Yuman was very confident. She believed that the Orange Band would not reject her proposal. They also have no right to refuse, unless they can come up with the 3 million now. The girls stood there with pale faces, not knowing what to do for a moment. Ding Lu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She never expected the company to be so shameless. But now she was helpless. Ding Lu even wanted to give up, but if she did that, she would be betraying Su Hao's trust. Moreover, she really didn't want to continue staying in the company and become an unhappy puppet from now on, walking a path she didn't like. But what could she do? Ding Lu couldn't help but look at Su Hao. A look of struggle flashed across her face. She moved her lips, but in the end, she said nothing. The atmosphere in the office was a little depressing for a while. The depressed mood made the girls feel heavy in their hearts. Yuman looked at the girls calmly and confidently. At this moment, Suhao looked at Ding Lu, curled up the corners of his mouth, and smiled. A sudden laugh broke the silence in the office. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Suhao, who had not spoken a word since he entered the room. She frowned. Who are you? We'll let you in. Suhao had been standing behind a few girls before, and Yuman was busy talking to them, so she didn't notice him for a while. Before Suhao could answer, Yuman said coldly, Please get out. After all, this is an internal matter of the company, and she doesn't want outsiders to know. Ding Lu was about to speak when Suhao stepped forward and smiled. I'm Suhao, and I'm the future manager of Orange Girls. Yuman's expression changed. She looked at the young man in front of her, then smiled coldly. Just you. Becoming a broker is not an easy thing. The young man in front of me is too young. In the entertainment industry, people of his age are at most assistants. However, Yuman did not expect that there would be a company willing to hire them. I'm afraid it's too early for you to say that. They haven't terminated their contracts yet and are still members of our dance group. You must meet it. Suhao also smiled faintly. It's only 3 million. I paid for them. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Yuman's eyes widened. After a few seconds, she sneered, The 5 of them alone are worth 15 million. Can you come up with that much money? More than 10 million is not a small amount. Even if Suhao had the ability, she didn't believe that there would be a company willing to spend such a huge amount of money to compensate an outdated group that no longer had any economic value. Ding Lu walked up to Suhao and quietly pulled down his sleeve. Suhao. She naturally didn't want Suhao to help them pay for it. They have been staying at Suhao's house these days, and Suhao is willing to write songs for them and teach them to sing. For them, what Suhao gave was already enough. Ding Lu also didn't want to owe Suhao such a big favor. Unexpectedly, Suhao opened his mouth and interrupted what she was about to say. It's already this late, so don't be polite to me here. After we solve this matter, we still have to go back to practice singing. Ding Lu opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but Suhao smiled and said, All right, let's talk about it when we get back. The other girls didn't say anything, but their eyes looked at Suhao with a change. Complex and touching emotions were intertwined in their eyes. Suhao didn't notice their expressions. He just walked past the crowd, came to Yuman, and put down a check. This is 15 million, keep it. Yuman picked up the check and examined it. This is indeed a real check. Yuman was still somewhat unwilling. She knew that the girls couldn't afford so much money, so as long as she used threats and inducements, these girls would definitely obey her. But unexpectedly, the development of things exceeded the original plan. Suhao, called Suhao, was actually willing to spend so much money to help them. Since she had enough money to pay the penalty, Yuman no longer had any reasonable excuse to stop them. Yuman took a deep breath, walked to the corner, picked up her cell phone, and called Yu Xingchong, telling him the whole story. Then let them sign. These girls are out of fashion, and the company still has to support them. More than 10 million, they may not be able to earn that much for the company in a few years. Yu Xingchong said. Yuman said, What about Mr. Ma? Yu Xingchong snorted coldly. There are just a few outdated female celebrities. There are plenty of them in the company. We can just replace them. Yuman nodded, answered yes, and hung up the phone. She returned to her office chair, put away the check, and threw the termination documents to the girls with a cold face. Sign it. After you sign it, get out of the company. Yuman's tone was very bad, but no one cared about it this time. The girls rushed to pick up their own copies of the document. However, this time they did not sign immediately, but went through the document carefully to make sure that the dance and music company had not set a trap. The office was very quiet, with only the sound of papers being flipped. Yuman raised her head and looked at Suhao. Is it worth it for you to do this? 15 million is enough to make another small star. Yuman always felt angry because her employees were poached by other companies. Suhao smiled fondly. I believe they will be popular. Really? So confident. You must meet it. What a fool. These girls are no longer young, and they have been praised for so many years but have not been able to make any waves. She has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, and she knows exactly what current fans like. People tend to get bored easily and love new things. It is impossible for these girls to become popular again. Thinking of this, Yuman felt much more comfortable and looked at Suhao with an expression that seemed to indicate she was enjoying a good show. Suhao nodded. They have great potential, but some companies are just not strong enough. Yuman was angry. But on second thought, Suhao might just be showing off at this moment. These 15 million have gone down the drain, and he will definitely cry one day. Then I'll wait and see. Yuman smiled, not believing Su Hao's words that the sweet orange girl would become popular. Su Hao did not respond, and the office returned to its previous silence. Soon, the girls finally finished reading the agreement. After making sure there were no problems with the contract, the girls signed their names on it. Chapter 28 Encounter. Several girls held their own documents and walked out of Wu Li's company building. They were still a little dazed and felt an unrealistic sense of unreality. We are free. Ding Lu couldn't help but murmur as she looked at the blue sky. There was a constant stream of people on the street, and no one noticed these girls. Tao Lele was also in a daze and came at Qi Yin. Just pinch me, are we really free like this? Qi Yin ignored her because she felt the same way now. It's so unreal. Not only her, all the other girls feel this way now. They have been in dance and music for so many years and have experienced all kinds of hardships. At the beginning, she was full of enthusiasm for the entertainment industry, but what she got in return was endless exploitation by the company. It's like being trapped in a cage, unable to struggle. But now, everything is over. It ended so abruptly, so it's no wonder the girls reacted that way for a while. Su Hao looked at them, smiled, and clapped his hands. Congratulations, from today on, you are free. Su Hao's voice rang out, and Ding Lu came back to her senses. She turned to look at him and blinked. The next moment, tears welled up in her eyes. She walked to Su Hao, hugged him, and started crying. I'm free, I'm free. Ding Lu's emotions also infected others. The other girls stood downstairs of the dance and music company, hugged each other, and cried bitterly. Several girls were crying here, hugging each other. Su Hao was hugged by Ding Lu like this, which attracted passersby to look over here frequently. Su Hao looked a little embarrassed, not knowing where to put his hands. But now he couldn't push her away. After hesitating for a long time, Su Hao placed his hand on Ding Lu's shoulder and patted it gently, as if to comfort her. Ding Lu just hugged Su Hao like this, and for a moment she didn't think much about it. She just felt extremely relieved. After a few minutes, the girls vented their anger and sorted out their emotions. Qi Yin looked at Ding Lu, who was still hugging Su Hao and refused to let go, and smiled. Lulu, have you hugged enough? The other girls also looked at Ding Lu teasingly. Ding Lu finally realized what she had done. Her face flushed, and she suddenly pushed Su Hao away. Ding Lu used too much force and lost her balance, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Su Hao was quick-witted and grabbed her. Hold me. I'm sorry, I was too excited and couldn't control myself. Thinking of how she had just thrown herself into Su Hao's arms, Ding Lu's face turned red so much that it almost bled. I don't know what Su Hao will think of her. Do you think she's frivolous? Su Hao just smiled faintly, expressing his understanding. It's nothing, I understand. After all, anyone would be excited to escape from such a cage. Ding Lu is considered to be restrained. When Ding Lu heard Su Hao's words, her face turned even redder with embarrassment and her heart started pounding. Su Hao cleared his throat and said, All right, to celebrate your escape from suffering, let's have a feast today. Everyone looked at the time and realized that after all the hustle and bustle of the morning, it was already time for lunch and their stomachs were empty. The group went to the parking lot to pick up the car, and led by Su Hao, they came to a very famous hot pot restaurant. This restaurant is mid to high end. The food is delicious, and the prices are high. Su Hao has eaten here several times, and it tastes very good. This time, in order to celebrate the girls' termination of their contracts, Su Hao specially chose this restaurant. I hope they will be prosperous in the future. A few people sat down, ordered the dishes, and when the pot started, Ding Lu raised her glass after taking a few bites. Because they still had to drive, the others didn't order any wine, and there was a drink in Ding Lu's glass. However, it doesn't matter whether there is wine or a drink in the glass. What matters is the feeling in her heart. She stood up. Seeing her posture, the other girls naturally knew what she was going to do, so they all raised their cups and stood up. Ding Lu opened her mouth with a lot to say. Su Hao once appeared at the lowest point in her life and left her a melody that changed her destiny. She thought that the two would never meet again, but unexpectedly, Su Hao appeared in her life again. She was exploited by the company to the point of being unable to breathe and could not afford the huge penalty for breach of contract. It was Su Hao who helped them solve this problem. Overall, Ding Lu was very grateful to Su Hao, but she didn't know where to start. Ding Lu thought about it, and finally her thousands of words were combined into one sentence. Su Hao, thank you for bringing us new hope. We will definitely not let you down. She raised her glass with a determined look. The other girls remained silent, but Su saw the same expression on their faces as Ding Lu. Several people raised their glasses, toasted Su Hao, and then drank from them. Su Hao also drank up the drink in the cup. I believe you. Although winning over these girls was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, but he believed in his own vision. I also believe that these girls will be able to bring him great surprises in the future. Everyone ate and drank, chatting about the interesting things they had experienced, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. I'm going to the bathroom. Halfway through the meal, Su Hao left. He went to the bathroom, used the toilet, washed his hands, and walked outside, preparing to return to his box. Just as he walked out of the bathroom, he saw a woman squatting on the ground. The woman had black hair and reeked of alcohol, looking drunk. Su Hao just glanced at her and didn't intend to do anything about it, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his ankle. Su Hao couldn't walk, feeling helpless. He could only squat down and help the other person up. Miss, are you okay? No, it's okay. The other party spoke incoherently, and Su Hao could barely hear what she said. The voice seems familiar. Just as Su Hao was thinking this, the other party also raised his head. A familiar face appeared in front of Su Hao. Hey, Kiki. Su Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Rin Chi-Chi here. Hearing Su Hao's voice, Rin Chi-Chi raised her head in confusion. Su Hao. She pursed her lips and smiled innocently. Why are you here? Are you here to take me home? I'm so tired today, let's go home. Su Hao was stunned. They had been divorced for so long. Where's home? You are really drunk, Su Hao said helplessly. Rin Chi-Chi pressed her whole body against Su Hao, smiling foolishly, which made Su Hao feel dazed, as if he saw the innocent Rin Chi-Chi during their school days. He sighed and took out his cell phone from Rin Chi-Chi's pocket. There was a password on the phone. Su Hao thought about it and entered a few numbers. The password is correct and it is opened. It's their wedding anniversary. Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the drunk Rin Chi-Chi and sighed. After finding Sister Hong's cell phone number, Su Hao dialed it. The other party was a little surprised after hearing Su Hao's voice. After learning what happened, he hurried out of the box. A few minutes later, Sister Hong came and found them. Sister Hong supported Rin Chi-Chi and frowned. How could you be so drunk? You were fine when you came out. They just finished a shoot today, and the crew invited them here as a wrap-up party. Rin Chi-Chi was persuaded to drink some wine, but seeing that Rin Chi-Chi was in good condition and did not look like she was drunk, she did not stop her. Rin Chi-Chi said that when she came out of the bathroom, she didn't look drunk. Su Hao said calmly, she has always been like this, she likes to show off. Sister Hong looked at him with complicated eyes, sighed, but didn't know what to say. She pulled Rin Chi-Chi and wanted to leave, but Rin Chi-Chi suddenly let go of her and pounced on Su Hao. Su Hao, why don't you take me home? Rin Chi-Chi's body was weak, and she could hardly stand. Su Hao was afraid that she would fall, so he had no choice but to hold her. We're divorced, Chi-Chi. Divorce? Rin Chi-Chi raised her head in confusion. After hearing these two words clearly, her eyes suddenly turned red. She pursed her lips and looked aggrieved. Divorce? Why do you want to divorce me? Don't you love me anymore? I know you. You definitely don't love me anymore. Rin Chi-Chi had lost her mind at this point. She couldn't control her words and actions, and she lay in Su Hao's arms and started crying. Su Hao was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Sister Hong was also very embarrassed. She was afraid that others would see Rin Chi-Chi like this, so she quickly pushed her off Su Hao. Chi-Chi, you are drunk. Let's go home. Go home? Okay, go home. Rin Chi-Chi muttered, but after hearing this, she was obviously much quieter. Su Hao and Sister Hong both breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a girl came running towards him. As soon as she saw Su Hao, she waved at him. Su Hao, why did you take so long? Su Hao didn't expect Ding Lu to come looking for him. Sister Hong was afraid that Ding Lu would see her, so she quickly covered Rin Chi-Chi's face. Ding Lu glanced at the two of them, but she didn't see their faces clearly, and then quickly looked away. Why are you here? Su Hao asked. Ding Lu was speechless. You've been gone for so long, and my phone couldn't get through. We thought something had happened to you. Su Hao took out his cell phone and took a look. There were indeed several missed calls, but his phone was on silent mode, so he didn't hear any of them. He smiled and said, what could possibly happen if I go to the bathroom? Let's go. Lele and the others are still waiting for us. Ding Lu naturally took Su Hao's hand and strode towards the private room. Su Hao was practically dragged away, looking somewhat helpless. Okay, don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Ding Lu ignored him and just held his hand. The two people passed by Sister Hong Rin Chi-Chi. They didn't notice that when the two of them passed by, the drunk Rin Chi-Chi looked up at them. Su-hao, you really have fallen in love with someone else? Rin Chi-Chi muttered softly, so quietly that even Sister Hong didn't hear it. Su-hao returned to the box, not taking the incident to heart. After returning to the box, Ding Lu let go of Su-hao's hand. When the girls saw this, they didn't say anything, but just winked at Ding Lu. Ding Lu coughed twice, pretended to be calm, and sat down. She looked at Su-hao and said, Su-hao, we will pay you back the 3 million yuan each in liquidated damages later. She just had a discussion with a few girls. It was their own decision to leave Wulu, and they felt a little guilty for making Su-hao pay so much money. They already owed Su-hao a lot, and they really didn't want to owe him money. Su-hao just smiled. Since I'm willing to pay 15 million, it means I have high hopes for you. I also believe that you can bring me more than 15 million in returns. Although this amount of money is not small, it is well worth it for Su-hao. Ding Lu bit her lip, but don't say but. If you really feel sorry for it, just work hard for me in the future. Su-hao smiled fondly. Ding Lu and several girls looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay, we will work hard. Ding Lu paused and asked, Su-hao, now that we've officially left Wulu, when will we sign the contract? This reminded the other girls. Although Su-hao said that he would follow him in the future, the contract has not been signed yet. It's not that they are afraid that Su-hao won't give them money, but they are worried that Su-hao will abandon them. As for money, Su-hao helped them so much that they had no problem working for him for free. With the contract, they feel more at ease. Only after Ding Lu spoke did Su-hao react. His studio hasn't opened yet, so he definitely can't sign the contract. It seems that we need to put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible. He thought for a moment and replied, Don't worry, let's talk about it later. The meal ended quickly. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they came out of the hot pot restaurant. Su-hao took a few girls for a walk around and then drove back home. 6 p.m. Su-hao called everyone into the living room. Several girls looked serious because they knew that the training had officially begun. Su-hao looked at the girls, cleared his throat, and said, Next is vocal practice, but there are some things I need to make clear to you in advance. Su-hao's expression changed, and he said seriously, I trust you, so I'm willing to teach you my skills. However, you must study hard and ask me if you have any questions. If I find you slacking off or not paying attention, I will no longer teach you. After all, his time is precious, and he doesn't want to waste it on unnecessary people. Although Su-hao knew that these girls would not do this, he still had to say some things in advance. Several girls also understood this and nodded seriously. Su-hao nodded in satisfaction. Okay, now we're officially starting to learn. First, sing Jade Smoke to Me Together. Several girls began to sing. When Su-hao gave them the lyrics, he did not specifically assign them who should sing which part. But the girls have been together for so many years that they already have a tacit understanding and have assigned the lyrics in advance. The first one to speak was Chi-yen. Her voice is soft and charming, which is indeed very suitable for singing the opening of this song. This voice alone is enough to attract people to keep listening. Su-hao did not comment, but just listened quietly. The girls sang in unison and finished the song quickly. They looked at Su-hao, feeling a little nervous. This is the first time I've officially sung this song to Su-hao since I got it. They really wanted to hear Su-hao's evaluation. Su-hao smiled first. Good. Just 2 words were already a high compliment to the girls. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Su-hao changed the subject and spoke again. But several girls were very nervous. Chapter 30 Practice Days. After praising them, Su-hao immediately pointed out their faults. Overall, it's not bad, but you guys are pushing too hard. It's not the feeling I want. Yu Sheng Yin is a lingering ancient-style song. It seems that this style of music has never appeared in the entertainment circle of this world. Lower your voice a bit and lengthen the ending a little bit. Su-hao suggested. Su-hao asked the girls to sing it again, but it still couldn't achieve the effect he wanted. Several girls felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time they encountered this style of music. Although the song was amazing, they were a little unsure because they had no relevant experience. Su-hao also understood this principle. He sighed and simply took out the guitar from the room. Let me sing it once, and you can follow me. Several girls nodded repeatedly. A wisp of smoke. Su-hao started to play and sing. This song is gentle and affectionate, and is actually not suitable for men to sing. But when Su-hao sang this song, he didn't feel the slightest bit strange. As the girls listened, they gradually became a little mesmerized, as if they had transformed into the smoke in the song, floating in the air, immersed in Su-hao's singing. A few minutes later, Su-hao finally finished singing. This was the first time Su Hao officially sang after acquiring god-level singing skills. Even he was surprised. This song is sung by a woman. If he had sung in the past, it would have been a bit difficult. But now, I can sing the whole song with ease and without making any mistakes. It's worthy of god-level singing skills. Su Hao looked at the girls opposite him and said calmly, "That's about it. Can you understand?" The girls finally came back to their senses and nodded repeatedly. Ding Lu's eyes sparkled. She didn't expect Su Hao's singing skills to be so amazing. She had also listened to other singers' live performances, including some top-tier singers. She originally thought that these singers' singing skills were already very impressive. But now it seems that he is completely inferior to Su Hao. Su Hao knew about Ding Lu's little thoughts. He picked up the guitar again and nodded to the girls. "Okay, then sing it again." The guitar started playing again, and several girls started talking and continued communicating. A wisp of smoke lingers, not like the green hills, blooming among the rocks. It is actually jade giving rise to smoke. After Su Hao's guidance, the girls' singing improved a little, but there were still some shortcomings. "It feels right, but you guys were a little slow at this point. You still need to be quick when you need to be quick." The girls listened carefully to Su Hao's instructions and digested them bit by bit. Su Hao kept strumming his guitar, and the girls didn't dare to stop and just kept singing. Until the girls sang it for the third time. "Okay, not bad. Your singing this time is quite acceptable. It's much better than before. Okay, let's take a break for a few minutes and drink some water to moisten our throats." Su Hao put down his guitar, picked up the glass of water on the table, and took a sip. These girls all have good voices, very distinctive. If you just pick one person out and yell a few times, it will definitely sound more pleasant than that of an ordinary person. Although there are still some shortcomings in my singing skills, this can be compensated by practicing hard. Plus, these girls learn quickly, so it's only a matter of time before they reach his ideal level. Moreover, although the song I chose was not very famous in my previous life, it is very suitable for the Orange Girls group. The girls relaxed temporarily and started drinking from their water cups in small sips. After resting for a few minutes, Su Hao raised his head and looked at the girls who had been staring at him. He smiled and said, "Ask if you have any questions." Ever since he sat here, several girls looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. He simply asked them to ask directly. Ding Lu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Su Hao, is it appropriate to release this song?" She paused, as if realizing something, and quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that this song is indeed very nice, but I don't know if the public can accept this style of music. The style of this song has never appeared in the entertainment industry. Although it looks fresh, it also has a great degree of risk. No one knows whether the audience will accept this style of music. If the audience doesn't buy it, it will be a losing business. If this results in a loss, it won't be as simple as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. It doesn't matter whether they become famous because of this song. What they were worried about was that this song would not bring any benefits to Su Hao. Suao Smail Fantli. Don't worry, this is a song I wrote." Su Hao was not worried at all that no one would listen to this song. When he wrote songs under the name by Chi, some people worried whether his style of music would be accepted by the public. But the song's subsequent popularity was enough to prove that those people's worries were unnecessary. Although the song, Yu Sheng Yin, was not very popular in the past, it still had a certain audience base. No matter how bad it is, it can't be that bad. Su Hao continued, "Why do you think I chose this song as your first song?" The girls shook their heads. They didn't know what Su Hao was thinking. "When I officially arrange this piece, I will incorporate a lot of Chinese classical instruments into it to create a song that is uniquely Chinese in style." He knew about the entertainment industry in this world, which was full of Western culture, and many singers' albums were mostly English songs. However, there is no ancient style that is exclusive to China. Su Hao actually couldn't stand the atmosphere in the entertainment industry. Although we have our own unique characteristics, we choose to worship foreign styles. He wants to change the Chinese entertainment industry. At the very least, they should promote these things that belong to China. Let the world know that Chinese music should not be underestimated. The girls were slightly stunned when they heard Su Hao's words. Chinese musical instruments? Some singers have used Chinese musical instruments in their songs. However, the proportion of Chinese musical instruments is very small. Using a large number of Chinese musical instruments, is this a bit risky? Ding Lu opened her mouth, but eventually swallowed her words. Su Hao knew the girls were uneasy, but he didn't explain. They will understand once the song is finished. He will make this song well, and then starting from here, through the Orange Girls, promote this Chinese-style song to the world little by little. Okay, keep practicing. For another hour, we'll wrap up today's training. Suhao picked up the guitar again and sang with the girls. The days passed quickly, and the girls made obvious progress after day-to-day training. Basically, they have reached Suhao's passing line. The day of official song recording has arrived. Chapter 31 Interlude. Suhao's studio has not been established yet, so of course he doesn't have his own recording studio now. So he contacted Su Xiao of Uni Music Company. After Su Xiao understood the whole story, he was naturally very welcoming and even left the best recording studio to Su Hao. That day, Su Hao brought a group of girls to Uni Company. Su Xiao personally went downstairs to pick him up and led a group of people towards the recording studio. When Su Hao came in, he received almost everyone's attention. He may not be famous in the entertainment industry, but in Uni Company, no one doesn't know Su Hao's name. The news that Su Xiao spent a huge sum of money to buy a new artist's song spread throughout the company. At that time, many people were not optimistic about Su Xiao and thought he was crazy. What's the result? Thanks to those songs, Fan Rojin is now doing very well in the entire entertainment industry. There are countless announcements and invitations every day. His net worth also doubled. The person most envied in the entire company now is Fan Rojin. Just relying on those 3 songs, he became famous all over the country, and it was so effortless. The songs that Su Hao brought out could be said to have severely slapped them in the face. The entire company remembered Su Hao. In the recording studio, when Su Hao and the others entered, there were already several people standing inside. This is the band that Su Xiao had found in advance according to Su Hao's request. Actually, it can't be called a band. Since Su Hao required the other party to be able to play classical music, Su Xiao had to work very hard to find these few people. These people don't know each other and are just gathered together temporarily. Su Xiao came in and first gave a brief introduction of Su Hao. Everyone nodded towards Su Hao, which meant they knew each other. The arrangement of this song does not require many instruments, and the overall rhythm is gentle and lingering. But there is one part that is very important to Su Hao. That's the guzheng part. Only the guzheng can produce the feeling that Su Hao wants. In this world, Chinese classical music is in decline. There are not many people learning classical music, let alone those who are good at it. It took Su Xiao some effort to find someone who can play the guzheng. Su Hao was not sure about the strength of these musicians and did not want to waste time. Okay, time is limited. Let's get started. Su Hao first showed the written music score to a few people. The person playing the guzheng was a woman in her 30s. After she got the music score, she first read it carefully and then looked at Su Hao with some surprise. This song is called Jade Generates Smoke. Are you planning to use the guzheng as the main instrument? Su Hao nodded. The woman was surprised and felt that Su Hao's behavior was a bit risky, but she was paid to do the job, so she swallowed her words in the end. The performance officially begins. Although the musicians had never worked together before, they had all played their instruments for many years, so as long as they had the sheet music, they would have no problem playing it. When the gurgling sound of the guzheng comes out and is accompanied by other instruments, the feeling is different. Several girls also sang in unison. As soon as the first few lines of the lyrics came out, Su Xiao narrowed his eyes and began to appreciate it. Su Hao, your song is pretty good. Su Xiao had never heard songs of this style. This was very fresh for him. I just don't know whether the public can accept this style of music. But on second thought, since Su Hao was able to come up with this song, he must be very confident. As Su Xiao was thinking this, the song over there quickly ended. This time it's just practice, not recording so soon. Su Xiao turned around and was about to praise the cooperation between the singer and the band, but he saw Su Hao frowning. Su Xiao took back what he was about to say, looked at Su Hao and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Hao sighed lightly and walked over to the musician playing the electronic organ. In the first melody, you dragged the notes too much, and in the middle part, your rhythm was too fast, stealing the limelight from the guzheng. The electronic organ player was a young man. He first looked him up and down, then played a few notes on the keys, seemingly not taking Su Hao's words to heart. I've been playing this for over 10 years. If I don't drag the notes, the music won't be that interesting. Suel Fronith. Playing the wrong tune wasn't a big problem. The problem was that the person in front of him simply didn't listen to him. He is a person who strives for perfection, and this song is the first song for the Sweet Orange Girl, so he naturally wants to make it perfect. An arrangement of this level is not what he wants at all. The atmosphere was a little cold for a moment. Su Xiao saw that the situation was not going well, so he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xiao Ming, just play the way Su Hao says. Although Xiao Ming is young and a bit arrogant, he plays the electronic organ very well and is considered a rare talent in this circle. Otherwise, Su Xiao would not have asked him to accompany him. Xiao Ming has been in the circle for many years, but Su Hao is not very famous, so he definitely doesn't want to listen to what Su Hao says. But he still had to give face to Su Xiao. He nodded. Okay, I understand. Su Hao was not willing to argue with him here. The second performance begins. This time, Xiao Ming really did what Su Hao said. But just as Xiao Ming said, that gentle and graceful feeling is gone. When Su Hao asked the question, Xiao Ming spread his hands and said, "That's how music is. If you want it to be soft, you have to play it slowly. If you play it too fast, you'll get this effect." Su Hao smiled, really? He doesn't think so. This musician has some talent, but it's still a little lacking. The skills are not yet perfect. Xiao Ming curled his lips and said arrogantly, "If you think I can't do it, then you come." He felt somewhat dissatisfied. The electronic keyboard should be the main instrument, so why use an outdated instrument like the guzheng? He was reduced to a supporting role. Su Xiao felt that Xiao Ming was going too far, so he walked over to Su Hao. "Su Hao, why don't we just forget about it? Let's make another appointment and try someone else. There are plenty of people in Yunqing who can play the electronic organ." Su Hao shook his head. "No, let me do it. These young people nowadays, alas." In that case, he could only show off his skills now. "The main reason is that I can't swallow this humiliation." He had to let this young man know that there is always someone better than you. Su Hao walked to Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming stood up and made way. He plopped down on the sofa next to him, leaning lazily, and looked at Su Hao with some disdain. He wanted to see what this guy could come up with. Su Hao first played a few notes to get a feel for it. He had composed all the music for those songs by himself. In the system, his electronic organ playing skills have reached an advanced level. So, playing the electronic organ is no problem for him. Su Hao nodded to everyone, indicating that they were ready. The sound of the guzheng rang out again. Su Hao followed the rhythm of the guzheng, closed his eyes, and flew his 10 fingers across the keys. Chapter 32 Help. Xiao Ming originally had a nonchalant smile on his face. But when the music started, the smile on Xiao Ming's face gradually faded. Su Hao played the guzheng perfectly without any dragging of notes, yet he brought out that gentle and graceful feeling. Not only that, it did not overshadow the guzheng at all. Instead, it makes the guzheng sound more lingering and affectionate. The song ends. Su Hao stood up and walked towards Xiao Ming with a faint smile on his face. "This is the feeling I want." Thinking of what he had said to Su Hao before, Xiao Ming looked embarrassed and stammered, not knowing what to say. He also didn't expect that Su Hao's playing level would be so high. "This time I was slapped in the face." Su Hao looked at him calmly. "Not being able to play, or playing poorly, isn't a big deal. I pointed it out, and you just corrected it. But you didn't listen to me. Have you ever considered that this is work? You have no sense of contract at all." Xiao Ming was speechless. He stood there in silence for a while, then left with his bag. The electronic keyboard was prepared by Uni Company, and Su Hao used this electronic keyboard to record the arrangement of Yu Shengyan together with everyone else. Sweet Orange Girl also performed very well. It took her half a day to finally record the song. Su Hao strives for perfection, so it takes a little longer. Otherwise, it would probably take a few hours to record. Of course, although the song has been recorded, there is still a lot to do in post-production. But since Su Hao could handle it himself, it wasn't a big problem. After recording songs for most of the day, the girls were all thirsty and exhausted. Su Hao checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The group had been in the recording studio all day and hadn't even had a bite to eat. He waved his hand and took a few girls, Su Xiao, and a few musicians to a restaurant. There were quite a lot of people in their group, and the private room was completely packed. At first, they were a little reserved with each other, but after a few drinks, they started talking. "Hey, this is my first time participating in a recording of this style of music. It's quite unusual." "Me too, but it sounds pretty good." "These are the girls who are in charge of the singing, right? The Orange Girls?" "I remember them. They were really popular back then. Their posters were everywhere in the streets and alleys." "Hey, it's hard to get into the entertainment industry these days, but they're all going to be famous this time." The group chatted away like this. After eating and drinking, the group dispersed. Su Hao was about to leave with a few girls, but Su Xiao grabbed him. He hesitated for a long time, and Su Hao raised his eyebrows, guessing what he wanted to do. "Want some more songs?" Only then did Su Xiao nod. "I know you're planning to set up a studio, so it's a bit inappropriate to ask you to buy songs. But Ruru is planning to release an album, and I think we should just make a masterpiece." Su Hao is planning to set up a studio, so he must keep the good songs for his studio. Since Fan Rojin became popular last time, she has received many notices. Recently, her popularity has died down a bit, so she has time to put the album production on the agenda. But to make an album, just 3 songs is definitely not enough. If their company releases an album, it will definitely have more than 5 songs. In addition to the previous 3, just give me 2 more songs. You decide the price. Su Xiao said. Su Hao's previous price was 3 million per song. After Fan Rojin became popular, the profit she brought them had already exceeded 50 million. Therefore, Su Xiao was too embarrassed to ask for 3 million to buy out Su Hao's songs. 3 million is too little. Su Hao thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I'll give you 2 more. We'll talk about the details later. It was just writing 2 songs, which was not a difficult task for him. Just consider it a favor. Of course, the money that should be paid still needs to be paid. Seeing Su Hao's agreement, Su Xiao smiled happily. But soon, his expression became troubled again. Su Hao knew that this matter might not be that simple. Tell me, what else is there? Su Xiao then spoke. Well, I have a friend who's planning to shoot a commercial, but he hasn't decided on the theme song yet. And that's why I thought of you. Su Xiao explained the whole cause and effect of the incident. His friend mainly undertakes commercial shooting. This time we took on an advertisement for a liquor. The manufacturer was very generous and said they wanted a high-quality advertisement lasting 3 minutes. The director already had some ideas, but lacked a suitable theme song. The problem is that this theme song must have a Chinese-style feel. The director even specifically asked Su Xiao to see if he had any suitable candidates. But it is not easy to find a song with this kind of feeling, and Su Xiao does not have a suitable candidate. The most important thing is that this advertisement cannot be sloppy. You can't just put any song on it. It must be the best of the best. When Su Xiao heard Su Hao's song today, he thought it was quite suitable. So, I'm going to take matters into my own hands and ask you something. This director is called Lu Kongtai, and he's really good at making commercials. This commercial will be broadcast on Huaxia TV. When the word Huaxia TV was mentioned, Su Hao's eyes flashed and he realized something. This is the official TV station, and it is not easy to advertise on it. This is no longer a question of money. This is a golden network of connections. This is what Su Hao lacks the most. Su Hao agreed without much hesitation. Okay, I'll give it to you in a few days. Su Xiao paused, as if he had something else to say. Su Hao felt helpless and signaled him to continue with his eyes. Su Hao, what I mean is that the level of this song must be higher than Jade Smoke. Although it is just an advertisement, it will be broadcast on China Channel. Don't be careless. Suao nodded seriously. Don't worry, it won't be worse than Jade Smoke. Seeing his confident look, Su Xiao felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I believe you. I'll make an appointment for you another day. As for Ruru's album, I'll contact you when she comes back. Fan Rojin has been busy with promotions recently and probably won't be back until mid-month. It's only the beginning of the month. Su Hao nodded and took the girls home. The girls were tired after a day of work and collapsed on the sofa when they got home. Su Hao also wanted to just sit on the sofa and not move, but he still had to go out. I have to perform at the bar tonight. Even though he is very busy these days, Su Hao will still find time to perform in a bar. Su Hao came to the bar, and the proprietress Yao Yu smiled brightly when she saw him. Su Hao is a great god of wealth to her. However, this great god of wealth suddenly said something to her. Madam, I won't be singing here anymore. Chapter 33 Meeting Ren Chi again. Yao Yu was slightly stunned and asked quickly, What's wrong? Do you think the salary is too low? We could discuss that. If Su Hao left, although the business would not plummet, it would definitely be greatly affected. She didn't want to let Su Hao go so soon. Su Hao shook his head. No, I'm too busy right now. I'm afraid I don't have that much time to perform. Counting the time, he has been performing in the bar for almost 2 months. This time was not very long, so Su Hao felt a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, I didn't say hello to the boss lady in advance and left early. The other party must not have been prepared. Yao Yu tried to persuade him again. If you don't think it's possible, we can shorten the time a bit. 2 hours? No, 1 hour will be fine too. Yao Yu really didn't want Su Hao to leave. After all, there are not many male singers who are both good at singing and handsome. Su Hao still shook his head. Boss, it's not that I don't want to stay, but I really don't have time. In the days to come, there's still a lot of things waiting for him to do. Just opening a studio would keep him busy for a long time. Su Hao said so. Although Yao Yu felt a little disappointed, she also knew that she could not keep the person. Okay, if you change your mind, you're always welcome here. Su Hao nodded, and then finished his last performance here. Before leaving, Yao Yu was still reluctant to leave and insisted on giving Su Hao a farewell party. Su Hao couldn't refuse, so he had to have a drink with everyone in the bar. Su Hao returned home very late. He pushed open the door and found that the lights in the living room were still on, and there was a figure sitting diagonally on the sofa. Su Hao walked closer and saw that it was Ding Lu, who was already asleep. She curled up on the sofa, her sleeping face peaceful and looking harmless. Su Hao couldn't help but lighten his steps and took the air-conditioned quilt to gently cover Ding Lu. Although Su Hao's movements were very gentle, Ding Lu still woke up. She opened her hazy eyes and saw the tall figure in front of her. She was so scared that she almost screamed. Su Hao was afraid that she would wake up the other girls, so he quickly covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, it's me, Su Hao said. Ding Lu blinked and focused her gaze on his face. When she saw that it was Su Hao, she breathed a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath, but inadvertently, her lips touched Su Hao's palm. Ding Lu blushed instantly, but Su Hao didn't care about this little episode and let go of Ding Lu. Su Hao looked at Ding Lu. Why are you sleeping here? Ding Lu sat up from the sofa and rubbed her numb legs. I wanted to wait for you, but I fell asleep here without realizing it. Su Hao laughed. Why are you waiting for me? Go to sleep if you're tired. Ding Lu wrinkled her nose and glared at Su Hao. What a fool. She has made it so obvious. Why can't he understand her feelings? Ding Lu was feeling sulky. She stood up from the sofa and walked into the bedroom in a blink of an eye. Su Hao was a little confused. What happened to Ding Lu? The next morning, Su Hao finished his breakfast and prepared to go out. He had to prepare to find a place for the studio and get things done as soon as possible. Before leaving, Ding Lu insisted on going with him. The song was recorded, and they had nothing else to do these days except practicing singing at home. Su Hao originally didn't want to bring Ding Lu, but after thinking about it, he decided to bring her. Ding Lu was smiling happily, and the other girls winked at her, but Su Hao didn't notice any of their little actions. Su Hao drove and took Ding Lu to a place far away from the city center. There are many office buildings here. Although it is a bit far, the price is cheap. Coincidentally, there are also several entertainment companies nearby. Su Hao took Ding Lu to visit several places, but they didn't find any that satisfied them. But there was no rush for this kind of thing. After looking for several days, Su Hao found one that he was quite satisfied with. Su Hao signed a one-year contract, spending more than 150,000 yuan, which was considered very cheap in Yinqing. There is also an entertainment company in this building, but it is not particularly famous. Occasionally, you can see a few beautiful young women coming in and out here. After the contract was signed, Su Hao took Ding Lu to a nearby restaurant to prepare dinner. There were many restaurants nearby. Su Hao randomly chose one with a nice environment and walked in with Ding Lu. This is a Western restaurant, very quiet and not crowded. Su Hao doesn't like eating here very much, but Ding Lu is eating it happily beside him. At this moment, the restaurant door was pushed open and the wind chimes on the door rang. Su Hao subconsciously looked towards the door. Two women walked in from the door. One of them was wearing a black sun hat and black sunglasses, so her face could not be seen clearly. Next to her is Sister Hong. Su Hao sighed, wondering how he could meet them here. He lowered his head and ate the steak on his plate, pretending not to see them. But Ren Qiqi seemed to notice Su Hao's gaze and glanced towards his position. Su Hao faced them, and a young girl was sitting opposite him. Reniki Fronith, Su Hao. Sister Hong also looked towards him. Why is he here? Ren Qiqi looked at Ding Lu's back and suddenly felt a little sad and a little bitter. Is this the girlfriend he recently got? She took a step forward and walked towards Su Hao. Sister Hong grabbed her, frowned, and said in a voice that only they could hear, What are you doing? Don't forget that you two are divorced. Ever since the last time Ren Qiqi got drunk and met Su Hao, she has been acting a little strange. I feel a little absent-minded when working. Sister Hong knew it was most likely because of Su Hao. She didn't know what to do except to persuade him. Hey and Kiki Post. Yes, they're divorced. But after just a pause, Ren Qiqi walked towards Su Hao again. Sister Hong pulled it but failed, so she could only sigh. Ren Qiqi came in front of Su Hao. Su Hao raised his head and looked at her. After a while, he sighed and said to Ding Lu, who was a little confused, Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Ding Lu didn't recognize that the person coming was Ren Qiqi, but she noticed that the atmosphere between the two was not right. She didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded. Ren Qiqi looked at Ding Lu twice more. Young, beautiful, and pure. Su Hao stood up and walked to the open-air seats outside the restaurant with Ren Qiqi. He remained silent. and Rin Chi was also relatively speechless. After a few minutes, Rin Chi smiled with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. It seems you're living a pretty cool life. Su Hao smiled and said, it's really not bad. Seeing Su Hao smile, Rin Chi felt even more uncomfortable. Chapter 34. The girls moved. Rin Chi suppressed the unpleasant emotions in her heart. It hasn't been long since we divorced. You found a girlfriend quite quickly. Su Hao said calmly, we're divorced. Rin Chi was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly realized what Su Hao meant. They were divorced, and Su Hao's personal feelings were no longer her business. Rin Chi felt very upset. That girl is pretty, pure and young. Su Hao seemed to like this. She was also very young when she was with Su Hao. Now that so many years have passed, Rin Chi was immersed in her own thoughts. Su Hao stood up. If everything is fine, I'll leave. Wait. Rin Chi subconsciously called out to him. What else? Rin Chi bit her lip. Nothing happened to her. She ran over to call Su Hao just on impulse. That song of yours, my desk mate. Rin Chi made up an excuse. Su Hao said without even turning his head, I won't sell the copyright I've bought out. If you want to cover it, go ahead and sing it. I won't charge you any royalties. Su Hao didn't want to argue with Rin Chi about this. Su Hao left without looking back. Rin Chi looked at his back with a complicated expression. When Su Hao returned to the restaurant, Ding Lu had already finished eating. She keenly realized that the relationship between Su Hao and the woman just now might not be simple, but after thinking about it, she did not ask. After all, her current relationship with Su Hao is at most that of a superior and a subordinate. Ding Lu couldn't help feeling disappointed, but she still put on a smile and said, I'm done eating, let's go. Su Hao nodded and walked out of the restaurant with Ding Lu. When he came out, Rin Chi happened to walk in. The two passed each other. Su Hao had some other trivial things to do, and he was very busy these days. It took Su Hao more than a week to complete the most important things. Until this day, Su Hao was ready to go out again and called the 5 girls out together. Let's go. I'll take you to your new home. Several girls were stunned. New home? Su Hao was somewhat helpless. You can't live in my house forever. Although it's not that I can't support these 5 girls. But there are differences between men and women, and living here is not particularly convenient. They are all female artists, so it's okay now. But if they are photographed by paparazzi in the future, they will definitely be in endless trouble. When Orange Girl was in the dance and music company, she was also provided with a dormitory there. I must not treat others unfairly in this regard. So he found an agent, took some time to look at houses, and finally found a pretty good apartment. Only then did the girls react. They had indeed been staying at Su Hao's house for some time, and they couldn't stay here forever. The girls were busy packing their things. But they didn't bring much, just some clothes, and they packed everything in less than half an hour. The group set off in a mighty procession. The place Su Hao found was very close to the studio, which made it convenient for them to go back and forth to the company. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. Su Hao rented an entire apartment building with 3 floors and many rooms. Su Hao had basically prepared everything in the house, so the girls could just move in directly. After putting the luggage away, Ding Lu suggested setting up a stove in the new house and having hot pot. So the group became busy again. At the dinner table, several girls raised their glasses and thanked Su Hao. After spending some time together, they got along very well with Su Hao. Su Hao is handsome and talented. Several girls admire him very much and even worship him. The days I spent at Su Hao's house were also quite pleasant. They suddenly moved out of Su Hao's house. For some reason, the girls couldn't help feeling sad. However, Su Hao is their boss now, and there will be many opportunities to meet him in the future. So the sad atmosphere quickly dissipated. After they chatted and laughed for a while, Su Hao prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ding Lu called him alone. Ding Lu suddenly didn't know what to say, and Su Hao spoke first. Even if I'm not around, you still have to practice diligently. I might check on you at any time. Ding Lu nodded. Don't worry, I will. Don't worry too much about the songs. With me here, you'll definitely become famous. Well, I believe you. Ding Lu rolled her eyes. Looking at the car, Su Hao parked at the door, then turned her gaze back to Su Hao. Finally, she mustered up the courage to say, Su Hao, can we still hang out with you in the future? I mean, get along like we did before. Ding Lu was very worried that the relationship between them will become cold after leaving Su Hao's house. After all, that's how people are. Su Hao looked at her, smiled, and nodded. Of course. Ding Lu's eyes gradually brightened. The next day, at noon, in Su Xiao's office at Uni Music Production Company. Su Hao, Let me introduce you. This is the Lu Kantai I mentioned to you. Lu Kantai is about 50 years old, slightly plump, with some gray hair on the temples. He has regular facial features and looks a little serious when he is not talking. Lu Kantai specializes in shooting commercials. The commercials he shoots have beautiful pictures. He has also shot many memorable public service advertisements and has won many awards. Although he is not as famous as those directors who make movies, Lu Kantai is still quite capable. He stood up from the sofa and extended a hand towards Su Hao. Hello. As a director, he doesn't put on airs. Su Hao also extended a hand and shook it back. Hello, I'm Su Hao. Several people quickly got to the point. Lu Kantai first stated his requirements. This is it. I hope this song can have a bit of Chinese style. That is, Chinese style, not too noisy, but more soothing. In fact, in today's world, there is no specific definition of what Chinese style is. Even the so-called Chinese style is still just a general concept. Lu Kantai has shot many commercials before, but this time he suddenly wanted to change his style. Then I thought of the Chinese style, which almost no one has done, but he was very troubled. What's the Chinese style? Lu Kantai couldn't figure it out, so he decided to come up with the theme song first. This can give you some inspiration, at least. So Su Xiao introduced Su Hao to him. Lu Kantai didn't know how to describe it, but Su Hao knew Chinese style very well. He asked Su Xiao to take out the song. Yu Shengyin, they had recorded and played a short clip for Lu Kantai. Is that how it feels? The pleasant music poured out like flowing water, and Lu Kantai's eyes lit up. Yes, that's what I want. But he soon frowned. But still a little off. This one's too soft and gentle. I want a more heroic song that fits the positioning of the drink. Chapter 35 Advertising Theme Song. Lu Kantai thought Su Hao's song, Jade Smoke, was good, but it was still far from the feeling he wanted. As for alcoholic beverage advertisements, they should give off a heroic feeling. Are there any other songs like this? I want something that is both tender and heroic. Lu Kantai asked. Lu Kantai's request is not low. Tenderness and heroism can be said to be two completely opposite things. It's difficult to write two completely opposite styles into a song. Su Hao frowned, pondered for a moment, and did not answer him directly. He thought for a moment and took out his notebook from his pocket. Wait a moment, let me see. Su Hao flipped through his notebook page by page. These days, whenever he thinks of a song, he basically writes it down in this notebook. After so much time, his notebook is basically full. He had memorized so many songs that he couldn't remember which one met Lu Kantai's requirements. Lu Kantai watched Su Hao's actions, almost looking forward to it. 5 minutes passed before Su Hao stopped flipping through the notebook. He looked up and smiled at Lu Kantai. Take a look at this one. What do you think of it? Lu Kantai quickly took the notebook, and Su Xiao also came over to look at the lyrics on it. A river of spring water is endless, and my dreams are lingering. The spring rain continues all night long, and your affectionate feelings captivate my soul. When spring dew blooms, I am infinitely beautiful. A spring breeze warms the heart, and your charm is infinite. A lifetime of love is as deep as the abyss. Love is as overwhelming as the spring tide. Wuliang's spring scenery is full of splendor, and its fragrance has intoxicated the world for 3,000 years. Lu Kantai savored the lyrics carefully, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. This word has real charm. Just by looking at these few lines, Lu Kantai could feel a sense of classical charm coming towards him. Especially the last sentence. The fragrance has intoxicated the world for 3,000 years. It fits the theme of this wine advertisement very well. However, although the lyrics are good, Lu Kantai has never heard the tune of the song and doesn't know if it's the feeling he wants. After Su Hao knew Lu Kantai's idea, he simply asked Su Xiao for a guitar and started singing. Su Hao's soft singing voice could be heard in the office. Lu Kantai listened to the moving and beautiful melody, closed his eyes, and in his mind seemed to see a pair of men and women who loved each other, drinking from their glasses and smiling at each other among the bamboo forest. The aroma of wine fills the air among the bamboo forest, making you feel like you are in a paradise. After listening to Su Hao's singing and playing, Lu Kantai stood up excitedly as if he had a burst of inspiration. Su Xiao, give me a pen and paper. His face flushed, and he looked as excited as if he had won tens of millions. Su Xiao had known Lu Kantai for a long time and knew that he was having a burst of inspiration, so he didn't say much and took out paper and pen. Lu Kantai buried his head in the paper and began to write and draw. Suha took a look and realized that he was drawing a storyboard. Storyboard drawing is a very important step before shooting a film. To put it simply, it means to draw the picture in your mind first. When shooting and editing later, the staff will understand what kind of picture the director wants, which will facilitate shooting and production. Suha just took a glance and then looked away. He didn't disturb Lu Kangtai and just waited quietly. It was not until an hour later that Lu Kangtai raised his head and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his storyboard and nodded with satisfaction. He had no inspiration before, but he didn't expect that just by listening to Suhao's song, his inspiration would come flooding back. He had roughly thought of the plot, and all that was left was to fill in some details. Lu Kangtai came back to his senses from his thoughts, looked up, and realized that he had actually forgotten about Suhao. He checked the time and saw that an hour had passed. Lu Kangtai smiled awkwardly and rubbed his head. I'm sorry. I forgot about you in my excitement. I am sorry. Suhao smiled and didn't care. After all, inspiration is only temporary and might be forgotten soon. He could understand Lu Kangtai's behavior. What's the name of your song? I'm very satisfied. If possible, we can sign the contract this afternoon. Lu Kangtai said, Love reaches the spring tide. Love is like the rolling tide of spring. Lu Kangtai repeated the title of the song in his mouth several times, feeling a little strange. Why is this song called such a weird name? However, Suhao is the author, so he can call it whatever he wants. All right. Lu Kangtai patted his head as if he suddenly remembered something and asked with some confusion, in the lyrics of your song, what does the word Wuyang mean in Wuyang Chuanguang Kanglan? Now, it was Suhao's turn to feel awkward. This song was tailor-made for Wuyang Ye in its previous life. The lyrics naturally contain the word Wuyang. I just randomly filled in the name of the wine. You can change it to the name of your manufacturer's wine later. Lu Kangtai pondered for a moment. Wuyang Ye? That's a good name. The distillery has a new name they've researched, but I haven't decided on one yet. I'll suggest it when the time comes and see if it can be used. This is also possible. It is equivalent to integrating advertising into the lyrics. When people hear this song, they will remember the manufacturer's name. Suhao was just saying it casually. He never expected it to be such a coincidence. But he didn't say anything. After all, the two words Wuyang are indeed more suitable in the lyrics. Okay, in that case, let's just sign the contract. Lu Kangtai took out the contract that he had prepared long ago. He is a lazy person and doesn't want to run around for a contract, so he will keep this contract with him. That's perfect. It's convenient now. Suhao looked at the contract. The price was still the same as before. It seemed that Su Xiao had agreed on it with him in advance. Spending 3 million to buy a song to accompany the advertisement, I have to say that Lu Kangtai is indeed quite bold. After taking a look at the contract, Suhao put forward his own conditions. That is, he needs to sing the song himself. This song, Love Rolls in Spring, is a duet song, and Suhao requires that the woman must be chosen by him personally. Lu Kangtai had no objection and nodded. Suhao then signed his name on the contract and put his fingerprints on it. After solving a major problem, Lu Kangtai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Suhao with a smile. It's a pleasure to work with you. I'll leave the female singer to you. Suhao is definitely much more professional than him, so Lu Kangtai is very relieved in this regard. He put away the contract, picked up the storyboard on the table, looked at it, and prepared to put it in his briefcase. Suhao glanced at the picture above and finally couldn't help but say, Director Lu, I think a few parts of the storyboard can be revised. Lu Kangtai's hand paused, and he glanced at Suhao. As soon as Suhao finished saying this, he regretted it in his heart. He is a director, but I'm just an outsider in the eyes of others. Saying this is like finding fault with Lu Kangtai. Suhao was about to apologize when Lu Kangtai spoke. Oh, then tell me what's wrong with me. Chapter 36 Fan Rojin is back. Although Lu Kangtai is a director, the commercials he shot have also won many awards. But he has one good point, which is that he is not arrogant. If someone gives him advice, even if the other person is just a small figure, Lu Kangtai is willing to listen to the other person's opinion. Seeing that Lu Kangtai's tone was calm, and he seemed to really want to hear his opinion, Suhao just spoke directly. He pointed at the storyboard sketch that Lu Kangtai hadn't collected yet and said, I think this scene would be better set on the water, with the male lead paddling a small boat. And in this place, the hero and heroine should be flying through the bamboo forest, and then... Suhao then mentioned a few other places that he thought should be changed. Lu Kangtai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he patted Suhao's shoulder suddenly. I can't believe you know anything about this. Suhao smiled and said, I'm just expressing my thoughts. Liu Kangtai held the newly revised storyboard in his hands and liked it more and more. He thought for a moment and said, Su Hao, if you have time, you can come to our set and take a look. In fact, Liu Kangtai wanted Su Hao to give him some advice when the time comes. But he didn't feel comfortable saying it. After all, it was already great that someone could point out some problems in the storyboard. But let's get him to the set first and talk about it later. Liu Kangtai had this idea in mind. Su Hao thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go when the time comes. In fact, he also wanted to see what the Chinese-style photos taken by Liu Kangtai would look like. After the two signed a contract, they did not stay here for long and left quickly. When Su Hao returned home, the house was empty. He sat on the sofa, looked at the calm living room, and sighed slightly. I felt a little uncomfortable when these girls left. He opened the system panel and took a look. After he had used up 1 million reputation points, his reputation points had basically not increased since then. Su Hao just took a look and closed the system panel. The girls have finished recording their songs, but it will take some time for the studio's document approval to come through. Next is the recording of the movie theme song. Ever since the theme song was leaked last time, it has brought quite a bit of heat to the movie. Director Liao is also seizing the time and preparing to finish the film as soon as possible. Su Hao also found time to record the theme song. The movie should be released in 2 months. After finishing recording the theme song, Su Hao finally had some free time. However, he still had things to do. For example, think about what to use for Fan Rojin's remaining 2 songs. Su Hao pondered for a while, then picked up his pen and began writing quickly on his notebook. The days passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was half a month later. An airplane flew across the sky of Yunqing and then landed steadily at the airport. Fan Rojin and her agent Xiao Min walked down from the plane together. Xiao Min looked around, then turned her head and said to Fan Rojin, Ro, let's go through the VIP channel later and try to avoid the fans. Fan Rojin glanced towards the exit from a distance. A large crowd gathered there, many of whom were holding up signboards with Fan Rojin's name on them, looking at something over here with fanatical expressions. If you look closely, you can see quite a few media outlets carrying cameras. This is waiting for her. Fan Rojin withdrew her gaze, nodded, followed Xiao Min, and left through the VIP channel. Ever since Flammable became a hit, Fan Rojin has been receiving constant announcements. She had been working nonstop for nearly 2 months, and today she finally had the chance to take a breath and return to Yunqing. The reason for returning to Yunqing is naturally to record this album. I wonder what kind of good song Su Hao has prepared for her. Fan Rojin was a little excited. The two walked out of the airport, and a nanny car was already waiting for them. Fan Rojin got in the car, sat in the seat, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's exhausting. Xiaomin closed the car door and said with a smile, It's good to make money. We were lucky this time, and were not discovered by fans. Although Fan Rojin was popular before, not many fans came to pick her up at the airport. But since this incident became popular, the number of fans who came to pick him up at the airport has skyrocketed. The first time they met, they were unprepared and trapped at the airport by a group of fanatical fans and almost couldn't leave. In the end, it was the airport staff who drove the fans out, allowing them to escape. Not only fans, there were also 30 or 40 media outlets present at the time. As a result, Fan Rojin became a hot topic that afternoon. This shows how popular Fan Rojin is now. The car drove along the way. This time, Fan Rojin did not go directly to the company, but returned to her home. She is so tired and needs a good rest. As a result, I slept until 7 o'clock the next morning. Fan Rojin's originally tired body finally regained some energy and spirit, and his overall complexion became better. She sat up, put on a suspender dress, opened the window of the room, stretched her body, and took a deep breath of fresh air. It's August now, and the weather is still very hot, but it rained last night, and there's a slight chill in the air. The cool breeze blew on Fan Rojin's cheek, making her feel refreshed. Fan Rojin stood at the window to enjoy the fresh air for a while before closing the window and going into the bathroom. After a few minutes, Fan Rojin finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. She sat on the bed and picked up the phone on the bedside. After one night, there were many more messages on the phone. If she hadn't turned on the mute mode, she would have been woken up last night. Fan Rojin read these messages one by one, replying to those that did and ignoring those that did. She scrolled through her phone, and when she saw Su Hao's name, her fingers paused. Fan Rojin clicked on his name, hesitated for several minutes, and then sent a message to Su Hao. She didn't know what to say, and she deleted and revised the message several times before finally sending it. Su Hao, I'm back in Yinqing. In fact, Fan Rojin wanted to meet Su Hao. During this period of time, although she has been busy with work, but she missed him too. It was only a little after 7 in the morning. Fan Rojin estimated that Su Hao hadn't woken up yet and probably wouldn't have seen the news so soon. She put down her phone, but unexpectedly, Su Hao replied to her so quickly. I know. I will also go to Uni Company today and give you 2 new songs. Fan Rojin was a little excited when she saw the message and replied to Su Hao. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. She thought about it and sent another little rabbit emoticon. Su Hao did not reply. Only then did Fan Rojin put down her phone and walked into the living room. In order to facilitate work, Xiao Min and Fan Rojin live in the same place. When she came to the living room, Xiao Min had gotten up earlier than her and had already bought breakfast. She saw Fan Rojin with a rosy complexion and a smile on her face, and he winked at her. Why? Did your guy send you a message? Chapter 37. Invitation to promote a movie. Fan Rojin blushed. What do you mean, my family? Xiao Min smiled cunningly and said nothing. For these days, Fan Rojin would occasionally stare blankly at her phone after work. She once accidentally saw Fan Rojin's cell phone screen and found that Fan Rojin was staring at the chat history with Su Hao. Xiao Min is almost a veteran in the entertainment industry, so how could she not understand Fan Rojin's thoughts? This must be because she has taken a fancy to Su Hao. Xiao Min did not object to Fan Rojin's relationship and even supported her and Su Hao being together. After all, Su Hao is definitely someone who will have a bright future. After breakfast, Fan Rojin and Xiao Min went to Uni Company together. This was the first time Fan Rojin came to the company after she became famous. As soon as she entered the company, everyone congratulated her when they saw her. Fan Rojin replied with a smile. She came to Su Xiao's office, and Su Xiao glanced at her and said, Oh, our big star is here. Fan Rojin touched her head and smiled at him. Stop teasing me. She looked around and found that there was no one else in the office except Su Xiao. Don't look anymore. Su Hao is probably still on his way. He'll be here for a while. Fan Rojin blushed. Who said I was looking for him? Su Xiao shook his head and rolled his eyes secretly, thinking, the way you look eagerly, anyone can tell that you're interested in Su Hao. However, Su Xiao did not expose it, but explained the subsequent work process to Fan Rojin. About an hour later, there was a knock on the office door. Fan Rojin hurried over and opened the door. Su Hao stood at the door. When he saw Fan Rojin, he smiled at her and said, Long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. The two walked in. Su Hao didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. He took out the written lyrics and music score, placed them on the table, and pushed them in the direction of Su Xiao and Fan Rojin. Here, take a look. The two watched the 2 songs from beginning to end and were more and more surprised. The completion of these 2 songs is no worse than flammable. Su Xiao was really curious about what was going on with Su Hao's brain. He could write a song of such high quality, and it only took such a short time. How is it? Su Hao asked. His 2 songs are Cloudy Day and Day Does Not Understand Night. These 2 songs were considered classics in the past and were widely sung. Moreover, it also fits the theme of Fan Rojin's album this time. Su Xiao and Fan Rojin were naturally satisfied with Su Hao's work and signed a contract with him immediately. As for the price, it remains the same as before, $3 million per song, and after the album is released, he will also receive a dividend of 30% of the net profit. A 30% dividend is already pretty good. After all, Yin Yi provided all the manpower and resources, and Su Hao is not greedy. After finishing his work, Su Hao did not leave in a hurry, but stayed in Uni to guide Fan Rojin. Fan Rojin was surprised to find that after not seeing each other for a while, Su Hao's singing skills seemed to have improved. At least, his singing skills are much better than mine. You have to work hard too. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. These days, Su Hao's studio finally got some documents. The studio still needs to set up some things. In another half month, it should be officially open for business. That day, Su Hao was having dinner when director Liao suddenly called. Su Hao looked at his phone, feeling curious. Director Liao's movie should be almost finished, so shouldn't he be busy promoting it everywhere? How can I call him when I have time? This thought flashed through his mind, and Su Hao picked up the phone. Liao Yonyan's voice came from the other side. Hello, Su Hao, long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? Su Hao swallowed the food in his mouth, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, It's still about work. Lao Yao, how have you been lately? The two exchanged a few pleasantries first. The movie is coming out soon, and I've been so busy I barely have time to think. I only managed to find some time during dinner to call you. Su Hao smiled not wanting to beat around the bush with him, and said, Lao Liao, just tell me what you want. I'll definitely help if I can. Liao Yongyan said, well, we've already finished producing the movie, and we're planning to hold a premiere tomorrow in Yunqing. We'd like to invite you to come and help promote it. If it weren't for Su Hao, their movie probably wouldn't have received such a great response. Although the movie has not been released yet, the fact that so many people are paying attention to it is already a good start. Tomorrow? Su Hao thought about it and felt that he really didn't have anything to do tomorrow. And Liao Yongyan personally invited him. He nodded and agreed. Okay, I happen to be free tomorrow and will be there on time. Okay, I'm busy here. See you tomorrow. Liao Yongyan hung up the phone in a hurry. The other side, Rin Chi-Chi tiredly pushed open the bedroom door and collapsed directly on the bed. She has been very busy recently, traveling around major cities. She took on every possible drama and variety show she could take on. When Rin Chi-Chi first entered the entertainment industry, she became famous after starring in a TV series. Once, in order to promote a new drama, she sang the theme song of a TV series, and unexpectedly the response was unexpectedly good. Later she tried to release a few songs, and the results were pretty good. Rin Chi-Chi has come this far step by step over the years, relying on her diligence and hard work to accumulate so much popularity. But Rin Chi-Chi knows clearly that no matter how popular she is now, it is definitely not enough if she wants to develop in the entertainment industry in the long run. She can only make more money while she is most popular now. It was precisely because of this that she and Su Hao became separated for a longer period of time and eventually divorced. After a short break, Rin Chi-Chi opened Weibo and replied to several fans' messages before accidentally seeing a hot search. Fan Rojin's new album is about to be released. Thinking of how badly she lost on a show last time, Rin Chi-Chi's heart tightened. She climbed up from the bed, walked out of the room, looked at Sister Hong, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, Sister Hong, I took that TV series last time. Sister Hong shook her head. Chi-Chi, our schedule is very tight. Although Rin Chi-Chi has always been very hardworking, since she last met Su Hao, she has been like crazy, constantly taking on announcements. During this period, Rin Chi-Chi basically didn't have a good rest. Sometimes I can only sleep for a short while on the plane, and after getting off the plane, I have to attend various performances and variety shows. Sister Hong was very worried that Rin Chi-Chi wouldn't be able to handle this. Chapter 38 Movie Premiere. It's okay, I'll squeeze out some more time. Sister Hong knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she could only sigh and contact the crew. The next afternoon, Su Hao came to a large shopping mall. There was a cinema on the top floor of the mall. In front of the mall entrance, there is a huge poster standing next to it, which is the promotional poster for Liao Yongyan's new movie. The young boy and girl sat back to back on the lawn, smiling, an indescribable warmth and harmony. Su Hao took a closer look at the cast list, and only then did he realize that the male lead's real name was by Mingzhi and the female lead's name was Tong Yao. Both are somewhat famous, but not particularly famous. Su Hao walked into the mall. There are usually a lot of people here, and today some fans flocked here, making it even more crowded. Su Hao took a look and called Liao Yongyan. Liao Yongyan asked him to wait at another entrance, and Cheng Yi would pick him up immediately. There was a staff member at the entrance. Su Hao didn't know him and didn't go near him until Cheng Yi appeared, then he walked in. When Su Hao entered, the cinema was already full of audiences. The two leading actors had not arrived yet. The host and Liao Yongyan were on the stage warming up for the event. Cheng Yi took him to the front row of guest seats and found a seat to sit down. Su Hao had just sat down when someone suddenly patted him from behind. When Su Hao turned around, it was Ding Lu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Ding Lu was very surprised. Su Hao, you are here too? Su Hao then remembered that Ding Lu also participated in the performance of this movie, although it was just a small supporting role. Su Hao smiled at her and said, Old Liao asked me to come. Ding Lu nodded and was about to say something else when Cheng Yi patted Su Hao's arm and whispered with his head tilted to the side. When they finish the process over there, they'll probably ask you to go up and say a few words, sing a song or something. Su Hao nodded to show that he understood. The conversation between Ding Lu and Su Hao was interrupted. Liao Yongyan spoke on the stage. Ding Lu stopped talking to Su Hao and focused on watching what was happening on the stage. Liao Yongyan was warming up the audience with the host. After a while, there was a commotion at the entrance, and the fans who were originally a little bored suddenly became agitated. Su Hao looked up and saw the heroine Tong Yao walking in with by Mingzhi's arm around her. As soon as the two leading actors arrived, The atmosphere on the scene immediately became lively, and fans excitedly shouted the names of the two leading actors. The two leading actors interacted with fans for a while, and the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak at this time. The host waved his hand, signaling the fans to be quiet. In fact, in addition to the two leading actors, we also invited a special guest today. Can you guess who it is? The host looked mysterious and kept the question in suspense. The fans' curiosity was also piqued. Seeing that everyone's appetite was almost whetted, the host said loudly, "That's the singer of this movie's theme song. Let's welcome Mr. Su Hao." Su Hao straightened his clothes, stood up, and walked towards the stage. Before the fans could figure out who Su Hao was, the media were already excited, raising their cameras to take pictures of Su Hao. Although it has been a while since the incident, the media still remember the hot search a few months ago. Just a blurry video has driven countless people crazy. During that time, countless media outlets wanted to interview the singer named Su Hao, but no one could contact him. I didn't expect to have this opportunity now. This is top news. Su Hao, the author of those years, actually showed up. A group of media rushed to the front and pointed their cameras at Su Hao's face. Su Hao took the microphone from the host and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Su Hao, and I'm also the singer of the theme song for this movie." As fans of Tong Yao and Bai Mingzhi, as soon as the movie was promoted, fans naturally became concerned about everything related to the movie. Fans were also aware of the movie-themed song leak incident at that time. Some people chose to watch the premiere of this movie because of Su Hao's songs. After knowing Su Hao's identity, the fans were also excited. The fans were screaming and shouting Su Hao's name, even more crazy than when the male and female protagonists appeared just now. Liao Yongyan cheerfully walked over to Su Hao, holding up the microphone. "It seems everyone is very enthusiastic. The movie is about to start. Why don't we ask Su Hao to sing the theme song?" The fans below started screaming wildly. "Teacher Su Hao. One song, one song." Su Hao did not refuse, nodded, took the guitar that had been prepared long ago from the staff, and began to play and sing softly. Su Hao now possesses God-level singing skills. As soon as he opened his mouth, he stunned everyone in the cinema. Teacher Su Hao is too strong. This is a live performance. Yeah, this is a walking humanoid CD. Some people murmured, shocked by Su Hao's singing skills. This is not a formal performance. Even the microphone is an ordinary microphone, and there is no post-production sound editing. No one expected Su Hao's singing skills to be so amazing. After Su Hao finished singing a song, the fans in the audience stood up and applauded. Then Su Hao said a few more words, probably about the inspiration for the song. Everyone had limited time, and after interacting with fans for a while, the lights in the cinema dimmed. The movie officially premieres. Su Hao cheered up. After all, this was his first movie collaboration, so he naturally had to watch it carefully. After only watching half of it, Su Hao felt a little bored. This plot is so cliché. It's probably about two young people who met and got to know each other during adolescence, fell in love, quarreled, and broke up, and many years later each of them had a family and passed each other by. However, the film's composition and lighting are pretty good. Su Hao yawned and looked at the reactions of the people around him. The others watched with great interest. When the theme song sounded, coupled with the beautiful and sad pictures, some people even shed tears. Su Hao lowered his head and almost fell asleep. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder from behind. "Su Hao." Ding Lu leaned close to Su Hao's ear and whispered his name. While no one was paying attention to him, Su Hao turned around and lowered his voice. "What's wrong? After the premiere is over, do you have anything else to do?" Su Hao shook his head. "No." Ding Lu curved her eyes and looked at him with a smile. "Then let's go have dinner together later." Ding Lu's eyes rolled around, as if she was afraid of being rejected, and there was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Su Hao thought that they had not seen each other for a long time, so he nodded. "Okay, no problem." Ding Lu contentedly returned to her original position and watched the movie attentively. Chapter 39 Register on Weibo. About an hour and a half later, the movie ended and the surrounding lights came on. Su Hao glanced at the expressions of the audience and found that many of their eyes were red. This movie is okay, quite touching, especially when the theme song sounded. I couldn't stop laughing. I feel that without that theme song, the quality of this movie would be half as good. Indeed, Teacher Su Hao is too strong. Although their voices were low, Su Hao, sitting in the front row, heard some of what the audience said. In fact, from Su Hao's point of view, this movie could be considered a bad movie. Unexpectedly, the audience's evaluation of this movie was quite good. Of course, as someone in the entertainment industry, Suhao knows what to say and what not to say. Just keep these words in your heart. After the movie was over, the leading actors and director came on stage again and said some words of thanks to the audience. Then the group walked out of the studio amid the applause of fans. Suhao also walked out and stood at the exit waiting for Ding Lu. After a while, Ding Lu came out. Suhao sent a message to Liao Yongyan saying that he was leaving, and then he left the cinema with Ding Lu. The two of them found a random restaurant in the mall and had dinner. After dinner, the two came out of the mall and it was already getting dark. There was a breeze at this time and the temperature was not as hot as it was at noon. Ding Lu didn't want to separate from Suhao so soon, so she suggested going for a walk together. Suhao nodded and took her to a nearby park. This park is next to the river and has a nice environment. Many people take a walk here in the cool afternoon. Ding Lu was in high spirits. She turned her head and looked at Suhao. It's been a long time since we last met. Since the last time they officially recorded the song, the sisters have not been idle. Suhao had found a dance teacher for them before, and they are now learning dance. Calculating the time, they haven't seen each other for almost a month. Ding Lu didn't expect to meet Suhao at the movie premiere. Suhao felt a little guilty when she looked at him. Although he told the orange girls to follow him, he hardly took care of them during this period. After all, it will take some time to open the studio, and there's really no way to arrange work for them now. Don't worry, the studio will be open soon, and you can see me every day from now on. Suhao didn't think too much about it, and answered Ding Lu casually. Ding Lu's eyes sparkled, and she smiled even more happily. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and talked about the movie premiere that had just happened. Ding Lu sighed, her eyes looking a little downcast. Just now in the cinema, I heard someone scolding me for my poor acting skills. Although her acting skills were indeed not good, Ding Lu still couldn't help feeling disappointed when she heard others say this about her. Suhao comforted him. It's okay, take your time. No one has good acting skills from the beginning. Ding Lu nodded, then changed the subject and mentioned Suhao's performance at the movie premiere. Do you know that when the media found out you were the author of the theme song, they went crazy? I bet you'll definitely be trending on the internet tonight. The last time a song was leaked, it became a hot topic. This time when Suhao appears, the previous situation will definitely repeat itself. Maybe it will be even louder than before. Suhao smiled and said nothing. After all, he doesn't really care about this kind of thing. Ding Lu took out her phone, opened Weibo, and looked up at Suhao. By the way, what's your Weibo? I'll follow it. Suhao shook his head. I don't have Weibo. Ding Lu was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said, why don't you register one? You'll need it for future promotions. For people in the entertainment industry, Weibo is a very important thing. You can see from it how popular a star is and the quality of his works. Suhao thought about it and realized that registering a Weibo account would indeed help him accumulate popularity, and it would also be easier to gain reputation points in the future. He nodded. Okay, I'll register one when I get back. Ding Lu put away her phone and smiled at Suhao. Then when you go back and register, be the first to tell me. Suhao nodded. The two continued walking for a while, and the sky became completely dark. Suhao drove the car and first sent Ding Lu home, and then returned to his own home. Suhao took a shower, dried his hair, and lay on the bed feeling a little tired. He remembered what Ding Lu said today, sat up again, opened his phone, and downloaded Weibo. He followed the prompts and registered on Weibo using his mobile phone number, but it said the account already existed. Suhao logged into this account directly. However, the next second after Suhao logged in, countless messages popped up and Suhao's phone froze. Suhao clicked for a long time, but the phone did not respond at all. Can't even shut down. Suhao had no choice but to put his phone aside for the time being. 10 minutes passed before Suhao's phone returned to normal. He opened Weibo and checked his ID. A name appeared on it, Bai Chi. Suhao touched his chin and then remembered that he seemed to have registered this account before. He posted half a song using this account and never logged in again. Suhao randomly clicked on a private message. Master Bai Chi, where are you? Will I ever be able to hear the full version in my lifetime? Bai Chi, when will you show up? Bai Chi, at least you should tell us the title of this song. He took a quick glance and saw that the number of private messages was already over 999, with a few new messages appearing from time to time. This is simply too much to watch. Afterwards, Suhao opened his Weibo again, and there was only one update on it. This was a video of less than a minute. Suhao clicked on it and saw himself playing and singing on the guitar. I'll play Chopin's Nocturne for you, in memory of my dead love. Same sound as the night wind. Heartbreak sounds good. My hands are tapping lightly on the keyboard. Suhao finally remembered the song he had forgotten. He just posted this online when he was bored, just as a casual record. I didn't expect it to become popular. He looked at his follower count. More than 5 million. Suhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that just by releasing a song, he would gain 5 million followers. Suhao checked the time. It was a long time ago. It should have been not long since he came here. At that time, he seemed to have not yet obtained the system. What a pity. Otherwise, he would have 5 million reputation points. Suhao clicked on the comments again and took a look. The number of comments had exceeded 500,000, and most of them were asking him to release the full version of the song and the song title. Suhao thought about it, logged out of this account, and registered a new account with WeChat. This time he used his real name. Chapter 40, Participate in the Publicity. Suhao sent a message to Ding Lu, telling her that he had already registered on Weibo. After a while, Suhao gained several new fans on Weibo. Suhao clicked on the Weibo accounts of several girls and took a quick look. The number of followers of each of them was not much different, around 2 to 3 million. In this day and age, 2 or 3 million fans may not be as good as an internet celebrity. After Suhao locked up a few girls, he put down his phone and went to sleep. The next day, Suhao was too lazy to sleep in, but was woken up by a phone call. Suhao picked up the phone. "Hey Suhao, you're trending." Ding Lu's voice came from the opposite side. "What's trending?" "It's trending on Weibo. Go check it out." Ding Lu quickly hung up the phone. Suhao yawned, then went to Weibo and clicked on the hot search list. Suhao took a quick look and found that there were several trending searches related to him. Suhao, author of Those Years, appeared at the premiere of the film yesterday. Suhao performed the song Those Years live. Suhao clicked on these entries and read through them one by one. Although yesterday was the premiere of the movie, the media and netizens' attention was all on Suhao. Suhao was reading the message when an ad suddenly appeared in the message reminder. Suhao clicked on it and saw that it was Ding Lu. "Congratulations to Mr. Suhao for being on the trending search. I wish Director Liao a big box office success." Later, he tagged himself and Director Liao. Ding Lu's fans are not very active. After posting these few points, there were only a few dozen comments. After a while, the number of reposts suddenly increased. Suhao took a look and found that this message was forwarded by Liao Yongnian with a sentence attached. "Thank you, Mr. Suhao, for your singing." After being forwarded by Liao Yongnian, Suhao's Weibo followers suddenly skyrocketed. At first, there were only a few hundred fans, and then the number increased by thousands. There was nothing on Suhao's Weibo. He thought about it and posted a Weibo. "Hello everyone, I'm Suhao." After posting this update, Suhao turned off his phone. He got up, washed up, had breakfast, and prepared to go to the studio. The studio has been busy with renovations these days, and the batch of equipment that was ordered just arrived, so he has to go and take a look. Suhao did not drive, but hailed a taxi instead. When Suhao got in the car, the driver was playing Fan Rojin's song, Flammable and Explosive, and humming softly. Suhao smiled. He didn't expect that this song would have such a wide audience. The studio was a little far from where he lived, and Suhao lowered his head to play with his phone again. In just a short while, the number of his Weibo followers exceeded 100,000. Suhao remembered that he hadn't replied to Liao Yongnian yet, so he quickly clicked to follow him and left a message in his comment section. "Thank you, Director Liao, for your kind words. I don't deserve to be called a teacher. I wish you a big box office success." Suhao was looking at his phone when suddenly a text message popped up. 200,000 yuan has been credited to your account XXXX. Suhao was stunned for a moment. "I shouldn't have any extra income recently." Just as I was thinking this, Liao Yongnian called. "Hey, Suhao, I just transferred 200,000 yuan to you as your appearance fee. Check if you received it." Suhao reacted and said with a smile, "You're too polite, Director Liao. It's just a promotion. Brothers should be clear about accounts. I hired you to do publicity, so of course I have to pay you an appearance fee. Suhao has brought so much popularity to his movie, so he will definitely have no worries about the box office when it is released." Although no appearance fee was mentioned before, Liao Yongnian still took the initiative to transfer 200,000 yuan to Suhao. After hearing this, Suhao no longer refused. But Liao Yongnian hadn't hung up the phone yet. Suhao said bluntly, "Old Liao, if you have anything else to say, just tell me." Liao Yongnian smiled and said without hesitation, "It's like this. I'd like to ask you to cooperate with us in a few promotions later. We are planning to have a variety show here, and we would like you to sing Those Years on it. We are also planning to promote it in several other cities. Would you consider it?" The popularity that Suhao brought to them this time was unexpected. Liao Yongnian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could bring more popularity to the movie. After all, This kind of thing is something you can only encounter by chance. He added, of course, I still have to pay the appearance fee every time, and those TV stations definitely pay more than I do. Suhao was silent for a moment, then replied, sorry, Lao Liao, I can't go. Lao Liao asked hurriedly, if you don't have enough time, we can cooperate with you. I can also give you a little more for the appearance fee. Liao Yongnian really wanted Suhao to promote the project together. Suhao sighed, I'm sorry, Director Liao, I can't agree to this. I've been busy with studio matters lately. Director Liu will probably need me over soon, and I have a ton of other things to deal with. I really don't have the time. So Liao Yongnian was a little disappointed, but he didn't force Suhao to do anything since he didn't have time. It's okay. The popularity you've brought us is enough. The box office will definitely be good. I wish you all the best. Suhao replied, thank you, and I wish you a big box office success. Haha, you're welcome. Let's talk later. Okay, bye. Suhao hung up the phone. After driving for a while, Suhao finally arrived downstairs of the studio. After paying, Suhao got out of the car. There are many companies nearby, and it happens to be office hours now. So many office workers are walking around in a hurry. Suhao walked into the building where his studio was located and squeezed into the elevator with a group of office workers. This building houses all kinds of companies, but most of them are internet celebrity agencies and some artist agencies. Along the way, I saw many beautiful women, which were very pleasing to the eyes. As for celebrities, they certainly wouldn't choose to come to the company when there are the most people around, so Suhao didn't get to see them. After entering the elevator, Suhao pressed the floor button. When he looked up, he found that many people were secretly looking at him and whispering something with their colleagues. Suhao touched his face, feeling a little confused. Did I not wash my face thoroughly this morning? That's not right. I clearly looked in the mirror before I left. The elevator stopped for a moment and many people got off. In an instant, the elevator became much emptier, with only 5 or 6 people left scattered around. Excuse me, are you Suhao? Suddenly, someone poked his arm and asked in a low voice. Suhao turned around and found that the person opposite him was a young girl with a round face. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and full of admiration. Suhao didn't deny it and nodded. Yes, I am Suhao. The round-faced girl was instantly excited. Chapter 41, Uploading New Songs. The round-faced girl took out a notebook and pen from her backpack and looked at Suhao with admiration. Could you please sign an autograph for me? Suhao nodded, took the paper and pen, and quickly signed his name in the notebook. The round-faced girl happily accepted it and carefully put the signature away. Thank you, teacher Suhao. After Suhao finished signing for the round-faced girl, the other people in the elevator couldn't stand it anymore. Before the elevator arrived, they all looked for paper and pen to get Suhao's autograph. One girl didn't bring any paper or pen, so she simply took a lipstick and asked Suhao to sign on her clothes. Suhao signed his name quickly, and only then did he feel directly and truly that he was really famous. However, I guess this effect only occurs near an agency where people have to use the internet every day. Just as Suhao finished signing, the elevator opened and arrived at the floor where his studio was located. Suhao got out of the elevator and came to his studio, where 2 staff members were installing equipment. This set of equipment cost Suhao a lot of money, but in order to ensure the quality of audio in the future, he had to buy the best equipment within his financial range. After the equipment was installed, it still needed to be debugged. Suhao was getting a little bored waiting, so he went downstairs and walked around the company. He hadn't walked around carefully yet, so he just took it as a way to familiarize himself with the environment. Although this place is a bit remote, the surrounding environment is still good, with restaurants, supermarkets, and a not-so-large shopping mall. When he had almost finished touring around, the staff at the studio called him and said that the equipment had been debugged. Suhao returned to the studio and tried the equipment. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed a receipt and sat down in the office chair. His studio is located on a high floor with a huge floor-to-ceiling window through which one can clearly see the scenery outside. Suhao looked at the scenery outside while thinking about something in his mind. He has basically nothing to do with Fan Rojin's album. Director Liu is probably busy shooting commercials these days and has not contacted him for the time being. The next step is to find a female singer to work with him, but he doesn't have a suitable candidate yet. So let's put aside for now. In 2 days, when the relevant documents come down, Suhao's studio will be officially open. As for the name of the studio, Suhao named it Xingyao. I hope all the artists under his management will have a bright future. Suhao was temporarily free. He opened his phone out of boredom and started browsing Weibo. Half a day later, his hot search ranking dropped a few places, and he will probably drop off the hot search list tomorrow. He glanced at his number of fans and saw that it had exceeded 1 million. Suhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the number of his fans would increase faster than he imagined. He quickly opened the system properties and checked his reputation value. More than 1 million. Suhao was a little excited. He had another chance to win the God-level lottery. However, Suhao thought about it, suppressed his excitement, and did not use this chance to draw the lottery for the time being. When he participated in the advanced lottery before, he often won nothing. However, if you do 10 consecutive draws, you will have a chance to get some good things. He guessed that this God-level lottery was of the same nature. Suhao closed the system page and turned his attention to Weibo again. In just a short period of time, his fans increased by tens of thousands. His private messages were almost full. Suhao was too lazy to watch it, and then switched to his own Baiqi account. Baiqi's Weibo account is not that busy, but he still receives dozens of private messages from time to time. The news about one of them has reached 999 plus. Suhao was a little curious and clicked it to take a look. To his surprise, there was nothing special in it, except that this fan would send him a message every day. Did Baiqi release the full version of the song today? Suhao swiped casually, but couldn't reach the end, so he clicked on this person's Weibo interface. He took a look and was surprised to find that since the day he released the song, this fan had been waiting for his song every day. Suhao suddenly felt a little guilty. He sighed, stood up from his office chair, and walked into the recording studio. He operated the equipment skillfully and began to compose music. A whole day passed. Suhao sat in front of the computer, looked at the finished song, and breathed a sigh of relief. It takes a lot of time to produce a song by one person. However, his speed is already quite fast. It's impossible for a normal person to complete a song in one day. Moreover, he was the one who completed the arrangement, post-production, and singing. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Suhao listened to the song he had recorded and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he went online to the largest music platform in the country, Chinin. He quickly logged into the account he had registered, Baiqi. Although he registered this account, he never used it. There are no followers on this account either. Then, he uploaded the song he had just recorded, Serenade. After completing all this, Suhao breathed a sigh of relief. On the Chinin platform, listening to songs is free, but downloading costs 2 yuan each time. However, before that, the songs must be reviewed by the platform before they could be officially put on the shelves. Suhao was not in a hurry. Seeing that it was getting late, he went downstairs. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. When Suhao came out, the whole building was dark. Only a few companies' lights were still on. When Suhao returned home, cooked, ate, and took a shower, it was almost 12 o'clock. He yawned, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. However, just as Suhao fell asleep, on the other side, Chinin Company was still brightly lit. In Chinin Audit Department, there are still several employees working overtime. Working overtime is commonplace for them. Not all songs can be uploaded to the Chinin platform. Some songs contain unhealthy content in the lyrics, which will definitely not be approved. Employee Ding yawned, made a bucket of instant noodles, then sat down at his workstation and started eating the noodles with his hands in his hands. At the same time, he did not waste time. He wanted to finish his work and leave early. He ate instant noodles while wearing headphones and listening to the latest songs uploaded to his headphones. After listening to a few songs, Ding Zai sighed and felt bored. Every day, the same few styles are played, and some people's singing skills are so bad. It really ruins my ears. He couldn't help but complain. In fact, compared with foreign countries, the quality of music in China is uneven, and it is difficult to produce good songs. However, the new songs released by Fan Rojin recently are pretty good, and they could be considered as a welcome refresher for the public. Even though I was a little bored of listening to the music, it was my job after all, so I had to patiently continue listening. He clicked on the next song to be reviewed, while Ding glanced at the name. Serenade. Ding pressed the play button. A dozen seconds later, Ding Zai couldn't help but yell, "Fuck!" Chapter 42. The Excitement of Chinin Platform. Ding Zai stood up suddenly, not noticing that he was still holding instant noodles in his hand, and the noodles immediately spilled all over the floor. However, he didn't care about these things at the moment. He was concentrating on listening to the songs in his headphones with an intoxicated expression. The other colleagues were startled by the noise and looked over at him, cursing, "Ding Zai, what are you doing? You scared me so late at night." Ding ignored him and continued to immerse himself in the song. After a few minutes, Ding Zai took off his headphones. "It sounds so good." The colleague who had just scolded Dingze rolled his eyes, somewhat uninterested. There are good songs out there, so why get so excited? He thinks Fan Rojin's new song is pretty good, and also Suhao's song Those Years is pretty good. But speaking of which, it seems that Fan Rojin's new album is about to be released. He will definitely be the first to download it then. Dingze listened to his words, took 2 steps over, pulled him to his workstation, and put the headphones on his colleague's head. Listen to this. A few minutes later, this colleague also became like Dingze and shouted, "Fuck." He pointed at the screen excitedly and shouted, "This song is going to be a hit." In fact, there are many popular songs in the circle. However, many of them are brainwashing melodies. They sound good at first, but they cannot stand up to careful tasting. But this song, it will definitely set the entire music world on fire. As he spoke, he nudged Dingze and said, "Hurry up, get it approved." Dingze then slapped his head suddenly, pulled back his chair, sat down at his workstation, and clicked the approval button. He turned around and said to his colleague, "It's been a while since I've heard a song that suits my taste so well. Why get back later? I'll definitely." What are you guys arguing about? Are you planning on staying up all night instead of working properly? At this moment, a serious voice came. The two turned around and saw that it was the department head coming out. He walked over with a briefcase in his hand, but Dante saw a sleep mark on his face. "This must be because they woke me up from my sleep." Dante certainly didn't dare to expose it, so he could only say dryly, "Boss, it's like this. We heard a great song and we're so excited." The supervisor sneered and looked at him sideways. "A good song? What good song can make you so excited?" Dingze quickly put the headphones on the supervisor's head. "Boss, listen to this song." Ding clicked on the song. The music starts. A few minutes later, the supervisor's expression gradually changed from disdain at the beginning to shock. The quality of this song is not inferior to the recently popular Flammable and Explosive in Those Years. He even felt that this song was even better than the other two. The supervisor was excited, thinking that this song would definitely bring greater profits to their company. "Quick, show me the download data of this song," the supervisor shouted. Dingze quickly dragged the mouse and found the song Serenade from the music library. Views, 88. Downloads, 81. The three were shocked. This number of views may seem small, but you have to know that it took less than 10 minutes for this song to pass review. It already has more than 80 views. What's even more terrifying is, a song with 88 views has 81 downloads. This means that the download rate of this song has reached more than 95%. Even Fan Rojin's song, Flammable, has a download rate of only over 70%. Who is the author of this song? I want to know all his information. The supervisor asked excitedly. Then clicked it and took a look. A name that he had not expected appeared below the song. Singer, by Chi. Composer, by Chi. Mixing, by Chi. By Chi. The supervisor was also stunned. Of course he knew the name. He became popular because of half a song, and his number of fans exceeded 5 million in just a few days. However, after that, Bai Chi never appeared as a singer again. Later, his name appeared in the albums of some singers. Every song is a big hit. After knowing who the author was, the supervisor became a little hesitant. Is this Bai Chi the Bai Chi we are thinking of? Bai Chi has never shown up in recent years. This has resulted in many people using his name to cheat others. However, a liar is still a liar after all. Without Bai Chi's strength, he will naturally be discovered soon. This was naturally the first reaction of the supervisor after seeing Bai Chi's name. However, the quality of this song is very good. Dingze simply took out his cell phone and found Bai Chi's Weibo. He has been following Bai Chi, but Bai Chi hasn't updated his Weibo for a long time. No one could find him. Bai Chi's Weibo homepage still shows the same video from several years ago. He opened it and listened. "I play Chopin's Nocturne for you to commemorate my dead love." The tune and lyrics of Serenade on the Qianing platform were exactly the same as those on the Qianing platform. The three of them widened their eyes, unable to contain their excitement. "It must be him. It must be Bai Chi," the supervisor shouted. It turns out the name of this half song is Serenade. It turns out this is his complete work released on Qianing. Dingze also shouted. The supervisor clicked on Serenade and listened to it several times. When he finally took off his headphones, there was still a hint of unsatisfied expression on his face. Sounds good. The song is sad and decadent, telling the story of the numbness after losing love. The supervisor stared at the rising data above, slammed the table, and made a decision. Give the opening screen cover to this song tomorrow and include Bai Chi's name on it. Also, All the recommended spots on various charts are reserved for this song, Serenade. The supervisor is planning to promote this song vigorously. Dingze hesitated for a moment and said, but I don't know if the higher-ups will agree. If they were to give the recommendation position to Bai Chi without authorization, some senior officials would probably not be satisfied. The supervisor snorted coldly, as if thinking of someone he disliked. Oh, I think you all know how high the quality of this song is. The supervisor turned around and looked at the two of them intently. This song will definitely be a hit, and it will definitely bring considerable benefits to our company. I think those people, no matter how dissatisfied they are, have no reason to say anything more. Even if you're dissatisfied, so what? It's just a name by Chi. It is enough for them to promote it with all their might. Anyway, no matter what, hurry up, contact the propaganda department, and do as I say. Yes. Chapter 43. Hot on the internet. The next morning, the streets, which were originally deserted, gradually became lively. People squeezed into the subway with sleepy eyes and headed to the company. There were a lot of people on the subway, but Xiao Dao was lucky enough to grab a seat. She didn't look well, and her eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, she had cried last night. She broke up with her boyfriend last night. Xiao Dao was very depressed, but she still had to get up early to go to work. She sighed slightly, put on her headphones, and turned on Chinin. She usually listens to music to pass the time on the subway when commuting to and from get off work, but she has become a little tired of the songs in her mobile phone playlist recently. As soon as you open Chinin, you will see Chinin's splash screen advertisement. But today seems a little different. The content above is very simple, just a pure black picture with some simple patterns on it, and in the middle is the title of a song, Serenade by Chi. The opening screen advertisement is very short, and after 3 seconds it enters the Chinin player interface. But this made Xiao Hao a little curious. Chinin rarely advertises songs on the opening screen, unless it is at the level of Fan Rojin. Who is this by Chi? She had never heard of it. Out of curiosity, Xiao Hao searched for the song and clicked to play. The next moment, a magnetic and somewhat decadent male voice came into her ears. A swarm of blood-sucking ants, attracted to rotting flesh. The beginning caught Xiao Tao's ears tightly. It wasn't until the chorus that Xiao Tao felt as if her heart was grabbed by someone and pulled hard, and she recalled the past when she was with her ex-boyfriend. Unconsciously, her eyes became moist. On the subway, Xiao Tao lowered her head, with Nocturne playing on repeat in her ears, and tears silently shed. After listening to this song, Xiao Tao always feels heartbroken. This reminded her of her ex. People always learn to cherish things only after they lose them. She didn't want to cause herself any more pain. A few minutes later, she opened her phone and sent a message to her ex-boyfriend with whom she had just broken up. I miss you. She wiped her tears and clicked on the comments. She noticed that the song seemed to have been released just last night, but the number of comments has exceeded 3,000, and it is still rising. Xiao Dao was a little surprised. The data increased too fast. Not only she was surprised, but also Chinin's staff. In the morning, before 9 o'clock, Dingze sat down at his workstation with dark circles under his eyes. The others were shocked to see his listless appearance. Dingze, what were you doing last night? Dingze yawned and waved his hand at him. Don't mention it. I worked overtime until midnight last night and didn't go to bed until after 4 o'clock. In fact, he got home at 2 o'clock last night. However, when he turned on the song Serenade and played it on repeat, 2 hours had passed without him noticing. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already 4 o'clock. If he didn't have to go to work the next day, he would definitely listen to music all night long. Dingze made a cup of coffee, sat in the chair, and took a sip. The bitter taste spread throughout his mouth, which made him feel a little more energetic. By the way, I need to see what the data for this song is like. I opened Chinin's system background and found the song Nocturne. He took another sip of coffee, but before he could swallow it, the data presented on it made him spit out the coffee. Views, 32,851. Downloads, 27,025. He suddenly leaned closer to the screen, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, Am I dazzled? Am I seeing things right? After making sure that he was not mistaken, Dingze couldn't help but take a breath. It's only one night. Even the recommendation for this song was just arranged. It hasn't even been a whole morning yet, and we've already reached such a terrifying number. And this download rate. Hiss. Even the queen of love songs, Fan Rojin, can't compare to her. At this moment, the supervisor walked out of the office with a red face. He walked over to Dingze and patted his shoulder. Dingsha, Ding Zai was so scared that he almost spilled the coffee in his hand. Just as he was about to get angry, he turned around and saw that it was his supervisor. He quickly swallowed the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Master, what's going on?" The supervisor looked at him cheerfully and said, "You're lucky, kid. The data for this song is great. You're definitely going to get a bonus at the end of the month." If it weren't for the commotion Ding Zai caused yesterday, he probably wouldn't have discovered such a high-quality song and wouldn't have been able to recommend it so quickly. In the morning, the senior management saw that Xianin's recommendation position had been replaced by this song, and they ran over to ask him what was going on. Some even suggested removing him from his post. He directly showed the data of this song and slapped those people in the face. The boss even found him personally and asked him to be responsible for the promotion of this song on Xianin. This made him very happy. Ding Zai was surprised and thanked his supervisor hurriedly. The supervisor thought for a moment and said to Ding Zai, "Go, contact the people at Weibo and let's buy a spot on the trending search." Baiqi released a song on their platform, so of course they have to promote it well. Ding Zai exclaimed, "But supervisor, I'm just an auditor." The supervisor glared at him, not caring about anything else at this moment. "Just go if I tell you to, and you'll definitely get the bonus." Ding Zai then contacted them happily. The morning passed. A piece of information appeared on the Weibo hot search list at some point. Baiqi's new song Serenade was released on the Qianin platform. There's a small word boil after this entry, which obviously shows that it is very popular. This is a message released on the official Weibo account of Qianin platform. The content is very simple, which means that Baiqi released a song on their platform and also tagged Baiqi's Weibo at the end and posted a link to the new song. The comments below are about to explode. "Baiqi, who is Baiqi?" I saw the trending search and clicked in with a confused look on my face. The people above are obviously young people, and Baiqi is the god of the music industry. Agreed. Baiqi's eternal god. He finally released a new song, and it's the full version of the song he posted on Weibo. I've been waiting for so many years, and finally it's here. Woo. I have a question. Baiqi has disappeared for so many years. How did he suddenly appear? Could he be someone else impersonating him again? The information released by the authorities shouldn't be wrong. So what if it's officially released? It's not like there haven't been similar blunders before. Have you forgotten? How can this be verified? Even if someone is impersonating Baiqi has never come out to make a statement. I think it's Baiqi. Who else can write a song like this besides Baiqi? You're all paying attention, aren't you? I think this song, regardless of whether it was actually written by Baiqi, is a high-quality song in itself. Why bother arguing about it here? Chapter 44 must sign Baiqi. Netizens were arguing fiercely in the comments of this Weibo post. However, it is precisely because of this that the song, Serenade, has attracted a lot of traffic. On the other side, Suhao just turned on his phone and found a message push on it. He didn't care at first and was about to cross out the message when he found Baiqi's name on it. Suhao was a little confused. He looked carefully and read the push from Qianin from left to right. Baiqi's new work, Serenade, is released. Suhao touched his chin. How come a song he just released last night was pushed today? He clicked on Qianin and looked at his personal profile. He was surprised to find that the number of views had exceeded 40,000 in just one night and one morning. The number of downloads has reached more than 30,000, and this data is still rising. He opened the system and took a look at his reputation value, which had skyrocketed by 200,000 points. Suhao was a little confused. What is going on? He thought about it and opened Weibo again. The last time he logged out of Weibo, he did not switch accounts, and the account he was logged in with was still Baiqi's account. He still had the same amount of messages in his private messages, but the number of his fans suddenly increased by more than 100,000. He looked at the hot search list and found that he was indeed on the hot search. Suhao clicked on Xianin's official Weibo and saw the updates related to himself. He clicked on the comments and took a look. The fans were still arguing over whether it was posted by Baiqi himself. So that's how it is. I'm on the trending search again. Suhao actually didn't expect that his song would cause such a big stir. He originally just wanted to fulfill the wish of the fan who persisted in sending him messages. Suhao thought about it, forwarded the Weibo post, and added some text. "Welcome everyone to listen to my new song. Anyway, it's free popularity. If you stand up and clarify it, you will definitely gain more reputation points. Don't miss it." After forwarding the post, Suhao quit Weibo. He didn't pay attention to the subsequent developments, but the entire Weibo was instantly in an uproar because of his retweet. "Ah, Baiqi, you finally updated your Weibo. Oh my god, it's actually Baiqi's song. I'm going to download it right now. Go listen to it." I declare Serenade the best song I've heard this year. After a while, Bai Chi's Weibo became a hot topic again. More and more people paid attention to him. Everyone is wondering whether Bai Chi is preparing to make a comeback this time. The entire entertainment industry was in turmoil because of Bai Chi's sudden appearance. Jinding Music Production Company. President Jean sat in the office, looking at the message on his phone with a sullen face. He glanced around at his subordinates standing around. Did you all see today's news? Bai Chi showed up. This time, I must find a way to sign him for me. The fact that Rin Chi was bought from Jean Ding to participate in PK, but was completely crushed by Fan Rojin, was known to almost everyone in the industry. Now, everyone doubts the strength of their golden tripod. Some people would rather breach the contract than buy their songs here anymore, and instead contact Uni Music Company. Therefore, Jinding's performance is now declining sharply. Every time a song is produced, it costs money. But now, a large number of finished songs cannot be sold. Although it will not affect the foundation of Jinding Company, it is enough to make them suffer. President Jean hated the little man who wrote songs for Fan Rojin, and he also hated Uni Company. If it weren't for them, the company wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. The most important thing is that the company's reputation was ruined, and outsiders began to think that Jinding could not write any good songs. But Mr. Jean could do nothing but swallow his anger. Seeing that the company's business situation was worse than before, Mr. Jean became anxious and angry. But God has eyes. Today, he saw a glimmer of hope. Bai Chi actually showed up. For so many years in the music circle, no one could contact Bai Chi unless Bai Chi took the initiative to contact him. He almost became a legend. But now, Bai Chi has released a song as an individual for the first time. Does this mean that Bai Chi is ready to officially enter the entertainment industry? In short, no matter what, Bai Chi must be signed to their Jinding. Remember, at all costs, give him a 1-year contract worth 30 million. No, he can name any price, as long as he's willing to sign with us. Jean Ding. The people below hesitated and said, Boss Jean, isn't this price too high? 30 million. Only a top-tier singer can get this price. Bai Chi, who only has 5 million fans. Even if Bai Chi is a legend in the music industry, the market is different now, and Bai Chi may not be able to do well in the entertainment industry. But this is secondary. The most important thing is that no one can guarantee that every song of Bai Chi is a masterpiece. Maybe those previous songs became popular just because of luck. President Jean snorted coldly and glared at him. Shit. 5 million fans, so what? Don't you think about it? Bai Chi gained so many fans with just an incomplete song back then. Now he has released a song and achieved such great results in a short period of time. President Jean slammed the table and looked at his subordinates with a look of disappointment. Think about it. Jean Ding has had so many years, and which singer under his command has ever reached this level? Debut is the peak. What's more, Bai Chi hasn't made his debut yet. The people below looked at each other and were truly terrified. If you think about it carefully, it seems that they don't have such artists under their command. Not only Jean Ding, but even the entire entertainment industry may not be able to compare with Bai Chi's terrifying data. Don't waste my time here. We're definitely not the only company ready to sign Bai Chi. Hurry up. If Bai Chi is signed by someone else, you'll all be out. Yes. Everyone in the office left. Mr. Jean sat in his office chair, lit a cigarette, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. He was so excited. It has been many years since I've seen a talent of Bai Chi's level. He took a deep puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, took out his cell phone, and searched for Bai Chi's name on Weibo. Such a short time. The number of searches related to Bai Chi has exceeded 3 million. This is just the data from Weibo. Bai Chi became completely famous. If Bai Chi can be signed, he will definitely become a cash cow for Jinding. Maybe he can even replace In Tian, the king of Jinding, and become the second pillar of Jinding. President Jean became more determined. No matter what, they must sign Bai Chi. Chapter 45 Undercurrent. Not only the golden tripod. All music companies in the entertainment industry were in a storm because of Bai Chi's appearance. However, Su Hao, the person involved, was lying leisurely on the sofa, watching his reputation value rise little by little. In these few hours, his reputation value has skyrocketed by 300,000, and now his total reputation value is 1.5 million. Although he really wanted to draw the lottery, Su Hao finally restrained himself. Su Hao yawned, lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a nap. However, just as Su Hao fell asleep, his cell phone rang and a call came in. Su Hao answered the phone in a daze. Hello. Su Xiao's familiar voice rang out. Su Hao, Congratulations on being on the trending search again. Haha, I just listened to your new song. It's another masterpiece. Su Xiao first congratulated Su Hao. The only people who knew Bai Chi's identity were the senior executives of Uni Company and Fan Rojin, so it was nothing wrong for him to call and congratulate him. Su Hao's sleepiness was completely extinguished by the noise, and he felt much more alert. He sat up and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Su. I was just writing something casually, and I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. If other people heard this, they would probably think that Su Hao was just showing off, but Su Xiao, who knew Su Hao's abilities, understood that Su Hao was telling the truth. This might really be a song, he wrote casually. Su Xiao smiled, and then said, Actually, I called you just to remind you that with the popularity this time, there will definitely be many companies trying to sign you. I know you don't plan to sign with any company, but... Su Xiao paused, a hint of worry in his voice. Other companies are easy to deal with, but Jinding Company will definitely make some moves this time. You must be careful of them. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Su Xiao sighed and said, I've been dealing with the Jinding Company for so many years, and I know how dirty their methods are. If you refuse their invitation, I'm afraid they will start to suppress you madly. He had witnessed with his own eyes that a young singer with a bright future was banned because he refused the invitation of Jinding. It would be easy for a big company like Jinding to ban an unknown little singer. This made Su Xiao unable to help but worry. What if Jinding did something to Su Hao? What could Su Hao do when he was all alone? Hearing this, Su Hao smiled faintly, without any fear in his eyes. It doesn't matter. Jinding won't have this chance. Su Hao is very confident. He understands how much profit his songs can bring to major platforms. To put it bluntly, these companies today are all about profit. As long as he can bring huge benefits to these companies, even if Jinding Company wants to take action against him, I believe those platforms will definitely protect him. It's not easy to suppress him. Moreover, no one knew that Bai Chi was Su Hao. He can switch between these two identities freely. Even if Bai Chi was banned, there was still Su Hao. Su Hao's strong confidence made Su Xiao feel more at ease. However, he was still a little worried, sighed, and said, Anyway, you must be careful of the golden tripod. If you have any difficulties, just come to me directly, and I will definitely help you. Su Hao has brought great help to their company. Now, Fan Rojin alone can bring tens of millions of profits to the company in a month. People should know how to be grateful. If Su Hao was suppressed by Jinding, he certainly could not stand idly by. Su Hao did not refuse. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Su. You're welcome, you're welcome. By the way, Ruru's album is coming out soon, so please give her your full support. Suao Nachiriliagrieth. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Just as Su Hao hung up the phone rang again. Hello. A sweet female voice came from the other side. Hello, this is Jinding Company. Is this Mr. Bai Chi? Su Hao didn't expect the other party to call him so soon. He had never published his mobile phone number anywhere. Jinding was able to get his contact information so quickly, which showed that he was quite resourceful. Su Hao's eyes were slightly cold, and his voice was emotionless. He said calmly, It's me. What's wrong? The female voice on the other side smiled and said warmly, It's like this, Mr. Bai Chi. We saw the new song you released online and wanted to ask if you're interested in coming to our Jinding. Of course, as long as you're willing to sign with us. Jinding, we will give you the best treatment. The contract is also based on the treatment of first-line artists. 30 million a year is just your annual salary. We will also give you a share of the rest of the activities and announcements. What do you think? Su Hao curled the corners of his lips. He had to admit that the conditions offered by the other party were indeed very tempting. These conditions are even better than those of some first-line artists. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be ecstatic to sign such a contract. But Su Hao directly rejected the other party. No, I don't consider signing with the company. The other party smiled and did not give up. Mr. Bai Chi, if you're not satisfied with the price in the contract, we could discuss it again. As long as it is within a reasonable range, we will definitely satisfy you. I've already said, if you don't want to sign, your company should find someone else. Su Hao threw down these words and hung up the phone. Inside Jinding Company, Wang Xiaoli held the hung-up phone, frowned, and was very angry. Jinding has already lowered his attitude so much, and this guy named Bai Chi is still not satisfied? Wang Xiaoli walked towards Mr. Jin's office in her high heels. President Jin looked up, saw her, put down the documents in his hand, and asked, How is it? Wang Xiaoli frowned, looking unhappy, and exaggerated what had just happened. After listening to this, Mr. Jean said nothing. His expression was indifferent, but his eyes were heavy. Wang Xiaoli hesitated and said, Boss Jean, how about I make another call? President Jean shook his head. No, let's just leave it at that. No need to look for him again. Wang Xiaoli was stunned. She didn't expect that President Jean would give up so quickly. President Jean smiled coldly, stood up, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Soon, he will pay the price for his foolish decision. Wang Xiaoli was stunned. Indeed, as Jinding is the #1 music company in the circle, Bai Qi actually rejected their invitation. Bai Qi will one day realize what he has missed. President Jean thought for a moment and turned around. Go. Put pressure on Xiaonin and ask them to remove that song. Chapter 46, Golden Tripod, takes action. Wang Xiaoli nodded and returned to her office. She found the contact information of Qianin platform and called. The cell phone rang, and after a few seconds, the call was connected. A middle-aged man's voice sounded very flattering on the other end. Hello, Sister Wang. It's been a while since we last contacted each other. What can I do for you? Every year, Jinding Company delivers a large number of songs to the Qianin platform, including some popular works. The other cooperation between the two companies is also quite close, with mutual benefits and huge economic benefits for both parties. As one of Jinding's senior executives, Wang Xiaoli has a high status in this circle. At least, these people on the Qianin platform would not dare to offend her easily. Wang Xiaoli didn't bother to waste time talking to this person and said bluntly, It's like this. We want you to remove the song Nocturne from your shelves. The other party was stunned for a moment. He naturally knew the song Nocturne and was also aware of Nocturne's terrifying performance today. He frowned and said in embarrassment, Sister Wang, I'm afraid this matter is not easy to handle. Nocturne's performance is too good. If we take it off the shelves at this time, I'm afraid the senior management will not agree. Although he has the right to remove the song Serenade, he cannot ignore the interests of the company no matter what. The popularity of Nocturne can bring the company at least tens of millions in profits, just from the number of plays and downloads. It is true that Qianin is cooperating with Jinding, but we cannot take Nocturne off the shelves just because of Qianin's words. This will definitely cause considerable losses to the company. It may not be easy to get Qianin to give up this piece of fat meat. Wang Xiaoli snorted coldly, knowing that the other party was asking for a benefit from her. So she said, as long as you remove Bai Qi songs from the shelves and wait until In Tian's new songs are released, we will give you the exclusive copyright of Qianin. Wang Xiaoli simply dropped a bombshell. In Tian has been popular in China for 15 years. Although he is now in his 40s, every song he releases is always popular among the public. Every one of his songs is regarded as a classic by the Chinese people. Even the currently popular fan Rojin is not as good as In Tian. If a superstar of this level could obtain exclusive copyright, the benefits can be imagined. And no matter how popular Bai Qi is, no matter how much he is regarded as a legend in the music industry, he can never compare to In Tian. Using In Tian's exclusive copyright to get a small-time figure song off the shelves would naturally be a very cost-effective thing to do. The other party agreed immediately. Okay, since Sister Wang is so sincere, I'll take this song off the shelves now. Wang Xiaoli smiled and said, once this matter is over, I will go to your company to sign the contract. Then I will wait for Sister Wang's good news. Wang Xiaoli nodded and then hung up the phone. On the other side, a Qianin executive looked at the phone that had just hung up and then opened Qianin's backend. He glanced at the Nocturne that was about to break 100,000 views and felt a little regretful. What a pity. If such good data could ferment for a few more days, it would definitely become a popular song. However, it was Bai Qi who angered Jinding Company. Going against Jinding Company usually doesn't end well. He found the song Nocturne and clicked to remove it. In the evening, people got off work one after another. Xiao Huang sat down on the bus, skillfully opened the Qianin platform, and prepared to continue listening to the song Nocturne that he liked recently. However, the moment he clicked it, he was stunned. The song is gone. He quickly flipped through all his playlists again and again, but still couldn't find the song. What happened? Why did he disappear? Xiao Huang muttered, then opened the music search bar and typed in the word Nocturne. Sorry, the song was not found. Black font popped up. Xiao Huang was a little confused and scratched his head, thinking that he had entered the wrong number. He searched again. Still no. Xiao Huang was a bit panicked now. What the hell? He hadn't even had time to download it yet, and now he couldn't find it. Regret. What exactly happened? He quickly opened Weibo and clicked on Qianin's official Weibo. But he was surprised to find that the Weibo post about Nocturne that Qianyin posted in the morning had been deleted. Xiao Huang found Bai Qi's Weibo again. Bai Qi's repost was still there, but the original post showed that it had been deleted. He looked at the latest comments, and they were all asking why the song was removed from the shelves. But no one responded. Xiao Huang frowned. It was so popular in the morning, and now it was suddenly taken off the shelves. Someone should have come to explain the reason. How come there's not even a related hot search now? Unless someone deliberately suppressed this news. Xiao Huang keenly realized that things might not be that simple. He quit Weibo and opened his WeChat, where there was a pinned post, which was a Bai Qi fan group he had created. There are more than 300 people here, all of whom are Bai Qi's fans, and they are chatting enthusiastically at this time. Xiao Huang quickly told the group what had just happened to him. Soon, someone responded, "Holy crap, I just searched and it's definitely been removed from the shelves." Me too, and the official hasn't explained it yet. Is it a copyright issue? How is that possible? Bai Qi uploaded this himself, so how can there be any copyright issues? Xiao Huang thought about it and said in the group, "I think something is wrong. Bai Qi is so popular now. Who would be stupid enough to take this song down? I guess someone wants to get rid of Bai Qi. Fuck, this is so disgusting. Who did Bai Qi bother? He finally released a song, but it was pulled from the shelves. No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to find out what's going on. I'm going to post on Weibo. Let's make Bai Qi a trending topic this time. Count me in." Xiao Huang quit WeChat, becoming increasingly angry, and soon joined the ranks. Things are fermenting little by little. More and more fans learned about the removal of Bai Qi's songs and took to Weibo to question Qianyin's Weibo. But Qianyin didn't respond. The fans did not give up easily. Finally, 3 hours later, Bai Qi's new song was removed from the shelves, became the 40th hot search. The ranking is very low and the number of readers is not high, but Xiao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Since it has become a hot topic, it will definitely be seen by more people. The truth of the matter will surely come to light soon. No matter what, Bai Qi has finally made a comeback, and they must not let Bai Qi suffer any injustice. However, a few minutes later, Xiao Huang refreshed his Weibo again. This piece of news that just topped the trending search list has disappeared. Xiao Huang frowned deeply. This made Xiao Huang even more certain that someone must be deliberately trying to trick him. The fan group was also in an uproar. Fuck, this is disgusting. They actually took the trending search down. If I knew who did this, I would definitely not let him go. Stop talking so much and think about what to do now. Chapter 47 Release a new song. Xiao Huang looked at the chat history in the group and felt extremely angry. But now he has no choice. Xiao Huang thought about it and simply sent a private message to Bai Qi on Weibo, asking him what had happened. Not just Xiao Huang. After discovering this, many people sent private messages to Bai Qi. Su Hao didn't notice the movement on the internet, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. Su Hao touched his chin and looked at his reputation value in the system, which had almost stagnated, feeling puzzled. It was just evening, which should have been a time when traffic exploded. Why doesn't my reputation value increase? Su Hao opened his Qianyin background, ready to see what was going on. In the backstage of Qianyin, his songs were still there, but they had turned gray. Click to play, and the text above indicates that the song has been removed from the shelves. Su Hao opened Weibo again and logged into Bai Qi's Weibo account. As soon as he opened it, a large number of new private messages appeared on his Weibo. Su Hao took a quick look and saw that most people were asking him why his song was removed from the shelves. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The data of his song is so good, there is no reason for Qianyin to not make money, unless someone deliberately wants to suppress him. There is no need to think about it. It must be Jin Ding's doing. Just because I refused Jin Ding's contract? Just as Su Xiao said, Jin Ding's hands were indeed dirty. Su Hao took out the guitar from the bedroom, turned on the video on his mobile phone, and pointed it at himself. Su Hao did not show his face, but only focused the camera on his hands holding the guitar. Su Hao plucked the strings with both hands, sliding on them unconsciously. In fact, when I released this song Nocturne, I didn't think too much about it, nor did I want to become famous with this song. At first, he just wanted to fulfill the fans' wish. But I didn't expect it. It actually attracted the suppression of Jin Ding. Su Hao curled his lips with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If Jin Ding wanted to be devastated and disappear from the entertainment industry, they were totally wrong. He, Su Hao, was destined to transform into an eagle, soaring in the sky of the entertainment industry, looking down at all of them. Thinking of this, Su Hao suddenly had an idea and thought of a song that perfectly suited his current mood. He took a deep breath, pressed the record button on his phone, and then plucked the strings. Suhao's voice was low and carried a hint of vicissitudes. Then, a song that had inspired countless people in his previous life filled the small living room. Life is like a river, sometimes peaceful and sometimes wild. Reality is like a shackle that binds me, and I can't break free. This mysterious life is as sharp as a knife, repeatedly injuring me severely. I want to fly higher, higher, dancing like the wind, breaking free from the embrace. I want to fly higher, higher. My wings stir up the storm, and my heart roars. Fly higher. A minute and a half passed, and Suhao's voice suddenly stopped. He pressed the pause button, then slightly edited the ending of the video and posted it online. 10 o'clock in the evening. Although tomorrow is not the weekend, it is obvious that the chaotic life schedule of modern people has turned everyone into a night owl. Xiao Huang is naturally one of those who stay up late. He was curled up on the sofa, still sulking about what happened today. He refreshed Bai Qi's Weibo over and over again, hoping to see someone come forward to explain what was going on. Finally, after another refresh, Bai Qi's account suddenly updated a status. Xiao Huang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sat up from the sofa. Bai Qi, you finally showed up. Xiao Huang couldn't help but shout. Now he will finally know the truth of the matter. However, to his surprise, Bai Qi did not issue any statement, but only posted a video without any text. Judging from the video cover, Bai Qi is wearing a white t-shirt and holding a guitar. Judging from the posture, it seems that he is about to sing. Xiao Huang quickly clicked in. The video begins without any unnecessary nonsense, with a soothing guitar sound coming out. After the prelude, Bai Qi's vicissitudes of life voice sounded, and the guitar accompaniment began to become compact. Life is like a river, sometimes peaceful and sometimes wild. Reality is like a shackle that binds me, and I can't break free. This mysterious life is as sharp as a knife, repeatedly injuring me severely. Xiao Huang was slightly stunned and remembered himself. I'm not a native of Yunqing, but came from the far west. He likes this city and wants to take root in it. But the pressure of life in Yunqing was too great. Although he worked diligently, he was still suffocated by life. Thinking of the bitterness of these years, Xiao Huang's eyes became slightly moist. However, the next moment, I want to fly higher, higher, dancing like the wind, breaking free from the embrace. As if breaking free from shackles, Bai Qi's hoarse voice suddenly became high-pitched, unbridled and ostentatious. Xiao Huang's body shook violently as if he was hit by a stick, and his eyes gradually became hot. Yes, just like this song. Even if life is full of thorns, he will spread his wings and fly freely in the sky. No one could knock him down. This song has completely resonated with his soul. Xiao Huang excitedly listened to the song over and over again, and then exited the video with a feeling of being unsatisfied. It only took a moment. Bai Qi's comment has been drowned out by hundreds of comments. After listening to this song, I thought a lot. I used to think my life was a failure, but when I think about it carefully, I'm not even 30 yet and I still have plenty of time to work hard. I absolutely cannot let the difficulties in front of me get me down. I was in a bad mood, but after hearing this song, I was encouraged. Thank you, Bai Qi. In addition to these messages, there is also a part that focuses on other things. Bai Qi, after your song was removed from the shelves, you released this song again. What do you want to say? The above post is too obvious. Today, the trending searches about Bai Qi's songs being removed from the shelves are completely unavailable. Someone must be suppressing him. So Bai Qi is resisting in this way. Resistance is good. Gold will shine wherever it is. Bai Qi's talent will definitely not be buried so easily. This song is definitely going to be a hit. Let those behind the scenes see that no matter how much he is suppressed, Bai Qi will only soar higher. Xiao Huang also left his own thoughts in the comment section, but they were drowned out as soon as he posted them. But he no longer cared about it this time and shared this Weibo post with Bai Qi's fan group. The fan group exploded again. Everyone was discussing Bai Qi's new song crazily. The heat is rising little by little. Finally, an entry about Bai Qi releases another new song once again became a hot search. More and more people clicked on Bai Qi's Weibo. More and more people heard this song. That night, the entire Weibo began to boil over Bai Qi's song. At the same time, Mr. Jean was lying on the bed with his lover, Su Su, in his arms, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Mr. Jean was woken up and took a look at the name on the phone. It was Wang Xiaoli calling. Mr. Jean hung up the phone impatiently. As soon as I closed my eyes, Wang Xiaoli called again. Susu opened her eyes, snatched Mr. Jin's phone, and hung up the call. She yawned and handed the phone back to Mr. Jean. It's late at night. Can't you let me sleep? Mr. Jean chuckled, hugged Susu, and started kissing her on the face. Since we're already awake, why don't we? Susu glared at him, said, hate, and leaned against Mr. Jin's arm. But this time the call came again. Mr. Jean was very impatient. He picked up the phone and yelled, can't we talk about it tomorrow? After saying that, Mr. Jean was about to hang up the phone when Wang Xiaoli's anxious voice came from the other end. Boss Jean, Bai Qi is trending again. President Jean paused and pushed away Susu, who was clinging to him, his face darkening. What did you say? Boss Jean, Bai Qi released a new song a few hours ago, and it's already at number 15 on the trending search list. I believe it won't be long before it reaches number 1. Boss Jean, what should we do now? President Jin's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that this Bai Qi was so capable. He didn't reply, just hung up the phone, then logged into Weibo himself and clicked on Bai Qi's account. After watching the video, Mr. Jean was so angry that he left. In his opinion, Su Hao's song was a rebellion against them. He called Wang Xiaoli again. Remove this trending search. Wang Xiaoli hesitated a little, but for a little singer like him, it costs a lot of money to remove the trending search, especially now that it has reached the 15th place. Wang Xiaoli feels that it is not worth it. President Jean frowned. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do what I tell you to do. Refusing to sign with our Jean Ding is one thing, but now you're openly provoking us. I'm going to make him know what the consequences are of going against Jean Ding. Yes. On the other side, it was already past 1 in the morning. Su Hao rarely went to bed early. Instead, he looked at his rising reputation value and curled his lips slightly. Although the current increase is not that much, it is late at night, and it is already very good to have so much reputation value. Su Hao yawned, washed up, and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, although he slept very late last night, Su Hao still woke up early. He picked up his phone and glanced at the message on it. Apart from some daily news, there was no information push about him. Su Hao frowned, realizing that something was wrong. He clicked on the Weibo hot search list and took a look and found that his hot search from last night was gone. Su Hao sneered, knowing that Jean Ding was attacking him again. After a little thought, Su Hao called Su Xiao. When the phone rang, Su Xiao picked up the phone with sleepy eyes. After seeing Su Hao's name on it, he woke up instantly. Su Hao, what's wrong? Su Hao recounted everything that happened last night. Su Xiao was also annoyed by Jean Ding's actions and immediately said, don't worry, I will definitely help you. Tell me, how do I do it? Su Hao thought for a moment and said, since Qianin and Jinding are in cahoots, I won't publish on their platform. There are plenty of other platforms where I can publish. Su Xiao nodded without hesitation and replied, okay, don't worry, as long as I can contact any platform, I will ask them to arrange a recommendation for you. Feel free to post it. Good. After discussing, Su Hao hung up the phone. In addition to Qianin, there are 3 other music platforms in China. Although their traffic is not as good as Qianin, it is still pretty good. Su Hao directly registered accounts on these platforms and uploaded Nocturne and Fly Higher. Of course, this is not enough. Su Hao thought about it and downloaded Magic Sound again. Manhwa is a short video app that is very popular in China, but the video content is very poor, and there are even many vulgar and brainless videos. Although some people became famous through Magic Sounds, most singers would not choose to release songs here. After all, if you become popular here, you will be labeled as an internet celebrity, and it will be difficult to remove it. But Su Hao didn't think too much about it. Many people look down on internet celebrities, but Su Hao doesn't think so. No matter how they enter the public eye, at least they are famous. What Su Hao wanted was the terrifying spread rate of a demonic sound. After registering an account named Bai Qi, he cut out 15 seconds each of the chorus of Nocturne and Fly Higher and clicked Publish. The operation mode of demonic sound is similar to that of Thousand Sounds, and both require review. The Manhwa review department almost spit out the water in their mouths after seeing Bai Qi's video appear in Xiao Li's work that was waiting for review. Holy crap, Bai Qi actually released a song on our platform. Although Bai Qi's Nocturne was quickly removed from the shelves, it was still seen by many people, especially these reviewers who are exposed to the latest hot topics on the internet every day. Xiao Li clicked on Bai Qi's video and found that in addition to the Nocturne, there was actually a new song. Xiao Li was instantly excited and quickly clicked pass. He didn't know why Qianin removed Su Hao's songs, but for Manhwa, This was great traffic. As soon as the video was released, Xiaoli immediately logged into his account and followed by Qi. Then, he clicked on the video and found that these two videos already had more than 100 likes and dozens of comments. Xiaoli was slightly stunned. This whole thing only took a minute or two, and there are so many likes? 20 minutes later, Xiaoli looked at the data in front of him and almost popped his eyes out in shock. The videos were only released for just over 20 minutes, but the average number of likes for Bai Qi's two videos has reached 4,000 to 5,000. Not only that, there are more than 2,000 comments below. The number of reposts and downloads has almost reached 1,000. This surprised Xiaoli very much. Internet users are always accustomed to lurking, and the proportion of those who like to comment is relatively small among the internet users. However, under this video, there are more than 2,000 comments with only 4,000 to 5,000 likes. Xiaoli dares to guarantee that such terrifying data has definitely broken the historical record of magic sound. This video is going to be a hit. Xiaoli Shota. Why are you making noise during working hours? His colleague glared at him dissatisfiedly. However, Xiaoli didn't have time to pay attention to him. He turned around and ran towards the department head. Soon, the top executives of Manhwa gathered in the conference room. Chapter 49. Discussions on the Internet. On the screen in the conference room, two videos that Bai Qi had just released were playing. Only an hour has passed since the video was released. However, the number of likes for these two videos has exceeded 50,000. The number of comments below has exceeded 10,000. 10,000 comments. Even if a video has hundreds of thousands of likes, it will only have a few thousand comments at most. But there are so many comments under Bai Qi's video. This was something Manhwa had never seen before. Shun Peng, the CEO of Manhwa, turned off the video on the screen, then looked around at the Manhwa executives and said slowly, "What do you think about this?" The meeting room was silent for a moment, and then a voice said, "I think that although Bai Qi has some talent, I've heard that Jinding and Xianin are suppressing him. If we promote his video, we'll be going against these two companies. I think this is a bit risky." After hearing what this person said, Shun Peng frowned and fell in a deep thought. Indeed, he was right. As a short video platform, what makes Manhwa so attractive is the background music in each video. If Magic Sound wants to use these music and obtain the copyright of these music, it will have to deal with these music companies. If we become enemies with the two families because of Bai Qi's matter, it would be a thankless task. However, at this moment, another person stood up. "I don't think so." Shun Peng raised his head and looked at him. The man continued, "Bai Qi only has a few million followers on Weibo, but just by releasing two songs, he caused such a huge sensation. Even though Jinding Company tried to suppress him, Bai Qi still withstood the pressure and released the video on our Manhwa, generating such terrifying data. Although the number of likes is not high now, it is not the peak period of traffic. It can be imagined that once these two songs by Bai Qi are on the hot recommendations, they will definitely become popular on the entire internet." The man continued, "So, I conclude that Bai Qi will definitely be able to bring more benefits to our company." He paused, looked at the people around him with different expressions, and said, "I believe that if we can keep Bai Qi alive, the benefits he can bring us will far exceed those brought to us by Qianin and Jinding." There was an uproar in the office. Unexpectedly, this executive had such a high opinion of Bai Qi. Shun Peng frowned, weighing what the man had just said. "This matter is a bit risky," Shun Peng said slowly. "He is the boss of this company, and he has to think carefully before doing anything. Besides, this is not a trivial matter. Opportunities and risks coexist." The man who proposed to save Bai Qi said again. Shun Peng's brows jumped. He looked at the man and made a decision. "You're right. It's time for us at Manhwa to make a change. From now on, we will fully promote Bai Qi's works, and all recommendations will be given priority to Bai Qi." Yes. On the other side, Su Hao turned on his cell phone. He clicked on his own video and looked at the data. The number of likes was about to exceed 60,000. At this moment, Su Hao received a private message from the official Manhwa. "Your work has been recommended and will receive more traffic within 24 hours. We'll look forward to seeing you create more works." Su Hao raised his eyebrows. He clicked on the comment section and read the comments. "Wow, when I heard the song Fly Higher, I thought of myself. Thank you to the author for the inspiration. I must continue to work hard and fly higher in the future. I came across Fly Higher and didn't expect this nocturne to be so nice and in a completely different style. How did the author do it? Holy crap. Both of these songs are so good. I beg for the full version. The one above, I've found the full versions of both songs. Besides Xianin, The other three major music platforms have this song. Am I the only one who discovered that Bai Qi was the author of this song? Bai Qi, that ancient music legend. Bai Qi's Nocturne was originally released on Xianin, but for some reason it was removed. Then Bai Qi released this song, Fly Higher. Does Bai Qi have some hidden agenda? Holy crap, someone finally brought this up. You guys don't know, after Bai Qi released the song Fly Higher, it was trending on the internet. But when I woke up the next day, it was gone. Someone must be messing with this. I smell something unusual. Let's wait and see. After taking a few casual glances, Suhao turned off his phone. Suhao curled his lips. If his song became a hit on the internet, even if Jean Ding wanted to suppress him, it would be impossible for him to do so. After all, this time, Jean Ding has to face all the netizens. A day passed. Suhao's magic audio video is also about to break through 7 million. This isn't even the peak nighttime traffic. After tonight, the number of likes for this video will definitely exceed 10 million. This is just one day's data. That's not all. Because of the popularity of Bai Qi's 2 songs on Manhwa, other short video bloggers soon used them as background music. Soon, Suhao's 2 songs filled the entire magic sound. Nearly 8 out of every 10 videos used Bai Qi's 2 songs as background music. Some quick-acting businesses even downloaded these 2 songs quickly from music platforms and started playing them on repeat in their stores. Suddenly, the entire street and alley were filled with Bai Qi's 2 songs. The 2 songs are becoming more and more popular. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, news about Bai Qi once again became a hot topic on Weibo. A large number of netizens flocked to the scene just to take a look at the first release location of the 2 songs. What is unexpected is that the queen of love songs, Fan Rojin, actually reposted these 2 songs by Bai Qi and accompanied it with the caption, "Thank you, teacher Bai Qi, for bringing such a beautiful song." Bai Qi's account quickly responded to her below, thanking her for her support. This time, the internet exploded. Bai Qi actually knows Fan Rojin, but the story is not over yet. National goddess Ren Chi also reposted Bai Qi's song. Netizens were completely confused. People who are not in the music industry basically don't know Bai Qi's existence and just think of him as an internet celebrity. Now, 2 first-line actresses actually retweeted Bai Qi's Weibo. Moreover, Fan Rojin, the queen of love songs, actually respects Bai Qi as her teacher. This left everyone dumbfounded. Amidst the heated discussion, Bai Qi's name directly became the #1 hot search. Because of him, the entertainment industry was completely swept by a storm. Suhao, who was at the center of the storm, was sitting at home, happily watching his reputation soar. Chapter 50. Some are happy, some are sad. Since Suhao released the 2 songs on Manhwa, over the past period of time, his reputation has exceeded 10 million through the fermentation of the internet. Suhao has no plans to use it for lottery draws for the time being. He plans to wait until the hype has died down before holding a lottery draw. However, he didn't expect that Fan Rojin would actually help him forward the Weibo post. Although it was just an ordinary forwarding, the other party's status was there. Even if it was just to help speak, the meaning would definitely be different. It was also because of Fan Rojin's forwarding that his songs were able to spread so quickly. I will have to thank Fan Rojin very much when the time comes. Suhao looked at the several music platforms where he uploaded his songs. After some commotion on the internet, the data on these platforms are frighteningly high. The average number of views and downloads on these platforms has exceeded 6 million, and the number of downloads has reached more than 4 million and is close to 5 million. In just less than a day, the data is already scary. And now this data is still rising, even faster than before. The next day, the internet exploded again. Yesterday's events were compiled by major entertainment news outlets and pushed to people's mobile phones as soon as possible. Bai Qi is back. He released 2 new songs in a row, with over 10 million plays in a single day. 2 superstars are competing to share this. Who is Bai Qi really? A new record. As of press time, the combined total number of plays on various music platforms has exceeded 30 million, topping the charts on all platforms. Suhao's 2 songs were like a bombshell dropped on the entire entertainment industry. As soon as the news came out on major websites, Bai Qi's fans finally smiled. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi is amazing. He created such a big stir with just 2 songs. He's worthy of being my idol. One person can bring in so much traffic. You have no idea. When the news came out last night, Weibo almost crashed. Yes, I'm a programmer at Weibo. I was suddenly called back to work overtime in the middle of the night yesterday. Although I don't know what exactly happened between Xianin and Bai Qi, but now Xianin's president must be regretting it. On the other side, in the office of MANHWA headquarters. CEO Shun Peng held a newly compiled data in his hand and read it out slowly. Bai Chi's two songs have received over 15 million likes in just one day since their release. The comments section was flooded with comments, nearly causing the platform to crash. We had no choice but to temporarily close Bai Chi's comment section. Shun Peng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Bai Chi alone brought us tens of millions of traffic yesterday. The rest of the people in the office were silent, with shock flashing in their eyes. It's so scary. Although a lot of this traffic is repeated playback by one user. But even so, this has never happened since the establishment of MANHWA. Shun Peng was also very glad at this time that he did not remove Bai Chi's songs from the shelves yesterday. If the product is removed from the shelves, not only will they lose so much traffic, but Bai Chi will definitely not cooperate with them again in the future. He slowly said, from now on, keep an eye on Bai Chi's account. Once he releases a work, recommend it to him immediately. All the popular works should be given to him alone. Some are happy and some are sad. In the office of Chinin Platform Music Company, a low-pressure atmosphere permeated the air at this moment. Boss Chinin slammed the documents he had sorted out in his hand into the face of the person opposite him. Look what you've done. The person on the other side didn't even dare to dodge and was hit directly in the face by the document. Documents were scattered on the ground, and the contents were all reports related to Bai Chi and traffic data from major platforms. He had a bitter face and opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't say a word. He really didn't think too much about it when he agreed to call Wang Xiaoli, who knew Bai Chi could cause such a sensation. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have done this. Boss Qianin was almost pissed off by his own employees. If only a song by a small singer was taken off the shelves, then forget it. But that's Bai Chi. In the music circle, anyone who knows a little about Bai Chi's deeds would not be stupid enough to remove Bai Chi's songs from the shelves. He didn't know about this at first, but after it became a hot topic and was seen by others, they came tell him, "Idiot." Boss Qianin couldn't help but curse again. "You made such an important decision without even reporting it to me. Who gave you the guts to do that?" "I'm sorry, boss. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly next time." The man opposite could only bow his head and apologize. "Oomph." Qianin's boss snorted coldly, feeling so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Next time? Do you think there will be a next time? If you piss off Bai Chi, do you think he will come to our platform again?" Although Qianin has many users, it is the largest website in China. But there are so many music websites in China. For a person of Bai Chi's level, users will definitely follow him wherever he goes. Because of this action of his subordinate, the company will lose at least tens of millions. Most importantly, they even lost the opportunity to continue cooperating with Bai Chi. Qianin's boss rubbed his temples, which were aching from anger, and waved to his subordinates. "All right, you can leave now. You don't need to come to the company anymore. Go to the finance department and get this month's salary settled." The man's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he would lose his job because of such a casual action. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but was interrupted by CEO Qianin. "Firing you is already giving you face. Don't be ungrateful." The man left in shame. Boss Qianin sighed and wondered how to solve this problem. Jinding Music Production Company. The atmosphere in the office was depressing, and President Jin had a sullen and unsightly face. "I originally wanted to suppress him, but I didn't expect that Bai Chi would cause such a big fuss. The money was spent, but it was of no use. Mr. Jin, what should we do now?" Wang Xiaoli looked at Mr. Jin's expression and asked cautiously. Mr. Jin held a cigarette and thought about a solution, but after thinking about it, he could not come up with any solution. This made his face look even uglier. Now that Bai Chi has become a big celebrity, even if I want to suppress him, those platforms will definitely not let go of the benefits brought by Bai Chi. What else can he do? A long time. President Jin sighed and said gloomily, "Forget it. Let him go this time. Since he dares to get involved in this circle, there will definitely be opportunities for contact in the future. As long as there is a chance of contact, he will find a way to find something for Bai Chi to do." Wang Xiaoli was unwilling, but since President Jin had said so, she could only nod helplessly. Chapter 51, Winning the Grand Prize. 2 days after the incident, the noise on the internet finally died down. After all, there are so many things happening every day, and I can't always stare at Bai Chi. However, after a few days of development, Bai Chi's Weibo has exceeded 20 million followers. What a concept! Even today's top stars have only 30 to 40 million fans on average. And this is accumulated year after year. But Bai Chi took only 3 days and just 2 songs to reach over 20 million followers on Weibo. As soon as Su Hao opened his eyes, he couldn't wait to open the system. First, Su Hao. Abilities, God-level singing, advanced composition, advanced music appreciation, advanced guitar playing, advanced editing, advanced acting. Reputation, 25694-230. More than 25 million. Su Hao was excited and said without hesitation, System, I want to conduct a God-level lottery. The familiar turntable appeared in front of Su Hao again. Do you want to spend 1 million reputation points to participate in a God-level lottery? Yes. The turntable began to spin frantically. After a while, the turntable stopped. Su Hao stared at the system closely, feeling a little nervous. What did I get this time? Ding, I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Fuck. Su Hao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This dog system. I had worked so hard to accumulate so much reputation points, but they were all gone. Although he already knew the nature of the system, Su Hao still couldn't help but feel sorry for his reputation. It's okay, I still have more than 24 million, enough for me to continue smoking. Again, ding, I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Su Hao didn't believe it and continued to draw the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. 5 million in cash. Su Hao's mobile phone text message soon reminded him that 5 million had arrived in his account. Su Hao was somewhat disappointed that he didn't get any skills, but the 5 million cash reward also gave him some psychological comfort. Continue. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Continue. Su Hao drew 5 times in a row but won nothing, leaving him with only over 17 million reputation points. Su Hao sighed and couldn't help but sigh that although God-level skills are good, it is not so easy to draw them. But he didn't give up and continued to draw lots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining immersive experience. Immersive? Su Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly clicked on the description of this skill. After reading the description, Su Hao's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. After acquiring this skill, whether singing or speaking, you will have double the appeal, making the audience feel as if they are there, making it easier for people to resonate. Overall, this is a skill that allows him to sing more efficiently. Su Hao calmed down his excitement and continued with the lottery. I continued to draw 5 more times, but still got nothing. At this time, my reputation value was only over 11 million. Su Hao gritted his teeth and pulled out again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, memory cookies. A small, individually wrapped biscuit appeared in the system's inventory. Su Hao took a look at the introduction of the memory cookies. Memory cookies, after being consumed, can help the host find hidden memories and strengthen this part of the memory so that the host will never forget this memory. What's even more amazing is that this memory cookie can help you recall anything you've seen before, even just for a glance. Even very vague memories, such as small advertisements on the roadside or things you see inadvertently, can be recalled. However, this thing is also time-limited. One piece can only be used for half an hour. Great, Su Hao couldn't help but say. In fact, this problem has troubled him for a long time. Even if he had been in the entertainment industry in his previous life and had seen many works, it would be impossible for him to remember all the details of these works. The reason I wrote down those songs in my notebook was because I was afraid that I would suddenly forget them one day. Now that he has this, he is not afraid anymore. The 1 million reputation points were well spent. Su Hao continued to draw the lottery. After just 2 draws, Su Hao didn't get anything else. Looking at the remaining 8 million reputation points, Su Hao stopped. You have to keep something in reserve for everything. If nothing comes out next, all that reputation will be wasted. It's better to save these 8 million reputation points for next time. Although I took time off many times, it was still a great achievement to obtain the immersive sound skills and memory cookies this time. Be content with what you have. Su Hao collapsed on the bed contentedly. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding! The mall function has been unlocked. The host can purchase the special items that have been drawn in the mall. Please choose by yourself. Su Hao's face lit up with joy. Does the system still have this function? He quickly opened the system, and only one item appeared in the mall. Memory cookies. He glanced at his reputation value and was dumbfounded. Such a memory cookie actually costs 5 million reputation points. This system is too dark. Su Hao couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fortunately, I had saved 8 million reputation points, which was enough to buy a memory cookie. If you need it someday, you won't have to worry about it. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Su Hao's cell phone rang, and an unfamiliar number appeared on it. In the past few days, because of Bai Chi's popularity, his contact information has been found by many companies, and he has been receiving calls continuously. But there are not many. After all, the company that can get his contact information must not be an ordinary company. Suhao is too lazy to deal with these people, so he never answered the phone. Suhao hung up the phone very decisively. He got up, washed up, and drove to the Xingyao studio. Today, his studio can officially open for business. He also drafted the contract with the orange girl yesterday, and today is the official signing day. When he arrived downstairs at the studio, several girls were already standing there waiting for him. Suhao ran to the girls, took a breath, and said, "Sorry, there was a traffic jam, and I'm late." Several girls quickly shook their heads and said it was okay. Several people got on the elevator and came to the studio. Suhao handed the contract to them. "Take a look at the contract. If there are no problems, sign it." Ding Lu picked up the pen, signed her name, and pressed her fingerprint without even looking at it. Suhao looked at her in astonishment. "Aren't you afraid that I'll write unfair terms in it and cheat you?" Ding Lu smiled and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "I believe you won't do that." She paused and continued, "Even if you do this, we are willing to do it." Chapter 52, Participating in the Draft. In Ding Lu's heart, Suhao is the benefactor who saved them from danger. They didn't bring any benefits to Suhao, and they hadn't even signed a contract with Suhao's company. Suhao paid the penalty of more than 10 million yuan as soon as he said so. This made the girls grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts. Suhao looked at her a few more times. He didn't expect that this little girl would trust him so much. Of course, he would not let Ding Lu down. This contract does not provide them with an annual salary, but only a 50-50 split, which is already a very high ratio. Most domestic entertainment companies have a 40-60 split, and some of the more unscrupulous ones even have a 20-80 split. Many artists would beg for such a contract, but cannot get it. Except for Ding Lu, several other girls also signed their names without hesitation. Like Ding Lu, they also trusted Suhao. After signing the contract, the girls smiled. Ding Lu seemed to have let go of something. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Suhao with a smile. "Now, we are all yours." Suddenly realizing the ambiguity in her words, Ding Lu's face instantly turned red, almost bleeding. She hesitantly explained, "What I meant is that from now on, we will all be members of Xingyao." Suhao smiled and shook his head, not paying much attention to what Ding Lu had just said. He then turned his gaze to the girls and said, "Okay, now that we've officially signed with Xingyao, we'll be busy." Several girls looked excited and eager to see Suhao, eager to find a place to display their skills. Ding Lu took a step forward, approached Suhao, clenched her fists and placed them on her chest, looking at Suhao with a lively expression. "What should we do first?" Suhao pondered for a moment, thinking about her question. Now, the girl's new song, Fallen Flower Love, has been completed, but Suhao has not figured out where to start. Publish directly to music platforms? Although it is possible to do this, Suhao always feels that something is missing when doing this. He fixed his eyes on the girls' beautiful faces, and suddenly an idea struck him. "Got it. You guys go and participate in the audition." Suhao said, "Girl group auditions are a very popular variety show nowadays." The program team first held auditions, and then, after careful selection, selected hundreds of girls to participate in the program. The group that competes in singing and dancing and gets the most fan support will have the opportunity to debut as a group and obtain some good resources. Of course, although it seems fair, there will definitely be some unfair phenomena in private. The girls blinked and looked at each other. Ding Lu bit her lip, looking hesitant. "The talent show is good, but we are so old." Although several girls were only in their early 20s, other girls participating in the draft were younger than them. Some were even 16 or 17 years old. Talent shows all prefer young girls. Girls of their age don't really have any advantages. Suhao smiled and shook his head. "I asked you to participate in the audition, not to help you in the competition. The most important thing is to let you show your face. These girls are so beautiful. It would be a shame not to show off your looks. Don't worry about the ranking. It's just a small stepping stone for you." Suhao said. The girls nodded, and Ding Lu said seriously, "Okay, we'll do our best." After making the decision, Suhao immediately called Su Xiao. After hearing Suhao's intentions, Su Xiao was surprised that Suhao had actually signed the now obsolete orange girl. He then couldn't help but smile. "Hey, isn't this a coincidence? The Fruit Channel is planning to hold a girl group audition, but registration has already closed. I'll contact the production team to see if I can get in line." Su Hao thanked Su Xiao, who waved his hand. Why are you being so polite to me? I'm just helping out. When the girls become famous, you must treat me to a meal. Su Hao nodded. That's for sure. Okay, I'll have the person in charge of the program contact you when the time comes. I'm busy here, so I'll hang up first. Bye-bye. Su Xiao was very efficient. Before the afternoon, someone from the program team contacted Su Hao. After a brief conversation on the phone, the two added each other on WeChat. The other party sent an application form. After Su Hao filled it out, he sent it to the other party. The other party quickly replied, "We have understood the general situation. Orange Girl can participate in our program, but her ranking may not be very high. Most of the contestants in girl group auditions are girls who are only 18 or 19 years old. The oldest of the Sweet Orange Girls is already 24 years old. In the past, they would have been eliminated from the auditions, let alone participating in the show." Su Hao was pushed over by Su Xiao, and the production team didn't want to offend anyone, so they simply made things clear in advance to avoid conflicts later. Su Hao understood what the other party meant. He asked a few girls to participate in the talent show just to show off their looks and increase their popularity. He would not pursue the rest. It's also a good opportunity for these girls to exercise inside. The program crew asked the girls to come to the program crew as soon as possible to participate in the recording. Su Hao directly bought them tickets to fly to Hunan province the next day. During the recording process, the program team prohibited the contestants from bringing mobile phones. That is to say, for nearly 2 months, Su Hao was completely unable to contact anyone and could only see their recent situation through the program. The departure came so suddenly that the girls had a meal with Su Hao, then returned home and began packing their luggage. The next day, just after Su Hao sent the girls away at the airport, Fan Rojin called. The voice was still a little hoarse and sexy. "Hello, Su Hao, long time no see. Are you free recently?" Su Hao stopped the taxi and got in, replying, "It's been a while since we last met. I haven't been very busy lately." At this point in time, he really has nothing to do. After what happened just now, Su Hao wanted to take a break for a while. Fan Rojin smiled coquettishly. "Then could you please be my male companion for once?" "Male companion? What male companion?" "Well, there's a music appreciation event being held at the Tianlai Concert Hall in Yunqing this weekend. I've received an invitation, but I'm short of a male companion. I don't know many people of the opposite sex in Yunqing, so I thought of you." Music appreciation meeting? Su Hao had never participated in this kind of thing before, and he was still a little curious. He remembered the Weibo post that Fan Rojin had forwarded for him last time. Su Hao nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Chapter 53 Top Music School. After arriving at the recording site of Fruit Channel, the Orange Girl reported her safety to Su Hao and then handed her phone to the program crew. They had not been able to contact each other for the past 2 months. Time passed quickly, and it was Saturday in the blink of an eye. Su Hao's biological clock has always been very fixed, so as soon as the alarm rang, Su Hao opened his eyes. He yawned, stretched, and got up from the bed. After washing up, Su Hao changed his clothes and walked towards the breakfast shop downstairs. It was past 8 o'clock, and there was a long queue at the breakfast shop. Su Hao waited for a long time before he got his breakfast. Su Hao took his breakfast and took a taxi. He ate while listening to the driver playing Fly Higher. When the song reached the chorus, the driver shook his head and sang along with the lyrics for a few lines. Su Hao listened to this song on repeat all the way. When they arrived at the place, Su Hao got out of the car and saw Fan Rojin from a distance wearing a pair of sunglasses, standing at the door of the conference hall, looking at something. Fan Rojin was obviously dressed up carefully today. She wore a black dress, had her hair curled into big waves, and had light makeup on her face. She looked bright and beautiful. When Su Hao walked near her, Fan Rojin saw him at a glance and trotted over. Su Hao looked at her. "Why don't you go, and aren't you afraid of being photographed? If paparazzi caught her and me on the street, there would definitely be another scandal." Fan Rojin naturally took Su Hao's arm and smiled at him. "It's okay. I'm not afraid if I get photographed. It's just a music appreciation party. It's normal to have a male companion." She was even hoping that the paparazzi would quickly take a photo of her and Su Hao. As the two of them walked towards the venue, Su Hao nodded when he heard Fan Rojin say this. "Who's coming today?" Su Hao had participated in some music appreciation sessions in his previous life. For such occasions, some industry leaders will definitely be invited to participate. Fan Rojin thought for a moment and replied, "This music appreciation meeting is jointly organized by the Central Conservatory of Music, the Yunnan Conservatory of Music, and the Tsuyin Conservatory of Music. All 3 deans are here, and I heard that a professor from the Deauville Conservatory of Music is invited today." At today's exchange meeting, people from these schools will definitely learn from each other. The Central Conservatory of Music, Yunnan Conservatory of Music, and Tsuyin Conservatory of Music are all ranked among the top 3 music conservatories in China. Although these schools rank highly in China, they're not even among the top 50 in the world. There is no way. The development of domestic music started late, and the music history is not as long as others, so it is normal to lag behind. Deauville is the world's #1 music conservatory. Su Hao didn't expect that even people from Deauville College would come. A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Hao's eyes. He wanted to know what level the professor at Deauville College was at. The two of them quickly walked into the conference hall. Although it was just past 9 in the morning, there were already quite a few people sitting in the conference hall. On the stage stood a huge piano. There was no one on the stage at this time, and everyone was greeting each other below. Su Hao took a quick glance and found many of the faces he didn't recognize. But there were 1 or 2 celebrities, including Im Tian, who was hailed as the king of pop by his fans. Fan Rojin took Su Hao's arm and brought him to a man with his back to them. He looked to be about 60 years old and had an elegant temperament. President Chun. Fan Rojin greeted him with a very respectful look. Hearing the voice, Dean Shin turned around and smiled slightly after seeing that it was Fan Rojin. Rojin, you're here. Fan Rojin nodded. Dean Shin's gaze shifted to Su Hao. He looked at him curiously and asked, "Is this the Su Hao you mentioned to me?" Fan Rojin nodded again and introduced Su Hao. Su Hao, this is Dean Shin from Yunnan. Su Hao's expression immediately became respectful, and he shook hands with the other party politely. No matter what, to be able to become the principal of Yunnan Academy, one's musical attainments must be extraordinary. Such a person deserves his respect. Dean Shin laughed. Rojin often mentioned you to me, saying that you are very accomplished in music and always praised you. Fan Rojin blushed and held on to Su Hao's arm tightly. Putting aside her personal worship, looking at Su Hao from a professional perspective alone, his talent is indeed extremely high. Su Hao smiled modestly. President Shun, you're too polite. Dean Shin smiled and said, "Okay, let's find a place to sit first." The 3 of them came to the first row of seats and sat down. After a while, more than 10 people came from the side. Dean Shun was the main person in charge of this appreciation meeting. He stood up and greeted them. The person walking in front was an old foreign man, tall but a little too thin, with a white beard on his chin. This was Albert, a professor of piano at Deauville. Beside him were 2 younger young men, both with Western faces, deep eyebrows, and high nose bridges. They were obviously students from Deauville. As soon as the 3 people appeared, almost all the attention in the audience was focused on them. After all, it is the world's #1 music school, and people who come out of there are born with a halo. Dean Shun shook hands with several people and said in fluent English, "Professor Albert, welcome to this music appreciation meeting. Please take a seat." Albert's face showed no expression. He just nodded and sat in the middle seat. Professor Chun sat on his right, and the 2 students sat on Albert's left. Su Hao was sitting next to Professor Chun and could hear what they were talking about clearly. Although they were speaking English, Su Hao, who had advanced English skills, was able to fully understand what they were saying. After a while, President Yang of the Central Conservatory of Music and President Luo of the Tsuyin Conservatory of Music also arrived and greeted Albert one by one. Albert's face remained expressionless. He simply nodded calmly, then asked in English, "Is everyone here? Can we start?" Dean Shun said, "Of course, students from several of our schools are already prepared and will begin soon." Albert nodded, then said to a student beside him, "Jack, you will go up and sing Desperate Arlene later." The red-headed Jack was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled slightly and nodded. Arlene of Despair was created by one of the greatest pianists in the history of the world. This piece of music is very difficult. Even some professional piano players find it difficult to perform it perfectly. Even in an academy like Deauville, there might not be many people who can play it. Now Albert actually asked Jack to play this song. Is this a warning to them? Chapter 54. The Level of Top Universities. In fact, this student named Jack has completed his studies at Deauville and is about to graduate. Jack himself has also gained some fame in their country. Albert nodded, then turned his attention to another student and raised his head to him. "Bessie, you will go up later. It's up to you to decide what to play." "Yes, Professor," Bessie replied. This event will be called an exchange and appreciation event, but exchanges and collisions between Deauville and domestic music colleges are inevitable. Albert retracted his gaze and looked at the stage. Soon, a female student from Yunnan Piano Department came up. The originally noisy conference hall gradually became quiet, and thousands of audience members turned their eyes to the girl on the stage. She was wearing a white dress, her black hair was tied up high, and she had a quiet and elegant smile on her face. She bowed slightly to the people in the audience, then walked towards the piano on the stage. Fan Rojin said softly, "Her name is Xiang Yingyao. She's a top student in the piano department of Yunin. Ever since she came to Yunin, her grades have always been ranked first. Since she was invited to this exchange meeting, Fan Rojin had done her homework beforehand." Suhao listened to Fan Rojin's introduction, glanced at Dean Shun, who looked a little serious, and then turned his attention to Xiang Yingyao. Xiang Yingyao had adjusted her sitting position and placed her fingers on the black and white piano keys. When the sound of piano rang out, the rhythm is brisk, neither fast nor slow, like a gurgling stream, brushing against everyone's heart. While Xiang Yingyao was playing, her eyes occasionally glanced at the music score on the piano. Suao listened carefully. This song is of medium difficulty. Xiang Yingyao plays very well in terms of rhythm and technique. After all, it comes from QQ music, so it can't be too bad. However, Suhao was not familiar with the piano music in this world, so he couldn't tell what Xiang Yingyao was playing. So he couldn't tell whether Xiang Yingyao had made any mistake or not. However, Suhao was just a listener today. Whether he could hear whether there was any mistake or not was not important to him. Suhao noticed that Dean Shin's expression gradually relaxed. This shows that Xiang Yingyao performed well. Soon, Xiang Yingyao finished the performance, bowed to the audience again, and then walked off the stage. Papa Papa Papa. The audience applauded. Professor Chun and Suhao also applauded. Albert and others clapped their hands twice and then put them down. Albert smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just such a simple piece. I haven't played it for more than 30 years." Albert's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, as if it was just a whisper to himself. The people sitting next to him heard his words clearly. Dean Shin narrowed his eyes, but soon returned to normal. However, Suhao could clearly sense the displeasure in his eyes. Albert's words were simply stomping on their faces. The deans of several colleges present were all a little unhappy, but they couldn't lose their temper on the spot. "I can only suppress the anger in my heart." Then, a young man from the Central Conservatory of Music came out and started playing. Fan Rojin continued. "This guy's name is Tang Yen. He's been practicing piano since he was 6 years old. He's very talented. He even had his own solo concert in Yunqing a while ago. It was reportedly very well attended and he was highly praised. He's been hailed as the Little Prince of Piano." The performance begins. More than a minute later, Tang Yen was still playing, but Jack sighed softly. "It's okay." Jack changed the subject and added, "It should be at the level I was at when I was 10. Now even Dean Shun couldn't keep the smile on his face, and he watched the performance on the stage with an expressionless face. The song ends. The people in the audience applauded. The last one is Chu Yin's student, also a girl. After starting to play, Suhao looked at Albert's expression. Albert closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Jack, on the other hand, lowered his head and looked at his slender fingers with boredom. Suhao watched all this calmly. The Tsuyin student's performance was over, and Albert patted Jack on the shoulder. "Go, kid. I'll look forward to your performance." Jack stood up, buttoned up his loosened suit, and smiled slightly. "Okay, Professor, I will definitely not let you down." Jack walked slowly toward the stage. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Jack is tall and handsome, and immediately attracted the attention of many girls. He walked onto the stage, came to the piano, and placed his fingers on the keys. When Jack's fingers slammed down on the keys, the notes poured out from his fingertips, like a woman's silent cry, facing a tragic fate. Jack's fingers flew across the keys. There was a sudden commotion in the conference hall. "Desperate Arlene," someone whispered. "This is one of the most difficult piano pieces in the world. It's incredible that he can play this. He looks so young. How long would it take for an ordinary person to reach his level?" Looking at the 3 major music schools in the country, is there anyone who can play this piece? As expected of a student from the top music school, Dorvey, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. Suhao looked at Jack on the stage. Although he couldn't tell what the song was, it was not difficult to see that Jack's playing level was very high. At least, the playing level is much higher than that of the students from the previous 3 colleges. Fan Rojin leaned over to him and said, "Jack was admitted to Deauville University as an exception at the age of 16 because of his exceptional talent. However, something happened to him, and he took a few years off. Now he's about to graduate from Deauville, and I heard that after he finishes his doctorate, he will stay at Deauville to teach. Suhao looked at Jack twice, so powerful. At the age of 16, you can enter the world's best music school. This talent is truly amazing. Fan Rojin sighed and shook her head. He's not the best. The best is another student, Bessie, hailed as the youngest piano prodigy in her country. He'll be the final act. Suhao glanced at Bessie, who was relatively thin compared to the average Westerner. When he stood up, he held his head high and looked a little arrogant. However, as a genius, it is normal to be a little arrogant. Bessie took the stage. He chose a piece that was more difficult than Desperate Arlene. As soon as she touched the piano, Bessie's temperament changed. He was like a madman, playing the keys frantically, like a wooden boat drifting on the sea, enduring the huge storm in front of it. But he did not retreat. He let the raindrops fall on his body and tried hard to fight against the storm. The song is over. The audience erupted in applause, even louder than before. Chapter 55, Suhao's background. Everyone looked at Bessie walking out from the stage in amazement. Bessie walked up to Albert and said confidently, "Professor, what do you think of my performance?" Albert nodded. "Not bad." Albert rarely praises others, so it is very good to hear these words come out of his mouth. But Bessie was not satisfied with this answer and shrugged. "It seems I still need to work harder." Jack on the side smiled and said, "Bessie, why are you being so modest? It should be others who need to practice hard. With more than 10 years of practice, maybe they can reach your level." As he spoke, Jack glanced at Dean Shun and the others, and his meaning was obvious. Principal Chin's expression suddenly became even uglier. This is a naked provocation, but now he is somewhat helpless, because the two students from Deauville College are indeed very strong. The three students on their side, combined, might not be as good as Jack on the other side. Instead, Albert frowned, scolded him, and then apologized to Dean Shun. Jack shrugged nonchalantly, but he was telling the truth. Suhao Saif. This time, he was completely crushed. Suhao stood up. Everyone in the conference room was sitting, and Suhao's sudden standing like this, especially in the first row, seemed a bit abrupt. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Suhao smiled slightly and looked at Dean Shun. "President Shun, may I go up and play a song?" Dean Shun looked at him in surprise and did not answer immediately. This time, it's a music appreciation meeting. Logically speaking, as long as you want to go on stage, there should be no problem. However, they were suppressed so harshly by Davil. If Suhao came to power, he might be ridiculed by Davil later. He wasn't afraid, but he was worried that it would embarrass Suhao. After all, he was brought by Fan Rojin. Fan Rojin raised her head and looked at Suhao with admiration. Seeing his confident smile, Fan Rojin looked at Dean Shun. "Dean Shun, if Suhao wants to go, let him go." Although Suhao never mentioned whether he could play the piano, she always had an inexplicable trust in him. Dean Shun sighed softly, then nodded. "Okay." Suhao walked towards the stage calmly. Jack watched Suhao's movements and knew what he was going to do. He clapped his hands, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He wanted to see what else this Chinese man could come up with. The others also applauded and looked at the young man walking towards the stage. Fan Rojin looked at Suhao expectantly. What kind of surprise will he bring them this time? The venue fell silent, and everyone's eyes were on Suhao. Suhao walked to the front of the stage and bowed to everyone. His eyes swept across the faces of the people present. Some showed confusion, some disdain, and some were filled with surprise. Someone recognized him. Suhao had previously shown his face at a movie premiere, and it even became a hot topic, so it was normal for someone at the scene to recognize him. Below the stage, a hint of worry flashed in Dean Chen's eyes. After all, he had just met Suhao and was not sure what level Suhao's piano playing was. Suhao sat on the chair and stroked the piano keys. Suddenly, his demeanor changed. Although he was wearing simple casual clothes, one could still see a calm and elegant temperament from him. Albert narrowed his eyes slightly and sat up straight. He turned his head and whispered to Jack beside him, "Jack, listen carefully to his performance." Albert has been famous for decades and has worked with many piano masters. Suhao just sat there, but he could tell at a glance that Suhao was extraordinary. Jack was a little confused, and there was still a hint of disgust in his tone. "Professor, why? He looks like an ordinary person. Besides, I have never seen his face in the piano world. An ordinary performance is probably not even as good as the previous students. What's there to see?" Albert shook his head and sighed, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Jack's arrogance and conceit. Although he was arrogant, he also knew that there was an old Chinese saying that there are always people better than you. You just have to watch. I feel that this person is extraordinary. Albert said lightly. Albert had said so, and even though Jack was reluctant, he pricked up his ears and prepared to listen carefully to Su Hao's playing. Then, Su Hao placed his 10 fingers directly on the piano keys, instead of taking out the prepared music sheet like those who had gone on stage before. What is he going to do without music score? Someone exclaimed. There is only one situation in which the music score is not used, which means that the person playing the music has already memorized the score completely. It is not difficult to do this, provided that the music you remember is not difficult. Could it be that what Su Hao was going to play was a very simple song? Jack looked at Su Hao nonchalantly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was watching a good show. He did some research on China's music market before coming here. It's really terrible. China doesn't even have a famous piano piece. The students who came from a so-called top music school in China were just SOSO. This is also why Jack is so arrogant. In his opinion, it is impossible for China to produce a great pianist. Besides, in Jack's eyes, Su Hao was just an ordinary person. At this moment, Su Hao gently closed his eyes. I have advanced piano playing skills, although in this world, my level is not yet the best in the world. However, Su Hao was confident that his level was definitely higher than that of the so-called genius Bessie. Seeing Su Hao closing his eyes, everyone was surprised again. Is this a preparation for a blind bomb? However, the crowd was not too shocked, as almost all the people present were professionals and many of them were able to perform blind firing. After constant practice and reaching a certain level of proficiency, a piece of music can be played without even looking at the keys. However, if you're not familiar enough, there is a certain chance of making mistakes when playing. Dang, dang, dang. Su Hao's fingers danced across the black and white piano keys. He closed his eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked very relaxed. This piece of music, which has been passed down for more than 300 years in the past, is still very pleasant to the ears, even in modern times. There are even many singers who have adapted it and made it into pop music. The piano version of this song in the previous life often dominated the classical music charts on major music platforms. The name of this song is Canon. Below the stage, Principal Chun, Albert, and others, even Jack, who had initially looked down on Su Hao, gradually became solemn. Chapter 56, Shocking Own Song. The cheerful and lively rhythm reached the ears of everyone present. Listening to this cheerful tune, everyone seemed to be in a good mood. It's like a winter afternoon, eating afternoon tea and basking in the warm sun. It's a kind of happiness that comes naturally. Below the stage, Albert and the others were all listening quietly to Su Hao's playing. They have been dealing with the piano for so many years that as long as it is a world-famous piece, they can immediately understand what the other party is going to play just by listening to a few notes. However, they had never heard Su Hao's song before. Obviously, this song is a brand new one, and this song is so touching and beautiful. Albert even closed his eyes, shook his head slightly, and tapped his fingers on his legs. Jack, who had originally looked down on Su Hao, also shut his mouth and stopped talking at this time. The presidents of the 3 major music conservatories also pricked up their ears and listened carefully to this melodious and lively music. Fan Rojin folded her hands on her legs, a faint smile on her face, and her admiration for Su Hao grew even stronger in her heart. Although she didn't know much about the piano, she knew that what Su Hao played was definitely a completely new piece of music. I didn't expect that Su Hao is not only a good songwriter, but can even compose his own piano pieces. Dean Shin narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes, and began to re-examine the young man in front of him. When Fan Rojin mentioned it to him, he didn't think much of it at first, thinking that it was just one more person and it wouldn't make a difference in the position. Although Su Hao writes very good pop songs, piano and pop music are 2 completely different things. He originally thought that when Su Hao went on stage, he would at most play a few simple and classic pieces. Now, Su Hao to give him an extra surprise. Polyphonic music, one harmonious melody always pursues another part until the last conclusion and the last chord. It's a very simple structure, but perfect. Principal Chun murmured, analyzing the structure of the song from a professional perspective. The entire conference hall fell silent, with only this melodious music echoing in the hall. Thousands of audiences were looking at Su Hao intently at this moment, immersed in the musical feast that Su Hao brought them. On the stage, Su Hao was unaware of the different expressions of the people below. He just closed his eyes and concentrated on playing. Soon, Su Hao pressed the last note. His fingertips paused on it for a few seconds before he gently opened his eyes, stood up from the stool, and bowed to everyone. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su-hao, their expressions filled with excitement, delight, and surprise. Jack stared with his eyes full of disbelief. After a few seconds of silence, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Papa papa pa. The applause rang out like a tide. It was a long time before the applause stopped. There was a murmur of discussion coming from below. This piece of music is amazing. Who is this person? Which music school is he from? I know this guy. His name is Su-hao. He wrote the song those years that went viral. Oh, I see. It's him. I didn't expect Su-hao to be so talented. Hey, has anyone heard of this song? What's it called? It's pretty good. I've been learning piano for many years, but I've never heard this piece before. I guess it might be a self-composed piece. My own song is so awesome. Is that true? Although the structure is simple, the whole piece comes together beautifully. Su-hao was about to walk off the stage with steady steps when the female host who had been behind the scenes appeared at this moment and called him. Let us thank this gentleman for his wonderful performance. Please stay, sir. We would like to ask you some questions. This is a music appreciation meeting, so it's not surprising that there's a host. Originally, after the performances of the first few students were over, the female host should have gone on stage to host a show, but Su-hao came up instead. Su-hao was not included in the plan. After communicating with the staff behind the scenes, they decided to come out after Su-hao finished performing. Su-hao thought everything would be fine after the performance, but he didn't expect this to happen. But when the female host called him, he had to stop and turn back to the center of the stage. The female host held the microphone, a smile on her face that seemed carefully calculated. Excuse me, sir. What is your name? Su-hao. Mr. Su-hao, thank you for bringing us such a wonderful performance. However, I have a small question in my mind. I have never heard this piece of music before. Excuse me, is this piece of music composed by you? As she spoke, the female host actually showed a hint of caution. The originally noisy audience seats suddenly became extremely quiet. Thousands of eyes were fixed on Su-hao. A huge pressure was placed on Su-hao. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Su-hao's answer. Su-hao's expression remained unchanged as he nodded calmly. Yes, that's right. This piano piece is my own composition. The hostess continued to ask, so this is the first time you played this piece publicly? Su-hao nodded again. Yes. This is a very nice song. What is the name of this song? Su-hao pondered for a moment before replying calmly. This is a piece of music I played on a whim. If you like, you can call it Kana. Hiss. There were several gasps from the audience. Such a perfect and beautiful song. But he just went on stage to perform on a whim? So, this is an improvisation? This is too horrible. I'm afraid that everyone present, even Professor Albert, may not be able to do the same as Su-hao. Everyone stared at Su-hao with eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief. The host's eyes widened as he quickly asked, where did the inspiration for this song come from? Su-hao was shocked. I didn't have any inspiration. I just played it because I felt like it. The moment I touched the keys, this excerpt popped up in my mind, and then I played it naturally. Your talent is really amazing. Excuse me, which music school did you graduate from? After a brief surprise, the female host asked the question again. The people in the audience were also very curious. Where is the alma mater of Su-hao, who is so talented? What kind of school can cultivate such amazing talents? However, under everyone's gaze, Su-hao shook his head slightly. I didn't graduate from a music school. I graduated from Union. It is true that Su-hao majored in acting in college. Then may I ask if you have ever specifically sought out a teacher to learn from you? The female host asked again. Su-hao continued to shake his head and smile modestly. Actually, I haven't learned piano systematically. I just figured it out on my own. I'm sorry to show you guys how ugly I am today. When Su-hao said this calmly, the audience was silent for a moment. Everyone's mouths gradually opened wide, staring at Su-hao in amazement. What? Did they hear it right? A few seconds later, everyone seemed to suddenly react, and there were gasps from the audience. This Su-hao isn't even from a music school. Does that mean he probably hasn't received any professional training? It's incredible. You can improvise without ever learning piano. Why do I feel like Su-hao's strength is enough to completely crush that so-called genius Bessie in the audience? Fortunately, Bessie and Jack, who were sitting in the front row, did not understand what the audience said, and the translator sitting next to them, after hearing these words, silently swallowed the comments and did not translate them for them. Otherwise, they might really be so angry that they pass out. The female host finally finished asking questions, and Su Hao walked off the stage. Fan Rojin looked at Su Hao excitedly, clapping her hands nonstop. Su Hao, you're awesome. It was so gratifying that the person she admired was even better than she had imagined. If Fan Rojin had not been concerned about the people around, she would have thrown herself on Su Hao and given him a deep kiss. Su Hao returned to his seat and resumed his normal appearance. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Dean Shen's eyes were full of inquiry when he looked at Su Hao. The exchange meeting officially began. Everyone no longer sat in their seats, but stood up, walked to a relatively open area under the stage, and started talking. Today's performance was truly wonderful. I originally came here for Basie, but unexpectedly, it was Su Hao's performance that was truly amazing. Yes, this is probably the most exciting performance I've seen in China in recent years. Although Su Hao's piece has a simple structure, it is perfect and very pleasant to listen to. On the other side, Dean Shun called Su Hao to a corner. Su Hao, your performance this time really shocked me. Did you really never learn piano specifically? Even though Su Hao had said on stage that he was self-taught, Dean Shun still couldn't believe it. Although Su Hao's canon is simple in structure, perhaps this canon has the chance to become a classic piece. At least in Dean Shen's opinion, canon has such potential. That's why he found it a little unbelievable that Su Hao had never learned piano. Su Hao smiled modestly. Dean Shen, you're too polite. I was just playing casually. I really haven't learned piano before. In this regard, I still need to learn from you. Dean Chun shook his head. No, I can see that your rhythm and technique when playing the piano are perfect. You are too modest. Actually, I want to ask, would you be willing to come to our school to teach piano? When Dean Shin said this, Su Hao was shocked. This shouldn't be the case. Although the song canon is a classic, it is not enough to attract the dean of a music school to invite me to be a professor. Although Yunin Academy is not ranked well internationally, it is still one of the top schools in China. Every year, countless students hope to be admitted to Yunin, and he just played a canon, and Dean Shun looked at him with admiration. Dean Shun, I'm not a piano major, so it's a bit inappropriate for me to be a professor at Yunin. Dean Shun smiled and looked at Su Hao with sincerity in his eyes. There's nothing inappropriate about this. Since I invited you, it must be because I recognize your talent. If you can give a lecture to the students, they will definitely benefit greatly. A piano piece that Su Hao improvised could be so unforgettable. Dean Shin had a hunch that this was definitely not Su Hao's limit. Who knows, one day, Su Hao might be able to come up with a world-famous piece that will shock the piano world. Thinking of this, Dean Shin looked at Su Hao with even more passion in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to invite Su Hao to Yunin for a good tour. Of course, in terms of treatment, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Su Hao opened his mouth and was about to answer when suddenly two voices came over. Wait, Mr. Su, don't be anxious. Consider our Chu-in first. Don't listen to them, Mr. Su. Come to our Central Conservatory of Music. Su Hao turned his head and took a look. The two people who were talking were the deans of the Central Conservatory of Music and the Tsuyin Conservatory of Music. Dean Shin glared at the two of them and said, I was here first. Why are you guys joining in the fun? I didn't expect these two old guys to come so quickly. I don't know which school Su Hao will choose. Dean Shun was secretly anxious. You old bastard, you actually went to Mr. Su when we weren't paying attention. I'm not just joining in the fun. I sincerely want to invite Mr. Su. The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music glared back at Dean Shun, then laughed and walked quickly to Su Hao. Mr. Su, if you come to our Central Conservatory of Music, we will definitely give you the best treatment. Mr. Su, why don't you come to our Tsuyin? You can name any conditions you want. Dean Tsuyin also walked up to Su Hao. Dean Shun squeezed forward, pushing the dean of the Central Conservatory of Music aside a little, and frowned at the two of them. I was here first. You guys go line up at the back. I'm inviting Mr. Su. Why are you queuing? If you want to queue, go queue by yourself. The president of the Central Conservatory of Music retorted harshly. All right, stop arguing and let Mr. Su Hao make his own choice. Dean Ku Yin Foned. The three people made so much noise that they attracted a lot of people's attention. What happened over there? It seems that the deans of three schools invited Su Hao to be a professor in the piano department. Are you kidding me? 3 schools inviting me at the same time. Being invited by one school to be a professor was already impressive, but Su Hao unexpectedly received invitations from 3 schools at the same time. Everyone was shocked. People's eyes glanced over here from time to time, but the deans didn't care about their gazes at all. They just waited eagerly for Su Hao, hoping that he would accept the invitation from their school. Faced with the enthusiasm of the 3 people, Su Hao felt a little overwhelmed. He rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless, and then, under the eager gazes of everyone, he slowly shook his head. Sorry, I'm not going to any school. Chapter 58, I Can't Be Jealous. Su Hao's words were clearly heard by everyone around him. The originally noisy environment suddenly became quiet for a moment. Everyone looked at Su Hao as if he were a madman. Is he crazy? Being personally invited by 3 university presidents. What a great honor it is. How could Su Hao refuse? For him, they even disregarded their own attitude and argued for him on the spot, but Su Hao didn't agree to any of it. Why? Dean Shuyin looked at Su Hao anxiously. Once you join Shuyin and become a professor, your status will be different. You will have the opportunity to communicate with many people you never met before. This is a rare opportunity. Just talking about the position of music professor in a university will make people feel very proud. How could ordinary people refuse? Dean Shun was also a little unwilling and said with more strength, Su Hao, don't worry. As long as you are willing to come to our union, we will definitely give you the best treatment. You can even take as many classes as you want. When the 2 presidents of the Central Conservatory of Music and the Tsuyin Conservatory of Music heard what President Shin said, they said the same thing to him. Afterwards, he waited nervously for Su Hao's answer. Everyone was shocked. In order to allow Su Hao to work in the school, the concessions made by several people were really huge. Su Hao should agree now. However, under the gaze of everyone, Su Hao shook his head helplessly. Sorry, I just don't have time. His mind is on the entertainment industry, and he doesn't want to be a professor at a music college. Although Su Hao is not well known in the entertainment industry yet, he believes that he will be busy soon. I don't have the time to be a professor at a music college. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. This Su Hao must be stupid. They have invited me like this, but you still don't agree? No time. You don't have time to go, but they do. They also want to be professors at the music school. However, everyone only dared to think about these words in their hearts. After all, the song Su Hao played was truly amazing, and no one present could reach the same level as Su Hao. Just then, Dean Shun suddenly patted the 2 deans on the shoulders and signaled them to talk somewhere else. Su Hao, wait a moment, let's discuss something. Su Hao nodded but didn't leave. He just stood there waiting for them. He looked at the expressions on the 3 people's faces from afar. First they were surprised, then confused, and finally, the 3 seemed to reach a consensus and nodded. After a while, 3 people came over. The 2 presidents of Tsuyin and Central Conservatory of Music did not speak. This time, President Shun represented the school. He cleared his throat and spoke. Su Hao, after discussing it with a few of us, why not? Dean Shun paused and continued. How about you just be a nominal professor in one of our 3 colleges? You're always welcome to teach at our school whenever you want. Of course, if you don't want to teach, that's no problem at all. We'll definitely pay your monthly salary as usual. Dean Shin's words completely shocked everyone. A nominal professor? He is also a nominal professor at 3 schools at the same time. This treatment can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. If they said that they admired Su Hao's talent and wanted him to teach students in their school, then they could understand. However, now such conditions are actually put forward. What is this for? What kind of magical power does Su Hao have that makes several deans even offer such conditions? This means that they will invite Su Hao over at any cost. No one could guess what the 3 deans were thinking, but they knew it very clearly in their own hearts. Indeed, the song Su Hao played was very simple, and anyone who had learned piano could play it easily. But several deans thought of other things. This piece of music will surely become a classic among Chinese piano pieces and may even spread throughout the world. However, canon was created by someone who had never learned piano and who played it improvisationally. From ancient times to the present, no piece composed by a pianist has become a classic. However, they saw this possibility in Su Hao. China is really short of such talents. I believe that in time, Su Hao will be able to stand at the pinnacle of the Chinese piano world. This is also the reason why several people want to have some connection with Su Hao at all costs. When Su Hao becomes famous, they can tell everyone that Su Hao is a professor in the piano department of their school. This will greatly enhance the reputation of their college. After hearing what Dean Shin said, Su Hao held his chin, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. In that case, no problem. I agree to be the professor of piano at all 3 colleges. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more for me to consider. It's just a figurehead, and you don't have to go to school on a regular basis. You just need to give lectures when you are free. This is a good deal. Seeing Su Hao's agreement, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dean Shin smiled and shook hands with Su Hao. That's great. Welcome to our college. When we have time, we will go through the employment procedures. You can also visit our school at the same time. Dean Shin said. Su Hao thought about it and nodded since Yunin Academy was in Yunqing and it wouldn't be a big deal. The other two deans also came over and said, "You're always welcome to visit our college." Su Hao nodded. No problem. The onlookers looked at Su Hao with envy and jealousy. Look at others. After playing a piece of music, he was invited by the deans of 3 colleges at the same time. The key point is that these 3 schools have a high status in China. Not far away. Jack saw all of this through the translator's narration. He frowned, his expression still arrogant. He just improvised a simple piano piece, and yet he made the Chinese so happy that they even invited him to be a professor. Jack put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head back, and his nostrils almost pointed to the sky. The threshold to become a music professor in Huaxia is so low. If I were in Huaxia, maybe I could even become the dean. Jack didn't hide anything when he said these words. Although he spoke English, most of the people present were proficient in English, so they could naturally hear what he said clearly. The people around him frowned, and some looked at Jack angrily. What are you talking about? Do you know what respect is? Someone roared. Chapter 59, a song that shocked everyone. The others also felt that Jack was going a bit too far. Although China has never produced a piano master and cannot compare with other countries in piano attainments, what Jack said was actually a slap in their faces. However, some people felt that although Jack's words were excessive, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, it's just a simple song. Even if it's an impromptu performance, it wouldn't be so bad that the deans of 3 schools would scramble to recruit someone to play it. Su Hao, what's wrong? At this time, Fan Rojin, who was originally talking to someone else, walked over. Su Hao shook his head. Nothing, just a frog in a well. Su Hao's expression was indifferent. He didn't take Jack's words to heart at all. There was no need for him to get angry over someone who had no vision. Su Hao was not angry, but the 3 deans around him were so angry that their faces turned ashen. They invited people from Deauville College to come and exchange ideas and learn together, not to let him point fingers at them and scold them. Dean Chin's face darkened, and he was about to scold Jack when a voice came from afar. What happened? Albert, who was far away, heard the noise and walked over with Bessie. The translator beside Jack hesitated for a moment, then told him what had just happened. Albert frowned and looked at Jack disapprovingly. Jack, you shouldn't say that. You should apologize to them. Although Albert was arrogant, he felt that Jack had indeed gone a little too far. Jack turned his head slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I have nothing to apologize for. I'm just telling the truth. Albert sighed and walked up to Su Hao step by step. He looked at the young man in front of him apologetically and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, and all the deans. I didn't educate my students well. Dean Shun and others looked relieved and sighed. The professor from Deauville has apologized, and there is nothing more they can say except forgiveness. But Su Hao. Everyone turned to look at him. However, before Su Hao could say anything, Jack's dissatisfied voice came again. Teacher, there's no need to apologize to them. I just told the truth. Jack walked over, helped Albert up from his bent waist, and looked at Su Hao provocatively. Am I wrong? I admit that your composition is very nice, but it's too simple. Even a novice who has just started can play it. Although Su Hao played the piece perfectly, no matter how perfect it was, it could not change the fact that the structure of the piece was simple. Jack, even Albert was a little angry. His student was really too arrogant. Su Hao narrowed his eyes. In that case, I'll improvise another song for you. Su Hao is a person who doesn't get angry easily, but being provoked by Jack so many times really made him angry. If he still holds back from taking action, he would be a real coward. After a moment of hesitation, Jack's mouth corners slowly curled up with a hint of mockery. Then I look forward to your performance. In Jack's opinion, Su Hao might just be putting on a brave face. Even if I go on stage, I'll probably just play it randomly. Dean Shun was a little worried at this time. It was obvious that Jack was deliberately trying to provoke Su Hao and make him look bad in public. Although he was optimistic about Su Hao, improvisation was not that easy. Su Hao walked toward the stage step by step. Fan Rojin clenched her fists and whispered to Su Hao's back, "Come on." Of course, she believed in Su Hao very much and believed that Su Hao could teach Jack, the arrogant man, a good lesson. Finally, Su Hao sat in front of the piano. Su Hao had not made any preparations before coming. When he went on stage, he was still wearing the same casual clothes, his hair was unkempt, and he looked very casual. However, the moment he touched the keys, his entire demeanor changed. Elegant and calm. It was as if the temperament of the world's top piano master appeared in him. The people in the audience couldn't help swallowing and felt a little nervous when they saw the changes in him. However, amidst the tension, there's also a hint of anticipation. Especially Fan Rojin, who clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at Su Hao with eyes full of admiration and trust. When the performance began, Su Hao struck the first note. After a slight pause, the beautiful piano music sounded again. Su Hao closed his eyes, immersed in the music, and danced back and forth on the black and white piano keys with his left and right hands alternately. The notes followed like flowing water. The scene was completely quiet. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes and immerse themselves in this wonderful music. They seemed to see a carefree boy playing in a wonderful world under the moonlight. However, not long after, the tune suddenly changed, and the carefree boy suddenly became silent, and a restless mood filled the surroundings. Melancholy, confusion, and restlessness accumulated little by little, and eventually transformed into a string of notes like flowing water. Fan Rojin clasped her hands in front of her chest, and a series of wonderful pictures appeared before her eyes. Unconsciously, a tear flowed from the corner of her eye. There were more than one person at the scene who reacted like her. Everyone seemed to be in this wonderful world. Albert closed his eyes, tapped his fingers lightly on his legs, his heart pounding. What a beautiful piece of music. He murmured a few words from time to time, judging the song from a professional perspective. Su Hao continued to play with concentration, his fingertips lightly dancing on the keys. Each note poured out from his fingertips bit by bit, infecting everyone. Time passed little by little, and Su Hao finally struck the last note. However, it took several minutes for the people at the scene to slowly come to their senses. Then, thunderous applause broke out. Papa, papa, papa. It's so beautiful. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly very moved. Not only is the melody beautiful, but more importantly, the song sounds a bit too complicated. If I were to perform, I might not even be able to play it just by looking at the sheet music. Has Su Hao really never studied music? This is too awesome. He has such strong talent without any training. If he had, perhaps our country would have produced a piano master by now. Ah, no wonder the three major colleges are vying to invite Su Hao. He has such strength. I was a little jealous at first, but now I am convinced. TSK, this time it really slapped the face of that guy called Jack. No one knew who said this, but at this moment, everyone looked at Jack. Chapter 60 Albert's Invitation. Jack's face was pale, and his eyes were wide open. He really couldn't believe that the piano level of this Chinese man in front of him was much higher than he had imagined. I don't believe it. This might just be a score written in advance, but now you say it's your own improvisation. Jack said unwillingly. Su Hao shook his head. He didn't expect Jack to be so stubborn. However, if you give me a melody, I can improvise it into a complete song. That's enough, Jack. Albert walked up to Jack and looked at him seriously. You should apologize to Mr. Su Hao. Su Hao's already come this far. If he is really asked to continue playing, it will be a disgrace to Deauville Academy. But if you don't apologize, you won't be allowed to stay in school. Albert said indifferently. Jack's face turned even paler. What's wrong with the professor? He actually speaks for an outsider. But what Albert said was already very serious. If he didn't apologize, he would really be kicked out of Deauville College. Therefore, no matter how reluctant Jack was, he had no choice but to walk in front of Su Hao and lower his originally proud head. I'm sorry, Mr. Su Hao. I apologize for what I said before. Su Hao glanced at him lightly and raised the corner of his mouth. Now, what do you think of the piano level of our Chinese? In fact, if Jack was just targeting himself, there would be no problem. He could just turn a deaf ear to what others said. But he should never say that the Chinese piano level is low. Although there has indeed been no piano master in China's history, this does not mean that Jack can step on their heads. Jack didn't expect Su Hao to ask him such a question at this time. His face flushed instantly, but after a few seconds, he nodded and said, I admit that China is indeed full of talented people. I was ignorant before, so I said that. Iapalagos, Mr. Jack turned slightly and bowed to the three deans again. I'm sorry, three deans. The three deans snorted coldly and turned their heads away without looking at him. Everyone who saw this scene felt proud. The way they looked at Su Hao also turned into admiration and respect. Suhao used his strength to teach Jack a lesson and slapped him hard in the face, which was really satisfying. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Suhao's eyes, and he nodded to Jack. It's okay. We all came here to communicate, so it's normal to have conflicts. After hearing this, Jack was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Albert sighed softly and shook his head. He no longer looked at the expression on Jack's face, but walked to Suhao's side and stretched out a hand to him. Mr. Suhao, I'm sorry for everything that happened today. Your piano skills are indeed very high. Even I'm ashamed of myself. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like throwing a huge rock into the water, creating a huge splash. Everyone was shocked, and they all stared at Albert in disbelief with their eyes wide open. That's Professor Albert from Deauville College. Albert, a world-famous piano master, started playing the piano at the age of 10 and has never given up playing the piano until now, when he is in his 50s. He held countless concerts throughout his life, and the tickets for each concert were sold at exorbitant prices. The Queen even personally invited him to perform in the palace. In recent years, Albert's health has deteriorated and he is unable to travel around the world, so he chose to be a professor in Deauville. He actually said that Suhao's piano skills were better than his. Jack and Bessie were even more shocked and looked at Albert carefully. Is this still Professor Albert? They had studied with Albert for so many years, but had never heard him praise anyone. Even the genius Bessie could only get a not bad evaluation from Albert. Now, Professor Albert actually said that this Chinese person's level is higher than his. Suhao smiled modestly. I just play casually, but I'm far from being as good as you. Albert shook his head. You Chinese are too modest. By the way, what is the name of this song? Suhao thought for a moment before answering. Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor. Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor, the posthumous work of the great pianist Chopin. This song was discovered among his belongings only after his death. Although it is not known why Chopin did not publish it at the time, this piece of music is listed as one of the most difficult piano pieces to play. Both the rhythm and the mood are difficult to grasp. Albert was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor. What a casual name, just like you. Albert then glanced at Suhao, his face changing to an expression of eagerness. It's indeed a very good piece. Mr. Suhao has such profound attainments in piano. I wonder if he would be willing to come to our Deauville Academy to work. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. If what Albert said before could be regarded as a compliment by everyone, then the meaning of this sentence is extraordinary. It is not possible to go to Deauville College just to study there, let alone work there. Who among those working in Deauville is not a well-known figure in the piano world? Someone excitedly said, It seems there aren't any Chinese people working at Deauville College yet. Oh my God, this is such a great honor. Indeed, and it was Professor Albert who personally invited me. I'm afraid the position I'm about to take up is quite important. Suhao deserves such an invitation. The impromptu piece he just performed was the most perfect performance I've ever seen. Suhao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and agree. This is Deauville. However, the deans of the three colleges felt their hearts sink suddenly after hearing Albert's invitation. Deauville Academy is a dream destination for anyone who studies piano. However, Deauville College has never had Chinese people serve as teachers or professors. This is the first time that Deauville College has invited a Chinese person to work at the school. For ordinary people, this is indeed a great honor. A hint of worry flashed across the eyes of the three deans. It would be difficult for ordinary people to refuse such temptation. If Suhao left, what would happen to their three colleges? At this moment, Jack stood up and frowned. Professor Albert, isn't your decision too hasty? He, Suhao, is just an ordinary person with no name or status. Chapter 61, Live Composition. Jack was indignant. Why did this Chinese man named Suhao come to work in their school? Albert glared at him. Suhao's current piano skills are far superior to mine. Why can't he be a teacher at our school? Piano teaching is about a person's skill, not their fame. Jack was speechless and could only shut up silently. Mr. Suhao, when I return, I will definitely teach my students well. So please consider coming to work at our Deauville College. I will definitely fight for the best treatment for you. Albert looked at Suhao eagerly. All eyes were focused on Suhao. However, just when everyone thought Suhao would agree, under the gaze of everyone, Suhao gently shook his head. Professor Albert, your words are too kind, but I'm sorry, I must decline your invitation. Even though it was an invitation from Deauville College, Suhao had no interest in it at all. He came to this appreciation meeting because of Fan Rojin's invitation and also because he couldn't stand Jack's arrogance, so he chose to play on the spot. Indeed, if you go to work at Deauville Academy, it will be a huge achievement for ordinary people. Even if you develop well at Deauville Academy this year, you may become a world-class pianist in the future. But he was only famous in the field of piano. Although the invitation from a prestigious school satisfied his vanity, Su Hao did not forget that his goal was not to study piano. He wants to start from the entertainment industry, gradually gain more reputation points, and gain greater fame. Deauville was stunned, as if he had not expected Su Hao to reject him. He quickly asked, "Mr. Su Hao, may I ask why?" Su Hao smiled softly. "Professor Albert, I work in pop music. My goal is to enter the entertainment industry. Piano is just a small hobby of mine. Besides, I have already promised the 3 deans to serve as a nominal professor in their colleges. I really don't have time to go to Deauville to take up the position." The others almost vomited blood after hearing this. In the hearts of this group of people, the piano is elegant and full of charm. Su Hao has such a high talent, but now he doesn't play the piano and instead goes into the entertainment industry to make pop music. What a waste of resources. The most important thing is that he actually rejected Deauville's invitation. But Su Haoji was not interested in this, and Albert could not force him. Albert's face was full of regret. "That's such a pity. Mr. Su Hao, in that case, can you give me a copy of the 2 songs you played earlier?" Su Hao nodded. "Of course." He turned around and said to the staff responsible for maintaining the venue, "Please give me 2 sets of musical notation and a pen." The staff had naturally been paying attention to the movements here. After hearing Su Hao's words, they brought out the musical notation and pen in a short while. Everyone at the scene was excited and gathered around, want to see the 2 amazing works that Su Hao had created today. With Su Hao as the center, the crowd surrounded him in 3 layers. Although only people in the first 2 rows could see what Su Hao was writing, the people in the back couldn't see it all. But it couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Perhaps these 2 songs by Su Hao will become classics passed down through the ages, and they are now witnessing this historic moment. Rustle. The tip of the pen made a rustling sound as it rubbed against the paper, and Su Hao wrote down the notes one by one on the staff. The people in the front row were all watching him without blinking. As Su Hao wrote down the notes, they tapped their fingers on their legs, secretly clapping to the beat. Albert stretched out his hands, squinted his eyes, and began to play lightly in the air. Although Su Hao wrote music very quickly, it still took him nearly 15 minutes to finish writing the scores for the 2 songs. There's no other way. It's mainly because the piece Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor is too complicated, so it took me a little longer. After writing the 2 scores, Su Hao wrote the names of the 2 scores at the top, and then left his own name in the smallest corner. After finishing all this, he shook the paper, blew gently on the wet ink, and handed the score to Professor Albert. "Professor Albert, thank you for liking my music. Please keep it." Albert carefully took the 2 copies of the music sheet and put them away lovingly. He then said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Su Hao. I will have my students start practicing when I get back." The people around were stunned. Is this to let the students of Deauville learn the rhythm of Su Hao's music? Snap, snap. Everyone applauded, their hearts filled with admiration. Su Hao wrote such a long piano piece in one go, and even recited it from memory, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Moreover, Professor Albert said that he wanted his students to learn these 2 pieces of music. Su Hao is now going to be famous in the Chinese piano circle. Fan Rojin, who was watching from the side, took out her cell phone and pressed the shutter the moment Su Hao handed the song to Professor Albert, preserving this historic moment. Dean Chun came close to Fan Rojin, glanced at her phone, and whispered, "Send me a copy of this photo later." The deans of the Central Conservatory of Music and the Tsuyin Conservatory of Music saw this and said, "We want one too." Fan Rojin naturally nodded in agreement. Su Hao thought that the work was almost done and that it was time for him to leave. But unexpectedly, Professor Albert suddenly said, "I want to perform this piece live." Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Originally, they participated in this music appreciation meeting just to communicate with each other. But I never thought that I would be able to see Professor Albert's performance with my own eyes. It has been at least 10 years since Professor Albert last gave a public performance. This is really lucky. Moreover, this is a song from the score of Su Hao, a Chinese. How can one not be excited about this? Su Hao originally wanted to leave early, but since Professor Albert said so, he naturally had to stay and listen. "Quick, get someone to bring the camera and record the scene." Dean Shun shouted hurriedly. I originally thought that today was just an ordinary appreciation meeting, so I didn't record the whole process. Suhao's performance was not recorded, but Albert's performance cannot be missed this time. After a while, several photographers came in from outside, carrying their equipment. After finding the right angle, the photographer pointed the camera at Albert. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Albert walked onto the stage. He placed a musical notation on a music stand, then touched the keys lovingly. Then he looked at the music score and moved his fingers. The performance began. The hall became quiet again, and everyone stared at Professor Albert. Chapter 62 Fan, Ro confesses her love. Albert began to play. He placed his fingers on the keys and played a few notes. This time he chose to play the Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor. At the beginning, Albert's playing was a little awkward and the rhythm was not very smooth. However, after adapting for a few dozen seconds, Albert was able to play the song coherently. A few minutes later, Albert finished his performance and he bowed slightly towards the audience. Pa pa pa. There was warm applause from the audience. Suhao also clapped his hands. Fan Rojin slightly turned her body, leaned towards Suhao, and said softly, I don't think he plays as well as you. Not only Fan Rojin, but everyone else also heard the gap between Albert and Suhao, and felt the same as Fan Rojin. Suhao applauded while shaking his head. This piece of music is quite difficult. Professor Albert was able to play it perfectly and flawlessly on his first live performance. That's quite impressive. Albert quickly left the stage, and after the performance, everyone could continue their conversation. If you want to go up and play, just go up and play a song. However, the two songs played the most on the spot were those by Suhao. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Suhao greeted the three deans. Three deans, this is your home turf now. I will take my leave now. As for the piano, although Suhao was interested in it, he was too lazy to communicate with a group of people for such a long time. Dean Shun and the others nodded and did not stop Suhao. They just said to him, since we are all leaving, why don't we take a photo together? For President Shun and others, today is a very memorable moment. Suhao nodded, and Dean Shun quickly called the photographer. The four people stood together, Suhao stood in the middle, and the background behind them was the piano on the stage. Click! The photographer quickly pressed the shutter button, leaving behind this photo with special commemorative significance. Suhao shook hands with the three deans again and was about to leave when Albert suddenly came over. He chuckled, his white beard trembling. Mr. Suhao, if you don't mind, can I take a photo with you guys? Suhao smiled faintly. Of course, it's an honor. The deans of the three colleges found their seats, and Albert and Suhao stood together in the middle. The photographer pressed the shutter again. Albert then turned around and shook hands with Suhao. Mr. Suhao, this trip to China is very enjoyable. Thank you for letting me hear this perfect performance. I will remember everything today forever. Originally, Albert had no expectations for this appreciation meeting because he knew that the Chinese people's piano skills were far inferior to theirs. In fact, when Dean Shun invited him over at first, he directly refused. Later, the three deans invited him together, and he couldn't refuse, so he chose to come to China. Unexpectedly, this young man named Suhao gave him a pleasant surprise. I'll say it again, Mr. Suhao. If you'd like to come to Deauville College, you're always welcome to join us. Here's my business card. Once you've made up your mind, you can contact me anytime. Albert gently pulled out a business card from his chest and handed it to Suhao. I'm sorry, Mr. Albert. I still say the same thing. Although your school is excellent, my heart is not in the piano. Suhao shook his head and firmly rejected Professor Albert, but to show respect, he still put away Albert's business card. At the same time, he also handed his business card to Albert. He had printed a bunch of business cards when he founded his studio, and he happened to have them with him today. Albert looked at Suhao's business card, which had both Chinese and English characters on it. Starry Glory Studio? What a great name. Albert put the business card in his arms and said, I wish Mr. Suhao all the best. If you have the chance, you can come visit our Deauville College. Suhao nodded. Thank you, Professor Albert, for your kind words. If I have a chance, I will definitely visit Deauville College. This time, Suhao did not refuse. After all, Deauville is the world's #1 music university. If he really had the chance, he really wanted to go and see it. Suhao just stood there and chatted with Albert for a few more words. After a while, someone else came up and wanted to take a photo with Suhao. The key point is that most of these people are well-known and influential, so it is difficult for Suhao to refuse them. So, After taking photos with several people in succession, Suhao thought about it and simply called over those who wanted to take photos with him. Several deans, and he stood in the middle, and Fan Rojin held his arm, and they took a group photo. After taking the photos, Suhao finally felt relieved and quickly left with Fan Rojin. When the two came out of the reception room, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. They had eaten some breakfast in the morning and were already starving. Suhao randomly found a restaurant nearby and asked for a private room. He and Fan Rojin ordered some dishes. After taking a few bites, Suhao felt that he was completely alive again. Although he sat the whole morning, he felt more tired than ever before. This kind of tiredness is not physical, but mental. After all, Fan Rojin noticed Suhao's exhaustion and looked at him distressedly, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Suhao. What happened today was really beyond my expectations." She originally thought that she was just going to watch a show with Suhao, cultivate their relationship, and relax, but she didn't expect things to develop like this. Suhao shook his head. "Why are you apologizing to me? It's not your fault. I wanted to go on stage myself." Fan Rojin sighed softly, walked behind Suhao, stretched out her hands, and gently massaged his temples. Soft fingers slid across Suhao's temple. At first, Suhao wondered if this was inappropriate, but Fan Rojin's massage technique was so good that he relaxed unconsciously, so he didn't resist. Seeing that Suhao did not reject her, Fan Rojin showed a sweet smile on her face with a hint of joy. She feels very happy now. Suhao closed his eyes and enjoyed Fan Rojin's service. For a moment, there was no sound in the box. About 10 minutes later, Fan Rojin loosened her massaging fingers and sat down next to him. Fan Rojin gently pulled up Suhao's fingers, held his hand between her own, and looked straight at him with her beautiful eyes like peach blossoms. Fan Rojin's cherry lips moved, and she uttered a few words softly. "Suhao, I like you." Chapter 63 nominated for the Golden Melody Awards. Suhao didn't react for a moment and was slightly stunned. After a few seconds, he lowered his head and glanced at the shy Fan Rojin. Fan Rojin's cheeks were slightly red at this time, with a sweet smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Her thick and long eyelashes were drooping slightly and trembling. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at him again. Suhao saw a hint of excitement and nervousness on her face. Fan Rojin's heart was beating like a drum at this moment, and she didn't dare to look at Suhao's reaction. At first, she only admired Suhao, but after spending some time with him, she was attracted to him little by little. Finally, today, she said the words that she had never dared to say. Fan Rojin was very excited. She finally did it. Fan Rojin waited for Suhao's reply. After a while, seeing no movement from him, she raised her head and looked at him straight, meaning that she wanted a reply from him. Suhao looked at her for a long time. It was undeniable that Fan Rojin was beautiful, had a good figure, and had achieved considerable success in her career. Faced with the pursuit of such a beautiful woman, there's hardly any Suhao who would not be moved. However, Suhao just sighed softly and shook his head. "I don't think I've told you that I'm divorced, and I don't want to consider emotional issues for the time being." Suhao's mind is now focused on the entertainment industry, and he doesn't want to get involved in matters of romance for the time being. Suhao's answer surprised Fan Rojin a little. She thought Suhao was just single, but she didn't expect that he was already divorced. However, this did not shake her determination to be with Suhao. She looked at Suhao with a firm look in her eyes. "So what if you're divorced? Even if you have a child, I'm still willing to be with you." After saying that, Fan Rojin took advantage of Suhao's daze, raised her head slightly, and kissed Suhao's lips fiercely. Suhao didn't react in time and was actually kissed by her. After coming to his senses, he pushed Fan Rojin away. "What are you doing?" Suhao frowned slightly. "It's not that I hate Fan Rojin, but for her as a star, this behavior is a bit inappropriate." Fan Rojin licked her lips and gave Suhao a determined smile. "Suhao, just wait. One day, I will catch you." Now that things have come to this, Fan Rojin is not the kind of person who would be shy, and she speaks directly what is in her heart. "Suhao, I've decided on you. Whether you agree or not, I will always be by your side." Suhao felt somewhat helpless. As a queen of love songs, you must have a bright future. You will definitely reach even higher in the future. Why waste your time on me? Fan Rojin smiled, the blush still lingering on her face. She looked like a blooming rose. "Suhao, my pursuit of you doesn't conflict with my career." Suhao shook his head and said nothing more. Maybe Fan Rojin was just in a spur-of-the-moment situation, and after a long time, she gave up on her own. After Fan Rojin bravely confessed her love to Su Hao, she no longer restrained herself and kept picking up food for Su Hao at the dinner table. If she wasn't afraid of causing Su Hao's disgust, Fan Rojin would have almost fed Su Hao directly. After dinner, Su Hao sent Fan Rojin home, then took a taxi and went home. When parting with Fan Rojin took advantage of Su Hao's inattention and secretly kissed him again. This made Su Hao feel helpless, and he told her not to do this, as it would be bad if she was photographed by paparazzi. Unexpectedly, Fan Rojin didn't care at all. Su Hao was completely helpless now, but he had no way to deal with Fan Rojin. When he got home, it was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Hao took a shower and walked out. He first took a look at the data of his previous song releases. Not to mention the likes on MANHWA. In just less than a week, it has exceeded 30 million likes, and on major music charts, its total playback volume has exceeded 50 million, and the total download volume has exceeded 30 million and nearly 40 million. During this period of time, Su Hao himself gained more than 10 million reputation points. The number of Weibo fans has not increased much in the past few days, but 2 to 3 million fans have been added in the past few days. The main thing is that these data are more or less inflated. For example, if someone played his song 10 times, all he got was a personal reputation point. Therefore, Su Hao only gained more than 10 million reputation points in the past few days. And as his popularity gradually waned, his reputation value was not increasing as quickly as before. Su Hao clicked on the lottery function of the system, but after changing his mind, he turned it off again. He was unlucky last time and didn't win much. He should wait a few days and see. Maybe his luck will improve in a few days. After checking the system, Su Hao opened Weibo and checked again. He used the account Su Hao, which did not have many fans. Although Su Hao had become popular for a short time because of the song Those Years, he did not open a Weibo account at that time, so he missed the best opportunity to attract fans. Su Hao didn't really care. Having fewer fans made it easier for him to browse Weibo, so he wouldn't have to wait for a long time to log in like Bai Chi's account did. While browsing Weibo, a hot search suddenly caught his attention. The list of nominees for the Golden Melody Awards for Chinese pop music has been announced. Su Hao knew something about the Golden Melody Awards. This is one of the more authoritative awards in pop music. It is held once a year, but the time is not fixed. The specific time depends on the mood of the organizer. Su Hao clicked on it and took a look. In Tian, Fan Rojin, the two of them were expected. Behind each person's name was the title of the nominated song. Su Hao took a special look at Fan Rojin's song. It turned out that the song he wrote was flammable and explosive. Although it was a bit unexpected, on second thought, Fan Rojin songs have been online for so long, so it's normal to be nominated. Su Hao continued reading. Rin Chichi's name was also on it. Su Hao took a quick look and found it was a song he had never heard before. Su Hao didn't recognize many of the names on the list. Just as he was about to close the page, his finger suddenly stopped. Composer of the Year Award, Bai Chi's Serenade and I Want to Fly Higher. Best Single of the Year Award, Bai Chi's Serenade and I Want to Fly Higher. Best Newcomer of the Year Award, Bai Chi's Serenade and I Want to Fly Higher. Best Concert of the Year, Bai Chi's Serenade and I Want to Fly Higher. Best Male Vocalist of the Year Award, Bai Chi, Serenade and I Want to Fly Higher. Best of the Year. Su Hao's eyes were almost dazzled by what he saw. He counted himself and found that he alone had received 9 nominations. Chapter 64 Fan Rojin is here. Su Hao looked at the nomination list in surprise. My song has been online for less than a week. Why was it nominated for the Golden Melody Awards? This is so weird. Not only was he the only one who felt strange, but netizens in the comments section were also arguing with each other. This year's Golden Melody Award nominations are out so early. No way. How come Bai Chi is also nominated? His songs are indeed very good, but it's not even been a week. How come he's already been nominated? Bai Chi's data is there, so it's normal for him to be shortlisted. Bullshit. The Golden Melody Awards have been around for so long, but I've never seen a song nominated for 9 Golden Melody Awards within a week of its release. I don't believe there's no insider information involved. Bai Chi must have made a private deal with someone inside. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous thing happen? I've seen it for a long time. Bai Chi's incident was all self-promotion. His sudden rise to fame was so sudden. I don't believe there's no team behind the scenes. TSK. You guys know who's organizing the Golden Melody Awards. Wasn't it revealed a few years ago that they were bribed by a certain singer? There must be something wrong with Bai Chi. Otherwise, how could he have been shortlisted? Bah. Anyone with a discerning eye can see Bai Chi's strength. He's just awesome. The comments were filled with heated arguments, and finally the official Golden Melody Awards Weibo account simply closed the comments, so the incident didn't become a big deal. Not long after, Suhao received congratulations from Su Xiao and Fan Rojin. There are only 3 people who know his true identity, and now that Ding Lu is not around, he naturally enjoys some free time. Less than a minute after Su Hao replied to Fan Rojin, he received another message from the other party. Why don't we go out for dinner to celebrate your Golden Melody Award nomination? Or I can come to your house to find you. Su Hao's fingertips paused on the screen. He thought for a moment and replied to Fan Rojin's message 3 minutes later. No, you should go to bed early. Su Hao looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he looked through the music charts on various platforms. This time he didn't look at his own song data, but clicked on the female singer list and chose to play all. Lee Yong-tai's advertising shoot is expected to begin soon, and Su Hao has yet to find a suitable partner, so he needs to hurry. Although he can sing the song, Love Comes with Springtide, by himself, Su Hao is a person who pursues perfection. If the female chorus is lost, the song will always lack that flavor. After all, the characteristic of this song is the combination of strength and softness. Su Hao lay on the sofa and listened to these songs one by one. Even after more than an hour, Su Hao still couldn't find the sound he wanted. He turned sideways and was just about to find a more comfortable position when his doorbell suddenly rang. Su Hao didn't think much about it. He sat up from his sofa, walked to the door, and opened it. The moment the door was pushed open, a somewhat familiar figure squeezed in and slammed the door shut. Su Hao was startled by this sudden action. After seeing who the person was, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Fan Rojin, why are you here? Fan Rojin was still holding 2 shopping bags. She placed the items on the counter beside her. She then took off her hat and sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face. She grinned at Su Hao. Didn't I tell you? Congratulations on your nomination for the Golden Melody Awards. Although Su Hao rejected her invitation, Fan Rojin didn't think Su Hao would agree from the beginning, so she didn't say hello to him and went straight to his house. Come to think of it, this was her first time visiting Su Hao's house. Fan Rojin looked at Su Hao's house curiously. Su Hao bought this house nearly 10 years ago, but he kept the house very clean and the things inside were kept in order. Su Hao, a big Su Hao, actually did the housework so well. She originally wanted to show off. What Fan Rojin didn't know was that Su Hao and Rin Chi-Chi were rarely together, and he usually lived alone. Since he didn't clean, naturally no one would do it, so he had to learn to do it himself. Su Hao really didn't expect Fan Rojin to come over at this time, but since she was already here, he couldn't just kick her out. He could only take out a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet and give them to Fan Rojin to change into. Fan Rojin looked at the pair of women's slippers and said jealously, "Where did you get women's slippers at home? And so many pairs?" When Su Hao opened the cabinet door, just now, she saw that there were several pairs of women's slippers inside. Su Hao thought it was just a case of misophobia and explained without giving it much thought. "Don't worry, this is new and no one has worn it." Fan Rojin looked at him angrily. "I mean, has there been another woman in your house?" Fan Rojin couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Su Hao is single, and it is his freedom if he wants to bring a woman home, but Fan Rojin couldn't help feeling jealous at this moment. Su Hao nodded and said, "There were a few girls who lived here before." Fan Rojin's eyes widened, her heart aching. There were actually several of them. Su Hao ignored her expression and continued, "They are employees of my studio. I couldn't find a place to live before, so I temporarily let them stay in my house. I found a house a while ago, so I asked them to move out. When they left, they forgot to take these slippers with them." Su Hao didn't care whether there were a few extra pairs of shoes at home. He just left them there instead of throwing them away, just in case the orange girl came over and could wear them. Su Hao casually explained a few words while picking up the 2 shopping bags that Fan Rojin had placed on the counter. Su Hao picked up the shopping bag and took a look. It was filled with vegetables and meat. "You bought so much. Can the 2 of us finish it?" Su Hao said as he walked towards the kitchen. After hearing Su Hao's explanation, Fan Rojin regained her good mood and chased after him in her newly changed slippers. "It's okay. If you can't finish it, put it in the refrigerator and eat it slowly." The 2 came to the kitchen. Su Hao took out the vegetables and meat from the shopping bag and was thinking about what dish to cook when Fan Rojin came over and pushed him out of the kitchen. "Today is to celebrate your nomination for the Golden Melody Awards, so I'm going to cook for you to taste my cooking skills." Su Hao looked her up and down. Seeing that she looked like she had never touched a dish before, he was very skeptical. "You can cook?" Fan Rojin snorted twice. "You underestimate me. My cooking skills are so good that even my mother would say it's good." Su Hao walked into the kitchen again, took off the apron hanging on the wall and said, "Then I'll wash the vegetables." Chapter 65, I'm not leaving tonight. However, Fan Rojin refused to let Su Hao enter the kitchen no matter what. She took off his apron and drove him out of the kitchen. Su Hao could only return to the living room and continue listening to the music on his phone. The sound of cooking could be heard from the kitchen from time to time, making Su Hao feel dazed. It was the same when he and Rin Chi first got married. Rin Chi never let him into the kitchen, and she took care of all the housework at home. At that time, Su Hao hardly ever did any housework. Unfortunately, this kind of life did not last long. Rin Chi entered the entertainment industry and became increasingly busy since then, rarely even returning home. Fan Rojin appeared in his house at this time, and somehow she suddenly thought of these things. This thought flashed through Su Hao's mind and quickly disappeared. Fan Rojin was busy in there for more than 2 hours and finally came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes. Su Hao, it's time to eat. Su Hao walked to the dining table, and Fan Rojin served the rice and handed it to him. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made some. Next time if you want to eat something, tell me, and I'll make it for you. Fan Rojin took off her apron, sat next to Su Hao, and picked up a piece of pork ribs for him. Come on, try my cooking. Su Hao took a look at the dishes on the table. There were 5 dishes and 1 soup, 3 meat dishes, and 2 vegetable dishes. The food exuded an enchanting aroma, which made people's appetites increase. Su Hao gently picked up the ribs from the bowl and took a bite. The ribs were stewed until they were soft, and the bones fell off easily with a light suck, and the rich aroma instantly filled the mouth. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth and gave Fan Rojin a thumbs up. I can't believe you have such cooking skills. I think it tastes much better than those restaurants out there. Su Hao never expected that the dishes cooked by Fan Rojin, who looked otherworldly, would taste so good. Su Hao besides my father to have eaten the food I cooked. Fan Rojin's heart was as sweet as honey at this moment. No one knows that this sexy goddess with a fiery appearance has a small wish, which is to cook a meal for the person she loves. For this purpose, she also practiced her cooking skills for a long time. It finally happened today. Soon, the two of them finished the dishes on the table. Su Hao touched his bulging belly. The dishes made by Fan Rojin were indeed not bad. Even he couldn't control himself and ate some more. After clearing the dishes, the two sat on the sofa. Su Hao was not idle and continued listening to the songs on the list. There were so many female singers on the list that Su Hao hadn't been able to finish listening to them all and hadn't found a voice he was looking for. Fan Rojin cut a plate of watermelon and placed it on the coffee table, then handed a piece to Su Hao. You've been listening to music since I walked in. If you want to hear it, I can sing it to you in person. Fan Rojin said this casually, then took a small bite of the watermelon. The sweet juice spread in her mouth. She stole a glance at Su Hao, who was close to her, and squinted her eyes happily. Being with Su Hao, the one I love, this is life. Su Hao took the watermelon and shook his head. I have a collaboration and need to find a female singer to record a song with me. I'm looking for a suitable voice now. Fan Rojin looked eager to try. What do you think of me? She had wanted to record a song with Su Hao for a long time, but she never had the chance. Now that the opportunity has come, she will definitely recommend herself. However, Su Hao just glanced at her and said, your voice isn't really suitable for this song. As early as when signing the contract, the first person Su Hao thought of was Fan Rojin. After all, the two of them were familiar with each other, so it would be more convenient for them to cooperate, and he didn't have to go through so much trouble to find someone. It's a pity that Fan Rojin's voice is a little cold and doesn't quite fit the mood of the song. Fan Rojin suddenly curled up on the sofa like a frost-bitten eggplant, and suddenly felt that even the watermelon in her hand was not fragrant anymore. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. Then next time if it's a suitable song, you must consider me first. There is still a lot of time, so she is not in a hurry. Su Hao hummed, tapped his finger on the screen, and switched to the next song. At first he could listen to all the songs completely, but after such a long time he still couldn't think of the right sound, which made Su Hao lose his patience. At this moment, a lingering and melodious voice came from the phone. Su Hao paused and stopped changing the song. After listening for a while, Su Hao nodded. That's good. The singer who sang this song was named Yusu. Su Hao had never heard of her name and didn't know what her status was in the entertainment industry. Su Hao held his chin and thought about how he should contact this female singer. Fan Rojin thought the voice sounded familiar, so she leaned over and took a look. Yusu, I know her. Su Hao was pleasantly surprised and turned to look at her. Really? If Fan Rojin knew him, things would become much simpler. Fan Rojin threw the watermelon rind into the trash can, wiped the juice off her hands, and nodded seriously. I know her. She's my college classmate. We were in the same dormitory. We had a good relationship back then, but after graduation, we kept in touch less and less. Later, we both became singers, but she wasn't very famous, so we didn't have much contact. No matter how good their relationship was in college, there is now an insurmountable gap between Fan Rojin and Yu Su, and it is impossible to give up so easily. She has a very stubborn personality. I have offered to help her before. We are in the entertainment industry after all, and we are classmates. I wanted to help her if I could, but she refused. Fan Rojin shrugged. She felt that Yu Su was good in every way, except that she was a little stubborn. Can you still contact her now? Suhao asked. Fan Rojin smiled slightly. Of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Fan Rojin knew that as long as she worked with Suhao, it would be no problem for her to become famous. Since they're classmates, it's okay for her to give him a hand now. One of his troubles was finally solved. Suhao stretched and felt a little tired. He checked the time, and it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Suhao stood up from the sofa, looked down at Fan Rojin, and said, "It's so late. Let me take you home." Fan Rojin giggled and sat on the sofa without moving. Who said I was going home? Suhao was stunned. Fan Rojin suddenly sat up and kissed Suhao on the face. I'm staying here tonight. Suhao looked at her hesitantly. It's not a good idea for you to live here with me. What if someone sees us? After all, the other party is a household name. Not to mention the paparazzi. If the neighbors saw Fan Rojin coming out of his house, it would be a very explosive thing. Chapter 66. Living in the same room. Suhao is also concerned about Fan Rojin's reputation. Moreover, it is really not suitable for a single man and a single woman to be together. Unexpectedly, Fan Rojin stroked her hair with her hand, pushed the long hair on her chest back, and said nonchalantly, "So what if they saw it?" She's not a traffic star who needs to maintain a single image. She speaks with her strength. Even if she is really photographed, her fans will speak for her. Fan Rojin doesn't care about these at all. Fan Rojin was unwilling to leave, and Suhao couldn't force her out, so he could only nod helplessly. Okay then, you can sleep in the guest bedroom tonight. Fortunately, his house is big enough. Otherwise, he would have to sleep on the sofa at night. This time, Fan Rojin showed a contented smile. She held her chin and winked at Suhao. I didn't bring any pajamas. Please put on your clothes for me. Suhao then took out a t-shirt. After Fan Rojin put it on, she turned the t-shirt into a skirt, revealing only a pair of long legs. After washing up, Suhao returned to his bedroom. After a busy whole day, Suhao was exhausted. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. However, not long after, when he was half asleep, the door of the room was gently pushed open. Suhao suddenly woke up. He glanced at the crack in the door. Fan Rojin had one hand on the door handle and smiled at him modestly. Suhao, I'm scared to sleep alone. I want to be with you. No. Before she could finish, Suhao interrupted her. It is really inappropriate for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room. If you feel scared, just turn on the light. Suhao said calmly. Fan Rojin pursed her lips, a look of grievance on her face. I can't sleep if I turn on the light. Don't worry. I'm sleeping on the floor and won't do anything to you. Fan Rojin added. This actually made Suhao laugh. He looked at her with amusement. What else can you do to me? Fan Rojin blinked and said nothing, but her face turned slightly red. Suhao took the quilt and pillow off the bed and said to Fan Rojin, Okay, I'll sleep on the floor. You go to the bed. A hint of success flashed across Fan Rojin's eyes, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Then she quickly took the pillow and quilt from her room and spread them on the bed. Fan Rojin sat on the edge of the bed, swaying her long, white legs in front of Suhao. Suhao quickly turned his eyes away, silently saying in his heart, Don't look at what is inappropriate. Fan Rojin's lips curled up into a wicked smile, but before Suhao noticed, it quickly subsided. Okay, I'll turn off the lights. Suhao nodded, and Fan Rojin pressed the switch, and the room instantly fell into darkness. Suhao was indeed extremely tired. Even though Fan Rojin was in his room, he didn't think much about it and fell asleep quickly. Fan Rojin lay on the bed, listening to Suhao's shallow breathing, and felt extremely relieved. If possible, she wanted to sleep in the same bed with Suhao. But she also understood that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This kind of thing still needs to be done step by step. Just wait, Suhao. I will catch up with you one day sooner or later. Fan Rojin made a secret decision. The next day, perhaps because he was too tired the day before, Suhao rarely woke up early. It was already past 9 o'clock when he woke up. He yawned and stretched his stiff body, then felt much more comfortable. Suhao glanced at the bed. It was clean and tidy, but Fan Rojin was gone. Maybe he went back, Suhao thought. However, as soon as he walked into the living room, he saw Fan Rojin. She was carrying a plate and placed it on the dining table. Fan Rojin also saw Suhao and smiled at him. Are you awake? Go wash up and eat. Suhao didn't expect Fan Rojin to still be there. After washing up, he sat down at the dining table and asked, Don't you have any appointments to attend today? Fan Rojin made fried steak for breakfast. She cut a piece of beef, put it on a fork, and passed it to Suhao's mouth. After watching him eat it, she said, I'm free these days and don't have to work. Since releasing her last song, Fan Rojin has not rested and has been traveling all over the country. I have only had some free time during this period. Suhao nodded, and the two of them quickly finished their breakfast. Fan Rojin wiped her mouth and said as she cleared the dishes, I've contacted you, Su, for you. The appointment is for this afternoon. You shouldn't have anything to do this afternoon, right? If you do, I can reschedule it. Fan Rojin kept Suhao's words in mind. Early this morning, she contacted Yu Su and agreed on a time. Suhao nodded. I don't have anything to do. Let's do it this afternoon. It is the end of August, and the weather outside is still very hot and humid. The two of them have no intention of going out, so they stayed at home for the whole morning. It was not until the sun went down in the afternoon that the two of them packed up and went out. Suhao drove to the agreed place. This is a Chinese restaurant, a bit pricey, but the service is good. When I walked into the private room that had been booked in advance, Yu Su and her agent were already waiting inside. Yu Su has a plain appearance, with a straight back and a somewhat nonchalant expression on her face, giving her a feeling of being out of touch with the world. Her agent is a middle-aged man named Suhao, who looks ordinary. Fan Rojin walked forward and hugged Yu Su. Su, long time no see. Long time no see. Fan Rojin is now a top female singer, but even so, there is no flattery on Yu Su's face. She just smiles faintly at her. The last time the two met was probably 2 or 3 years ago. After all, with Fan Rojin's current status, the chances of the two of them meeting each other are very rare. Although the two had a good relationship in college, Yu Su didn't want others to say that she was trying to get close to Fan Rojin. So apart from sending blessings during the holidays, she basically didn't contact Fan Rojin much. This time, it was Fan Rojin who asked her to help, so she came. The two of them quickly let go, and the four of them sat down. Fan Rojin first introduced Suhao to Yu Su and her agent. This is the Suhao I mentioned. You should have heard of his name. He wrote my song, Flammable and Explosive, and the theme song for the movie yesterday. In fact, Fan Rojin had already explained the basic situation on WeChat yesterday, but since we have met, it would be better to introduce it in person. Yu Su nodded gently towards Suhao, her face still expressionless. She extended her hand and shook his, then quickly withdrew her hand after a light touch. Hello, Yu Su. Yu Su has an excellent voice, and just the way she speaks is very pleasant to the ear. Compared to Yu Su's coldness, her agent was much warmer. He shook hands with Suhao with an eager smile on his face. Hello, Yu Su. You could just call me Lee and don't mind it. That's just Su's personality. Chapter 67 Yu Su. Lian secretly nudged Yu Su with his arm and winked at her, hoping that she would be more enthusiastic. Yu Su seemed not to feel it and still had that indifferent expression. Lian had a headache. What a girl. The two people in front of us. One is Fan Rojin, the queen of love songs who has been popular for many years and is a household name. And the other is Suhao, who caused heated discussions on the internet some time ago. Moreover, Fan Rojin was her classmate and roommate in college. He didn't mean to say that he wanted Yu Su to curry favor with anyone, but at least she should be enthusiastic when she saw people. This lady has offended so many people because of her personality. If it weren't for this personality, Yu Su might have become famous long ago. However, Li also knew that Yu Su was just like that, so he had no choice but to accept it. Lian looked at Suhao with a smile on his face and complimented him. Mr. Suhao, the songs you write are so beautiful. I listened to them a lot recently. In fact, even Li was a little envious of Suhao because not everyone has the opportunity to become famous overnight. Although I know that the popularity will fade, since Suhao can write this kind of song, he will definitely have a bright future in the future. Suhao smiled faintly. Yu Su's songs are also very nice. This is what Suhao really thinks. Yu Su's song is really good. Although it is still a little bit inferior to his, it is considered to be of high quality in the entire music circle. It's a pity that it never became popular. You're welcome, Susu. You still have to keep working hard. Lian was naturally happy that his artist was praised by Su Hao and replied modestly. Mr. Su Hao, Sister Fan has already told us the general idea of what happened, but you still need to tell me the details. Yesterday, Fan Rojin only said that Su Hao wanted to collaborate with others on a song, but Fan Rojin was not sure about the details, so she did not tell them. It's like this. Director Lee Yongtai is going to shoot a wine commercial. This commercial is quite long, about 3 minutes, so we need a theme song. This song needs to be sung by a male and female duet. I heard Yusu's song last night and thought her voice was very suitable, so I asked Rojin to contact you. Su Hao said. Lian opened his mouth in surprise. Director Lee Yongtai? This name is well known to people in the entertainment industry. He is the first person in domestic advertising shooting. Some models even became popular on the internet because of participating in his advertising shooting. I didn't expect that Su Hao could sing the theme song for the commercial directed by Lee Yongtai. Lian was a little excited. This is a great opportunity for you, Su. How about it? Are you willing to cooperate with me? Su Hao asked. Lian nodded and was about to agree when Su beside him spoke at this time. What kind of song? Just so you know, I don't sing bad songs. Su still had that indifferent expression on her face. When she said this, Lian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Don't mind it, don't mind it. Susu is just like that. She speaks bluntly. She doesn't mean any harm. He leaned close to Su's ear, his eyes filled with pleading, and lowered his voice and said, Oh, my dear, could you please not be so blunt when you speak? Besides, it's already this time. No matter what song it is, it's Lee Yongtai. If you get on this big ship, you'll be very successful. Yusu seemed to be listening to the wind in her ears and didn't listen to Li Ang's words at all. She is a person who is somewhat arrogant in nature. She loves music to the point of being a little crazy. In her heart, music is sacred. Today's pop music is filled with a lot of shoddy songs. This is something Yusu cannot tolerate. But she couldn't change the entertainment industry and could only focus on making her own music. She had heard Su Hao's songs before, and they were indeed amazing. But this doesn't mean that he can always come up with a good song. Whether she is famous or not, it doesn't matter to her at all. But if she were to sing a bad song, she would be better off dead. Fan Rojin shook her head gently and sighed slightly in her heart. I didn't expect Su to be so stubborn. If she could change her personality, maybe her status in the entertainment industry would be similar to mine now. Su's words were actually a bit harsh, but Su Hao didn't care, because he could see that the cold-looking girl in front of him did not have any contempt or malice in her eyes, but only love for music. Although she is a little paranoid, no one can criticize her. Su Hao took out the music he had prepared long ago and placed it in front of her. This was a page of paper that Su Hao had casually torn from his notebook. The paper was large enough to write down the music score and lyrics for the song. There were traces of tearing on the edge of the paper. Ong Li was a little surprised. Are singers nowadays so casual in writing songs? Just tearing off 2 pieces of paper? After all, it's a song and should be preserved well. Yusu was not surprised at all. She unfolded the folded paper and scanned it line by line. When Yusu lowered her head to look at the music, Lian finally reacted and asked cautiously, This, Mr. Su Hao, is it really okay for you to show us this song now? No matter which singer it is after writing a song, they will keep it tightly covered for fear that it will be leaked. Su Hao was so good that he showed it to them without signing the contract. Su Hao said calmly, It's nothing wrong. It's just a song. He has so many songs in his hands that he is not afraid at all. Lian was surprised by Su Hao's casualness and nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Su Hao. Since you trust us, we will definitely not leak this song. Su Hao hummed and turned his gaze to Yusu. Yusu buried her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. 2 minutes later, she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Just when Su Hao thought she was about to say something, Yusu lowered her head again and started watching the song from the beginning. She stretched out a hand, beat the rhythm on the table, and hummed softly. A river of spring water is full of endless love, and it haunts my dreams. Yusu sang with an intoxicated look on her face. Her voice was gentle and charming, like the chirping of an oriole or a swallow. Just by opening her mouth, Su Hao felt the feeling he wanted. I have to say that Yusu's voice is quite excellent. In this regard, even Fan Rojin is slightly inferior. The people in the box just listened and no one disturbed her. It was not until a few minutes later, when Yusu finished singing the song, that she raised her head. Compared to her previous cold expression, her eyes were now shining, her face was flushed, and her whole body seemed to be glowing. She took a long breath, calming the surging emotions in her heart, and slowly said to Su Hao, Mr. Su Hao is indeed very talented. Chapter 68, Because I Am by Chi. Extraordinarily talented. As soon as these words came out, Li An's eyes widened. Yu Su's personality is just as her name suggests. Su is scary, but also scary in her calmness. It seemed as if nothing could cause her emotions to fluctuate. Only when singing do some emotions come out. Because of this, Yu Su's words of praise were already extremely exaggerated. Although Su Hao didn't know Yu Su's personality, he could sense her sincere praise. He chuckled and said, "There's no need to talk about your extraordinary talent. But Miss Yu, what do you think of this song?" "Very good." Yu Su showed a faint smile on her face. This means she is extremely satisfied. Seeing this, Lian said tactfully, "Mr. Su, I wonder how much you plan to sell this song for?" "Not for sale." Su Hao shook his head. "Not selling." Lian was dumbfounded for a moment. He wanted to ask why you took it out. Yu Su, standing by, also had a puzzled look in her eyes. Even if the asking price is sky high, there should be a price. Wouldn't it be too extreme not to sell it? Besides, didn't I hear that Su Hao and Fan Rojin have a very good relationship? How could that be? Then I wonder what Mr. Su wants. Lian asked cautiously. "I want to use this song in exchange for Miss Yu doing me a favor." Su Hao originally didn't plan to sell the song. As far as the money was concerned, he had no shortage of it. As for the reputation that Yu Su would bring after selling the song, even if you don't sell it, it still exists. What he wanted more was Yu Su's voice, which was very suitable for his previous song. "How can I help you?" Yu Su asked. "Sing me a theme song." Su Hao didn't hide it and said, "It's about a liquor commercial called Love Rolls in Springtide, the same song we just heard." When Yu Su heard this, she did not respond immediately. Although she likes this song very much and is crazy about songs, it has always been Ong Li who makes the final decision when it comes to collaboration. The division of labor between the two is very clear. Yu Su just focused on singing, and Lian took care of everything else. Therefore, Lian's agent immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Su, your song is indeed very good, but you know our Su's strength, and we may not have so much time. And you also know that advertising is a complicated thing. I mean, you can name a price, no matter how much, and we can negotiate. He doesn't have to deal with this kind of thing too much. After all, our own artist Yu Su is extremely picky about song selection. This time, Yu Su is no longer harsh. But for commercial performances, this aspect must be strictly controlled. What is the manufacturer of the liquor like, and whether there will be any problems? This may not be a problem for ordinary singers. But Yu Su plans to develop into a singing queen in the future. He, Ong Li, would never allow this to happen." Hearing this, Su Hao laughed. Needless to say, Wu Yanya's reputation was excellent. In the past, it even had the potential to surpass Matai. For an industry of this level, once the theme song was established, Yu Su would be able to make a living from it for the rest of her life. It can be said that this is Yu Su's opportunity. "What are you laughing at, Mr. Su?" Lian thought Su Hao was laughing at Yu Su for not being well-known and not taking on songs to make money, which made his tone become cold. Yu Su also frowned, but Su Hao's next sentence made both of them look stunned. "This manufacturer will be one of the top 3 in the alcoholic beverage industry in the future, and..." Su Hao looked at Yu Su. "If nothing unexpected happens, you don't actually have your own hit song yet, right? If you're willing to join my studio, I'll make you a diva within a year." "Queen of Pop? 1 year?" Liam was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Who do you think you are?" Even Yu Su looked at Su Hao in surprise. Fan Rojin had never told Yu Su about Su Hao's true identity, so they naturally didn't know either. "Because I am Bai Qi," Su Hao said calmly. "Bai Qi, Bai Qi." Hear this. Ong Li's reaction was astonishment, shock, disbelief, and then full of disbelief. Yu Su's eyes widened in surprise, and then suddenly she understood something, as if she had thought of something. She said, "No wonder Ruru likes you so much. It turns out it's because of this." How could she not see Fan Rojin's attitude towards Su Hao? I was a little confused at first, but after just one song, the two of them were together. Now it seems to be a natural thing. Because Fan Rojin has always been a fanatical fan of Bai Qi. It wasn't just Fan Rojin, Yu Su was the same as well. However, she was a rather plain-spoken person and didn't show anything on her face, so Su Hao didn't notice the difference in her tone. Instead, Su Hao laughed dumbly and said, "Can it be because of charm? He currently doesn't know how to deal with Fan Rojin. Let's not talk about this topic anymore." Instead, he said, "So, do you believe me now?" "I believe it." Lian finally came back to his senses. He swallowed and looked at Su Hao with a different look. Then he pulled Yu Su and said, "Let me talk to Su Su." Go ahead. Suhao said nothing more. Lian pulled Yu-Su to the side, his expression becoming serious. Yu-Su, you can't be willful this time. You must agree. I know you like Bai Chi's songs, and you also like Bai Chi. Think about what it will be like when Bai Chi writes a song for you in the future. That feeling, isn't it good? Yu-Su looked at Lian calmly. Do you know what opportunity is? This is it. It's what so many singers dream of. Lian lowered his voice and said, I know you're having trouble signing a contract with me, but that's not a problem for me. I'll find a way to get in, too. His studio over there will definitely not miss out on an excellent agent like me. Who said I won't go? Yu-Su said calmly, I will definitely join. Don't refuse to go, you have to. Lian was still thinking about himself. After he came to his senses, he looked at Yu-Su with a dull face. It seemed that he was just overthinking it. I thought that Yu-Su would give up this opportunity because of the agreement we made. When they first signed a contract, Ong Li did Yu-Su a great favor. Yu-Su once said that she would only recognize Ong Li as her agent in this life. That's Bai Chi. Even if he doesn't want you as his agent, I will go. Yu-Su said as she walked forward, as if she was really determined to join. Even if Ong Li is kicked out, he doesn't mind. This attitude made Lian a little dumbfounded, and he hurried to catch up. But before Lian could speak, Yu-Su said, I agree, but there is one condition. Uncle Li must also join with me, and it's a 10-year contract. Okay. Suhao agreed without hesitation. He extended his hand and said, Welcome aboard. Yu-Su also extended her hand. The two held hands gently. Suhao smiled and said, Come with me to attend a school celebration tomorrow. School anniversary? Yu-Su was puzzled. Chapter 69, Yunyang School Anniversary. The next day, Suhao and Yu-Su appeared at the entrance of the Conservatory of Music. Although summer vacation has not ended yet, Yunin is not deserted at all at this time. It is even more lively than when school started. In addition to Yunin students, there were also many people from all walks of life present here. Suhao saw Yu-Su standing at the school gate from a distance, and quickly ran to her side, apologetically saying, Sorry, I'm late. Yu-Su shook her head. It's okay, I just got here too. Yu-Su wore a white shirt today and a light blue denim skirt. She had no makeup on her face, just a little pink lipstick, and her face still had that calm expression. She turned her head and looked at Yunin, which was decorated with lights and colorful decorations. A complex expression flashed in her eyes. I haven't been back for a long time. At that time, she had not yet left the campus and was still the carefree Yu-Su who was obsessed with music. Yu-Su and Fan Rojin both came from Yunin. The school anniversary event took place at a music appreciation meeting. Dean Shun invited Suhao to come and also to handle his induction ceremony. Suhao smiled and said, Let's go. Since today is the Yunin school anniversary, many people from outside came back to participate in the anniversary activities. When Suhao and Yu-Su walked in, the security personnel at the door first checked Suhao's invitation letter and only let him in after confirming that it was correct. As soon as I walked into the door, a student wearing a ribbon with Yunin welcomes you printed on it came over. The student was very enthusiastic and led the two towards the school auditorium. I have to say that as one of the best music colleges in the country, Yunin's environment is quite good. The area is shaded by green trees and has beautiful scenery, and you can occasionally hear the chirping of insects and birds. Yu-Su was very silent along the way, just looking around from time to time, as if missing something. Yu-Su was just like that, and Suhao didn't force a topic, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious. When passing by a lake, Yu-Su turned around, looked at Suhao, and asked, Why did you invite me here? She hasn't attended the school anniversary for many years. If it weren't for Suhao's invitation, Yu-Su might have even forgotten that today was Yunin's anniversary. You'll know soon. Suhao kept a secret. Yu-Su blinked slightly, a little confused, but ultimately did not ask any further questions. The two followed the Yunin students and soon arrived at the Yunin auditorium. The Yunin auditorium covers a large area. A rough estimate shows that it can accommodate at least 10,000 people. When Suhao arrived, there were already quite a few people sitting inside, all of whom came for the school anniversary. Yu-Su stood quietly beside Suhao, glancing at the empty seats in the auditorium. The seats near the front were already full, and even the seats in the middle were full. Only the front and back rows were empty. The front few sides are where school leaders and professors from various departments sit. At this time, many people were heading towards the back row of seats. If we don't hurry up, we'll probably just have to stand in the corridor and watch. Yu-Su pointed to the two seats at the back. Let's sit there. We came too late, so we have no choice but to sit there. As she spoke, Yu-Su raised her leg and walked toward the back row. Su Hao quickly pulled her back. Wait. Su turned around and looked at him in confusion. Su Hao let go of her wrist and said, "Just come with me." Although Su was puzzled, she still followed Su Hao. Su Hao took Su to the first row of the auditorium. Many people in the auditorium looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. Today is Yunin's anniversary. In addition to students from the school, some music bigwigs can also come in. The level of Yunin's anniversary celebration is no less than the music appreciation meeting the day before yesterday. It can be said that apart from students, those who can come here are all well-known figures in the outside world. Ordinary people, unless they have some skills, really can't get into the Yunin school anniversary. Countless eyes were focused on Su Hao and Su, and the students looked at them curiously. A new face, and still very young. Therefore, when Su Hao and Su sat in the first row, many people were quietly discussing their identities. They originally thought that this person might just be sitting in the first 4 or 3 rows. Most of the people in the first 4 rows are teachers in the school or some well-known figures in the music industry. But I didn't expect Su Hao to sit directly in the first row. The first row is where school leaders or people with great reputation in the music industry sit. So, the students began to discuss secretly. Who is this person? He's sitting in the first row. I don't know, but I guess they might be a super rich second generation. How is that possible? Even if they are rich second generation, they can only sit in the third or fourth row at most. I don't know. However, what shocked the students was yet to come. Su Hao was being stared at by so many people. Although he had a strong mental state, he still felt a little uneasy at this moment. Su also felt a little uncomfortable. Just as Su Hao was wondering whether he should change his seat, Dean Shun came over, followed by the deans of Tsuyin and Yang Mingyuan Conservatory of Music. Dean Shun smiled when he saw Su Hao from afar. He quickly walked over and shook hands with Su Hao. Su Hao, welcome Tonin. I'm really too busy today and couldn't pick you up in person. I'm really sorry. Su Hao waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. When I came in just now, a classmate led the way, so it didn't take much effort. The other 2 deans also shook hands with Su Hao, with happy expressions on their faces. The 3 of them sat next to Su Hao. Dean Shin pointed at the 2 of them and said with a smile, they were about to go back, but when they heard you were coming to the school anniversary and would be performing on stage, they insisted on staying with me. Su Hao is going to perform, so we can't miss it. The president of the Central Conservatory of Music interrupted. Dean Shu-in also nodded with a look of approval. Su Hao said modestly, it's my honor. Dean Shin laughed heartily, then suddenly noticed Su, who seemed a little nervous, and asked, Su Hao, who is this? She's an artist in my studio and also Rojin's college classmate. Dean Shun, do you mind her sitting here? Su Hao said. Dean Shun waved his hand and shook his head, saying, why would I mind? So you're Rojin's classmate. So you're also Yunin's student. Hello, hello. As he spoke, Dean Shun leaned forward slightly and extended his hand towards Su. Even though Su had a calm personality, she felt somewhat flattered at this moment and quickly shook hands with Dean Shun. Apart from Dean Shun, she knew that the other 2 people were the deans of Tsuyin and Yangming Conservatory of Music. The 3 of them can be said to be highly respected in music. I didn't expect Su Hao to be so familiar with them. Su even felt that the 3 deans seemed to be very humble in front of Su Hao. Why is that? Chapter 70, Everyone's Doubts. Even if Su Hao was Bai Qi, he wouldn't be treated like this by the 3 deans. For some reason, Su always felt that there seemed to be other reasons. With a hint of doubt, Su sat quietly beside Su Hao, listening to the conversation between Su Hao and Dean Shun. The way the 3 deans treated Su Hao attracted almost everyone's attention, and they all looked at Su Hao curiously. After all, the fact that the 3 deans treated him so specially meant that this person must be of high status. This also aroused speculation among the public. Am I seeing things right? The other 2 are the deans of Tsuyin and Yangyin. Why are they here too? And they seem to respect this person very much. There was a music exchange meeting the day before yesterday, which was jointly organized by the 3 deans. I think it's quite normal for them to come to participate in the Yunin school anniversary. I also heard about what happened the day before yesterday. It seems someone played 2 piano pieces, and even Professor Albert praised him and invited him to work at Deauville College. Who is so awesome? I do know this person. The song Those Years that went viral a while ago was his. He also wrote several of Fan Rojin's songs. His name is Su Hao. Do you think the person sitting in the front is the one who caused the sensation at the appreciation meeting? That's even more impossible. Although Su Hao is very talented in pop music, don't forget that this is piano, classical music. Different fields are like different worlds. If he was really that good at piano, he wouldn't have gone into pop music. That's true. In the front row, Dean Shun slapped his forehead as if he suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot to tell you that Professor Albert will be here later. Su Hao was a little surprised. Professor Albert, didn't he go back after attending the music appreciation meeting? Dean Shun shook his head, looked Su Hao up and down, and suddenly smiled. You really underestimated your own charm in piano. Professor Albert, this time I stayed in Yunqing for a few more days just to hear your performance. By the way, he will also perform the 2 songs you played before on the spot today. Actually, he should thank Su Hao. After all, Professor Albert's performance is also a learning opportunity for these students. Su Hao hadn't expected Albert to come to Yunin's school anniversary just for him. He felt a little helpless. I just went up there to play a song. Unexpectedly, Dean Shun looked at him very seriously. Mr. Su Hao, that won't do. Dean Shun even used the honorific title. Your visit to our school this time is of great significance. After discussion at the school, we will include the 2 pieces you played earlier in the teaching materials for students to practice. So this time on stage, we hope you can briefly explain your unique insights on piano. Although Dean Shun promised that Su Hao did not need to come to the school to give lectures, since he was here, he naturally could not let him go. What a great opportunity this is. Not only is Professor Albert coming to their school, but Su Hao will also be performing on stage. This will be a historic day for them, Yunin. But piano is just my hobby. My understanding of piano is definitely not as good as yours. Su Hao waved his hands repeatedly. Dean Shun immediately said, don't worry. You're the original author of these 2 pieces. Just go up on stage and say a few words. It won't take long. Just talk about the key points of the piece you played earlier. Besides, we in China haven't produced a well-known piece yet. We all agree that your piece has potential in this area. Even Professor Albert loves your piece so much that he wants to bring it back to Deauville College. By then, your piece will surely be spread. Therefore, your speech today is of great significance. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Su Hao could only nod and agree helplessly. Yu Su, who had been listening to their conversation, could no longer use the word shock to describe her feelings. Although she is not a piano major, she graduated from Yunin after all, and she knows some stories of celebrities through being influenced by them. That's Professor Albert, a legend in the piano world. And Professor Albert also invited Su Hao to work at Deauville College. This was something Yu Su had never expected. Su Hao is not only talented in pop music, but also has profound attainments in piano. Although she had never heard Su Hao's performance, she knew that since he was treated like this by the 3 deans and Professor Albert, his level must be good. After a while, Albert came in from the side door of the auditorium. His appearance caused a sensation in the auditorium. Everyone stood up and applauded Albert. The people in the back row stretched their necks to get a clearer look at what this famous pianist looked like. Albert walked over with a calm expression, but when he saw Su Hao, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Albert extended a hand towards Su Hao and said excitedly, "It's been a long time since we last met, Mr. Su Hao. After I returned, I've been studying your 2 pieces of music. I have to say, they are truly wonderful." Albert had always been somewhat dismissive of Hua Xia's piano skills, until I met Su Hao. Only then did Albert realize how narrow his vision was. Albert treated Su Hao so attentively, which also attracted more people's attention. Almost everyone focused their attention on Su Hao, as if they wanted to find a hole in him. Su Hao stood up, shook hands with Professor Albert, and replied in English, "You're welcome, Professor Albert. I'm looking forward to your performance today." Albert smiled and said, "I've been practicing your 2 songs since I got back. When I go on stage, if there's anything I'm lacking, I hope you can give me some pointers." Su Hao quickly shook his head. "I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Albert added, "Mr. Su Hao, I still hope you can consider coming to our Deauville College." "I'm sorry, Professor Albert. I'm not focused on teaching." Su Hao rejected Albert's invitation again. Albert was very regretful. "Well, Mr. Su Hao, I wish you a bright future." After finishing his conversation with Su Hao, Albert sat next to Professor Yang Yin, 2 people between him and Su Hao. After this incident, the scene became very quiet and no one spoke. They looked at Su Hao in confusion. What is the identity of this person? How come even Professor Albert is so enthusiastic, like a fan seeing his idol? Chapter 71, highly anticipated. At this moment, Su Hao had become the focus of the scene. Who is he? It was as if the light on Albert was taken away by Su Hao. Everyone's eyes were like searchlights, scanning back and forth. What is the identity of this person? Not only is he the dean of the three major music colleges, but even Professor Albert has such a humble attitude towards Su Hao. Yu Su sat next to Su Hao and heard their conversation clearly. The expression on her face could no longer maintain the calmness it had before. Her heart was pounding as she suddenly realized that she seemed to have met an extraordinary person. Yu Su looked at Su Hao with mixed feelings. She had a premonition that her future might change drastically because of Su Hao's appearance. What exactly will happen is still unknown. Yu Su took a deep breath and suppressed her troubled thoughts. Soon, the show began. The host came on stage. Since this was the school anniversary, there were quite a few students participating in the performance, and the musical instruments used were also varied. Su Hao listened with great interest. I have to say that the musical level of Yunin students is still very high. We all gave our best in this school anniversary performance. The students' performance drew warm applause from the audience. Soon, the host came on stage. The next guest I'd like to invite is a familiar one to everyone. He's Professor Albert from Deauville College. Let's give him a warm welcome. Papa Papa. Many people were waiting for this moment and clapped their hands hard. The applause became more intense. Amidst applause, Albert walked onto the stage. He didn't play directly this time. Instead, after sitting down, he said into the microphone, "I'm honored to be here at Yunin Academy. This trip to China has given me a great surprise. I'm also very happy to have received such an excellent piece from Mr. Su Hao. Next, I will play Mr. Su Hao's Canon and Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor for everyone." Albert rarely spoke during the performance. This was the first time he spoke. However, the host quickly reacted and translated what Albert said to everyone. The host also added, "Canon and Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor are the two pieces that shone brightly at the music appreciation event the day before yesterday. They are composed by Mr. Su Hao. The high standard of these two pieces has won high praise from many industry leaders. Now, let's welcome Professor Albert to play these two pieces for us." Papa Papa. Applause rang out again. Many students naturally knew about the music appreciation meeting the day before yesterday. As for what happened at the appreciation meeting, the students only heard a little about it and were not clear about the specific circumstances. Only then did many students know the background of these two pieces of music. I also know that the names of these two pieces are Canon and Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor, as well as the author of these two songs, Su Hao. Many people looked at Professor Albert expectantly. This time, most of the people in the auditorium came here for him. Some people couldn't help but discuss in low voices. I heard the music is of a very high standard, and now that Professor Albert is playing it, I'm even more excited. Me too. However, I'd really like to know what kind of song it is that even Professor Albert praised it so highly. The composer's name is Su Hao. It sounds like a Chinese name. I'm really curious about what Su Hao looks like. The other side, Professor Albert began to play. First, Canon. The song Canon was very simple, so Albert was naturally able to play it easily. Next comes the extremely difficult Fantasy Impromptu in C-sharp minor. Ever since Professor Albert got the two pieces of music from Su Hao, he's been studying them day and night for the past 2 days. Professor Albert has played it hundreds of times just by practicing. Therefore, both the playing technique and the overall mood of the piece have been mastered by Professor Albert. Certainly, if compared with Su Hao, it's still a little lacking. But in the eyes of others, Professor Albert had performed quite perfectly. Such a complex piece of music can still be performed perfectly by Professor Albert. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to do it. Many people were completely immersed in Professor Albert's music. Many people present here know how to play the piano. They could hear that the previous canon, although very simple, had a cheerful and lively rhythm and expressed a good meaning. In the following song, not only is the structure complex, but the overall mood is also moving. Many people at the scene even had the urge to go on stage and play these two songs themselves. If there's a chance, I must get these two scores. Many people have this idea in their minds. Soon, Professor Albert's performance ended. He pressed the last few notes, came out of his own world, and with a long sigh of relief, he spoke into the microphone again. "Thank you very much, Mr. Su Hao, for creating such a moving piece. I believe these two pieces will definitely leave a strong mark in the piano world." Then he stood up and bowed to everyone. Pa. Everyone applauded again, looking very excited. I really didn't expect that the two songs would be so beautiful. Albert's performance ended, and Dean Shun walked up with the microphone. Everyone looked at him with some confusion. Although Albert's performance was over, there were still some other performances to come. What was Dean Shun doing going up at this time? Dean Shun stood on the stage, coughed twice in the microphone, and said to Su Hao with his eyes, "Thank you very much, Professor Albert, for bringing us this performance. In fact, the authors of these two pieces are also here at our school today. We are very honored to have Mr. Su Hao here." Everyone looked around, their eyes sweeping across the unfamiliar faces, all curious about who Su Hao was. Dean Shun looked excited and continued, "I believe everyone is also very curious about the author of these two pieces. Would you like to hear him perform them in person?" Think. Applause broke out, and everyone shouted in unison. Everyone looked at Dean Shun with anticipation. These two pieces of music are so beautiful that everyone naturally wants the author himself to play them once. The deans of Chu Yin and the Central Conservatory of Music, as well as Professor Albert, all applauded and looked at Su Hao. Although I have heard Su Hao's playing, but at this moment, they still want to hear it again. Okay, now please invite Mr. Su Hao, the original composer of canon and fantasy impromptu in C-sharp minor, to come on stage and perform. Dean Shun raised one hand and shouted excitedly. Su Hao took a deep breath and stood up. Chapter 72, A World of Leaping Notes. Su Hao walked towards the stage with a calm expression. He was only wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and casual pants. He looked very casual and didn't have any artistic temperament at all. But the moment Su Hao sat on the piano chair, his temperament changed drastically in an instant. The clothes are still the same clothes, and the person is still the same person. But there was an indescribable feeling that came over me. It gives people a sense of ultimate elegance and confidence. "Master," Albert couldn't help muttering to himself. He was a real pianist and a world-class piano master at that. But looking at Su Hao, Albert felt that he was just a master under the spotlight and with various titles. It was a real empty title, not a real master. Su Hao is a true master. Before the performance, he was just an ordinary person, but when he stood in front of the piano, he became a true master. This was given to him by the piano, and it was also a temperament that was triggered from the inside out. An extremely confident temperament. This is also what makes China different from other countries, hiding it within and showing it to the outside. Dean Chu Yin also murmured to herself, this kind of elegance. He had only seen this kind of elegance in the famous piano master of the past, who was a true legend in the field of piano, but unfortunately died young. But now, Su Hao gave him that feeling again. Su Hao in the center of the stage, with shining eyes. If she had previously thought that Su Hao was a real big shot, now she no longer cared about Su Hao's identity, but his talent. Just like what I thought when I first saw the song written by Su Hao. It is the purest admiration. It's not just them. Everyone in the audience looked at Su Hao with trembling hearts. That kind of temperament, that kind of elegance, that kind of confidence made them feel a strong sense of anticipation. Even someone as proud as the president of the Central Conservatory of Music couldn't help but marvel at it. "Looks like I can make way now," Albert said with a smile. He felt that he was completely ignored, or rather, his brilliance was completely overshadowed by Su Hao. At this time, the others noticed that Albert had also been sitting there. But just now, when he sat down with Su Hao, he felt like he was the only one there. That's not the effect of a spotlight. It is a kind of suppression in the aura. As Albert walked down, he also chuckled and said to the several deans around him, "Su completely suppressed me. I haven't had this kind of experience for a long time, the experience of being ignored. If he can specialize in piano, he will definitely become a master leading the piano field in the future. Unfortunately, he seems to prefer pop music. Pop music? The kind of existence that is not worthy of being in a noble place." The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music couldn't help but shake his head and said, "This is a waste." He is the dean of the Central Conservatory of Music and an old-school dean as well. He believes that the beauty of piano and classical music is the true beauty. I don't care about pop songs at all. Therefore, when I heard this, I couldn't help but show an expression of regret on my face. On the other hand, Dean Chu Yin and Dean Shun did not have so many ideas. They don't have any prejudice against each other. Although he was also amazed at Su Hao's temperament and strength in piano, he cared more about Su Hao as a person rather than what he did. This is just like how traditional writers look down on online novel writers. In fact, there is no essential difference between high and low. The real difference is just people. It was at this time. Ding, ding, ding. The clear notes, like flowing water, sound slowly, which makes people feel peaceful. This move also made everyone fully realize Su Hao's skills. He is a true piano master. Just a prelude is enough to make people completely captivated. It's just that other people just fall into it. But it was not the case for Dean Sewin and the president of the Central Conservatory of Music. They seemed to have really seen a grassland and could clearly feel the gentleness of the sunshine. This almost immersive prelude is simply magical. This is also Su Hao's ability to be immersed in the situation. Ding ding ding, accompanied by more notes dancing in everyone's ears. Albert also gradually felt that dreamlike world, as if he had really entered that world. The notes are dancing. The world is dancing. Simple musical notes can actually create such a beautiful world. The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music closed his eyes and became intoxicated. His previous emotions were completely thrown out of his mind, and he was left with only enjoyment. At the same time, Yu Su, Dean Shun, Dean Shu In, and others also closed their eyes and enjoyed it. Everyone present couldn't help but smile. They were completely immersed in that wonderful world. Belongs to the world of fantasy impromptu in C-sharp minor. That is the world of all beautiful fantasies. It is also a dream world that belongs to all of them. It makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Call. A breeze blew. I don't know when the piano music ended, but no one opened their eyes, as if they were savoring the wonderful feeling just now. Even the sound of the breeze was so clear at this moment. After more than 20 seconds, Yu Su was the first to wake up, and she applauded with admiration on her face. Bang! Bang! Along with this applause, thunderous applause resounded throughout the room. At this moment, regardless of status, regardless of poverty, everyone was applauding crazily. They applauded the world they had just seen from the bottom of their hearts. Albert even stood up and clapped vigorously, his eyes filled with surprise and satisfaction. The same is true for President Chu In and President Chen. The usually arrogant dean of the Central Conservatory of Music applauded with a red face. Good. For a while, applause filled the entire auditorium. As Su Hao stood up, the applause gradually died down. He looked at everyone in the audience and said softly, "I won't play the canon anymore." These words made everyone look surprised and disappointed. Why don't you play it anymore? This is everyone's question. Only Albert seemed to understand something. He said, "This is because canon is not suitable." Not suitable? Dean Shen also understood, indeed. Just like Su Hao's infectiousness just now, if he played canon. I'm afraid everyone will burst into tears. Although it can't be considered ugly, it is indeed inappropriate for a school anniversary program. Just when Dean Shun was about to speak, Su Hao looked at Yu Su and extended his hand. "I will play a brand new song and invite Yu Su to sing." Chapter 73, Big Fish. Thousands of eyes were fixed on Su Hao. Dean Shun was stunned for a moment at first, but then he quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. "You mean to say this is another brand new original track?" When he said this, Dean Shen's voice was trembling with excitement, and he looked at Su Hao with great anticipation. Less than 2 days had passed since the music appreciation meeting, and Su Hao had actually composed a new song. It has to be said that Dean Shun has seen so many so-called geniuses, but no one's talent can compare to Su Hao's. The audience in the audience also watched Su Hao intently with bated breath. Albert stretched his neck even further, his eyes fixed on Su Hao alone. He wished he could walk to Su Hao right now and appreciate the song he was about to play from a close distance. The entire auditorium became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After Su Hao's performance just now, everyone became very excited about Su Hao's new original song, and everyone focused all their attention on Su Hao. Except Yu Su. She was sitting in the audience at this moment, and when she met Su Hao's gaze, there was a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Su Hao never mentioned to her the idea of performing on stage. She didn't even know what kind of song Su Hao was going to play. Yu Su didn't quite understand Su Hao's intentions. Suddenly, Yu Su remembered the question she had asked Su Hao when she first came to school. She asked Su Hao why he brought her here. Su Hao kept it a secret and didn't answer. Could it be that this was Su Hao's purpose, to test himself? No matter what, I am now an artist of Su Hao's studio. It is normal for Su Hao to want to test me. Thinking of this, Yu Su felt relieved, stood up and walked towards the stage. On the stage, facing Dean Shen's questions, Su Hao nodded gently. Yes, but Su Hao's eyes swept across everyone's faces. Seeing everyone with different expressions, he smiled slightly. However, the song I brought this time is not traditional classical music, but a pop song. Pop music? A look of doubt appeared on everyone's face. Instead of studying classical music, you study pop music? The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music sighed inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. He originally thought that Suhao would continue to play classical music. In this case, he might be able to make a significant mark at this school anniversary celebration. What a pity. But this was Suhao's wish. It was already great that he could go on stage and play a piano piece. No one can force him to do anything. Okay, then let Suhao sing this song for us. Suddenly realizing that he didn't know the name of the song Suhao was about to perform, Dinshin handed the microphone to Suhao's mouth. Suhao glanced at Yusu, who was already walking onto the stage, and said, "The name of this song is Big Fish. Ipsu Volctos Hoesida." Suhao did not explain much to her, but took out the prepared lyrics and music score from his arms and handed them to her. Suhao whispered to her, "Read it first, and then we'll sing it directly." Suhao and Yusu were preparing on the stage. Dean Shun had also returned to his seat at this time. Dean Shun looked at the expression on the face of the dean of the Central Conservatory of Music next to him and couldn't help but teasingly said, "Why do you look so disappointed?" The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect him to play a pop song. It would have been better if it was a new classical piece." In the mind of the president of the Central Conservatory of Music, classical music is naturally superior to pop music. Suhao has such great talent in piano, so he should study classical music well and contribute to Chinese classical music, instead of making pop music. This is a waste. It's possible to say I'm not disappointed. It wasn't that he was disappointed with Suhao, but he was disappointed that he couldn't hear any new classical music. Dinshin chuckled and said, "Let's wait and see. Who knows, he might actually be able to surprise us." The president of the Central Conservatory of Music just nodded without saying anything. Dean Shun turned his head and looked at Professor Albert. "Professor Albert, Suhao is about to perform a pop song. What do you think?" On the stage, Suhao was already sitting in front of the piano, and Yusu was holding the manuscript in her hand. The two seemed to be ready. Albert stretched out his hand and clapped his hands. After hearing what Dinshin said, he smiled at him, and the beard on his chin trembled with his expression. "I don't know much about pop music, but I heard that he seems to have achieved some success in this area. So, I believe that Mr. Suhao could do something different from others, even in pop music." Dinshin raised his eyebrows and looked at Albert in surprise. He originally thought that Albert would have the same idea as the president of the Central Conservatory of Music, that pop music was something low-class. A surprising answer. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, several beautiful notes came from the stage. Suhao buried his head and played the black and white piano keys seriously. As the prelude comes on, a feeling of leisurely tranquility comes over you. A brilliant starry sky seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. It is also like a sea of orchids, vast and ethereal. Just a prelude gives people goosebumps. A melodious melody gradually sounded. Yusu looked at the lyrics and music score in her hands. When the piano sounded, the tension in her heart seemed to be soothed instantly. She took a deep breath and opened her mouth slightly. The ocean silently drowns the night. Over the ultimate end of the sky, big fish swim through the cracks in dreams, gazing at your sleeping cheek. Ding, ding, ding. Yusu's ethereal and melodious voice sounded. Before everyone's eyes, it seemed as if they saw a big fish playing freely in the sea. Notes danced on Suhao's fingertips. Beautiful and sad. "I'm afraid you'll fly too far. I'm afraid you'll leave me. I'm even more afraid that you'll stay here forever. Every tear flows towards you." Yusu's unique voice and delicate singing tell the story of the song as she sings and hums softly. Yusu was also moved by her own emotions and closed her eyes involuntarily. During the part without lyrics, she hummed softly accompanied by the melodious piano music. In the audience, Albert looked at the two people on the stage with a dazed expression and couldn't help muttering, "What a moving melody." Dean Shun, Dean Shuyin, and even the dean of the Central Conservatory of Music, who was a little disappointed at first, had all closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the auditory feast brought to them by Suhao and Yusu. Until Suhao played the last note. Yusu also fell silent. She touched the corners of her eyes, which were a little wet, and she didn't know when she started crying. A full minute passed in the audience. Everyone gradually came out of their previous emotions. Chapter 74 shocked the audience. There were also quite a few people who were closing their eyes, immersed in the emotions just now, and recalling the performance brought by Suhao. Suhao stood up, picked up a microphone, and said softly, "Thank you, everyone. This is my new song, Big Fish." There was another round of violent applause in the auditorium. This time the applause was more intense than before. Dean Shun was the first to stand up excitedly. Great! This piece of music is not only very artistic, but also perfectly combined with the piano. This pop music is the most suitable piece for piano that I have ever heard. Although Dean Shun does not look down on pop music, he generally does not pay special attention to pop music, but he will listen to it occasionally. Dean Shun doesn't know much about pop music, but even Dean Shun could tell from Su Hao's song that it was definitely a well-produced pop song. The others also stood up spontaneously and gave Su Hao a round of applause. Everyone looked at Su Hao on the stage in amazement, expressing their admiration from the bottom of their hearts. I study piano, and I also like classical music. I used to think that pop songs were not worthy of being performed by the upper class, but this song has completely changed my impression of pop music. It's really beautiful. I remember now. Fan Rojin's latest album was written by Su Hao. He's the rising star in the entertainment industry. So it's him. Su Hao is not only good at writing pop music, but he also has a deep understanding of classical music. It's true that geniuses have different brains than us ordinary people. After listening to his performance, I finally understand why even Professor Albert is so enthusiastic about Su Hao. I was wondering why Su Hao came to our school anniversary. He shouldn't be from our school, right? Don't overthink it. Su Hao plays the piano so well. The dean must have specially invited him to perform at our college. Dean Shuin also stood up and looked at the elegant and calm Su Hao on the stage. He couldn't help but admire. Although I prefer classical music, I have to say that Su Hao's pop music is second to none, even in the entertainment industry. Dean Shuin now understood why Su Hao, who obviously had such a high talent for piano, insisted on joining the entertainment industry. Su Hao, in the entertainment industry, might be able to fly even higher. Professor Albert clapped his hands, an intoxicated expression on his face. What a beautiful song. Even though I don't understand the lyrics, I can feel a sense of sadness in it. What a beautiful song. The highest level of the song is that even if you can't understand the lyrics, it can still move others. Su Hao did it, and not only did he do it, he did it very well. So surprising. Even if you have seen Su Hao's performance before, he always makes you feel refreshed every time. At this moment, amidst applause, President Chun took the microphone and walked onto the stage again. Seeing that she didn't seem to have anything to do here, Yusu walked off the stage and returned to her seat. Now, the focus of the whole audience is on Dean Shun and Su Hao. Dean Shun held up the microphone, a little excited. What a beautiful song. Let us thank Su Hao for bringing us Big Fish. Su Hao, why don't you tell us about your creative process? There is another round of warm applause from the audience, and pairs of eyes filled with expectation looked towards Su Hao. As a group of people who love music, they also want to know where Su Hao got the inspiration from to create so many songs. And this song is so beautiful. Su Hao smiled faintly. Actually, there's not much to say. Whether it's piano technique or understanding of the piano, I believe everyone here should be more professional than me. However, what I want to say here is that there is no such thing as elegance in music. As long as music can move people's emotions, even if only one person is moved by it, it can be called music. Applause broke out again from the audience. There is no distinction between elegant and refined music. Well said, someone shouted excitedly. Everyone felt that what Su Hao said was really great. After Su Hao finished speaking, he bowed to everyone again. Just as he was about to walk off the stage, Dean Shun raised his hand and gently stopped him. Su Hao posed. Dean Shun cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I have something else to announce to you all." The students in the audience looked at each other, whispered a few words, and then quickly fell silent, looking at him with curiosity. Dean Shun saw that the audience had finally quieted down, and then he slowly said, "After discussion with our school leaders, we will invite Mr. Su Hao to serve as a nominal professor in our piano department." Boom! The audience suddenly became noisy, staring at Su Hao in shock. A nominal professor in the piano department? This is unique. It's not easy to get the title of nominal professor. At least, at present, Su Hao is the only nominal professor in Yunin. The school has set a precedent for Su Hao. However, what surprised them was Dean Chen's next sentence. Noticing the students' surprised expressions, Dean Chun slowly spoke. Su Hao's strength is evident to all. I believe everyone agrees with the school's decision. Inviting Mr. Su Hao to be a professor at our school was a highly sought-after opportunity. In fact, in addition to Yunin, Mr. Su Hao also teaches at Tsuyin and the Central Conservatory of Music. Dean Chen's words contain so much information. The auditorium was silent for a while as everyone was digesting Dean Chen's words. It took 3 minutes for everyone to understand the true meaning of this sentence, and then there was a burst of gasps. Did I hear correctly? Professor of 3 colleges at once. Not only that, these 3 colleges are the top 3 music colleges in the country. That's outrageous. I'd be happy if I could be a professor at just 1 school, but he ended up being a professor at 3. That's normal. Don't you see what Su Hao's level is? Even Professor Albert highly praises Su Hao. If I were the dean, I would also spare no effort to invite Su Hao to the school. Su Hao and the other 2 deans were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Dean Shin would announce Su Hao's identity on such an occasion. This also shows how much Dean Shin values Su Hao. Yu Su's eyes suddenly widened, and the indifferent expression she had previously had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 75, Unrequited Enthusiasm. Yu Su looked at Su Hao's confident and calm figure on the stage and bit her lip lightly. It was not until now that she noticed that Su Hao was not a graduate of Yunin, but why did he come to Yunin's school anniversary and sit in the first row? It turned out that Su Hao had become Yunin's nominal professor. This way, everything could be explained. But despite this, Yu Su is still so incredible. No one could have imagined that Su Hao, a small pop singer who was not well known in the entertainment industry, was treated as a guest of honor by the 3 major music academies in the country. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Amidst applause, Su Hao walked off the stage. Su Hao's performance was over, but there were still some students on the stage who wanted to perform. With Su Haozu in front, everyone was no longer in the mood to watch the student's performance. All they could think about were the 3 songs Su Hao had just played. Even when everyone was applauding, it was sparse and not as intense as when Su Hao was performing. Finally, all the performances were over, and Dean Shin came on stage to say some concluding words. This Yunin school anniversary was over. Albert shook hands with Su Hao again and looked at him sincerely. Mr. Su Hao, after seeing your performance, I think this trip to China was worthwhile. Su Hao smiled and said, I am also very honored that Professor Albert can play the music I composed. Then we took a group photo. When taking a group photo, Su Hao simply pulled Yu Su over and finally left this precious group photo. Later, more teachers and students came to ask for autographs. After signing dozens of signatures in one breath, Su Hao's hands were sore and he could only politely refuse the enthusiastic crowd. Although everyone felt a little regretful, they also understood Su Hao. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Hao and Yu Su left. However, Dean Shun walked up to him and stopped the 2 of them. Dean Shun took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and gently placed them in Su Hao's hand. Su Hao took the key and looked at him puzzledly. What is this? Dean Shun smiled and said, This is the key to our school villa. It will be convenient for you to stay here when you come to Yunin in the future. Yu Su was completely unable to remain calm this time. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the key lying quietly in Su Hao's hand. Yunin College is very large. In addition to teachers and students' dormitories, there are also several separate villas. Not everyone can live in these villas. Yu Su had been in school for 4 years and had never heard of anyone being able to live in these villas. Now, Dean Shun actually gave the villa to Su Hao to live in, but for Su Hao, this bunch of keys was like a hot potato. He waved at Dean Shun and put the key back into his hand. Dean Shun, I don't accept rewards without merit. I'm just a professor in name only. There's no need for special treatment. In fact, Su Hao had no intention of teaching at the school. No matter how shameless he was reluctant to accept the villa. Dean Shun smiled and said, Since you've come to work at our school, you should definitely receive the necessary treatment. Besides, this house is usually unoccupied, so it's empty anyway. If you come here to do business, you'll have a place to rest. Dean Shun naturally has his own considerations. As long as Su Hao could live in this villa, maybe he could also teach a class to the students of their school. Even just one class is enough to benefit students for a lifetime. Before Su Hao could speak, the other 2 deans came up to him, unwilling to be outdone. Chu Yuan said, Mr. Su Hao, we have a nice house near Tsuyin. If you come, you can stay there. If you find it inconvenient, we can provide you with a car and a driver. The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music stepped forward and said softly, We also have a house here at the Central Conservatory of Music. There's a courtyard house right near the school. It's just that the road over there on the alley is a bit difficult to walk on. But it's okay. I'll assign you an assistant to show you the way. The other 2 deans instantly fell silent and looked at Yang Yin. Good job. The courtyard houses are all out. This courtyard house is worth at least hundreds of millions. The Central Conservatory of Music is relying on its wealth and power to blatantly recruit people. Professor Albert had not left either. When he heard the conversation between the few people from the translator, he hurried over. Mr. Su Hao, if you can come to work at our Deauville College, we can also provide you with a room and a car. If you find it inconvenient to live there, we can also arrange for a personal assistant and a translator. And with this talk about cars and assistants, Su Hao felt that their words were getting more and more outrageous. So he quickly stretched out his hand and signaled them to stop. Su Hao shook his head helplessly. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't have the time to go there. Even if I did, I would probably only be able to teach 2 classes. It would be a waste of so many resources for me. I'd better save them for those who need them. Dean Shin waved his hand and said, It's okay. This is what we should do. If you don't accept the things of those 2 old guys, then we at Yunin will have to accept them. Anyway, no one lives in the villa, so it would be a waste to leave it empty. Then, Dean Shin stuffed the key into Su Hao's hand without any explanation. Su Hao wanted to refuse, but he couldn't, so he could only accept Dean Shin's key. Seeing this, the other 2 deans were about to continue persuading Su Hao to accept their gifts. Su Hao raised his arm, checked the time, and said hurriedly, Oh, I had an appointment last night, and I'm almost late. Let's not talk about it for now. 3 deans, Professor Albert, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Su Hao waved to everyone and fled with Yusu. The 3 deans looked at Su Hao's hurried back, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. The dean of the Central Conservatory of Music shook his head regretfully. Alas, what a pity. It would be great if Su Hao could go to the Central Conservatory of Music. Dean Shuin also felt very regretful. I just hope that we can have the opportunity to invite Su Hao to our college. Albert shook his head repeatedly, feeling sorry that Su Hao had not agreed to come to Deauville College. On the other side, Su Hao and Yusu walked out of the auditorium and arrived at the school gate. Su Hao wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and breathed a long sigh of relief. Too tired. He really wasn't worthy of the enthusiasm of these 3 deans. Yusu stood quietly beside him, a complex look flashing across her face. I thought he was just a pop singer, but I didn't expect he had such great abilities. Even the 3 deans of the music academies offered such good conditions just to get Su Hao to stay in their academies. It was not until this time that Yusu vaguely understood that Su Hao was probably even more complicated than she had imagined. Chapter 76, Almost 100 million. Bai Qi's identity alone is enough to shock people. Not to mention that Su Hao is now a nominal professor in 3 colleges. Yusu had a vague feeling that Su Hao's future achievements would definitely be more than what he had seen so far. Su Hao turned his head and met Yusu's thoughtful eyes. He smiled and said, Let's go. I'll call a car for you. You've worked hard today. Yusu shook her head. It's okay. Lian is already waiting for me over there, and I have another announcement to run later. She pointed to a car in the distance. Lian was sitting in the driver's seat and waved to Su Hao. Although Yusu is not famous, she usually has a lot of work to do. Today, in order to attend the school anniversary with Su Hao, she specially postponed some of her work. Su Hao nodded to Lian from a distance as a greeting. He glanced down at the time on his phone and said with a smile, Okay, I'll be leaving first. After the 2 said goodbye, Yusu got in the car and left. Su Hao was about to take a taxi to leave when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, and it was Fan Rojin calling. Hello. Fan Rojin's impatient voice came over the microphone. Su Hao, I'm done here. Is Yunin's school anniversary over? Fan Rojin was originally planning to attend the school anniversary with Su Hao and Yusu, but this morning, her agent suddenly gave her a temporary notice, so she was unable to attend Yunin's school anniversary. It's over. I'm going back now. Su Hao said. Okay, then come back quickly. I'm at your door, but I can't get in without the key. Fan Rojin lowered her voice, as if she was afraid of being heard by someone. When Su Hao heard this, he didn't say anything. He quickly hung up the phone, took a taxi, and hurried back. When Su Hao returned home, he saw Fan Rojin wearing a hat and standing at the door looking out from afar. Fan Rojin saw Su Hao almost at first sight. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she ran toward Su Hao. Su Hao, you're finally back. As she spoke, Fan Rojin naturally took Su Hao's arm and pulled him towards the door. Why did you come to my house? Su Hao asked. He originally thought that after finishing his work, he should go back home. I didn't expect her to come here again. Fan Rojin wrinkled her nose and smiled brightly at him. Hey, I have nothing to do, so I came to see you. Let's go. I'm dying of the sun. Fan Rojin turned around, stretched out the last syllable, and spoke in a coquettish tone. Fan Rojin was wearing a halter dress today. Suhao glanced at her arms, which were already red from the sun. This girl actually waited for him for so long under the scorching sun? Suhao was a little moved, but in the end he said nothing. The two entered the house, and Suhao turned on the air conditioner for Fan Rojin. Fan Rojin let out a cry, then lay comfortably on the sofa. Suhao also sat on the sofa, took a long breath, and gently closed his eyes. Fan Rojin noticed the fatigue on Suhao's face, climbed up from the sofa, gently approached Suhao, came to the back of the sofa, put her hands on Suhao's temples, and began to massage him. Suhao was indeed a little tired today. After being massaged by Fan Rojin, his head did feel much better, so he did not refuse. The living room instantly became quiet, and only the shallow breathing of the two people could be heard. 10 minutes later, Suhao opened his eyes and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Fan Rojin shook her head, sat down next to Suhao, and said, "It's not hard. She did all this willingly. Not only is it not hard, she even enjoys it. You probably haven't eaten yet. I'll go cook." Fan Rojin said this and then walked towards the kitchen. Suhao glanced at Fan Rojin's busy back in the kitchen, then opened his phone and logged into Weibo. The number of his followers hardly changes, with only a few new ones added from time to time. His private messages are still flooded with messages, but most of them are expressions of love from fans, and some businesses are still asking him if he wants to accept advertising. Suhao ignored it and scrolled down, finding several different private messages. "Mr. Suhao, I'm a student of Yunin. After hearing your performance today, I followed you on Weibo. Your music is truly amazing. I wonder if there's any chance I can get the sheet music for these pieces. Mr. Suhao, your performance at the school anniversary today was fantastic. Could you please share your 3 pieces? I'd like to practice them. Mr. Suhao, your performance today was truly amazing." Suhao glanced down a few more times and found that there were not many comments of this kind, only a dozen or so scattered around. If he didn't pay attention, Suhao really wouldn't be able to see these private messages. Suhao opened the search bar on Weibo again and searched for something related to piano. Of course, there are reports and news about Yunin's anniversary. However, only 2 or 3 news releases were made. In the comments section, almost no one discussed the Yunin anniversary celebration. But this is normal. After all, this is Weibo, an entertainment place, and more users use it to chase stars. Others are not interested in things like piano, so naturally they won't discuss them. Suhao clicked on the trending search list again and took a look. Apart from 1 or 2 pieces of social news, the rest are basically various publicity for some celebrities or hot searches bought by a certain TV series. Suhao felt bored and turned it off. He logged into the music apps on various platforms that he hadn't looked at for a long time. When Suhao saw the list, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a small surprise welled up in his heart. 2 of his songs, Serenade and I Want to Fly Higher, have already topped the music charts. Since Nocturne was released earlier, it became the #1 on the charts, while Fly Higher was released later, so it ranked second. A smile appeared on Suhao's lips. "Look, my strength lies here. Even if Jin Ding and Qianin suppress him, so what? Qianin must be so angry that she is vomiting blood now. This is what Suhao feels now." Very cool. He carefully looked at the number of plays and downloads of his 2 songs. In just 3 or 4 days, the number of plays of a single on one platform has exceeded 30 million, and the number of downloads has reached more than 20 million and close to 40 million. This is just data from one song and one platform. Adding up the overall data from several platforms, the number of views has exceeded 80 million, and the number of downloads has reached more than 60 million. Although there have been stars who have reached this number, no one has ever been able to reach such an astonishing number in just a few days like Suhao. What terrifying data! I believe that it won't be long before his overall data will exceed 100 million. Suhao was in a good mood. He suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the system panel. Chapter 77, Sharing the Bed. Still, a long list of data appeared in front of Suhao. Suhao directly set his sights on the reputation value line. Reputation, 70265894. Suhao's whole body trembled suddenly, and he looked at the number excitedly. If Fan Rojin hadn't been in the kitchen at this time, he would have screamed out in excitement. With more than 70 million reputation points, he could participate in the God-level lottery 70 times. Suhao felt like he had suddenly become rich. More than 70 million, much higher than he expected. Although his data on major platforms are good, These data cannot be linked to the reputation value itself. After all, many people play a song on repeat, and it is normal to listen to it dozens of times in one breath. But no matter how many times a person listens to it, the system will only calculate it as 1 point of reputation value. Suhao rubbed his hands excitedly, wishing he could start the lottery right away. But Fan Rojin was still at his house at that time, so it was not a suitable time to draw the lottery. Suhao could only suppress his desire to draw the lottery for the time being. Fan Rojin was busy in the kitchen for an hour and finally came out with the dishes. This time, Fan Rojin made fewer dishes, but it was still very rich. The dishes cooked by Fan Rojin were delicious. It had to be said that Suhao's life had indeed improved a lot during the few days she was here. In fact, it's not bad to live with a woman like Fan Rojin. Somehow, this thought flashed through Suhao's mind. After dinner, Fan Rojin cleaned up the dishes, washed some grapes, and sat on the sofa with Suhao. Fan Rojin peeled the grapes one by one and personally handed them to Suhao's mouth. Suhao hesitated for a moment, but finally ate the grape in Fan Rojin's hand. Fan Rojin was in a good mood. She wiped the juice off her hands with a tissue and then looked at him with a smile. The Golden Melody Awards ceremony is coming soon. Are your clothes ready? Suhao was stunned. He really hadn't considered this. Fan Rojin looked at Suhao and sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. I knew you wouldn't care about this. Don't worry, I've already ordered clothes for you, and they'll be delivered in a few days. Suhao nodded without much resistance. In fact, he usually doesn't like to wear formal clothes. Even when he went to the music appreciation meeting and the Union school anniversary, he was always wearing casual clothes. But occasions like the Golden Melody Awards naturally have to be more formal. Fan Rojin curled up on the sofa, looking relaxed. Compared to her previous bright and beautiful appearance, her temperament was obviously much softer now. Suhao couldn't help but take a few more glances. To be honest, I am more or less moved by the fact that such a beautiful woman always flirts with me intentionally or unintentionally. But now I really don't have that much energy to focus on love. Fan Rojin noticed Suhao looking at him and smiled with narrowed eyes. Why are you looking at me? Suhao shook his head. Nothing. I just thought you were quite considerate. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have remembered this. It is indeed difficult for a grown-up Suhao to remember what clothes to wear on any given day. Fan Rojin smiled lightly and said nothing, but her face flushed slightly. She muttered, silly, because this is your business. I have been keeping it in my heart. Suhao didn't hear clearly. What? Fan Rojin shook his head. Nothing. When the time comes to walk the red carpet, why don't you be my male companion? Walking the red carpet is considered a relatively traditional part of the Golden Melody Awards. Actresses compete with each other on the red carpet in order to get more attention from the media. There are indeed a few female stars who became popular on the internet because of their red carpet looks, and their careers have been booming since then. But for someone of Fan Rojin's status, no matter how good her look was on that day, she would definitely be the center of attention. At least one hot search won't be bad. Me? I'm just a nobody. Suhao quickly waved his hand and rejected Fan Rojin. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he, a little-known person in the entertainment industry, walked the red carpet with Fan Rojin. You will definitely be criticized by others then. Although Suhao doesn't care about other people's opinions, it's better to avoid such troublesome things if possible. Fan Rojin looked at him with amusement. Little man, you are too modest, Mr. Bai Chi. Suao faina diactive. This time I will attend the Golden Melody Awards ceremony by myself, regardless of whether I will win an award or not. Then Bai Chi's identity will definitely be exposed to everyone. Fan Rojin said softly, once your identity is exposed, everyone's attention will no longer be on me. For some reason, Fan Rojin felt a little excited. Suhao has always been very low-key and has never told anyone his identity as Bai Chi. This also led to some people always looking down on him. There were even some people in the company who didn't know the truth and were mocking her for chasing after an unknown little person like Suhao. But only Fan Rojin knew how talented Suhao was. She wanted to let those who looked down on Suhao see how foolish their understanding was. Suhao is a piece of gold that will shine sooner or later. Now the opportunity has come. Suhao lowered his head and pondered Fan Rojin's words. Indeed, just as she said, by then her identity would definitely not be hidden. In that case, walking the red carpet with Fan Rojin is a very normal thing. So Suhao nodded. Okay, then we'll walk the red carpet together. Fan Rojin was happy now, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. Regardless of whether Suhao will accept me at that time, being able to walk the red carpet with him will be a precious memory. At night, Fan Rojin once again squeezed into Su Hao's room using the excuse that she was afraid of the dark. Although Su Hao was helpless, he had no way to deal with Fan Rojin. He could only let her sleep in his bed while he slept on the floor. The night passed like this. The next day, as soon as Su Hao opened his eyes, he saw Fan Rojin standing right next to him. Fan Rojin was hugging his neck, her whole body pressed against him, and her long legs were tightly wrapped around his waist. There was still a smile on her face. The two of them were very close, and Su Hao could even feel Fan Rojin's shallow breathing on his face. Su Hao was a little confused, and his brain didn't react for a while. Wasn't she sleeping in bed? Why did she come here? At this moment, Fan Rojin yawned, moved his body, and slowly opened his eyes. She was half asleep, and when she saw Su Hao beside her, instead of leaving immediately, she moved closer to him. "Hey, Su Hao." As she spoke, Fan Rojin suddenly moved closer and kissed him on the lips. Chapter 78 Incident. Su Hao was completely confused this time, but Fan Rojin was still not satisfied, so she opened her mouth and nibbled his lips twice. In an instant, Su Hao felt as if an electric shock had passed through his body, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. But I have to say it feels really good. Fan Rojin felt the touch on her lips, and her originally confused mind suddenly became a little clearer. Why did she feel that something was wrong? Am I dreaming? Why does it feel so real? The next moment, Fan Rojin realized that this time she was not dreaming, but she really kissed Su Hao and bit him twice. She sat up suddenly and took several steps back, her whole face red like a boiled shrimp. E. Fan Rojin seemed to have lost the ability to speak and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. It's so embarrassing. I actually did such a thing. Fan Rojin stood there at a loss, then slowly squatted on the ground, covering her red face, not daring to look at Su Hao again. In fact, Su Hao was also a little embarrassed. Although Fan Rojin has been very proactive since she confessed to him, he has never agreed to her. Now the two of them are doing such intimate actions. Fan Rojin had kissed him before, but it was just a light kiss. This time, it was a bit too ambiguous. "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was just confused when I was sleeping." Fan Rojin didn't know what to do anymore. She covered her face and didn't dare to look at Su Hao. She could only stumble over these words of apology. She didn't even know how she woke up and found herself sleeping next to Su Hao when she was clearly in bed. She believed in Su Hao's character, and he would never do such a thing to her. In this case, I must have fallen asleep next to Su Hao without realizing it. It's so embarrassing. Su Hao didn't know what to say at this moment, so he could only hum softly. The bedroom was silent, and an awkward and ambiguous atmosphere flowed around the two of them. Dinkling. At this moment, Su Hao's phone rang, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the bedroom. Su Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without even looking at who was calling, he picked up the phone and walked out the door. Su Hao closed the door, came to the living room, and answered the phone. "Hello." There was silence for a few seconds before he said, "Su Hao, are you free now? I have something important to tell you." Su Hao recognized that it was Lu Yongtai's voice and thought that there must be something wrong with the theme song of the advertisement. He did not ask any more questions and just nodded and said, "Yes." After Lu Yongtai told Su Hao the address, he hung up the phone. After tidying up, Su Hao went into the bedroom and prepared to change into suitable clothes. As soon as I entered, Fan Rojin was still inside, wearing the same clothes she wore yesterday. When she saw Su Hao, her face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. At this time, Su Hao also thought about what had just happened between them, but at the moment, he no longer had the mind to think too much. He cleared his throat, suppressed his bad mood, and said softly, "I have to go out for something. Do you want to stay at my house or go back to the company?" Fan Rojin glanced at him, bit her lip, and waved her hand. "It's okay. You go ahead and do your work. I suddenly remembered that I still have some work to do. I'll contact my agent and ask her to pick me up. She doesn't have a job now. She just made up an excuse." Su Hao nodded, grabbed a piece of clothing, went to the next room to change, and then went out. Hearing the sound of the door closing and the footsteps gradually fading away, Fan Rojin seemed to suddenly lose her strength and collapsed on the bed with two blushes on her face. It's so embarrassing. She was so unrestrained that it was fine if she just lived in Su Hao's room, but she actually kissed him directly. This was the first time in Fan Rojin's life that he had done such a shameful thing. Recalling everything that just happened, while feeling embarrassed, there was also a hint of sweetness and a hint of loss in her heart. If only I could really be the person next to him. Thinking of this, Fan Rojin sighed, got up from the bed, and called her agent. On the other side, Su-hao drove to the designated place. After entering the private room, Su-hao sat down and asked, "Director Liu, what's the matter with you calling me here?" A trace of guilt washed over Liu Yongtai's face. "I'm sorry, Su-hao. There was a problem with the theme song for the commercial." Su-hao had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, "What happened?" Liu Yongtai took another sip of wine, let out a long breath of anger, and then told the whole story. The contract has been signed, and the matter is settled. But the daughter of the owner of this winery has recently fallen in love with some young singing boy. Chapter 79 New Opportunities. When he said this, Liu Yongtai sighed heavily, and his expression showed a bit of helplessness. This young man has some fame, but he's not exactly a huge star in the entertainment industry, and the daughter of the winery owner is a fan of his. After hearing the winery wanted an ad, she insisted on giving the theme song to this guy named Kai Feiyu. The owner of the winery is over 50 years old and has only one daughter, so naturally he dotes on her. Therefore, even if the contract has been signed, Su-hao's plan is considered a failure. Su-hao Fronith. He had already prepared everything, but the other party broke the contract for such a reason, which really made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing Su-hao's expression, Liu Yongtai quickly said, "The winery said they'll pay you triple the compensation, which is 9 million, and then we'll call it a day." The owner of this winery is really generous. He just took the 9 million compensation as soon as he said it would. Although Su-hao was angry, he couldn't say anything more since things had come to this point. He knew very well how valuable this song was, and since the winery was going to replace him, it would be their loss. Su-hao smiled and said, "Director Liu, it's okay. Don't worry too much. I didn't put in much effort and earned 9 million in compensation." All in all, he didn't lose anything. He just lost an advertising theme song. Su-hao's open-minded attitude made Liu Yongtai feel even more guilty. Su-hao is still a newcomer in the entertainment industry. As a well-known advertising director, he knew very well how important this advertisement was to a newcomer. Moreover, this advertisement will be broadcast on CCTV. Such an opportunity suddenly disappeared, and the lack of so much exposure must have had a significant impact on Su-hao. Liu Yongtai himself was very satisfied with Su-hao's song, but the winery wanted to replace people, and he really had no choice. Liu Yongtai poured himself another glass of wine and raised it towards Su-hao. "Su-hao, I'm really sorry." Su-hao shook his head to show his understanding. Liu Yongtai also does his job for money. Although he shot the advertisement, he does not have much say in front of the winery. After all, they're the ones who paid for it. "It's okay, Director Liu. We'll have a chance to work together again in the future." When Liu Yongtai heard his words, he felt a little depressed. Although he is just an advertising shooter, for him, these advertisements are his works that he created bit by bit. No one doesn't want his or her work to be perfect. He especially want to listen to the song written by that young man. He is totally incomparable to Su-hao. Before the filming of the commercial officially started, Liu Yongtai had already foreseen that the result would definitely be unsatisfactory. But he had no choice. Another sip of wine. Moreover, he really likes Su-hao's song. He also hopes that Su-hao can go higher and further with this song. Complex emotions kept intertwining in Liu Yongtai's heart. Liu Yongtai looked at Su-hao, who was sitting opposite him. Su-hao had no expression on his face at this moment, and there was even a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he didn't care about losing the theme song. He thought about it, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. After a moment of silence, Liu Yongtai said, "Su-hao, I didn't handle this properly. Since you've already written that song, it would be a waste if you don't send it out. How about this? I'll recommend it to a friend of yours." Su-hao sat up straight and nodded. "Go ahead." "What a coincidence. A friend of mine who is a director is also shooting a wine commercial recently. Your song would be a good theme song for his company, but..." Liu Yongtai paused, glanced at Su-hao, and then said, "It's just that my friend isn't very famous. The ad is also 3 minutes long, but it won't be broadcast on CCTV. Instead, it's going to be put online. Generally, not many people watch advertisements on the internet. VIP users of some videos can even skip them directly. But for Liu Yongtai, this is the only compensation he can give to Su-hao at the moment." Su-hao picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and lowered his head to think for a while. Online advertising. After a moment, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Many people look down on online advertising, which is not as high-end as CCTV advertising. But online advertising has a big advantage. There are many spectators. Mobile entertainment has now become a mainstream among people, and young people prefer to watch movies and TV series on mobile videos. If his theme song is played on the internet, its reach will definitely be wider than that of CCTV. Once his song becomes a hit, the owner of the winery will sooner or later regret his decision. With this mentality, under Liu Yongtai's gaze, Su Hao slowly nodded. Okay. Seeing Su Hao agree, Liu Yongtai was overjoyed and relieved at the same time. That's it. I'll make an appointment with the people in a couple of days, and then we can sign the contract directly. After agreeing on the time and place, the two finished their meal and left one after another. When Su Hao returned home, Fan Rojin had already left. The room was tidy, as if no one had been there. Su Hao suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. He shook his head and put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Coming to the bathroom, Su Hao filled the bathtub with water and then lay down in it comfortably. He closed his eyes and said softly, "System." The next moment, the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Su Hao. Abilities, God-level singing, advanced composition, advanced music appreciation, advanced guitar playing, advanced editing, advanced acting, immersive. Reputation, 702666419. After a while, the reputation value increased by more than 1,000 points. Su Hao took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. System, conduct a God-level lottery. Chapter 80, another lottery. The familiar turntable appeared in front of Su Hao again. Do you want to spend 1 million reputation points to participate in a God-level lottery? A cold voice belonging to the system came into my mind. Su Hao now has 70 million reputation points and is no longer the poor guy he used to be. He was a little excited and waved his hand proudly. System, give me 10 draws first. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. The first time he drew the lottery, he won nothing, but this was completely within Su Hao's expectations and was not surprising at all. The lottery wheel continues to spin. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. I pulled it 6 times in a row, but nothing came out. However, Su Hao had already anticipated this situation. He discovered that the higher the level of the lottery, the lower the chance of winning an item. This is understandable. After all, the things in the God-level lottery are too amazing. But he has so much reputation now, so he is not panicked at all. The turntable continues to spin. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Charming Perfume. Finally, during the 8th draw, Su Hao finally won something. Charm Perfume. This is a new item. It looks like an ordinary perfume bottle. The liquid inside is colorless and has a very small capacity, about less than 1 milliliter. It looks very ordinary. This was also the first time Su Hao won one. He took the Charm Perfume in his hand and took a look at the instructions on it. Charm Perfume. After use, it can permanently increase the host's charm value by 1 point. Note, the charm value of ordinary people is 5 points, that of stars is 10 points, and the host's current charm value is 11 points. Suel Fronith. Why did he feel that this thing was useless? But after all, it was something produced by the system. Su Hao thought about it, opened the bottle cap, and sprayed it on himself. A strange fragrance filled Su Hao's nose. He couldn't help but sniff it twice more, but the fragrance disappeared the moment it touched him. Su Hao stood up from the bathtub, not caring about the water stains on his body, and walked to the mirror to look at his face from left to right. He looked sharp-edged in the mirror. His eyes were still the same eyes. His nose was still the same nose. He touched his face and felt that nothing had changed, except that his eyes seemed brighter than before. Su Hao was a little disappointed and got back into the bathtub. System, continue the lottery. The lottery is in progress. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. Mandarin Level 10 Certificate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. Memory Cookie. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. Bye. Su Hao drew 20 times in one breath, and 3 things came out. Charm Perfume, Mandarin Level 10 Certificate, and Memory Cookies. Although there are still more than 50 million reputation points left, Su Hao felt a little distressed because the 20 million reputation points he spent didn't make any splash. Su Hao touched his chin. His luck couldn't always be this bad. He thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, System, keep 20 million reputation points and use the rest for the lottery. The lottery is in progress. Ding. I didn't draw anything. Please keep trying. By the time the same voice appeared for the 15th time, Su Hao had become completely numb. This broken system is really dark. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Peach Blossom Talisman. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 10 million in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level calligraphy. After 15 attempts, Suhao actually drew 3 items in one go. He sat up in the bathtub and checked the instructions for the 2 items. Peach Blossom Talisman. After use, it will attract a person of the opposite sex within 2 hours and make them feel good about the host. This thing should be something that many people dream of. However, Suhao was not interested in this, so he put it aside and focused his attention on the skill he would draw later. God-level calligraphy. After learning, you will have the same level of calligraphy skills as the calligraphy saint in your previous life. The saint of calligraphy? The calligraphy saint in the previous life left behind a masterpiece like the Lanting Preface, which is a masterpiece that will last forever. His calligraphy is elegant and graceful with countless changes. It has influenced generations of calligraphers and attracted people to imitate him. Suhao touched his head. But this thing seems to be of no use to him. At most, it just looks better when signing. Seeing that he only had over 30 million reputation points left, Suhao slammed the water hard, almost vomiting blood in anger. Broken system. No more smoking. At the same time, Liu Yongtai sat in an office, a cigarette in his hand, looking at the young man opposite him with a slicked-back look, his expression a little annoyed. The young man hummed a song. After a while, he stopped and looked at Liu Yongtai with some pride. "Director Liu, what do you think? My song is not bad, right?" Liu Yongtai took a deep puff of his cigarette and looked him up and down. This young man is called Si Mingjie, and he is the little star that the winery's daughter likes. Tonight, Si Mingjie told him that he had completed the composition and insisted on singing it to him in person. As for how the singing is, bullshit. What the hell is this writing? It's completely different from a song written by Suhao. His singing skills are not even 1/10 as good as Suhao's. Liu Yongtai cursed in his heart. It was an insult to him to use this kind of song as the soundtrack for his own advertisement. If Liu Yongtai had not already signed the advertising contract and would have had to pay a large amount of liquidated damages if he did not shoot the film, he would have quit long ago. No matter how dissatisfied he was in his heart, Liu Yongtai might say these words. He exhaled a deep puff of smoke and nodded reluctantly. Yeah, not bad. As if he didn't see Liu Yongtai's expression, Si Mingjie laughed even more happily after hearing his words. It's definitely right to choose me. What kind of traffic can that unknown little singer bring to you? Si Mingjie was secretly delighted that his song could be broadcast on CCTV, which was like giving himself a golden patina. By then, he would have something to brag about in the entertainment industry. As for that little-known singer whose theme song he stole, a hint of contempt flashed in Si Mingjie's eyes. What else can he compare himself with? I will definitely do better than that little singer. Chapter 81, Mental Compensation. Si Mingjie's agent was still chattering about his artist. Director Liu, you might not know this, but our Ajay was completely absorbed in creating this piece of music. We revised it several times before finally achieving a result that satisfied us. In fact, Si Mingjie just bought a finished song from Jinding, and then casually modified a few melodies and lyrics, and the song became his. Of course, I can't say this to Liu Yongtai. Liu Yongtai was really annoyed by what he heard. He pressed the unfinished cigarette but hard into the ashtray, patted the ashes on himself, and stood up from the sofa. Okay, it's getting late today. I'll go back first. When the time comes, you guys can record the song and send it to me directly. After saying this, without waiting for the two to reply, Liu Yongtai turned around and left without even looking back. Soon, Liu Yongtai's back disappeared from the sight of the two. Si Mingjie rolled his eyes fiercely in the direction Liu Yongtai left. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he slumped down on the sofa. What the hell? He's just a crappy commercial shooter. Do you really think you're such a big shot? Although Liu Yongtai has won many awards, his entire life has been spent in advertising. Who watches advertisements nowadays? Many people even hate advertisements. In Si Mingjie's mind, advertising is really not something that can be considered presentable. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, he could see the impatience in Liu Yongtai's eyes. If he hadn't been unable to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry yet, there would be no need for him to be so humble to an advertising director. The agent beside him frowned and reminded him, "Watch your words. This is a company. Do you know how many people are watching you right now?" Although Si Mingjie is just a little-known star, there's still countless people who want to drag him down. Si Mingjie rolled his eyes but said nothing more. The agent looked thoughtfully at the direction Lu Yongtai left. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned back to see Mingjie and said, "By the way, you have to pay that young singer hush money when the time comes. Don't let anyone know that you stole the theme song for your commercial from a woman." Nowadays, young and handsome actors like Si Mingjie who have no real talent are most afraid of such scandals. Si Mingjie felt a little uncomfortable after hearing his agent's last words. Relying on a woman? She was the one who approached me on her own initiative. I didn't do anything, and he lowered his head and blew on his nails, his eyes filled with contempt. He's just a small-time singer. What kind of waves can he make? Giving him hush money is a waste of money. Besides, he might not even know how I got the theme song for this commercial. Si Mingjie didn't care. The agent shook his head. Look at Lu Yongtai's unhappy expression. He's most likely told that person about this. Even though he's just a nobody, I still feel a little uneasy. I'll contact him just in case. It is better to be safe than sorry. This kind of thing should be handled properly to avoid being caught by others. Si Mingjie didn't care at all. He yawned, stretched, and stood up. Okay, then it's up to you. I'll leave it to you. Si Mingjie couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart, thinking that his agent was really too cautious. He is just a small person. No one would believe him even if he told it. I'm leaving first. I've been revising the music for the whole day, and I'm exhausted, Si Mingjie said and left lazily. The agent looked at Si Mingjie's back, not knowing what he was thinking about, and sighed softly. The next morning, Suhao was woken up by a sudden phone call. Suhao squinted his eyes and didn't see who was calling, so he picked up the phone directly. Suhao was so angry that he fell asleep in the middle of the night because he had hardly drawn anything useful yesterday. The phone call at this time affected his sleep, making him feel a little bad, and his tone naturally became not so good. Hello. A strange male voice came from the other side. Hello? Is this Mr. Suhao? Suhao yawned and replied with his eyes closed. It's me, what's the matter? I'm Xiao Feng, Si Mingjie's agent. For some reason, we're the ones singing the commercial theme song. I know it's not easy for small singers like you. To express our apologies, we're willing to pay you 50,000 yuan as compensation for your emotional distress. Suhao was almost pissed off by this guy and laughed. 50,000 yuan? Are you giving it to a beggar? Nowadays, hush money is often in the tens or even hundreds of millions. I don't want people to say anything, but I don't want to spend money. It is really both upright and responsible. Xiao Feng just thought that Suhao was not satisfied with the price. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it again. How much do you want? Suhao yawned and said lazily, 5 million. One price. Xiao Feng's face suddenly darkened. That's impossible. Suhao, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I, Xiao Feng, have been in the entertainment industry for so many years. It would be easy for me to suppress an unknown singer like you. If you accept this 50,000 yuan, then we can pretend nothing happened. Xiao Feng threatened directly. But Suhao didn't buy it. Since you can't afford it, then there's nothing to talk about. With a click, Suhao hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Feng's face turned pale. Very good, Suhao, right? He remembered this name. Chapter 82, going to the commercial set. When Suhao woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He scratched his head and opened his eyes blearily. I think I received a call this morning. What happened? The other party also said that he would give him 50,000 yuan. Suhao glanced at the phone number. It was an unfamiliar number. It shouldn't be something important. Suhao Mater. Forget it. If it's something important, the other party will definitely call again. Suhao didn't think about it carefully and immediately put the matter behind him. He opened WeChat, but it was empty, with only a few news items and push notifications for public accounts. Suhao swiped the message and stopped at Fan Rojin's chat page. At this time of day, in normal times, Fan Rojin would have already sent a message. But not today. Maybe it was because I felt embarrassed. Suhao sighed, put his phone down, got up, washed and ate. 2 days passed like this, a dull day. Today is the day I have an appointment with Lu Yongtai to meet another director. Early in the morning, Lu Yongtai actually came to pick him up in person. After getting in the car, Lu Yongtai handed him a plastic bag containing 3 large buns and a cup of soy milk. I just bought them. They're still hot. Eat them first. Suhao took the bun. It was at the perfect temperature and exuded a strong aroma that made people's appetites grow. Suhao started talking right away. Director Lu, I can go there myself. Why bother coming here in person? Lu Yongtai, steering with his hands, kept an eye on the road as he replied, Hey, things don't go as planned. My friend Winery is pushing him hard, and the commercial has already started filming. He doesn't have time to have dinner with us. So we'll just go to the set and find him. Su Hao nodded and ate the bun in his hand, but suddenly he remembered the phone call he received this morning. Su Hao was now much more awake than when he woke up in the morning, and his mind slowly recalled the phone call that morning. He thought about it and decided to tell the story. By the way, Si Mingjia's agent called me this morning. Lu Yongtai was surprised for a moment, then frowned. Why did they call you? Su Hao took a bite of the bun and swallowed it. He said he'd give me 50,000 yuan and told me not to tell anyone about this, or else I'd be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Although the last sentence was not Xiao Feng's original words, the meaning is similar. Lu Yongtai sneered, his eyes slightly cold. Just them? A traffic star who can't stand up to the stage. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will definitely not let them trip you up. Lu Yongtai is a director after all, and his network of contacts is much stronger than Xiao Feng's. Xiao Feng probably didn't expect that Lu Yongtai would actually protect a small singer like Su Hao. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have called Su Hao. Lu Yongtai drove for 3 hours before arriving at the set. This is a scenic spot in Yunqing. The emerald green mountains stretch out in a continuous area. Occasionally, you can see some maple leaves that are beginning to turn red, dotted among the mountains, which is very beautiful. It's almost autumn now, and the temperature here is several degrees lower than in the city. Su Hao was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt today. As soon as he got off the car, he sneezed several times because of the cold. Su Hao hugged his arms and rubbed them hard. I was careless. I didn't expect it to be so cold in this mountain area. The scenery is nice, though. Lu Yongtai patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go. There are coats on the set. I'll lend you one." When we arrived at the set, there were relatively few staff members, with the entire team having only about 20 to 30 people. Compared with other crews, this place is really shabby. After all, it's just an advertisement played on the internet, so it's normal to have fewer staff members. Lu Yongtai brought Su Hao in. At this time, the staff were busy with their own things, and no one noticed the two of them. Lu Yongtai borrowed a coat from the staff for Su Hao to wear, and after searching around the set, he finally found the director in front of a small waterfall near the set. Watching from afar, a calm middle-aged man named Su Hao was holding a camera in his hand, facing the water, and no one knew what he was filming. Lu Yongtai walked over and patted the middle-aged Su Hao on the shoulder. "Hey, Tang Jianya, what are you filming here?" Tang Jianya was startled. After seeing who the person was, he glared at him fiercely. "You almost gave me a heart attack." The two seemed to have a good relationship. Su Hao followed Lu Yongtai's steps and came to Tang Jianya's side. Lu Yongtai pointed at Su Hao and said, "This is the one I want to introduce to you. Su Hao, a very good singer." Tang Jianya smiled at Su Hao and extended his hand. "Hello, hello. I've heard a lot about you. Old Lu Yongtai always mentioned you to me, and now I finally get to meet you." Su Hao was not shy and shook hands with Tang Jianya openly. The three of them walked toward the center of the set while chatting. There's a shed here where Tang Jianya and his staff usually sleep. The three of them sat down. Tang Jianya said with a smile, "Excuse me, the winery is pushing us so hard, we have no choice but to move up the filming. Otherwise, we would have met at the restaurant today." Su Hao didn't care about this and shook his head. The three of them didn't waste any time and went straight into the topic. Although Lu Yongtai introduced Su Hao to Tang Jianya had never heard of Su Hao's songs. Su Hao simply sang half of "Love Comes in Springtide" a cappella. A melodious and heroic song sounded, and Tang Jianya closed his eyes and listened quietly. The song ended quickly. After listening to it, Tang Jianya slapped his thigh and widened his eyes. "It's beautiful. Lu Yongtai, are you stupid? You don't want such a good song and just give it to me?" Tang Jianya was a little surprised. He knew that Lu Yongtai was always a person who strived for perfection. As a result, no one wants to play such a good song now. Lu Yongtai sighed, then smiled wryly and recounted the whole story. "Danziani Fdawen." This winery owner is really confused. Does he know what a foolish thing he has done? Even if he dotes on his daughter, he shouldn't do this. Sooner or later, he will regret it. And they replaced the singer with such a rubbish. The theme song is extremely important for an advertisement. It even determines the style of the entire advertisement. Tang Jianya could see that if Lu Yongtai's advertisement was accompanied by Su Hao's theme song, he might be able to win another award. But now someone else has interfered. Tang Jianya suddenly felt a bit gloating. "Lu Yongtai, I think your reputation in this life will be ruined by this Si Mingjia." Chapter 83, Reunion. Lu Yongtai waved his hand. If the penalty for this order hadn't been so high, I would have quit long ago. But as long as I get the money, everything else is fine. Liu Yongtai is very demanding about the commercials he shoots, and he only does his part well. A theme song wouldn't affect his reputation too much, and reputation is not important to him. Liu Yongtai turned around, smiled, and patted Su Hao's shoulder. It's mainly Su Hao's song. It would be a shame not to use it. It just so happened that you were also filming a wine commercial, so I thought of you. Tang Jianya nodded. Indeed, this song of his is just what I need. Tang Jianya was extremely satisfied with Su Hao's song. The contract was signed immediately. The 3 million yuan will be deposited into your account in a few days. After the three of them signed the contract, Su Hao and Liu Yongtai were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they followed Tang Jianya and walked around the set. The location of the film set is a well-known scenic spot. The most famous thing here is the red leaves all over the mountain. Although many maple leaves have not turned red yet, the scenery here is leisurely and green, which is very pleasant. After a round, the crew on the set were ready, and the two actors had put on their makeup and were ready. The actress was wearing a white ancient costume and was wearing a wire with the help of the staff. The actress has a fair and delicate face, beautiful long hair hanging down to her waist, a pair of almond-shaped eyes full of charm, and outstanding temperament. Su Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. He felt that this person looked familiar. Su Hao was watching this when Liu Yongtai patted him on the shoulder. Su Hao was watching intently and was startled by Liu Yongtai's action. Before he could say anything, Liu Yongtai lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, "Don't look at her. This girl is pretty, but you can't touch her. She is Tang Jianya's daughter. She is treated like a treasure, but she has never been in a relationship." Su Hao retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the actress. He shook his head and said, "No, I just think she looks familiar." Liu Yongtai smiled and said nothing. After a while, it seemed that there was a problem with the wirework, and the actress began to take off her accessories bit by bit. Su Hao didn't notice the movement over there, but unexpectedly, the actress ran straight towards him and then patted him on the back gently. Su Hao. Su Hao turned around and looked at the girl in front of him with a confused look in his eyes. Although he looked somewhat familiar, he really couldn't remember where he was. The girl noticed his confusion, and there was a hint of loss in her eyes, but she quickly recovered and smiled at him. "Su Hao, don't you remember me? I am Tang Jiao." Tang Jiao smiled gently, and a shallow dimple appeared on her face. Looking at the two dimples, Su Hao gradually remembered. "Tang Jiao, it's you. It's been a long time." When he was in college, there seemed to be a girl with the same dimples as Su Hao, and he would often run into her in some places. Su Hao just thought it was a coincidence, but later he realized that there were not so many coincidences in this world. Su Hao looked her up and down and smiled. "I haven't seen you for so many years. You really change a lot when you grow up." Although Tang Jiao is good-looking, she did not have a strong presence in the class when she was in school. She always keeps her head down, looking unconfident. The difference between the past and the present is too big. No wonder Su Hao didn't remember it. Liu Yongtai was listening to their conversation and was a little surprised. The two of them really know each other. Tang Jiao smiled softly at Su Hao, then lifted her skirt and ran to Tang Jianya, who was adjusting the parameters on the camera. "Dad, I met a classmate. I'm going to talk to him first." Tang Jiao pointed in the direction of Su Hao. Tang Jianya raised his head and took a look. "You and Su Hao are classmates? That's quite a coincidence. Go ahead." Tang Jiao looked at Tang Jianya strangely. Tang Jianya usually controls him very strictly and always asks him questions if he comes into contact with the opposite sex. And now he doesn't even ask a question? Su Hao was still waiting on the side. Tang Jiao didn't think much about it and walked to a relatively quiet place with Su Hao. There's a small stream here. The water flow is not very strong and is flowing slowly. Tang Jiao opened her arms, stretched, and took a deep breath of the fresh air. She turned around and smiled brightly at Su Hao. "Su Hao, long time no see. What are you doing now?" Su Hao also came to her side and said, "I'm currently working on my own original songs. I'm just a small singer." Su Hao felt a little emotional when he met his old classmates again after a long separation. Su Hao turned his head and looked at her. "What about you? What are you doing now?" Tang Jiao has outstanding looks and a father who works in commercials, so it should be much easier for her to make it in the entertainment industry than for others. But Su Hao had never heard of Tang Jiao's name in the entertainment industry. "As for me, I went abroad for a few years after graduation, and now I'm working as a broadcaster and host." Su Hao was a little surprised. They all studied acting, but now Tang Jiao has become a host. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you to be involved in this." Tang Jiao touched her nose and smiled sheepishly. I like acting, but I really don't have the talent, so I changed my major. My dad used me to make up the numbers for today's commercial to save money. Su Hao chuckled and sighed. Things have changed. Tang Jiao just smiled and said nothing. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. After a while, Tang Jiao hesitated and said, Su Hao, how are you and Rin Chi-Chi doing now? It was common knowledge in the class that Su Hao and Rin Chi-Chi were dating. The two of them stick together every day and are seen as a perfect couple by everyone. After graduation, the classmates went their separate ways and rarely kept in touch. No one knows what happened between Su Hao and Rin Chi-Chi. After Rin Chi-Chi became popular, there seemed to be no rumors that she had a boyfriend. No one knows what their current relationship is like. We broke up after graduation. Suawari Plaif Kamli. No one in his class knew that he and Rin Chi-Chi had married and divorced, and Su Hao had no need to let them know. Saying this can save you a lot of trouble. Tang Jiao covered her mouth, realizing she had said something wrong. She looked at Su Hao apologetically. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned this. She carefully observed Su Hao's expression. Back then, the two were very much in love, and after so many years of love, Tang Jiao was afraid of touching on Su Hao's sad memories. Su Hao shook his head, his face expressionless. It's okay, it happened a long time ago. Don't worry about it. Seeing that Su Hao looked normal and didn't look sad, Tang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hao. Tang Jiao turned around and faced him. What? I like you. Su Hao was stunned when he heard Tang Jiao's words. Seeing Su Hao's reaction, Tang Jiao laughed. Are you scared? I like you. I used to like you, but that was only in college. I fell in love with you at first sight, I guess. At first, I was still naive about this kind of feeling, and it was my first time liking someone. I really didn't have the courage to confess to you. Later, when I finally mustered up the courage to tell you, you were already with Rin Chi-Chi. Tang Jiao looked at him, her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents. This incident has become a regret in my heart. Although many years have passed, I have decided to say this. Let it be considered as the fulfillment of a wish of mine. Su Hao laughed as he heard this. Then I really missed it. If it was Tang Jiao at the beginning, perhaps the things that happened later would not have happened. After all, with Tang Jiao's background, such things would not have happened to her. Becoming a singing queen was something that Tang Jiao's family could easily get hold of. Su Hao just found out that Tang Jianya is Tang Jiao's father. However, as early as school days, Tang Jiao's mother was more well-known. Tang Jiao's mother is the largest shareholder of Modern Music, a long-established domestic record company. Modern Music Company, as for other things, is well known in the entertainment industry. This is the first music company in the country and is also the oldest existing music company. In the last century, all the famous superstars in China came from Modern Music Company. Although he is now a bit on the decline, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and his status in the music circle is unquestionable. Even the Jinding Company, which has now become bigger and stronger, does not dare to go head-to-head with Modern. If Su Hao and Tang Jiao were together at the beginning, he probably wouldn't be divorced now. Perhaps, with the support of Modern Company, he would have already achieved success and fame by now. But that's just maybe. The two chatted for a while about interesting things that happened in the class, exchanged contact information, and then returned to the set. At this time, Tang Jinya and Tang Jiao also had to get busy, so Su Hao and Lu Yongtai did not stay here for long and drove back to Yincheng City. After a lot of trouble, Su Hao returned home. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He did not sit idle, but opened the notebook he kept at home. Su Hao sat at the desk, turning the gel pen in his hand and flipping through the pages. These are the names of some songs he has recorded over the past few days. Since these songs were songs he had heard in his previous life, some of them were incomplete, with only a few scattered lyrics, which he wrote down casually. He used to worry that although he had a lot of good songs in his mind, he couldn't remember many of them. The complete songs would eventually be released, and he wondered what he would do then. That's why he didn't release songs frequently before, for he was afraid that one day he would have no way out. But after he drew the memory cookie from the system, he no longer had to worry about this. Su Hao's eyes swept across the pages of his notebook, searching for the song he wanted. Xiaofeng called him today, and he suddenly realized a problem. Although he has a large number of excellent songs, and even hit songs in his hands, his status in the entertainment industry is still too low. This results in everyone wanting to step on their own head. If we don't increase our popularity quickly, things like having our theme song stolen will definitely happen again in the future. His current goal is to release a brand new song. He wants to rely on this song to hit the charts on every platform. This is his first and crucial step to dominate the entertainment industry. So Suhao has to think carefully about which song to release. After flipping through the pages for a long time, Suhao's gaze finally stopped. There are lyrics of a song written in the notebook. You who are wandering on the road, are you going to leave? Fragile and proud. That was also my appearance. Suhao's eyes lit up, and his fingers gently stroked the music. It's you. This song has nothing to do with love, but it is more relatable. His goal this time is not a small fight. He wanted to release all these songs at once and impact the charts on the music platform. He wanted to take this opportunity to make the name Suhao appear in the public eye. The lyrics in the notebook are incomplete, but Suhao was not worried and took out the memory cookie from the system. Chapter 85 Magical Memory Cookies. Although Suhao had heard the song, Ordinary Road, several times, he had never deliberately memorized the lyrics. He opened the package, looked at the ordinary cookie, and ate it in one bite. The taste is nothing special, just the taste of ordinary biscuits. The moment he chewed the biscuit and swallowed it, Suhao suddenly felt a strange sensation. The memories in his brain seemed to be made into a movie, and every scene appeared clearly before his eyes. Suhao did not forget that the memory cookies had an expiration date, and he did not dare to waste time. So he quickly recalled his memories related to the song Ordinary Road. The next moment, the movie in front of him flashed before his eyes as quickly as a kaleidoscope. In less than a second, a picture appeared in front of Suhao's eyes. It was a winter many years ago, and Suhao was eating in a restaurant. Suhao saw every detail here clearly, and even the words that passersby whispered in his ears could be heard clearly by him. In the very center of the restaurant, there is a huge screen. The song playing above was The Ordinary Road. With the help of the memory cookies, Suhao quickly memorized the complete lyrics of the song. The memory cookie has a half-hour limit, and Suhao didn't want to waste it, so he searched for more than 10 other songs in his memory. These songs are of various styles and are enough to keep him going for a while. Soon, half an hour passed. Suhao also opened his eyes. Suhao recalled the lyrics and was very surprised to find that the lyrics that he couldn't remember before seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Every note was clearly remembered in his mind. Suhao couldn't help but marvel at the magic of memory cookies. With this thing, not only songs, but also novels, movies, and even TV series with a long number of episodes that he has read can be perfectly remembered in his mind. He can recall some foreign works and music. From now on, he will no longer have to worry about not having works to publish. Suhao was very excited. With these things, he would definitely be able to gain a lot of reputation points. He glanced at the notebook and put it back in his drawer. On the second day, Suhao came to Uni Company. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Suhao bumped into Su Xiao head-on. Seeing Suhao coming out of the elevator, Su Xiao also stopped and said, "Hey, next time if you come, tell me in advance, and I'll pick you up." Su Xiao was becoming less and less willing to underestimate Suhao. Although he already knew that he was Bai Qi, he was completely shocked when Suhao released those 2 songs using Bai Qi's identity last time. Just 2 songs can make her a huge hit on the entire internet. Moreover, it was nominated for a Golden Melody Award after only 1 week of being online. Only Suhao could achieve such an impressive result. "It's okay, no need to bother," Suhao replied as he and Su Xiao walked towards the recording studio. "Is everything ready over there? I want to finish recording this song as soon as possible." In fact, according to Suhao's ability, he can completely complete the production of this song independently. But that is too slow and too troublesome. He now wants to release this song as quickly as possible and with high-quality production. So he contacted Su Xiao. Su Xiao nodded. "Everything is ready, and the staff are already in place. Don't worry, they're all very professional and will definitely not let you down." Su Xiao suddenly received a call from Suhao last night. In order to help Suhao record a song, Su Xiaolian canceled today's meeting and even postponed his originally scheduled itinerary. This shows how much Su Xiao values Suhao. The two soon arrived at the recording studio. As one of the top music production companies in China, Uni Company has an unusually large recording studio, and all the equipment is worth a lot of money. Suhao glanced at the equipment, all of which were the latest models imported from abroad. As soon as I walked in, a man wearing black frame glasses and looking quite artistic came to greet me. "Mr. Su, why did you come in person? If you have anything to say, just call and tell me directly. How are the preparations going?" Su Xiao asked. The man with glasses patted his chest and replied, "It's all debugged, and we can start anytime." Su Xiao turned around and glanced at Su Hao. Seeing Su Hao nod, he said, "Okay, let's record it right away. Hurry up." The man with glasses looked at Su Hao behind Su Xiao, his eyes full of curiosity. Who is this young man? He is actually accompanied by Mr. Su himself. Moreover, it seemed that Mr. Su was very respectful to him. Suddenly, the man with glasses thought of the person who was rumored in the company to have written a song for Fan Rojin and made her popular again. Suao, with just 3 songs, Fan Rojin was elevated to the altar of fame. Looking at the young man in front of him, the man with glasses was shocked. Could he be that Su Hao? This is too young. Restraining his emotions, the man with glasses came to the operating table. "I'm ready here. You can go in and record directly." After guessing Su Hao's identity, the man with glasses became very respectful towards him. This scene was seen by the male assistant with glasses, and it was like an explosion. The boss has been at uni for so many years that he has already become a legendary gold medal tuner with an annual salary of 1 million. Even Fan Rojin had never been treated so politely by the man with glasses. Moreover, judging from the situation, the boss is planning to do it himself? Who is this young man? If he were one of those ordinary little stars, he wouldn't even see the man with glasses. Moreover, Mr. Su seemed very enthusiastic towards this young man. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. Su Hao was talking to Su Xiao at this time, and the man with glasses stopped what he was doing and stood up. "I'll go out and take a look." The man with glasses walked out and saw a young man with a feminine appearance and dyed yellow hair. He was pointing at a staff member and cursing. "I agreed to record a song today. What's wrong with you? Didn't you know I was coming?" The staff member who was scolded was a girl. Her face flushed red, and she felt very aggrieved. "Mr. Si Mingjia, we said yesterday that we will not accept any artists who are not from Uni Company today. Si Mingjia's noted coldly. I came to your company to record a song because I think highly of you, and you actually refused to receive me." The female staff member was scolded for no reason and was so anxious that she almost cried. Seeing this, the man with glasses walked forward and pulled the girl behind him. Chapter 86, Ordinary Life. The man with glasses had a slightly cold look in his eyes and frowned. "Mr. C, since our company said that we will not accept artists who are not under uni today, then please go to another company." Si Mingjia is currently a hot little star. He debuted in South Korea a few years ago and later returned to China after the group disbanded. Due to his outstanding appearance and the good sales of his personality, he has made a lot of money in China in recent years and has a large number of fans. Although he is not a top-tier star, he is still well known. On the screen, Si Mingjia is polite, gentle, and considerate, but only those who have come into contact with him know how arrogant and domineering this person is. Si Mingjia didn't notice the somewhat dissatisfied look on the man's face. He just said to himself, "I don't care about that. I already told you guys yesterday. My schedule is very tight, so you guys should make arrangements quickly. By the way, I want you to tune it yourself." Si Mingjia said again. Si Mingjia came this time to record Liu Yongtai's advertising theme song. This is a good opportunity, and Si Mingjia naturally wants to make his songs better. They originally wanted to go to Jinding to record songs, but Jinding was too expensive and their budget was not enough, so they chose to come to Uni. Although Uni has developed rapidly in the past few months, its price has not changed for the time being. For Si Mingjia, this is the best choice of the moment. The man with glasses looked slightly downcast. "I'm sorry, Mr. C. It really can't be done today. How about another day?" No matter what, Si Mingjia is a well-known artist. The entertainment industry is a complicated place, so if you can avoid making enemies, try to avoid it. What's more, he is a narrow-minded and selfish person like Si Mingjia. When Si Mingjia heard what the man with glasses said, he was unhappy and his face instantly became gloomy. Si Mingjia was about to speak when his agent Xiao Feng came over from behind with a smile. "Hey Mingjia, how are you talking to Brother Zhao?" Xiao Feng had a hypocritical smile on his face. He first pretended to blame Si Mingjia, then smiled at the man with glasses. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhao. Mingjia is a straightforward person. Don't mind. We can discuss it." Compared to the brainless Si Mingjia, Xiao Feng is obviously smarter. The most important thing right now is to complete the recording of the theme song as soon as possible and submit it so that the advertisement can be broadcast as quickly as possible. This way they can reap greater benefits. The rest of the things are nothing in terms of benefits. "Brother Zhao, please give us a favor. We are really in a hurry here. Don't hit someone who smiles at you." Since Xiao Feng has said so, Brother Zhao has nothing more to say. "Yes, but you have to wait until the recording is finished. As Uni Company's gold medal tuner, Brother Zhao has some rights, so naturally he did not ask Su Xiao for his opinion. Si Mingjia looked grim and wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xiao Feng. Okay, no problem. Brother Zhao turned and left, and the female staff member also left, leaving only Si Mingjia and Xiao Feng standing outside. Si Mingjia's face was slightly cold. Who the hell is he? He actually made me wait. Si Mingjia made his debut very smoothly, and so many people supported him along the way. In addition to his status, every time he goes out to work, people flatter him wherever he goes. This was the first time he had been treated so coldly. Xiao Feng looked at him with a headache. Okay, this isn't the company. Take it easy. Besides, the most important thing now is to complete the task. We can talk about it after the advertisement is sent out. The biggest problem Si Mingjia faces in the entertainment industry right now is that he doesn't have any outstanding works. After his songs are broadcast on CCTV, no one will doubt that Si Mingjia is just a pretty face. After hearing this, Si Mingjia's expression eased a little and his mood calmed down a lot. When Brother Zhao returned to the recording studio, Su Hao and Su Xiao had already finished their conversation. Su Xiao noticed that Brother Zhao looked unhappy and asked, "What happened?" Brother Zhao shook his head. "It's nothing, just an annoying fly. Don't let it affect my mood. Let's get started." Su Hao didn't care and walked straight into the recording studio, walked to the microphone, and put on the headset. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Su Hao wasn't nervous. He just wanted to be in a more perfect state so that he could sing the song better. After completing the preparations, he made an okay gesture to the people outside the glass, indicating that they could begin. At this moment, Su Xiao, who was outside the glass, couldn't help swallowing, feeling excited and expectant. In just a few months, Su Hao has produced many excellent songs. Any song will become a hit when it is put on the internet. He also didn't expect that Su Hao would prepare his new single so quickly. This time, what kind of audiovisual feast will Su Hao bring them? Wandering on the road. Are you leaving? The voice was a little hoarse and vicissitudes of life, and the clear, singing voice like flowing water reached the ears of everyone present through the headphones. Fragile and proud. That was me too. Boiling and restless. Where you going, Vava? Mysterious and silent. Are you really listening to the story? Su Hao closed his eyes, immersed in his own emotions. His murmurs seemed to be telling an ordinary story, simple and sincere, touching everyone's heart. Everyone held their breath, and for a moment, they even forgot that this was Su Hao's recording session. They just focused and immersed themselves in the emotions that the song brought them. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, no one spoke. They felt that Su Hao's song was like telling the story of their lives. The next moment, Su Hao's voice suddenly became higher and higher along with the accompaniment. I have crossed mountains and seas, and through the sea of people. I once had it all. In the blink of an eye, everything dissipates like smoke. I've been disappointed, lost all direction, until I see the ordinary. That's the only answer. Suddenly, everyone felt their scalps tingling, whether it's high notes or low notes. Su Hao can always switch between the two with ease. Even an experienced singer with 10 years of singing experience may not be able to match this kind of singing skills. The slightly vicissitudes of life voice, coupled with the climax of the lyrics, pulled everyone into memories, making them think of their ordinary yet shining lives. Where the wind blows, the road ahead is still long. Where did your story end? After the song ended, Su Hao took off his headset. Everyone was suddenly awakened from their previous emotions. Chapter 87: The Clown. Su Hao took off his headphones and walked out of the recording studio. How's it going? If it doesn't work, I'll record it again. Although Su Hao is confident in his singing skills, he naturally wants to strive for perfection in this regard. Brother Zhao suddenly came back to his senses and quickly adjusted the equipment and saved the song Su Hao had just sung. He then clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Good. The singing is so good that there is no need for a master tuner like me to do any post-production tuning. It's perfect. So awesome." From the moment he walked into the recording studio, the entire process took only a few minutes. Moreover, the effect is so perfect. Su Xiao stood aside, extremely shocked, although he was already very familiar with Su Hao's strength. But Su Xiao had never met an artist who could finish recording a song in 10 minutes. Even Fan Rojin, who already has rich experience, would never be able to do it. The strength displayed by Su Hao once again refreshed Su Xiao's cognition. This also made him more determined to improve his relationship with Su Hao. Su Hao smiled faintly. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Zhao with the rest. After saying that, Su Hao nodded to Su Xiao and said, then I'll be leaving first. Su Hao turned around and left. Su Xiao and Zhao Ge quickly caught up. Hey, wait, I'll drive you. The door to the recording studio was pushed open. Xiao Feng, who had been waiting outside, saw the door of the recording studio being pushed open and Brother Zhao coming out followed by a young man. He patted Si Mingjie, who was sitting on the sofa. Mingjie, they're coming out. Si Mingjie was playing with his phone at the moment. When Xiao Feng interrupted him, a hint of impatience flashed across his face. How could it be so fast? It's only been less than 10 minutes. Xiao Feng also frowned, but when he saw Brother Zhao smiling at the young man and thought of Brother Zhao's previous cold attitude towards them, his face darkened slightly. Xiao Feng took a step and walked towards Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, what do you mean by this? You said you wouldn't accept us today and asked us to line up. Okay, we lined up, but it's been less than 10 minutes and you're already out? Are you kidding me? Xiao Feng was very angry. Ever since Si Mingjie became famous, no company dared to treat them like this. Brother Zhao frowned, very unhappy. Xiao Feng, watch your attitude. We have indeed completed the recording here. Do you have any questions? Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He pointed at Su Hao and said, 10 minutes? Him? What excuses are you making? Who in the entertainment industry can record a song in just 10 minutes? Okay, stop talking nonsense and arrange a recording session for us. Mingjie's schedule is very full and we're in a hurry. Xiao Feng's arrogant look instantly made Brother Zhao's pent-up anger burst out. He couldn't hold it in any longer and pointed at Xiao Feng's nose and yelled, get as far away from me as you can. You're just a pretty face. Who do you think you are? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Mr. Su Hao can't. If you don't have the strength, go home and practice. Brother Zhao's sudden outburst left Xiao Feng stunned. Brother Zhao is actually a very good-tempered person, and this is the first time he has cursed at someone. Si Mingjie was not to be outdone and joined the verbal battle. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you know? Before Si Mingjie could finish his words, Su Xiao walked out of the recording studio with a sullen face. You too. Please get out of uni. Xiao Feng knew Su Xiao. When he saw him, a look of panic flashed across his face. Boss Su, why are you here too? The reason why Xiao Feng was so arrogant in front of Brother Zhao was because he knew that no matter how powerful Brother Zhao was, he was just a small tuner and did not hold any status in the entertainment industry. Even if you curse a few times, that's nothing. But Su Xiao was different. He is the boss of Uni Music Company. If Su Xiao were to create trouble for them in the entertainment industry, it would be a very easy task. Xiao Feng didn't expect that Su Xiao, who was usually busy with all kinds of affairs, was also in the recording studio. He must have heard what was said just now. Xiao Feng was very panicked and quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Su. I didn't know you were here. Su Xiao smiled coldly and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Please go ahead. The uni can't accommodate two big Buddhas like you. Xiao Feng wanted to say something, but when his eyes met Su Xiao's very impatient face, he quickly took back what he wanted to say and hurriedly pulled Si Mingjie away. Before leaving, Si Mingjie was still swearing. You are so blind. Sooner or later, I will make you regret this. Xiao Feng covered Si Mingjie's mouth with his hand, wishing he could knock him out and take him away. Su Hao's thoughtful gaze lingered on the two people's departing figures for a while, and then he quickly looked away. It turns out that this is Si Mingjie who stole his own theme song. It doesn't look anything more than that. He has seen too many people like this. If you only have a good look, but no real ability, you will soon be drowned in the tide of the entertainment industry. There is no need to pay attention to such people. It was just a small episode, and Su Hao didn't take it to heart. Before the afternoon, the song that Su Hao had just recorded was already finished. Su Xiao and Zhao Ge listened to the song first. After listening to this, Brother Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hao's song is truly memorable. Although he had heard it once, Brother Zhao had a different feeling when he listened to it again. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Okay, send the song to him. Su Hao, who had already returned home, soon received an email from Brother Zhao. He opened his email and downloaded and saved his songs. Afterwards, Su Hao opened 3 music platforms and uploaded the song one by one. After the upload was complete, Su Hao clicked refresh. 0 plays, 0 downloads. This is normal. After all, the song was just uploaded and he is just a relatively unknown newcomer. Suhao just took a look and then closed the three music platforms. He thought about it, opened Weibo again, and posted a new update. New song released, welcome to listen. He then posted the URL of the music platform and then closed his Weibo account, never caring about the matter again. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaobai is an office white-collar worker. He had just finished part of the work at hand and went to the toilet with his mobile phone to relax. He opened Weibo and habitually clicked on the homepage of Suhao, a singer who had fallen silent after releasing only one song. Chapter 88 Crazy. He lit a cigarette and leaned gently against the sink. As a senior music lover, Xiaobai has been listening to pop music for more than 10 years. He has listened to almost all the popular songs on the market, as well as some niche pop music. At that time, the theme song of the movie Yesterday was exposed. After listening to it, he was simply amazed and followed Suhao. However, after Suhao released the song titled Those Years, he never made any further moves. Xiaobai often sent private messages to Suhao urging him to release new songs, but Suhao never replied to him, and there was no movement on his Weibo, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Although Xiaobai was anxious, he could do nothing but check Suhao's Weibo every day, hoping to see his latest updates. However, after so much time had passed, there was no movement on Suhao's Weibo. He clicked refresh. A new update from Suhao's Weibo popped up. Xiaobai was shocked all over, thinking that he was seeing things and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he excitedly checked the contents. New song released, welcome to listen. The content was brief, but it instantly excited Xiaobai, who couldn't help but burst out, holy crap. Suhao finally released a new song. Xiaobai's shout instantly resounded throughout the entire bathroom. Squeak. The bathroom door was pushed open and the boss walked in. He glanced at him and saw that he was holding a mobile phone with an excited look on his face. Then he frowned. Xiaobai, why are you not going to work? What are you doing here? As a boss, the last thing you want to see is your employees slacking off. Xiaobai has violated the boss's big taboo. But Xiaobai, who was in an excited state at the time, was completely unaware of his boss's displeasure. He was staring at his phone the entire time and didn't even notice who was coming. He just said excitedly, Suhao's released a new song. What? The boss, who was originally a little unhappy, changed his expression. He took 2 steps to Xiaobai's side, snatched Xiaobai's mobile phone, and looked at the phone screen. Xiaobai, whose phone was stolen, suddenly realized that the person in front of him was his boss. Xiaobai swallowed and said, Boss, I'll go back to work right away. Xiaobai didn't expect to be caught like this, and he felt very nervous. Unexpectedly, the boss suddenly slapped his thigh, his face showing the same expression as Xiaobai's before, and said excitedly, Suhao finally released a new song. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Xiaobai was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. What's wrong with the boss today? Not angry at all. The boss patted his shoulder and said, What are you still standing there for? Go out and listen to some music. He didn't want to listen to Suhao's songs in this smelly bathroom. That's blasphemy. The two came out of the bathroom. The boss looked around at the employees who were working hard, then raised his hand and said loudly, Everyone, stop for a moment. Everyone temporarily put down their work and looked at him in confusion. The boss looked excited. He held up his phone and waved his hand. To celebrate my idol Suhao's song release, I'm giving everyone a 200 yuan bonus today. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. The boss is a notorious stingy person. What's going on today? Just because that singer named Suhao released a new song? This couldn't help but arouse everyone's curiosity. Suhao's song is so good that it can make the boss so excited. After get off work, they must listen to the new song of this singer named Suhao. On a snack street somewhere in Yunqing, Lao Song runs a wonton shop. It was afternoon, and there were not many customers in the wonton shop. After making a bowl of wontons for the last customer, Lao Song took a break from his busy schedule and turned on his mobile phone. Although he is called Lao Song, he is actually only in his 30s and in the prime of his life. He also likes to check Weibo. He clicked refresh, and Suhao's latest update appeared on his phone. After reading the content clearly, Old Song instantly jumped up excitedly and shouted, Fuck! Old Song made so much noise that the diners turned around and looked at him with strange eyes. What's wrong with this boss? When his wife in the kitchen heard the noise outside, she thought something had happened to him and ran out quickly with an iron spoon in her hand. After seeing that Old Song was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief, then took an iron spoon and hit him hard on the head. You're going to die. Why are you acting so crazy for no reason? Old Song ignored the slight pain in his head and excitedly placed his phone in front of his wife. His face flushed. He said, "Su Hao has released a new song." "What?" His wife's face changed. Her breathing became rapid, and she hit Lao's song on the head again. "Then what are you still standing there for? Play it now." The couple's actions once again attracted the attention of guests. Someone couldn't help but say, "Boss, isn't it just listening to a song? Why are you so excited?" As Lao Song clicked on the link, he replied, "No, you'll know when you listen." Although, Su Hao has only released one song so far. But Lao Song, who has become a die-hard fan of Su Hao, naturally believes that Su Hao's new song will definitely be another hit on the entire internet. The man looked at Lao's song deeply and thought in his heart that he was a lunatic. It's just a song. No matter how good it is, how good can it be? The next moment, Old Song finally clicked on the latest song released by Su Hao. A faint melody sounded. The unique rhythm instantly caught everyone's ears. Su Hao's deep voice, mixed with a hint of vicissitudes, came out from the phone along with the rhythm of the rhythm. "Wandering on the road. Are you leaving? Fragile and proud. That was me once." Old Song closed his eyes, looking intoxicated. As the lyrics progressed, a look of reminiscence appeared on Lao Song's face. He remembered his past, the hardships of life and the vicissitudes of time. The years had brought him a lot, but also made him lose a lot. Unconsciously, a tear rolled down his face. The entire small restaurant gradually became quiet. Everyone put down their chopsticks, and the noise outside seemed to have nothing to do with them at this moment. Everyone listened to the song quietly and attentively. Soon, a song ends. Everyone slowly came back to their senses. They wiped the wet corners of their eyes and then looked at Lao Song. Someone asked softly, "What's the name of this song?" Old Song, still in a state of turmoil, said slowly, "Su Hao, The Ordinary Road." Chapter 89 Collapse. The Ordinary Road. The person asking the question chewed these words over and over in his mouth, as if he was savoring something. It's not just him. Everyone in the restaurant took out their phones and searched for the name Su Hao and his song. Such scenes are played out in many different places. Su Hao never cared about this song again after releasing it. He has confidence in his songs. But in comparison, Su Xiao was feeling a little uneasy in his office at the moment. Although Su Hao was not an artist under their company, the song was recorded by their company. In addition, the relationship between him and Su Hao made Su Xiao more concerned about the data of this song. He kept an eye on Su Hao's movements until he posted that Weibo. Su Xiao's whole body trembled, his eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and clicked on the link sent by Su Hao with trembling hands. He wasn't nervous, but excited. Ever since hearing Su Hao sing, Su Xiao knew very well that this song would definitely create a huge wave in the entertainment industry. Su Xiao even had a very strong premonition that after Su Hao's song was released, it might completely change the existing landscape of the pop music circle. With this feeling in mind, Su Xiao set his sights on the music platform that had just been opened. At this time, less than 5 minutes had passed since Su Hao officially released his new song. Views, 5,240. Downloads, 4,173. The song is about 4 minutes long, which means that apart from the 4 minutes spent listening to the song, it has more than 4,000 downloads within 1 minute. Su Xiao's breathing suddenly stopped. Even though Su Xiao knew that the data of this song would explode, he did not expect that it would be even more terrifying than he imagined. It's a big deal. After today, the entire entertainment industry will know the name Su Hao. Su Xiao looked at the data that was still rising, and this was the only thought left in his mind. Su Hao has nearly 2 million followers on Weibo. Compared with other artists, Su Hao's number of fans is already pitifully small. But these nearly 2 million fans are basically real fans, not zombie fans purchased to increase data like others. So after Su Hao's update appeared, within just 10 minutes, the number of his reposts exceeded 1,000, and the comment section below was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. Su Hao, you finally released a song. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. The above. It's been less than 3 months since Su Hao released the song. You know nothing. This period of time has been like a lifetime for me. I originally thought this would be a love song like the last one, but after listening to it, I found that this song has more profound meaning than just a love song. Su Hao's Those Years and Ordinary Road are two completely different styles, but he was able to perfectly interpret both of them with ease. Whether it's his singing skills or the completion of this song, they're all perfect. Although I already knew Su Hao's strength, he seems to have grown a lot in the past 2 months. At first, Suhao's Weibo post was only forwarded by fans. But not long after, the CEO of Uni Music Company retweeted Suhao's Weibo post and wrote, "A very good song." This completely exploded the entire network. This was the first time that Yunyi's boss had praised someone other than Fan Rojin on Weibo, let alone a little-known singer like Suhao. Because of Su Shuxiao's repost of Suhao's new song, it quickly became a hot topic. More and more people saw this news, and more people heard Suhao's songs. As time passed, Suhao's new song finally reached the top of the trending search list. At the same time, Kujiu Music Company, Ltd. This is a music company that was established less than 5 years ago. After years of development, although it is not as big as those big music websites, it also has its own users. Some time ago, Bai Qi published his works on the Kujiu platform, which tripled the number of their users. Now the development of the entire company is getting better and better because of Bai Qi's appearance. At 4:30 p.m., programmers sat in front of their computers, tapping away at their keyboards. Someone glanced at the time. With only half an hour left until the end of the workday, they couldn't help but slow down their work. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and the supervisor walked out. He looked anxious. He quickly shouted to everyone, "The platform has crashed. Everyone, work overtime tonight." The programmers let out a wail. What happened? The platform has always been stable. Why did it suddenly collapse? Someone sighed, but could only sit in his seat and tap on the keyboard with his 10 fingers resigned to his fate. "Fuck, this is too scary," someone suddenly shouted after a few minutes. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. The platform actually crashed because of a singer's new song. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Are you kidding? How is this possible? It's just a song. Even if it was Ian Tion who released a song, it would be impossible for a platform to crash. It's no wonder they don't believe it, because such a thing is really too unbelievable. The man excitedly shouted, "It's true." He took a deep breath and said, "It's been less than 2 hours since this person released the song." But, facing everyone's curiosity, he paused and continued. "This song, titled Ordinary Road, has already been played over 2 million times and downloaded over 1 million times. Furthermore, a large number of users have flocked to our platform, causing the entire platform to crash." Faced with such a sudden influx of users, Kujiu's server cannot withstand so many clicks at once. This is also the root cause of the platform collapse. No one could have imagined that the Kujiu platform would crash due to the release of a new song. What? Everyone looked at him in shock. Even for a top singer, it would take at least a day to reach this number. In just less than 2 hours, he had already surpassed the previous record of top singer. Who is this person? What kind of song is it? Someone couldn't help but ask. The man trembled as he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then shook his head, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said, "I don't know. I haven't heard of this song either. We can only know the answer after the platform is repaired." Chapter 90 exploded. At this moment, the boss of Kujiu Music in the office was staring at the collapsed backstage in front of the screen with an extremely bright smile on his face. This little-known singer Su Hao, by simply releasing one song, actually brought them so many users. Bang! At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and an employee hurried in from outside, saying hurriedly, "Boss, the server has crashed. It can't be repaired." The CEO of Kujiu Music suddenly stood up. "What's going on? Even a server crashed." He originally thought that the platform crash was simply due to network congestion caused by the sudden influx of a large number of users. "Why is the server crashing now?" "Boss, there are too many people coming this time, and many people are reposting and commenting on this song, causing the server to be overloaded." The employee answered truthfully. The boss, who originally had a smile on his face, now had a look of anxiety on his face. If they cannot solve this problem as soon as possible, they will definitely lose these users and suffer huge economic losses. This is something that the Kujiu CEO does not want to see. Kujiu's boss took 2 anxious steps in the office. Then he turned around and said to his employees, "Go. Ask the rental company to rent 2 servers." The employee hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boss, the rental company discovered that our platform server had crashed, and they're raising the price from 1 million to 3 million. This price is really an exorbitant price." The boss couldn't care less at this point and immediately gritted his teeth and said, "I agree. Go rent it quickly. The sooner the better." It has only been 2 hours since Su Hao released the song, but it has already caused the entire platform to crash. He believed that many people must have noticed this. If it is later, some music platforms will definitely contact Su Hao put his songs on the shelves, and seize the market. He couldn't prevent other actions, so he could only seize the initiative as soon as possible. The boss took a deep breath and murmured, Su Hao, what kind of person are you? At 7 o'clock in the evening, office worker Xiao Huang finally squeezed out of the subway and returned home in a hurry. He didn't have time to eat and took out his cell phone impatiently. While at work, he noticed that there was an extra push notification on his Weibo. The content displayed above is about Su Hao's new song. He was working in the company and was being watched very closely, so he didn't dare to look at his phone. After returning home, Xiao Huang finally relaxed and opened Kuji Music. Sorry, network error, please try refreshing. Xiao Huang refreshed the page several times, but the same lines of text were still displayed. What's going on? He clicked it again, and the entire platform crashed. Xiao Huang frowned, clicked on Weibo, and was about to search what was going on when the top 3 hot searches on Weibo's hot search list attracted Xiao Huang's attention. Su Hao releases new song, Ordinary Road, Extraordinary Song. Kuji, Tangle, and Janine music platforms have crashed. Fan Rojin comments on Su Hao's new song. Fuck, Xiao Huang couldn't help but shout. No wonder he couldn't log in to Kuji Music. It turned out that these 3 music platforms had completely collapsed. Xiao Huang couldn't help but feel excited. He was indeed his idol. Just by releasing a new song, he caused such a sensation. While Xiao Huang was excited, he was also anxious to hear Su Hao's latest song. He clicked on the comments and started typing on his phone keyboard. Fuck, can you guys fix it quick? I've been working all day, just waiting to hear Su Hao's song. Is your platform really that good? Luckily, I was quick and downloaded Su Hao's song before the platform crashed. I'm playing it on repeat. Is my main point that Fan Rojin actually commented on Su Hao's song? And who exactly is this person named Su Hao? Su Hao is the singer who sang those years before, right? He went viral because his theme song was leaked, and now his second song has caused such a big stir again. I strongly recommend you listen to Su Hao's new song. It brought tears to my eyes. Su Hao seems to be a newcomer in the entertainment industry, but I think his songs can already stand on par with Bai Chi Xiang. Compared to Bai Chi, is Su Hao worthy of it? Why not? I think Su Hao's song is perfect in every way. It's not inferior to Bai Chi's at all. I admit that Su Hao's song is pretty good, but if compared to Bai Chi's, it's still a little behind. Does the person above have any brains? Have you ever heard the song, Ordinary Road? Anyone who has heard the song, Ordinary Road, wouldn't say such a thing. Of course, in addition to all the positive reviews, there are also many negative comments. Su Hao? I've never heard of this name. What you're saying is too exaggerated. He must have hired his own army of trolls. Stop riding on Bai Chi's popularity. It's just a crappy song, isn't it? Haha, you're a clown. There was a lot of noise on Weibo because of Su Hao. It was precisely because of these controversies that Su Hao became more popular and reached the ears of more people. The next day, major media outlets reported on what happened yesterday. A dark horse emerges, Su Hao. The Ordinary Road brings you a unique auditory feast. The 3 major music platforms collapsed because of a single song. Dark horse. Can Su Hao become the second white horse? All kinds of dazzling news reports came out. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the song data publicly released by 3 music platforms on Weibo this morning. Kuji Music Platform. Yesterday's single ranked first in terms of playback volume. Su Hao. Ordinary Road. Number of views, 13.45 million. Number of downloads, 11.43 million. Congratulations to Su Hao for exceeding 10 million single plays and downloads yesterday and receiving Diamond Record certification. Tangle Music Platform. The song ranked first in terms of playback volume yesterday was Su Hao. Ordinary Road. Number of views, 13.15 million. Number of downloads, 11.76 million. Congratulations to Su Hao for exceeding 10 million single-day playback and downloads and receiving Diamond Record certification. Janine Music Platform. Yesterday's single ranked first in terms of playback volume. Su Hao. Ordinary Road. Number of views, 12.34 million. Number of downloads, 10.39 million. Congratulations to Su Hao for exceeding 10 million single-day playback and downloads and receiving Diamond Record certification. After the 3 major platforms released the data, the China branch of the Recording Industry Association also announced on Weibo that Su Hao had obtained a Diamond Record certification certificate and the relevant certificate would be issued soon. Chapter 91 no. As soon as this news came out, it shocked everyone. This is a Diamond-level record certification. Only when the single-day record sales exceed 10 million can it be certified as a Diamond Record. Those who receive diamond record certification are undoubtedly world-class superstars and singers, and there are only a handful of people in China who have received diamond record certification. In Tian and Fan Rojin also obtained diamond certification many years after their debut. In addition to the two of them, there is another person who has received diamond record certification, and that is Bai Qi. However, Bai Qi's identity and status were there, so no one was surprised at all that he obtained diamond-level record certification. However, now this person named Su Hao, a name that is very unfamiliar to everyone, has won such a great honor just by releasing one song. Su Hao is just a newcomer. It has only been 2 months since he appeared in the public eye, and he has only 2 songs in his works. This is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Netizens also had more heated discussions about this. I've never heard of the name Su Hao. It's only been a day, and he's already received diamond certification. Is this data real? I suspect it was fabricated by a scammer. The person above is mentally ill. Try to run a test for me. If the data is really generated by the internet troll army, do you think the Recording Industry Association would not know? Haha, I haven't heard Su Hao's songs, but I'm skeptical about this. Do you really need to doubt them? This is the 4th person in the Chinese music scene to receive a diamond record. That's right. Honestly, ever since I heard Su Hao's new song, I'm not at all surprised by his achievements today, because this song is truly worth it. Such a sensational result, and the fact that it has received diamond certification shows that Su Hao's song is truly of high quality. I feel that music will undergo a huge revolution because of Su Hao. The entire internet was in an uproar again because Su Hao won the diamond record. Not only on Weibo, but almost all major forums are focusing on Su Hao and his songs, with one topic after another being discussed. At the same time, on the Chinese platform, the president's office was dead silent. Boss Chinese lit the cigarette in his hand, took a deep breath, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you contacted them? What's going on?" Yesterday, after Su Hao released his new song on 3 music platforms, the Chinese staff naturally noticed the effect caused by the song. Therefore, 3 hours after Su Hao released the song, Chinese staff immediately contacted Su Hao, hoping that he could put the song on the Chinese platform. However, the message they sent to Su Hao fell on deaf ears, and the other party did not give any response. This is something that Chinese platform cannot understand. They're the #1 music platform in China, and their traffic is far beyond the reach of other small sites. For any musician, the first thing they consider when releasing a new song will be their platform. But for some reason, Su Hao did not choose to upload his new song on the Chinese platform. Therefore, Chinese could only watch other music platforms share the popularity brought by the song Ordinary Road. I can only watch other music platforms making a lot of money while I can do nothing. Naturally, this matter also reached the ears of Chinese boss, so he immediately asked the staff to contact Su Hao and find out the whole cause and effect. The subordinate lowered his head, feeling the low pressure from his boss. He replied fearfully, "Boss, we found Su Hao's contact information and called him. As soon as he heard we were from the Chinese platform, he hung up without saying anything. When we called again, we were blocked." The subordinates were actually very puzzled. After all, I represent the Chinese platform, but I've been treated so coldly. After listening to the employee's explanation, the boss frowned. "No matter what, you must contact Su Hao for me, give him the best treatment, and get the authorization for his songs." "Yes," the subordinate replied quickly. "Okay, get out." The boss frowned and waved to the employees. The employee breathed a sigh of relief and left the office. President Chinese finished the cigarette in his hand in 2 puffs, but he was still very upset. He quickly lit another cigarette and smoked it in silence in the office. The company has been very unlucky during this period. The last time Bai Qi released a song on his own platform, his short-sighted employee angered Bai Qi and caused huge losses to the platform. Later, he tried to contact Bai Qi in person, but the other party seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there was no trace of him. The apology was left unresolved, and he could only pay for the mistake made by his employee and swallow the loss. But this matter was a little more serious than he had imagined. The other 3 platforms rose rapidly due to the popularity brought by Su Hao's songs, which also caused Chinese to lose many customers. Therefore, after Su Hao's song became popular, he saw a glimmer of hope. If they could license his songs, perhaps the money they could earn this time would make up for the losses from the previous one, and perhaps even bring more benefits to their platform. As a result, Su Hao ignored their Chinese platform. He was very sure that their platform had not provoked Su Hao, which made CEO Chinese extremely depressed. Boss Chinese sighed deeply. "Let's take it one step at a time." At the same time, Netizens gradually recovered from the fact that Su Hao received the diamond record certification and started a wave of discussion. When Su Hao first became a trending topic yesterday, some netizens said that Su Hao hired some online trolls and that it was all hype. Now that he's been certified as a diamond record, they've finally proven him wrong. Who says it's not true? Yesterday, a musician was spewing rubbish on Weibo, saying that Su Hao wrote a terrible song. I just checked, and that post has been deleted. Now he's been scolded by netizens so much that he dares not even show up. It's okay. I've taken screenshots of what he said. They're on my Weibo. You can read them here if you want. But then again, Su Hao's new song is really good. My dad, who never listens to pop music and thinks it's all rubbish, is now listening to Su Hao's songs on repeat. The internet was flooded with discussions about Su Hao. Mingja looked through his phone, glanced at it casually, and then threw it on the sofa, feeling depressed. Chapter 92, Public Opinion. Su Hao, and Su Hao again. This group of people are really crazy. They're truly blind. What's so good about Su Hao? He's just a small-time singer who debuted a few months ago. Is he worthy of such a heated online discussion? Mingja looked very unhappy, especially since he had ridiculed Su Hao at Uni Company yesterday. As a result, he became an internet sensation thanks to the song he recorded yesterday. He was supposed to have a concert today, but because of Su Hao's appearance, his limelight was completely stolen by him, and there was not even a single trending search. This made Mingja very uncomfortable. After all, he is a star with tens of millions of fans, but now he is not as good as Su Hao, who debuted for only 2 months. At this time, Xiao Feng pushed open the door and walked in from outside, asking, "Mingjia, how are the preparations going?" Mingjia glanced at him, but didn't reply, just had a gloomy face. Xiao Feng frowned and urged, "Hurry up, Mingjia, the fans are waiting outside." Mingjia waved his hand impatiently at him. "Then let them wait and tell them I'm not feeling well." Xiao Feng's brows have been furrowed since then. He glanced at Mingjia and said in a deep voice, "Are you doing this to the fans who bought tickets to support you?" Although he was Mingjia's agent, he was really fed up with Mingjia's behavior. Not only does he lack the ability, he also doesn't work hard at all. Now that the concert is about to begin, he's still sitting here making excuses to shirk his responsibilities. Mingjia was already in a bad mood, and when Xiao Feng said that, he exploded. He waved his hand, knocked the water glass on the table to the ground, and stood up suddenly. "What's wrong with asking them to wait a while? They're my fans." For Mingjia, fans are just a tool to make money. Now, as long as he tells his fans that he is not feeling well, his fans will not only not be angry, but will also feel sorry for him. As Mingjia's agent for so many years, Xiao Feng has tolerated Mingjia's bad temper a lot, but today he can't stand it anymore. Isn't it just Su Hao? Since you think he's not good enough, then you should work hard to surpass him instead of getting angry here. Are you worthy of the fans who support you? Xiao Feng really felt that Mingjia had gone a bit too far. He had no real talent and relied on fans for support, so he should take his fans' feelings into consideration. Seeing Xiao Feng's anger, Mingjia, instead of reflecting on his actions, became even more furious. Aren't they just some fans? They support me so much, so what's wrong with me? Su Hao was just lucky enough to get a comment from Fan Rojin. He's just trying to capitalize on the hype. Otherwise, how could he have gotten the diamond record certification? Jealousy made Mingjia lose his mind a little. How many people would like to have the opportunity to become famous overnight? But Su Hao got it so easily. Xiao Feng's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly. "Humph. It's up to you then. You can go back by yourself after the concert tonight." After saying that, Xiao Feng turned and left without even looking at him again. Xiao Feng's attitude made Mingjia even more angry. He glanced at the staff members who were looking over here and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Get away from me." After saying that, he walked forward and slammed the door shut. Mingjia sat on the sofa, his mind full of Su Hao's sudden popularity and the things that happened yesterday. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. Why? After all, he is a top star. Why do they treat him in that tone and manner? Mingjia's eyes flashed, and he said viciously, "Just wait and see. I will definitely make you pay." Mingjia has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has plenty of dirty tricks. He immediately contacted the online water army. Soon, a hot search quietly appeared on Weibo. Su Hao is being a big shot, and Zhao Lei, the top tuner at Uni Music Production Company, is fawning over him and publicly humiliating a famous singer. The content was about what happened to Mingjia at Uni Company yesterday, but it was exaggerated to portray Si Mingjie as an innocent victim. Of course, Si Mingjie's name was hidden in this article, and he was not mentioned. It was only later that he found out that the person he met at Uni Company that day was Su Hao, and that the CCTV theme song was originally snatched from him. The grudge between them started from that time. Moreover, when they left Uni in disgrace that day, Su Hao probably laughed at them in his heart. After Si Mingjie purchased the Internet Water Army, they started posting very quickly, and the internet was filled with posts about Su Hao being a big shot. Fuck, I just got the Diamond Record certification this morning, and now they're exposed for some negative stuff in the evening. How exciting. Haha. No matter how good the song is, if the character is not up to par, it's better not to listen to the songs of such people. And this tuner Zhao Lei is definitely not a good person either. He is just a mean person who looks down on others. I'd like to know who the person being humiliated is. A famous celebrity? Judging from the description, he should be of high status. Wait for melons to eat. Su Hao and Uni Company were immediately criticized online. Of course, there are also a small number of people who have questioned the authenticity of this article. Su Hao must have become famous after releasing his song. If that's the case, Zhao Lei wouldn't humiliate a famous star for an unknown artist. That wouldn't be worth the loss. I think so too. I remember Fan Rojin is under Uni Company. Queen Fan has good character and personality, so the company she works for shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, everyone in the entertainment industry is pretty savvy. I'm sure everyone knows what to say and what not to say. After all, there's so many eyes watching. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to humiliate someone in public. However, netizens at this time were very excited and did not care about this at all. Those netizens who originally questioned the post were soon criticized by other netizens. Gradually, all the comments under this trending search were condemnations of Su Hao and Uni Company. The comment sections of Su Hao's Weibo and Uni Company's Weibo have been flooded with abusive messages from netizens. However, the matter did not end here. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, Si Mingjie suddenly posted a Weibo. The concert just ended, and I'm very tired. Some things happened before, so the songs I promised my fans might have to be postponed for a few days. But it's okay, I'll work hard. I hope some people will take care of themselves. Fans, don't get too excited. There's no need to get angry with them. Si Mingjie sat in the car, looking at the Weibo post he had posted, a triumphant smile on his lips. This was his plan. He would first send out his internet trolls to ignite the public's anger, and then he would post a Weibo post to make everyone associate this matter with himself. This would not only ruin the reputation of Su Hao and Zhao Lei, but also allow him to create another tolerant and generous persona on Weibo. Sure enough, after Su Mingjie posted this Weibo, his comments exploded instantly. Chapter 93, Zhao Lei was angry. Brother, you've worked hard. I didn't expect that the melon-eating incident would end up happening to me. Su Hao and Zhao Lei are so disgusting. He's just a tuner. I suggest Uni Company fire him immediately. Who the hell is Su Hao? He's not even as good as my brother. Get out of the entertainment industry. Si Mingjie's Weibo post not only failed to comfort his fans, but made them even more angry. We should boycott people like Su Hao and Zhao Lei and not let them continue to hang around in the entertainment industry. That's right, boycott Su Hao and Zhao Lei. Get them out of the entertainment industry. Si Mingjie has nearly 50 million followers on Weibo and has considerable influence. So after he posted this Weibo, it instantly ignited the entire internet. Even some netizens who did not know the truth began to verbally attack Su Hao and Zhao Lei. At this time, Zhao Lei just finished the work at hand and was talking to Fan Rojin beside him. Fan Rojin had just returned from another city and was an old friend of Zhao Lei. The two seemed quite familiar with each other as they chatted and laughed. Just as the two were chatting happily, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Lei's assistant hurried away and said, "Brother Zhao, something happened." Zhao Lei glanced at the anxious assistant and frowned in dissatisfaction. "Why are you so anxious? Be more steady." The assistant pushed the phone in front of Zhao Lei and said, "Brother Zhao, take a look at this." Zhao Lei took the phone, glanced at the content on it, and his face instantly turned a little ugly. He cursed. What a despicable villain. Fan Rojin, who had been by Zhao Lei's side, heard him cursing and looked at him in confusion. "Brother Zhao, what happened?" Zhao Lei took a deep breath and shook his head. "It's okay, he's just a clown, don't worry about him." Although Zhao Lei was angry, he didn't take Si Mingjie to heart. After all, he is Uni's gold medal tuner and has worked at Uni for so many years. Even if the incident becomes a big deal on the internet, it will definitely not have much impact on him. Then, Zhao Lei continued to chat with Fan Rojin about work-related matters, forgetting about Si Mingjia's gossip mongering on the internet. However, not long after, the assistant came in hurriedly again. Brother Zhao, Si Mingjia posted on Weibo again. Zhao Lei took the phone and looked at the updates posted by Si Mingji. He was completely furious. He originally didn't want to pay attention to a small character like Si Mingji, but the other party kept jumping up and down in front of him. Even though it's just a small fly, it could be annoying if it keeps buzzing around your ear. Zhao Lei immediately took out his mobile phone, logged into his Weibo account, posted a status, and responded back. The innocent are the innocent. Some people know exactly what they did and don't bother to waste time talking to you. Zhao Lei's furious look naturally caught Fan Rojin's attention. He looked at Zhao Lei and asked, "Brother Zhao, what happened? Do you need my help?" Zhao Lei took a deep breath to suppress his emotions. Then he slowly spoke and told Fan Rojin the whole cause and effect of everything. Fan Rojin was stunned at first. She had been too busy with work these past 2 days and hadn't noticed what was happening on the internet. She frowned, feeling a bit angry. It turned out that Si Mingjia was actually leading his fans to insult Su Hao online. Although on the surface, Si Mingjia did not do anything in this matter. But Fan Rojin has been in the entertainment industry for so many years that she can naturally see through the other party's tricks clearly. Su Hao is the person she likes, so Fan Rojin naturally can't stand others insulting Su Hao like this. She opened her mouth. This matter. Before Fan Rojin could finish, Zhao Lei interrupted her. "I know what you want to say. Don't interfere in this matter." He paused and continued. "I know you want to help Su Hao, but with your current status and position, there's no need to publicly argue with Si Mingjia. It's too cheap." But Fan Rojin wanted to say something, but Zhao Lei just shook his head. "No buts. You don't need to intervene against someone like Si Mingjia. If you do, it will only cause a lot of trouble. So let it be." Although Zhao Lei was just a tuner, Fan Rojin had known him for many years and had long regarded him as her elder brother. Therefore, she also listened to Zhao Lei's words and finally could only nod her head. "Okay, feel free to contact me if you need any help." On the internet, what Zhao Lei said further ignited the anger of Si Mingjia's fans. A large number of fans flocked to his Weibo and flooded the comment section with messages. Every comment was insulting to Zhao Lei and Su Hao. Zhao Lei didn't care too much about these things. As a million-level gold medal tuner, there's really no need for him to argue with Si Mingjia and other brainless fans on Weibo. This will only make people think that he is too cheap and it is a waste of time. The next day, Zhao Lei came to the garage and prepared to drive to the company. When he walked to the garage, he saw from afar that passers-by were looking at his parking space with strange eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Lei had a bad feeling in his heart. He walked quickly to his parking space, and the next second, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. "I saw that someone had painted a few big words on my black SUV with red paint. Zhao Lei, get out of the entertainment industry. Su Hao, D. Go to hell." The entire body of the car was covered with scratches of varying sizes. Some passers-by looked at him strangely. Who is this person? Who did he offend? How great is the hatred and resentment? That's horrible. Let's stay away from people like this in the future to avoid getting into trouble. When Zhao Lei saw this scene, his blood instantly surged. The discussions of passers-by made him even more upset. His car. Zhao Lei quickly called the police. The police arrived at the scene, took notes, and checked the dash cam, then told him to wait for further notice. Zhao Lei took a taxi to the company today, but when he was in the office, he became more and more angry. However, what he didn't expect was that this matter was not over yet. Zhao Lei was busy working when his wife suddenly called. "Old Zhao, what's going on? Who did you offend?" "Someone broke the lock on our house. A lot of things in the house were smashed." After hearing what his wife said, Zhao Lei felt as if his blood had frozen, his hands and feet were cold, and he quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. I happened to be out with my child earlier and didn't encounter it. The police have already been here and the locks have been changed." Only then did Zhao Lei breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment, he hung up the phone, pinching it and angrily said, "Si Mingjia, just wait. This matter won't end so easily." A few minutes later, a new update appeared on Zhao Lei's Weibo. "Si Mingjia, if there's any grudge between us, just come after me. Not only did you smash my car, you even went to my house and pried open the door. Luckily, my wife and kids weren't home at the time, so nothing happened to them. Otherwise, I'd never forgive you." Chapter 94 Arrogant, Si Mingjia. When Zhao Lei posted this Weibo, he also uploaded photos he had taken previously and a police report record. The photo shows his scratched SUV and his smashed house. Zhao Lei doesn't have many fans on Weibo, but because of Si Mingjie, many people are always keeping an eye on his updates. After this Weibo post was released, netizens who had been waiting to see what was going on instantly flocked to the comment section. Fuck, Si Mingjie is so disgusting. What kind of shady trick is he using here? He's really not a Su Hao. I used to like him, but today I am blind. This is slander. How could our Mingjie do such a thing? He should at least provide some evidence when he speaks. That's right, and it was clearly you who were at fault first. Now that you're getting your comeuppance, you're blaming us Mingjie. How shameless. This is an absolute smear. Our Jie would never do such a thing. The comments were full of heated arguments, with the two groups each holding their own opinions and arguing endlessly. For a while, it was impossible to tell who was right and who was wrong. It's a pity that the surveillance camera near Uni Company's recording studio was broken and failed to capture Si Mingjie's behavior at the time. Otherwise, if the video is released, everyone can see what Si Mingjie looks like. On the other side, Si Mingjie was sitting on the sofa in the company, browsing the comments on Weibo, with a triumphant smile on his face. Before posting that Weibo, he had already guessed that his fans might cause trouble for Zhao Lei. But this is exactly what he wants, to use his fans to vent his anger. But no one expected that Zhao Lei could not stand the provocation and posted this incident online. But he wasn't afraid at all, because Zhao Lei had no evidence to prove that this matter had anything to do with him. And even if there is evidence to prove that this was done by his fans, it has nothing to do with him directly. He is well aware of the power of the internet. If Zhao Lei cannot produce any evidence, he will only be criticized even more severely by his fans. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Xiao Feng walked in from outside. He frowned as he looked at Si Mingjie, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Who told you to post those things online? Didn't the company teach you not to post anything on Weibo without permission? Do you know that if your fans knew about your performance at uni that day, you would be finished? Xiao Feng was very angry. Since becoming famous, Si Mingjie has become more and more arrogant, and sometimes even disobeys the company's management. This time, Si Mingjie's remarks on the internet caused an uproar. If someone tells others about what happened that day, Si Mingjie's image will be ruined. By then, everyone will know that Si Mingjie is actually an extremely uneducated and uncultured person in private. In that case, Si Mingjie's acting career would be over. The company spent a lot of money and resources on him to get to where he is today. Naturally, they don't want him to ruin his future because of some trivial things. This is also the reason why Xiao Feng was so angry. However, Si Mingjie obviously did not take Xiao Feng's words to heart. He just glanced at him lightly, his eyes full of disdain. So what? They were the ones who provoked me first. What can they do to me without evidence? Besides, the Zhao Lei incident was done by my fans, not me. Even if people find out, so what? What does this have to do with me? Si Mingjie had noticed before that there were no surveillance cameras near the recording studio. There were only a few people present at the time, so it would be impossible to find evidence. It is precisely because of this that he dares to so boldly distort the truth and spread rumors on the internet. Although Xiao Feng was angry, it did not have much impact on Si Mingjie at the moment. Although there were many questioning voices on the internet, the overall public opinion still leaned towards them. As time went by, everyone would forget about this matter, and Si Mingjie would be able to return to his normal life. This incident might even bring Si Mingjie some popularity. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Feng felt a little more balanced, so he didn't say anything else. At this time, there was a knock on the door again. A young girl wearing a t-shirt and glasses walked in, holding 2 paper bags filled with coffee. The girl walked up to Si Mingjie breathlessly, took out the coffee from the bag, handed it to him personally, and said, "Sorry, Brother Jia. There were too many people and it took a long time to wait. I came back late." The girl's hands trembled slightly as she looked at Si Mingjie's face cautiously. Si Mingjie took the coffee from the girl's hand and took a sip. The next second, he spat out the coffee in his mouth and threw the coffee in his hand at the girl's feet. The coffee spilled all over the floor in an instant. He said viciously, "Didn't I tell you? No sugar, and I clearly wanted iced coffee. This is a cup of room temperature coffee. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Go get it and buy it again." The girl's face flushed red. She picked up the cup on the ground, threw it into the trash can, and apologized hurriedly. "Sorry, Brother Jia. I will go buy it now." She didn't even dare to get angry, but just hunched her body humbly and kept apologizing to Si Mingjie, because she knew that she had no right to be angry in front of Si Mingjie. If you get angry, you will not only receive more severe insults, but you may also lose your job. Having said that, the girl turned around and prepared to buy coffee again. "Wait, Si Mingjie stopped the girl and pointed at the spilled coffee on the ground. Clean this up first and hurry up. I'm short on time. The girl bit her lip, but ultimately said nothing. She obediently cleaned up the stain on the floor before walking out of the office. Looking at the girl's departing figure, Xiao Feng frowned and said, Mingjie, isn't this a bit too much? Xiao Feng felt a little bit sorry for her. Si Mingjie often scolded her. After all, she was just a girl who had just entered society. Si Mingjie snorted, picked up his phone again, and opened the game, saying nonchalantly, She's paid such a high salary, but she can't even do such a small thing. What's wrong with me scolding her? Xiao Feng sighed and shook his head, but ultimately said nothing. Si Mingjie looked up at him and said casually, Oh, by the way, when this period of time is over, I'll find an excuse to fire her. He paused and continued, Remember to find someone good-looking. That face makes me want to vomit. In fact, the girl is not ugly. She is just relatively ordinary and has no special features. What Si Mingjie said is quite excessive. What the two of them didn't know was that their conversation was heard by the girl hiding behind the door.